Chapter 1, The Water-Soaked Phone, News about Confusing Time Periods. It's over, it's over. Yang Yi's hand slipped and the newly bought mobile phone fell into the foot basin in front of him with a plop. This is the new phone he just bought with the pocket money he saved for several months. I quickly fished it out of the foot basin, but it was too late, the phone screen had gone black. I used the hair dryer for more than an hour before I nervously pressed and held the power button. I kept praying in my heart, it's okay, it has to be okay, I don't have money to buy a new phone. Yes, his salary was not high to begin with, and he had a girlfriend who spent money like water. His monthly salary of 3,500 yuan had already run out. If this phone broke, he would really have a complete breakdown. After constant prayers, thank God, the phone screen finally lit up, followed by the boot animation. Yang Yi let out a long sigh. But then he was stunned. How come I haven't seen this boot animation before? 6 Chinese characters flipped across the screen, News Advanced System. News Advanced System? What the hell is this? Shouldn't the phone's boot animation be the Honor logo? How did it become a News Advanced System? Yang Yi's mind was full of questions. I stared at the screen until the boot animation was finally finished, and then I found that the phone interface was different from before. In addition to the original apps on the screen, there seems to be an additional software that has never been seen before. A small red square with 4 words on it, Advanced News. What kind of software is this? News is news, but it is also called Advanced News. Can news be released in advance? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Yi still tried to point his finger up. But when I opened the software, I found that there was only one piece of news in the entire app. Announcement of the China Welfare Lottery's double color ball prize draw on May 6th. Oh my God, what kind of news app is this if there is no news? It's rubbish. Also, there is something wrong with this piece of news. Today is May 6th, but doesn't the double color ball lottery draw usually start live at around 9 p.m? It's only 6 p.m. in the afternoon. How is it possible that there will be a prize announcement? Broken software, broken editor. Yang Yi muttered to himself as he casually clicked on the erroneous prize announcement. The winning numbers for the China Welfare Lottery's double color ball are red ball numbers 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, and basketball number 07. There are 5 first prizes in this issue nationwide, with a single prize of 8,403,726 yuan. There are 56 second prizes, with a single prize of. Yang Yi laughed so hard that tears almost came out. This editor really lacks the basic qualities of a journalist. They actually made up such a piece of fake news that has no credibility at all. It's ridiculous enough that they got the time wrong, but they actually came up with the winning numbers themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Editor, you need to find a friend. If any lottery could come up with such a set of winning numbers, wouldn't it be so funny? Even if it is drawn, who would buy such a number? And you can buy 5 times as much at a time. Unless this person has water in his brain. Broken software, broken editor. What a pity for my new phone. It is said that people become stupid because there is water in their brains. Now, mobile phones can also become so stupid after being soaked in water. I don't know if it can be repaired. Yang Yi stood up, took his phone and went out, ready to go to the cell phone repair shop at the entrance of the alley to let the owner take a look. But the repair shop's doors and windows were closed, with a piece of paper posted on them, "I'm out for something, closed today." When I was about to go back, I glanced at the lottery shop across the street for some reason. There was a thought that kept nagging at me, what if that crappy lottery announcement was true? I had $10 in change in my pocket, just enough to buy 5 lottery tickets. Anyway, these $10 can't even buy a bowl of noodles, so why not try your luck? Maybe if you try, the bicycle can be transformed into a motorcycle. If you win the bet, it will be more than just a matter of turning into a motorcycle. That would have to become an Audi, a BMW, or a sports car. The lottery shop is full of people at this time. The current issue of the double color ball will stop selling in more than an hour, and these lottery players are busy studying and placing bets. A few minutes later, Yang Yi escaped from the lottery shop. He held the 5 lottery tickets he had just placed in his hands, and behind him he heard a chorus of ridicule. Is this guy out of his mind? It's a shame for him to have such a face and no brains to buy such a ridiculous number. That's right, and he bought 5 times as much at once. Isn't that crazy? Ha ha, if he wins the lottery with that number, I will never buy the lottery again. Please tell me what number this guy bought that makes you laugh so hard? Some people who didn't know were still asking. What numbers? He bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the red balls and 0, 7 for the blue ball. Tell me, should we laugh? Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? If I get this right, I'm going to walk upside down from now on. Amidst the laughter, Yang Yi, with a red face and without looking back, fled the scene in a panic like a drowned dog. He regretted that he shouldn't have been rich and willful, believing that stupid mobile phone app, believing that stupid news, believing that stupid editor, and buying things like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, not only did I lose $10, but I also became a laughing stock among others. He simply crumpled up the lottery ticket in his hand and threw it into the trash can at the entrance of the alley. But after walking a few steps, he turned back and picked up the lottery ticket from the trash can. After all, you spent $10 to buy it. Wouldn't you feel bad if you threw it away without checking the result? The lottery draw for the double color ball was held at 9:15 in the evening, but Yang Yi went to bed early after eating a steamed bun with pickled mustard tuber. The next morning, I washed my face hastily, went to the breakfast stand, bought a cup of soy milk and 4 buns, and was about to eat something before going to work. Unexpectedly, the conversation between 2 people at the breakfast stall caught his attention. Brother Liu, have you heard? Someone here won the first prize of the double color ball last night. Of course I heard about it. The lottery shop had already put up banners early in the morning. And it wasn't just 1 bet, it was 5 bets. The exact same number was bet 5 times. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. 5 bets? Could it be that? Yeah, who would have thought that such numbers would appear last night? 7 consecutive numbers. I've been a professional lottery buyer for more than 10 years, but I've never seen numbers like this. Yeah, I don't even dare to think about buying a number like this. We dare not even think about it, but someone thought about it and bought it. How lucky we are. And I never expected that all 5 first prizes came from us. Yes, I heard from Lao Wang that the winner is a young man. He was there when I bought the lottery ticket yesterday. Everyone laughed at him at the time. Who would have thought that he would win the prize? 7 consecutive numbers, 5 times the bet. Why is it that the more I listen to this, the more it sounds like me? Yang Yi didn't even have time to drink the soy milk and hurried towards the lottery shop. When he was almost at the door of the lottery shop, he became more cautious. He covered his face with his clothes and pretended to be a passerby and walked past the door of the lottery shop as if nothing had happened. But as he walked past the door, he glanced at the blackboard at the door. The newly drawn double color ball numbers are written on it. The winning numbers of the double color ball are 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06 plus 07. There is another line of chalk writing below. 5 first prizes of the double color ball were won in this issue of our store. The prize for each ticket is 8,403,726 yuan. Chapter 2, Money is not enough? Lamborghini. Yang Yi almost fainted at the scene. It turned out that I was the one who won. Such a ridiculous number is actually the winning number. The brainless editor, the brainless software, and the water-damaged phone actually helped me win the double color ball super jackpot. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and walked quickly back to his rented room. He closed the door, drew the curtains, then took out the crumpled lottery ticket from his pocket and confirmed each number one by one. Still not feeling reassured, he turned on the old computer he bought for several $100s in the second-hand market, opened the web page, and confirmed again. Finally, he let out an excited cry and jumped up. I made it! I made it! A single bet of 8 million, 5 times that would be more than 40 million. Excluding the 20% tax, there is still more than 30 million. Yang Yi was so excited that he just wanted to shout out loud. He was about to transform himself from being a paycheck-to-paycheck person who had nothing and could not make it to the end of the month to becoming a multi-millionaire. And all of this was achieved thanks to this water-damaged phone, that stupid software, and the fake news compiled by the stupid editor. Just as I thought of this, I suddenly heard my cell phone beep. I quickly took out my phone and saw a message pushed on the screen. The host has successfully participated in this advanced news. The advanced news system has specially awarded a gift package. Please check it. News advanced system? Isn't this a coincidence? Is this a system arrangement? So, I will be a person with a system from now on. Moreover, it is such a corrupt system that one can know the news that will happen in advance. Doesn't that mean that in the future I can seize fleeting opportunities based on the news I learn in advance? Then wouldn't it be entirely up to me to decide my life from now on? Oh, yes, a big gift package. Below the message, there was a red gift package jumping around. Without any hesitation, Yang Yi quickly clicked on the gift package. The gift package was opened and a golden light flashed across the screen. Then there was another string of text. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Lamborghini sports car worth 20 million yuan as a system reward. The host can withdraw it at any time. Then, a black sports car icon suddenly appeared in his inventory. Oh my god! Do you have to be so awesome? Just after winning a jackpot worth tens of millions, he was rewarded with a sports car worth 20 million? System, can you not be so capricious? But I like it. Having won a multi-million-dollar prize, Yang Yi was ecstatic. Now there was only one thing he had to do. That is the prize redemption. Put your own money into your own pocket as soon as possible. Moreover, a jackpot of tens of millions is definitely explosive news. It is conceivable that the welfare lottery center where the prizes are redeemed will soon be surrounded and staked out by reporters who have rushed to the scene after hearing the news. Now, before the reporters arrive, act fast. Moreover, after receiving the bonus, he will go to his girlfriend Lin Duoduo to share the good news. So, Yang Yi immediately went downstairs excitedly. Don't forget to take the sports car from the inventory. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw a cool black sports car parked there. Suddenly, there was a remote control key for a sports car in his pocket. Tried pressing it. Sure enough, I saw the lights of the sports car flash. Then the scissor door slowly opened. So cool. Yang Yi got into the sports car and tried to start it. He was a little worried at first. Although I have a driver's license, it is just a license. Ever since I got my driver's license, I haven't had the chance to drive a car again. Not to mention this multi-million sports car. Can a rookie like me handle it? But after the car started, he found that these worries were completely unnecessary. As I put my hands on the steering wheel of the sports car, I seemed to have instantly become one with the sports car. The same driving skills that are born with you. He even knows the structure, performance and indexes of sports cars by heart. Walk! As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, the sports car let out a low roar and shot out with a bang. A strong feeling of pushing on the back, so cool. Behind him, saliva was all over the floor. Shit, what did I see? A sports car. A Lamborghini sports car. I doubt my eyes too. This sports car is worth more than 20 million, and I actually saw it in this third-tier small city. It's so cool. It would be great if I were the one sitting inside. Then I would die without regrets. There was also a girl with peach blossom eyes, holding her chest and saying, if I could sit in the front passenger seat, I would be willing to die, not to mention crying. Of course Yang Yi could not hear these sour and envious voices. He was intoxicated in the infinite pleasure of driving a sports car. The car was moving swiftly through the traffic. Car owners around him were trying to get out of the way, fearing that they would regret it if they had a close contact with it. The Lamborghini was incredibly fast and arrived at the lottery center in a flash. Sure enough, those paparazzi never expected that the winner would come to claim the prize so soon. Yang Yi put on the mask, sunglasses, and hat that he had prepared on the road, and walked into the lottery center calmly. The entire process of checking the lottery ticket, registering, and transferring money took less than 20 minutes. Yang Yi looked very calm and composed. Even when the huge sum of more than 30 million yuan was deposited into his account, there was no change in his expression. But when he walked out of the lottery center, he couldn't help but exclaim. The people around turned their heads to watch curiously. Yang Yi quickly opened the door of the Lamborghini and got in. He started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. All the way here, he was still feeling uneasy, wondering if he was living in a dream. But now, with a bank card with a balance of more than 30 million in his pocket, he could no longer contain his excitement. The next thing he had to do, of course, was to find Lin Duoduo. The reason why I didn't tell her the news of winning the prize right away was, one reason was that I wasn't 100% sure about it, and another reason was that I wanted to give her a surprise. A big surprise. He wanted to tell Lin Duo in person that he had won the lottery, and tell her that she could buy whatever she wanted in the future. And there is also this Lamborghini. Doesn't he Lin Duo always envy her best friend for having a rich middle-aged boyfriend who drives a sports car all day long? Now I can tell her with confidence that from now on, she can also laugh as much as she wants while sitting in a Lamborghini sports car. While driving, Yang Yi happily imagined Lin Duo's ecstatic look after knowing the news. At this moment, a ding-dong sound was suddenly heard. Any information? Yang Yi casually took out his cell phone. He glanced at the screen and his brows jumped. There is a number 1 on the corner of that small red square. Any new news? What are the winning numbers for the next lottery? He quickly parked the car on the side of the road and opened the app. A shocking message popped up. Archaeological experts found antiques worth 500 million yuan on a street stall in Xia City. Chapter 3 Your bottle is wrong. Yang Yi's brows suddenly jumped and he quickly clicked on the news. At noon on May 7th, Mr. Su Wenyuan, an archaeological expert from the provincial capital, accidentally discovered a jade seal from the Qin Shi Huang period on a stall in our city's cultural and antique market. According to reports, the bronze artifact was originally hidden in the interlayer of an inconspicuous modern porcelain, which had been in the stall owner's hands for 3 years but had never been sold. Mr. Su Wenyuan bought it from the stall owner for 50 yuan and knocked open the porcelain on the spot to take out the jade seal hidden inside. Mr. Su introduced that according to historical records, after Qin Shi Huang carved the Heshabai into the imperial seal, he also carved a small seal with the cut jade material, which read, "The country will be forever secure." After the fall of the Qin dynasty, the imperial seal was obtained by Liu Bang and passed down from generation to generation, but this small seal was lost in the palace and has never been seen by the world. There are 2 more pictures at the back. One is a light green ancient seal, and the other is a piece of porcelain that has been knocked open. Worth 500 million. Qin Shi Huang's jade seal. May 7th at noon. I quickly looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock. Yang Yi was shocked and quickly turned the car around and drove towards the west of the city. This jade seal of the first Qin emperor, which is worth hundreds of millions, is about to be discovered by others. I don't have much time left, and I must get it before Mr. Su. Along the way, the Lamborghini sped at lightning speed. The cars next to it avoided it one after another, and the people on the roadside looked at it with envy. In less than 20 minutes, Yang Yi arrived at the antique market in West City. This place is called an antique market, but in fact it is just a street of street stalls. There are several street stalls on this short street, which are filled with all kinds of broken cans and rotten iron. Yang Yi had passed by here before and glanced at it a few times, but had never squatted down to take a look. For one thing, I know nothing about antiques and cultural relics, so I don't expect to make a fortune by picking up bargains. Secondly, he simply didn't believe that there could be any antiques or cultural relics found in these dirty, broken jars and bowls. Only a fool would come here to look for them. But today, he parked his car outside and walked in hurriedly. Now, all he had to do was to find the porcelain bottle as soon as possible and buy it before Mr. Su. According to the time on the news, Mr. Su should not have arrived here yet. There were 3 or 4 stalls on the street, and Yang Yi looked for them one by one. Soon, in front of the second stall, he saw the 2-eared vase with white background and blue flowers in the picture. The bottle was obviously a modern product, with a layer of dust on it. Next to the stall, a fat man was lying on a recliner with his belly exposed, fanning himself lazily. Thank God, the bottle was still there and Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I managed to get ahead of that old man Su. Now, all I have to do is buy that porcelain vase. Without even having time to think about it, Yang Yi pointed at the porcelain bottle and said, "Boss, how much is that bottle?" The boss lying on the recliner immediately opened his eyes. Business was not very good. Few people came to the whole street in the morning, and the fat stall owner was already drowsy. Hearing someone asking the price, the fat man quickly stood up from the recliner. "Are you talking about this bottle?" "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be an expert at such a young age." As he said this, he bent down and picked up the dirty porcelain bottle from the cloth on the ground. When he took it, he held it with both hands, very carefully, as if the bottle was really a priceless treasure and he was afraid of dropping it by accident. But in fact, this bottle was originally bought from the countryside for 20 yuan. He had it in his hands for several years and had not been able to sell it. If someone could pay a few $dozen to buy it, he would be so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. But that's how business works, especially when it comes to antiques. Even if the item is a worthless fake, you have to pretend it's a treasure. After all, there are not many people who understand this business. Besides, he is a young man in his 20s and it is obvious that he knows nothing about antiques. Maybe I can make a good fortune from him. So, even though the fat stall owner wanted to immediately stuff the porcelain vase worth dozens of dollars into Yang Yi's arms, his face showed a different expression. "Little brother, let me tell you, you have a really sharp eye. Let me tell you, this bottle is not an ordinary bottle, it is something from the palace." The fat man deliberately looked around and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Yang Yi thought, what kind of thing is this from the palace? Do you really think I'm a big head and you're fooling me? This broken bottle is obviously made in modern times. Would the palace use this thing? He was in no mood to bargain with the stall owner. You know, it was almost noon and Mr. Su would probably be here soon. If he couldn't get the bottle before him, he would suffer a big loss. So he interrupted the stall owner and said straight to the point, "Okay, don't say so much, just tell me how much it costs. If it's okay, I'll buy it, if not, I'll leave." The stall owner was stunned, thinking how could this guy be a fool? He originally wanted to test Yang Yi's strength and see what price he could offer. Now he had no choice. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, little brother, I see you are sincere about buying it. It's rare for me to meet someone who knows the goods. So, the price is 1,000 yuan. If you think it's okay, it's yours. If not..." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Okay, 1,000 yuan is 1,000 yuan. Scan the code." As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the stall owner's QR code, and transferred 1,000 yuan. The stall owner was stunned. Originally, his target price was only about 100 yuan, and he would even be willing to sell it for 50 yuan. After all, it was just a modern broken bottle, which I bought for 20 yuan and had kept in my hands for several years. It's good enough if it can be handled. But seeing this young man about to buy it, I couldn't help but want to cut some. But he was afraid that if he cut too hard, it would scare away the customers. After considering for a long time, he finally made up his mind and named the price 1,000 yuan. After saying this, I was still feeling nervous, afraid that Yang Yi would just turn around and leave. But unexpectedly, the other party didn't even bargain and paid the money immediately. Suddenly, the stall owner felt very uncomfortable. If I had known this big guy was so easy to fool, I would have asked for $5,000. Judging from the situation, I can definitely get it with 5,000 yuan. But it's too late to regret, the money has already been collected, and besides, Haven Ti made a profit. Although the stall owner felt a little regretful, he still handed the bottle over readily. "Okay, little brother, take it, this treasure is yours." Yang Yi took the bottle and was about to leave, but when he turned around, he saw an old man in his 70s walking up to the stall, accompanied by a woman in her 20s. The old man was wearing a pair of glasses and holding a magnifying glass in his hand, looking like a scholar. The woman was wearing a clean white dress, with long flowing hair and her long white legs faintly visible under her skirt. The woman had fair skin and a noble temperament, and it was obvious that the two of them did not belong to this small city. Yang Yi suddenly had an idea. He shook the bottle, then put his ear to the bottle to listen. Then he frowned and said to the stall owner, "Boss, this bottle is wrong. Chapter for there's something." The stall owner's face changed immediately. "Little brother, this is your fault. What do we antique collectors care about? It's all about chemistry, and after the deal is done, we owe each other nothing. If you lose, it's yours, and you are not allowed to ask for back payment. If you make money, I will regret it naturally." The old man and the woman next to them also turned their heads and looked at the two of them. The stall owner was still nagging, "The item is yours now. Even if there is something wrong with the bottle, you shouldn't come to me." As he spoke, he complained to the old man, "Old man, please judge for yourself. Is there any rule for those of us who deal in old things? When buying things here, no matter whether you make a profit or a loss, as long as you pay the money, no one can regret it." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, little brother, you have to be prepared for both good and bad when playing with this old thing. If you make money, you will make a fortune, but if you lose, you will only suffer the loss and cannot blame others." Yang Yi smiled and said, "No, you two misunderstood. I'm not looking for him to pay me back. I just think there's something wrong with this bottle. He stretched out his hand and said, Brother, can I borrow your hammer? When the stall owner heard him say that, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a change of money, there was nothing wrong with using a hammer. So he swiftly took out a hammer from the side. Yang Yi held the hammer in his hand and said to himself, this bottle makes a sound when I shake it. Is there something inside? The stall owner laughed in silence. Little brother, you are worrying too much. I have had this bottle for several years and I have never heard any sound. There is no way there is anything inside. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yi raised his hammer and swung it down. With a snap, the porcelain bottle was smashed into 2 pieces, and several fragments fell off. The young woman who had been silent all this time suddenly brightened up and blurted out, there really is something. The old man and the stall owner were stunned. When they looked carefully, they found that there seemed to be a small light green and slightly transparent square mixed in among the porcelain bottle fragments. That's what I said. I heard the sound, so there must be something inside. Yang Yi smiled, put down the hammer in his hand, and picked up the small cube. Now, the looks of the people present were all different. The old man and the young woman's eyes were full of curiosity, and they couldn't help but move closer to see what was knocked out of the porcelain bottle. The stall owner's heart skipped a beat and an ominous premonition came to his mind. You know, the most feared thing about antiques is the presence of interlayers. Whenever there are interlayers, the things that come out must be very valuable. Just imagine, after spending so much effort on building such a mezzanine, would there be a worthless piece of stone hidden inside it? Yang Yi picked up the small square, held it in front of his eyes seriously, and whispered softly, Jiangshan, solid. After reading 3 words, he stopped and frowned. What is this word? As he said this, he held the jade seal in his hand and pushed it in front of the old man. Old sir, you are very knowledgeable. Please help me see what the 3rd word is. When the old man saw that he had a light green jade seal in his hand and heard him recite those 3 words, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately came forward. When he saw the jade seal up close, his eyes lit up and even his body shook. Little brother, can you let me take a closer look at it? The old man's voice trembled a little. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the jade seal in his hand. Of course you can, but I have to make it clear first, this thing is mine, you can't just take it because it's a good thing. The old man laughed. Little brother, you are worrying too much. I, Su Wenyuan, have lived for most of my life. What good things have I not seen? How could I be greedy for your thing? The young woman next to him also said, Don't worry, sir. Others are bringing things to my grandfather to see. Yang Yi naturally knew that she was not exaggerating at all. He also knew before that Su Wenyuan was a famous archaeologist, a leader in the archaeological community. He was many times more authoritative than those so-called appraisal experts on TV shows. Every day, many people brought their hard-earned antiques to him for appraisal. After Su Lao finished speaking, he carefully held the jade seal in one hand and held a magnifying glass in the other hand, and looked at it carefully, up and down, front and back. The more I look at his expression, the more nervous, excited, and thrilled he becomes. Finally, he nodded, then looked up, looked at Yang Yi and said, Little brother, you found a treasure. With just one sentence, the face of the stall owner who had been staring at his face changed completely. Su Lao held the jade seal in front of Yang Yi, pointed at the words on it and said, Little brother, let me tell you what words are engraved on this jade seal. You have recognized the first 2 words, Jiangshan, and the 4th word, Jiyu. The 3rd word, which is the most difficult to recognize, is Yong. These 4 words together mean Jiangshan Yonggu. As he said this, he observed Yang Yi's expression and continued slowly, I believe that little brother understands what these 4 words mean together, right? Before Yang Yi could say anything, the young woman next to him changed her expression. Grandpa, you said the words above mean the country will be forever secure? Could it be? She stopped talking before she finished. Old Su laughed. That's right, Yuhan, this jade seal is another small seal carved by Qin Shihuang using the remaining jade material from carving the imperial seal. I didn't expect that after more than 2,000 years, the imperial seal has disappeared, but this small seal was unearthed here. What? You said this is the seal of Qin Shihuang? The stall owner was so heartbroken when he heard this conclusion that he almost had a heart attack. During this long period of time, Yang Yi had been silent, just waiting for his appraisal conclusion. Originally, he was worried that Mr. Su might be like the experts on treasure appraisal programs, deliberately saying that the priceless antiques were worthless and then privately buy them at a low price to make a huge profit from the difference. Now, seeing that Mr. Su had concealed nothing from him and explained the origin of the jade seal clearly, he couldn't help but respect him in his heart. At this time, Elder Su looked at his granddaughter Su Yuhan beside him, and then asked Yang Yi, "I would like to ask you, little brother, are you going to sell this jade seal?" Yang Yi didn't think much about it and blurted out, "Sell it, of course I will sell it. As long as the price is right, of course I will sell it." As for Yang Yi, he had no hobby of collecting antiques. Since it was so valuable, of course he had to sell it. Isn't it better to hold real gold and silver in hand than to hold a small jade seal and worry about it getting knocked or quenched? After hearing what he said, Mr. Su nodded and said, "Okay, since you want to sell it, I won't beat around the bush." This jade seal was originally a priceless treasure, but considering the market's affordability, the price should be between 400 million and 550 million. It just so happens that my granddaughter Yuhan is in the antique business, so I'm going to make an offer on her behalf and buy it with 500 million in cash. Chapter 5. Let's break up. 500 million. The stall owner next to him couldn't control himself anymore. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. I originally thought that I had sold the porcelain vase worth only a few dozen yuan for 1,000 yuan, which could be said to be a huge profit. But I didn't expect that I would give away the treasure worth 500 million yuan to someone else. No one can bear this blow. However, Yang Yi was not at all shocked when he heard this number. After all, the value of the jade seal had already been revealed in the previous advance news. So, when he heard that the price was not too different, he skipped the bargaining and simply nodded, "Okay, it's just $1,000, so I'll sell it to anyone." Fortunately, the stall owner fainted, otherwise he would have vomited blood after hearing this sentence. Su Yuhan was a little surprised and asked curiously, "Don't you want to bargain?" Yang Yi smiled, "I believe you, Mr. Su can help me identify this jade seal, and he is not like those so-called experts who deliberately lower the value of antiques. I believe that the price he offers is the proper value of this jade seal." Su Yuhan smiled sweetly, "Do you trust others so easily?" She has fair skin and a beautiful face, and her smile is like a spring breeze, touching people's hearts. Yang Yi didn't know how to answer. Su Yuhan was just joking, and seeing his embarrassed look, she couldn't help but burst out laughing again. "I thought you were good at talking, but I didn't expect you were still a pure." I wanted to say innocent boy, but I swallowed the words back when they came to my lips. I took out my phone and said, "Okay, give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you." Yang Yi reported his account number, and Su Yuhan operated the phone for a while. In less than a minute, the information of successful transfer was sent to Yang Yi's phone. When Yang Yi opened the mobile banking app and saw a long string of numbers on his account, he couldn't help feeling dazed. In just one day, I became a billionaire with 540 million. As he was in a trance, Su Yuhan couldn't help but joked, "Why? You've never seen so much money before, are you stupid?" Yang Yi raised his head and nodded, "That's right, I never even thought in my life that I would have so much money one day." Su Yuhan was just joking with him, but she didn't expect him to be so serious. Instead, she couldn't continue joking, so she asked a question, "By the way, I'm curious, how did you know there was something hidden in this porcelain bottle? Did you really hear a sound inside?" Of course, Yang Yi would not tell her that he had the inside information, nor would he tell her that the jade seal should have been discovered by the grandfather and granddaughter, and he just used the system to get there first. He touched his head and said seriously, "Yes, otherwise I would be stupid. Why would I spend $1,000 to buy such a broken bottle?" Su Yuhan and Su Wenyuan naturally didn't believe his answer. Even if you heard a sound inside, can you conclude that the things inside are so valuable? But since he said so, the two of them naturally didn't ask any more questions. After completing the transaction, the two sides were about to separate, but Su Yuhan suddenly had an idea. "By the way, can I leave you a contact number?" Yang Yi and Su Wenyuan were both stunned. Su Yuhan quickly explained, "My family is in the antique business. If you get anything good in the future, you can contact me. I promise that the price will be higher than others." This is possible. So the two exchanged contact information and then parted ways. Yang Yi drove his Lamborghini hurriedly towards Lindwood's residence. "I have transformed myself from a poor loser into a billionaire, so of course I have to share it with my girlfriend." Along the way, Yang Yi was thinking happily, what should he do first with the money? Buying a house and a car are the first choices for most people after they become rich. Now, she has her own car, and it's a Lamborghini sports car worth millions. Lin Duo will be extremely excited when she sees it. Then buy a house, buy the biggest and most expensive house here. With more than 500 million in the account, is there any house you dare not buy? After you have a car and a house, what do you do next? Of course, buy a diamond ring and propose. If you buy something, buy the biggest diamond ring and hold the most luxurious wedding. Buy her whatever Lin Duo wants. In the past, Lin Duo wanted an LV bag, a big diamond ring, a diamond necklace, and an Apple phone, but she never had the money to buy them. Now, I can buy her whatever she wants. Isn't her money hers? I was happily imagining myself taking out a diamond ring, kneeling on one leg in front of Lin Duo and proposing to her affectionately, when I suddenly heard another ding from the system. Ding! The host has successfully participated in this news, and is awarded a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Lottery? You can have it! Yang Yi chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won a 10-carat diamond ring. Then, a large, sparkling diamond ring suddenly appeared on the center console in front of Yang Yi. A 10-carat diamond ring. Yang Yi almost fainted from happiness. This system is really considerate. Whatever you want will come true. It even prepares a diamond ring for proposal. And it's 10 carats. A 10-carat diamond ring must be worth several $1 million. If someone proposed to her with a diamond ring worth millions, wouldn't Lin Duo faint from joy? The Lamborghini quickly drove to the bottom of the advertising company where Lin Duo worked. After jumping out of the car, Yang Yi rushed into the building excitedly. I can't wait to share this good news with Lin Duo. He also couldn't wait to propose to Lin Duo with this big diamond ring. However, as soon as I entered the lobby of the office building, I saw Lin Duo, who was dressed up, walking out with her arm around a young man. She was talking and laughing, and she intentionally hugged the man's arms tightly to her chest, with her face almost touching his shoulders. Yang Yi's face suddenly turned dark. No man can stand seeing his girlfriend being so intimate with another man. What's more, when I tried to hug her in public, Lin Duo would push me away, saying that she was afraid of the bad influence. What's the point of this? You're afraid that being intimate with me will have a bad impact, but you can be intimate with other men in public. Yang Yi suppressed his anger and called out, Duo, who is this? Lin Duo was walking out of the elevator chatting and laughing with the young man, and did not notice Yang Yi coming towards them. She was stunned for a moment when she heard his voice. When she looked up and saw Yang Yi, her face suddenly changed and she instinctively wanted to let go of his hand. But the young man looked at Yang Yi with contempt, and then said, Duo, is this the ex-boyfriend who was so poor that he couldn't even buy you an iPhone? Lin Duo calmed down by then, knowing that she couldn't hide what happened today any longer, so she simply tore off the truth and said in a delicate voice, that's right, Brother Gui, it's him. I followed him for 3 years, and he was so stingy that he didn't even buy me an iPhone. After saying that, he looked at Yang Yi's face full of disgust and said, Yang Yi, I was just thinking about how to tell you. It just so happens that you have also encountered it, so I might as well tell you clearly. Yang Yi, let's break up. In addition, let me introduce you to my current boyfriend, Guo Peng, the son of Mr. Gui, the chairman of Haixing Group. Yang Yi clenched his fists immediately. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, why? Lin Duo, we've been dating for 3 years. I've lived frugally in these 3 years. I've tried my best to satisfy you and spent almost all my salary on you. Now you're breaking up with me? You should at least give a reason, right? You want a reason? Lin Duo thought for a moment, then said, because you are too poor. Is that reason enough? Chapter 6, $1 Million Diamond Ring. Because you are too poor, is that reason enough? Lin Duo's light words were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart heavily. Yang Yi could hardly believe his ears. Lin Duo, how can you say such a thing? I am poor, and my salary is only a little over 3,000 a month, but I spent almost all of this 3,500 on you. If you want to buy clothes, I will buy you clothes. If you want to buy shoes, I will buy you shoes. I will not say no to you even if I have to eat steamed buns and pickles. Just last week, you said you wanted to buy 500 yuan worth of cosmetics, and I only had 300 yuan on me, but I still lent you 200 yuan without saying a word. Enough. Yang Yi, I admit that you are very good to me, but is this useful? Lin Duo interrupted Yang Yi and said in a contemptuous tone, even if you are willing to spend all your money on me, you only have more than 3,000 yuan a month. Can you afford to buy me an LV bag, a Chanel, a Rolex, or a Gucci? In the past 3 years, have you ever treated me to a big meal? Have you ever bought me a piece of clothing that costs more than 10,000 yuan? I've been asking you for an iPhone for more than 2 years, have you ever bought it for me? Lin Duo raised her right hand and shook it, but look at Brother Guo. He just knew me for 3 days and he bought me an iPhone. He also said he would buy me a 30,000 yuan LV bag. Tell me, can you compare with him? Yang Yi looked at Lin Duo coldly. Lin Duo, are you going to break up with me just for an iPhone and a 30,000 yuan bag? Lin Duo originally felt a little ashamed, but now that she had been exposed, she simply ignored it. Yes, that's what I did. Yang Yi, don't blame me for being realistic. There's nothing I can do. This is the reality of society. If someone drives a BMW worth 500,000 yuan to pick me up, and you ride your second-hand electric bike, who do you think I should choose? As the saying goes, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on your bike. After hearing these words, Yang Yi, who was originally full of anger, suddenly calmed down. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, which suddenly made Lin Duo feel a little weird. Okay, you said it very well. That's right, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, then I wish you a good cry in a BMW. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. I originally wanted to share the great news of 540 million with you and let you experience the feeling of riding in a Lamborghini. But since you insist on riding in a BMW worth 500,000, why should I force you? Such a snobbish woman is not worthy of spending the rest of her life with me. Just as he reached the door of the hall, Yang Yi suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lin Duo. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. I came to you today to propose to you. As he said that, he took out the 10-carat diamond ring from his pocket. During this time, the dispute between the 3 people had attracted a lot of curious onlookers. Suddenly, they saw him take out a large, crystal-clear diamond ring, and the onlookers suddenly became lively. Wow! Such a big diamond ring. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a big diamond ring. Me too. Look at that big diamond. It must be several carats, right? I think it's at least 10 carats. My god, a 10-carat diamond ring, how much would it cost to buy it? It must be several million at least, right? I remember the big diamond ring Wang Tuxiao used to propose to Zhongguji was a 9.15 ruby diamond ring. That diamond ring was said to be worth 10 million. This one must be at least 5 or 6 million, right? Oh my god, proposing with a diamond ring worth millions, how rich must this handsome guy be? Yes, with such a big diamond ring in front of you and such a handsome boy, even a fairy can't refuse it, right? That's right, I wanted to marry him. But this woman actually dumped him. Tell me, is she out of her mind? She must be crazy. Look at the guy next to her, his eyes are so narrowed that you can't see anything, but his mouth is quite big, like a toad. Compared to my brother, he is so different. If she is not crazy, she would dump my brother for him. That's right. Even if she did it for money, does that squinty-eyed kid have to be richer than my brother? Can he spend millions of dollars on a diamond ring like my brother? Lin Duo and Guo Peng were also stunned. They looked at the big diamond ring in Yang Yi's hand in surprise. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their heads. The expressions on their faces were as ugly as they could be. Especially Lin Duo, she never thought that Yang Yi would take out such a big diamond ring. I dumped my boyfriend because I disliked him because he was too poor. However, I was slapped in the face so quickly. The other person actually took out such a big diamond ring. My face is about to be swollen. Or, kick Guo Peng and go back to Yang Yi? Although I have lost my face, what's wrong with being shameless for a diamond ring worth millions? But how could this guy take out such a big diamond ring? After all, the two have been in a relationship for 3 years, and Lin Duo knows Yang Yi very well. With a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, my family is extremely poor. My father is a doorman and my mother is a sanitation worker. They never spend more than 10 yuan on a meal. Forget about anything else. If you don't, where did this guy get this sports car? Guopeng said hesitantly, didn't you say he was riding a second-hand electric bike? Does a second-hand electric bike look like this? Lin Duoduo had a complicated expression and was shocked to the extreme. The sports car in front of me, and the big diamond ring just now. Could it be that this Yang Yi suddenly became rich overnight? Lin Duoduo was stunned for a moment, watching the Lamborghini slowly driving past her. She suddenly reacted, ran a few steps quickly, risking being hit by the car, stood in front of the sports car, and stretched out her hand to stop the sports car. Yang Yi was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes, barely stopping the car. Do you want to live? Yang Yi stuck his head out of the car window and roared at Lin Duoduo in front of the car. In the past, Lin Duoduo would never have tolerated this. Yang Yi was always humble and obedient in front of her, always willing to help her, and never dared to get angry with her. But today is different. Lin Duoduo managed to hold back the curse, and even forced out a seductive smile, and quickly ran to the driver's window, holding the window with her hands. Yang Yi, what's wrong with this car? Did you borrow it from someone else? Yang Yi looked at her face, feeling indescribable disgust and at the same time indescribable joy. He deliberately snorted, borrow? It's just a sports car. Is it necessary to borrow it? Just a sports car? You make it sound easy. This Lamborghini sports car must be worth more than 10 million, right? Lin Duoduo complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on her face. She smiled and said, Yang Yi, is this really your own sports car? Then, can I sit in it? Sit? Forget it. I like cleanliness, and this car is expensive, so it's not easy to clean it. Yang Yi sneered and said, besides, don't you like crying in a BMW? Lin Duoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. I like to cry in a BMW, but I can laugh in a Lamborghini. Why should I cry in a BMW? But now, she has lost the chance to laugh in the Lamborghini. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he ignored her. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini made a low roar and drove away like a gust of wind. Behind him, Lin Duoduo sat down on the ground, her face uglier than crying. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and quickly got up and hugged Guopeng. Brother Gui, didn't you take me out for a ride and buy me new clothes? Let's go? Unexpectedly, Guopeng shook her off with his arms, and then kicked her away. Get lost. Bitch! Don't you want to ride in a Lamborghini? Why are you looking for my BMW? After saying that, he turned around, jumped into his BMW and left without looking back. Lin Duoduo was completely dumbfounded. She had only thought about marrying into a rich family and driving a luxury car, but in the end she ended up with nothing. I stood there for a long time without coming to my senses. As Yang Yi drove the Lamborghini, the shadow in his heart was swept away, and he felt extremely happy. Just a moment ago, he first experienced the pain of being dumped by a woman, but in the blink of an eye he used his own strength to turn the situation around and slapped the snobbish woman hard in the face. He had never experienced such a refreshing feeling before. In the past, he always humbled himself to please others, but now, it was finally someone's turn to kneel in front of him and cry and beg for his forgiveness. And all this is because of money. Without money, you have to humble yourself. If you have money, you can slap other people in the face loudly, and they will have to servilely offer you the other cheek to slap. It's great to have money. Thinking of this, Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at the mobile phone beside him. All this is because of this magical system. It is this magical system that has changed everything. Just as I thought of this, I heard my cell phone ringing. I glanced at the screen and saw that it was Lin Duoduo calling. There is no doubt that she is still harboring evil intentions and is still begging me to forgive her. Yang Yi hung up without thinking, and then put her on the blacklist. He didn't want to have any contact with a woman like this again in his life. Not only her, I will never be so servile to anyone again, and I will never be anyone's bootlicker again. In fact, it should be others who lick you. Because now I have wealth that ordinary people don't have. He suddenly thought of his parents back home. Now that he had money, they should be the first ones to share it with. Thinking of this, he parked the car on the side of the road and called his father's cell phone. Chapter 8. There are snobs everywhere. Yang Yi's hometown is not in this city, but in a small county called Ling County, hundreds of miles away. Yang Yi is the only son and the only hope of the family. Since he was a child, he has witnessed how his parents worked hard and saved money to send him to school. He swore in his heart more than once that he must be filial to his parents and let them live a good life in this life. But after graduating from university, the reality was not as good as he had imagined. He had unsuccessful attempts to find a job and finally found his current job, which only pays 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. 3,000 or 4,000 yuan is not a lot of money in this city, and having met Lin Duo, who is a spendthrift, Yang Yi not only failed to fulfill his wish to be filial to his parents, but instead would receive money from his parents every now and then that they saved by living frugally. All this made Yang Yi feel ashamed of being a son. And now, he finally had the ability to repay his parents and be filial to them. Yang Yi even began to feel ashamed that he did not share it with his parents first, but went to find Lin Duo instead. After the phone rang several times, it was finally connected. But the voice on the other end was not that of my father, but that of my mother. Shuya, why did you think of calling today? Aren't you going to work? Do you have enough money? Your father and I are planning to sell the corn we just harvested and transfer the money to you. This one sentence made Yang Yi's nose sore and he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Mom, don't think about me all the time. Keep the money for yourself. I'm not short of money. Yang Yi said, holding back the urge to cry. How can you not be short of money? You live in the city and have a girlfriend, so your expenses are high. Your dad and I don't have to spend much. Mom smiled and said, don't let Duo feel wronged. If you don't have enough money, tell Mom and your dad and I will find a way for you. Mom, you really don't have to think about sending me money. I have money now, really. Yang Yi said. What money do you have? Silly child, people have said that your salary is not enough to live in the city. Don't worry about us. Your parents are old and don't need much money. We will send it to you. My mother didn't believe what Yang Yi said at all and insisted on transferring the money to him. Yang Yi was anxious. Mom, I really have money now. I was planning to transfer some money to you. Kid, why are you pretending in front of your parents? Kid, your parents are not just anyone else, you don't have to be embarrassed. Your father and I earn money for you, don't we? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. The phone bill is expensive. Save some money. We will transfer the money to you after we sell the corn. Bye. Having said that, the mother hung up the phone without giving Yang Yi a chance to speak. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since his mother didn't believe it, he didn't waste any more words arguing with her and could just transfer the money directly. Anyway, I have my dad's bank account number, so I can just check the transfer records to myself. So he immediately opened his mobile banking app and transferred 500,000 yuan to his family without saying a word. He didn't dare turn too much, for fear of scaring the simple and honest old peasant couple. With just 500,000, I guess after their dad sees it, both of them will not be able to sleep all night. It's not enough to just transfer the money, we also have to bring the old couple here. They have worked hard all their lives, and now that I have money, I want to make the rest of their lives more comfortable and let them enjoy a comfortable life. However, if I want to bring them over, I have to buy a house first. I can't just bring them over and live with me in a rental house. Yang Yi acted immediately and prepared to buy a house. I did some searching first and found that the community with the most expensive housing prices, the largest indoor area, and the best configuration in Xia City was Qianfuju. Without saying anything, I drove my Lamborghini to Qianfuju. When we were still 200 meters away from the sales office of Qianfu residence, there was an accident ahead and the road was blocked by a traffic jam of more than 10 meters. Seeing that the distance was not far, Yang Yi simply parked the car on the side of the road and walked over. Although Qianfuju's houses are the largest, best equipped and located in the best location, their extremely high prices make them out of reach for most buyers. Although there are many people looking at houses on weekdays, there are very few people who actually pay the money to buy a house. After all, housing prices of more than 10,000 yuan per square meter are not affordable for everyone in Xia City, a third or fourth tier city. At this time, there were more than a dozen guests in the sales office's lobby, looking at the sand table model and apartment type introduction with the help of the sales lady, but it was obvious that most of them had no actual desire to buy. When Yang Yi walked in, several sales ladies glanced at him at first, and then no one came over to greet him. Yang Yi dressed very casually. Even though he had hundreds of millions of dollars in his account and a luxury sports car worth tens of millions, he had never had the time to buy himself clothes that matched his wealth, so he still wore his previous cheap clothes. These sales ladies have very sharp eyes and can tell your income and family situation with just a glance. The young man who came in front of me was very handsome, but his clothes looked like cheap goods worth only a few dozen yuan, and there was no one else around him, so he had no potential to buy a house at all. So the sales ladies just took a quick look and then looked away, and no one went over to greet him. Yang Yi looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he simply shouted, "Are you selling houses here?" This one sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. There was no other choice, so a sales lady who looked like a foreman came over and said, "Hello, sir, do you want to see the house?" This young lady looks good, but her eyes are full of arrogance. Although he used honorifics, there was no respect on his face. On the contrary, his eyes and face showed impatience and contempt. Obviously, she thought that Yang Yi could not possibly afford to buy a house here and was simply wasting her time. Yang Yi was also annoyed. He didn't expect to meet a snob when buying a house. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why am I here if I'm not here to buy a house? Do you think I'm here to have fun?" He said casually, pulling a chair and sitting down, "I want to buy a house. Can you introduce the houses here to me?" The sales lady's face became more and more unsightly. She was the foreman here, named Liu Na. She was used to treating people differently based on their appearance on weekdays, and today she was even more unwilling to waste her time on a poor boy. But she cannot be left alone when guests request it, because if her boss finds out, she will be punished as the foreman. So she rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and called out, "He Dan, you have nothing to do for the moment, why don't you introduce the house to this gentleman?" Chapter 9 I want this house. Following this shout, a young girl in the distance looked up and said in embarrassment, "But Sister Na, I'm accompanying these guests to look at apartment types." Liu Na waved her hand and said, "I'll take care of these guests. You can accompany this gentleman." Then she walked over quickly and said to the guests with a smile, "Gentlemen, let me introduce our apartment types to you. Do you mind?" The girl named He Dan had no choice but to walk up to Yang Yi and said, "Hello, sir. My name is He Dan. I will serve you next. We have apartments of different sizes. Which one do you want to know about?" Behind the scenes, several sales ladies were whispering, "Liu Na is going too far. She's clearly bullying Xiao He." That's right. He Dan was the first to receive the guest. How can he become his with just one sentence? Besides, who can't see that these guys are more likely to buy a house? That guy obviously doesn't have the ability to buy a house. Although these sounds were small, they were still heard by Yang Yi and He Dan word for word. Yang Yi looked up at He Dan in front of him and found that this sales lady was a little different from the previous one. Although she was wearing the same uniform, her face was full of sincerity that Liu Na did not have at all. Although she had just been robbed of a customer by the foreman and there was still a trace of grievance on her face, her eyes were full of sincerity at this moment. As she spoke, she had already unfolded the apartment brochure in her hand, ready to start introducing the apartment to herself. "He is totally different from the one just now. He said he would serve you, but his eyes were full of disdain and he had no intention of serving you at all. Humph, don't you think I can't afford a house and don't want to serve me? Then I'll use the money in my hand to smack you in the face. Aren't you going to bully the girl? Then I'll let her close the deal and let her get the commission from selling the house." Thinking of this, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Of course, the bigger the better. Do you have any large-sized houses here? Large apartment?" He Dan was stunned and quickly whispered, "Sir, the housing prices here are very expensive. If you want a large apartment, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Besides, such a large house is not necessary for ordinary people like us. Why don't you consider a smaller apartment?" Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. "What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford a large apartment?" He Dan blushed and was about to say that she was thinking about you, but before she could say it, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I know you mean well, but don't worry. Don't worry, I can afford a bigger house. Just show me a bigger house." At this moment, he became more determined to buy a house from He Dan. This girl is too kind. Others are trying every means to persuade customers to buy big houses, but she keeps persuading them not to buy big houses. She does save money for others, but her own sales commission will be less. There are too few girls like this nowadays. Just for this reason, I must not let her work in vain today. He Dan had no idea what he was thinking. Seeing that he was determined to do what he wanted, he could not say anything else. He had to take out the brochure of large-sized houses and said, "Okay, since you want to see a large-sized house, I will introduce it to you. We have two main types of larger apartments here. The first type is 180 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. The other type is a duplex structure on the top floor, with an area of more than 240 square meters." Before she finished speaking, Yang Yi stood up and said, "Okay, let's go take a look at that duplex of over 200 square meters." He Dan was stunned. "Do you really want to see the big one?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Why? You don't want to sell the big ones?" "Sell, of course." He Dan didn't dare to say more. "Then please wait a moment, I'll go get the key to the model room." Having said that, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly went to Liu Na to get the key to the duplex model room. "Sister Na, give me the key to the duplex model room. The customer wants to see the duplex." "Duplex?" Liu Na was startled and immediately asked, "Which guest wants to see the duplex?" As she said this, she raised her head and looked over there, just in time to see Yang Yi winking at her. It turned out to be him. Liu Na breathed a sigh of relief, and then said in a teasing tone, "He Dan, does that guy look like a rich man who can afford a duplex? It's obvious that he wants to tease you under the guise of buying a house, so don't waste your energy." He Dan shook her head. "Sister Na, I don't think this guest is the kind of frivolous person. And since he wants to see the house, I can't refuse." "Okay, that's up to you, He Dan. Then Sister Na wishes you immediate success and hope you can get this customer. Then you can get hundreds of thousands in commission alone." Liu Na said the blessing, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words. He Dan ignored her, took the key and took Yang Yi out. Behind him, Liu Na hurried to the door, wanting to see what car Yang Yi was driving. As a result, when she saw He Dan and Yang Yi getting on the sales department's house viewing car, she became more confident in her own judgment. Alas, He Dan is such a silly girl. She believes everything others say. That guy is obviously a penniless hooligan. He didn't even have a car to view the house. It was obvious that he was teasing her, but she actually believed it. Sister Na is right. Although that man looks good, he doesn't have much money. He can't even afford a house in Tianfuju, let alone a duplex. He Dan must have worked in vain. Sister Na, you are smart. You saw through his intentions at a glance and handed him over to He Dan. Otherwise, you would have worked in vain. Several sales ladies also echoed this. The sales office of Tianfuju is 2 or 3 kilometers away from the already built residential area. Yang Yi originally wanted to drive his own Lamborghini, but seeing that the road there seemed to be unobstructed, he got on He Dan's house viewing car. After a short while, we arrived at the residential complex, Building 8, and took the elevator directly to the top floor. There are 2 identical duplexes on the top floor of this unit. He Dan used the door card key to open the west unit. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Yi knew he had come to the right place. The large living room is open from north to south, with a luxurious European-style sofa and a large crystal chandelier overhead, which is luxurious and classy. On the luxuriously decorated TV wall hangs a large screen TV of over 100 inches. The 3 rooms, dining room and kitchen on the lower floor, are all well decorated. What Yang Yi was most satisfied with was the master bedroom upstairs. Not only was it very large, it also had an independent bathroom, dressing room, study, and everything else you could need. More importantly, there is a large floor-to-ceiling window on the south side of the bedroom, and walking out from this side is a spacious private garden. Sunshine, shade, flowers, lounge chairs, and an unobstructed view of the city in front of you. After taking a look, Yang Yi said, "I want this house." Chapter 10 God of Wealth. I want this house. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. He Dan was stunned. She didn't quite believe her ears. After a moment's pause, she quickly chased after him. "Sir, I didn't hear what you just said clearly." Yang Yi said again without even turning his head, "I said, I bought this house." He Dan finally believed that she had heard correctly. She quickly added, "But sir, I haven't told you the price of this house yet." The price of a duplex house with fine decoration is 13,000 yuan per square meter, and the price of a rough house is 11,000 yuan per square meter. The total area of this house is 236 square meters. Before she finished speaking, Yang Yi interrupted her. No matter how much it costs, I'll buy it. He Dan was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether she was shocked or excited. After a while, she finally came to her senses and found that Yang Yi had walked out of the room. Along the way, He Dan still couldn't believe this fact and kept asking Yang Yi for confirmation. Sir, do you really want to buy this duplex? I just calculated that if you want to buy an unfinished house, the price should be 2.596 million. If you want to take out a loan, you need to pay a 30% down payment, which is about 70%. Yang Yi interrupted her. I don't want to buy a rough house, I want to buy a fully furnished house, and I won't take out a loan, I'll pay the full amount. A fully furnished house, and I still have to pay the full amount? That's 3,068,000. And if my commission is calculated based on 1 point, that's 30,000 yuan. A house worth more than 3 million yuan may not be worth mentioning in a first-tier city, but this is very shocking in a third or fourth-tier small city where the average house price is less than 8,000 yuan. He Dan was almost fainted by the sudden happiness. You know, she had been working here for 3 months, and she only sold one house in these 3 months, and it was a small apartment of more than 80 square meters. In these 3 months, apart from the basic salary, she did not even get a bonus of 5,000 yuan. But today, this single deal earned her a direct bonus of 30,000 yuan. However, she still had a trace of doubt in her heart. This client was so generous, could he really take out more than 3 million in cash? Could it be that he was really just here to tease me, as Sister Renee said? Thinking of this, a hint of doubt appeared on He Dan's face again. Yang Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw this and pointed forward without explaining. Can you please go over there first so I can get the car? Of course He Dan would not refuse, and drove over as Yang Yi instructed. Then Yang Yi pressed his finger, and a cool black Lamborghini sports car on the side of the road opened its scissor doors. At this moment, all the doubts in He Dan's heart disappeared instantly, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Can someone who can afford a sports car worth tens of millions not afford a duplex worth millions? In the sales office, Liu Na and several sales ladies were sitting together, talking about He Dan and Yang Yi. As they were talking, they saw the car that He Dan had driven out to view the house coming back. Look, Sister Na, He Dan is back. I'm curious, did He Dan complete this deal? A colleague said curiously. Liu Na snorted coldly. Do you even need to ask? He has only been out for a short while and he is back. Do you think it will work? That's right. When buying a house, everyone will carefully look at it, compare it, and find faults. It will take 3 or 5 times before it can be successful. It definitely didn't work. Look, there was only He Dan in the car. That person must have run away. A smug sneer appeared on Liu Na's face. Fortunately, she had seen it clearly, otherwise, it would not be He Dan who had worked in vain, but herself. Especially when she saw He Dan getting off the house viewing car alone, she felt even more gloating. But what surprised them was that after He Dan got off the car, he did not come back immediately, but stood beside the car, as if waiting for something. Just then, a luxurious and stylish black sports car drove over and stopped at the entrance of the sales office. Wow! Lamborghini! I've seen this sports car online. It costs at least 20 million. Oh my God, no, I have to go out and meet the sponsor. Don't go, this money man is mine. Several sales ladies jumped up from their chairs at the same time and swarmed out. I was afraid that this god of wealth would be snatched away by others. As soon as they rushed out of the sales office's door, they saw the scissor doors of a Lamborghini sports car open and a man walked out from underneath. Several people suddenly stood there, with their mouths open for a long time without closing them. They watched Yang Yi and He Dan walk past them and calmly enter the sales office. After a long while, someone finally came to his senses. What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me if I am seeing things? You seem to be right, because I am doubting my eyes too. Sister Na, can you tell us? Is the gentleman who just got off the Lamborghini sports car really the liar we just said was worthless? Several people turned their heads to look at Liu Na at the same time, wanting to get confirmation from her. Liu Na's face looked uglier than crying at this moment, because she had realized that she had just passed by the god of wealth. What made her even more unable to cry was that this god of wealth was originally looking for her, but she pushed him to He Dan. In other words, she personally forced the red bills into He Dan's hand. Who should be blamed for this? It's all because of the bad taste of these rich people. They drive luxury sports cars worth tens of millions, but wear cheap clothes worth tens of dollars to pretend to be pigs and eat elephants. Isn't this a scam? Am I just going to watch the god of wealth fly past me? Liu Na gritted her teeth, turned around and followed in. Here, He Dan asked Yang Yi to sit down and quickly poured him a cup of hot tea. Mr. Yang, please sit down for a while and have a cup of tea. I'll go get the contract. Yang Yi nodded, and He Dan excitedly went to find the manager to ask for the house purchase contract. She is now convinced that Yang Yi really wants to buy a house and he has the ability to do so. The most important thing right now is to sign the contract quickly and then transfer the payment, so that you can firmly grasp this performance in your own hands. Yang Yi sat there, drinking tea leisurely, looking around and admiring the scenery in the sales office. However, not long after, he saw He Dan walking past him, the excitement on his face gone, replaced by frustration. It even looked like he was about to cry. What's going on? Yang Yi was about to call her, but suddenly he felt a figure flash before his eyes, and a strong smell of perfume came over him. When he looked carefully, he saw Liu Na, who had pushed him to He Dan before, sitting in front of him with a smile on her face. Mr. Yang, right? Next, I will continue the house buying process with you. Chapter 11. I am also a poor worker. You come to continue the process? Yang Yi frowned, and thinking of He Dan's aggrieved look just now, he immediately understood what was going on. It was obvious that the bitch in front of her saw the big business and forced He Dan to snatch the contract from her. Of course Yang Yi wouldn't agree. His expression changed immediately. Why you? The person who served me just now was clearly He Dan. Shouldn't she be the one to sign the contract? Liu Na smiled and tried to explain. It's like this, sir. Here we emphasize the system of designated person in charge. That is to say, when you enter our sales office, the first person to serve you is me. Then you are my customer, and I should be the one to sign the purchase contract with you. Really? Yang Yi sneered, but didn't you think I couldn't afford the house here and dumped me to someone else? Now that you see I'm really going to buy a house, you want to get the client back. Do you think that little girl is easy to bully, or do you think I am easy to bully? You can do whatever you want and rob whatever you want? At this point, Yang Yi stood up and said, "Where is your manager? Call him out. I want to ask, what is the logic behind this? Did I come here to buy a house just to be played around by you guys? Do you guys still want to sell the house? If not, I'll buy it somewhere else." His noise immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their heads to look at him in surprise. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 30s ran out of the office in a hurry and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Sir, are you dissatisfied with the service of our employees?" Yang Yi glanced at Liu Na and said loudly, "You are the manager here, right? Okay, then tell me what's going on. When I came in to see the house just now, no one paid attention to me. I asked her to help me introduce the house type. She probably thought I didn't have the money to buy it, so she threw me to the lady named He Dan. Then Miss He Dan accompanied me to see the house and served me. Now that she sees that I really want to buy a house, she wants to kick He Dan away and let her sign the contract, saying that I am her client. Then I have to ask, is this the rule here? What are our customers here? A ball? Kick her away when she is useless, and grab her back when she is useful. Although the words were brief, the matter was made clear at once. After hearing this, the manager's face suddenly darkened and he looked at Liu Na coldly. Liu Na, is what this gentleman said true? Liu Na never expected that Yang Yi would suddenly attack her, and her face flushed with anxiety. "Manager, no, listen to me." The manager snorted, "No need to say more. The matter is already very clear, Liu Na, you have violated the company's rules and regulations by using your power to seize other people's performance. From today on, you will be relieved of your position as foreman, and this contract will continue to be followed up by He Dan." Liu Na's flushed face suddenly turned pale, but at this time, He Dan's face was full of joy, and her eyes were full of gratitude when she looked at Yang Yi. The next process was very simple. The contract was signed, and then the payment was made by credit card transfer. In less than 20 minutes, He Dan handed the bag containing the purchase contract and keys to Yang Yi. "Mr. Yang, this house is now yours." Yang Yi nodded, picked up the bag and was about to leave, but as soon as he walked out of the sales office door, He Dan chased out from inside, "Wait, Mr. Yang." Yang Yi stopped and asked in confusion, "Why? Are there any other procedures that have not been completed?" He Dan blushed and shook her head. No, Mr. Young, the house formalities have been completed, I have a small request. Yang Yi became more and more confused. It's like this, Mr. Young. Thanks to you for helping me get this contract back and helping me vent my anger. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. He Dan's face was red, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. So that's how it is. If a beautiful woman invites him to dinner, Yang Yi will certainly not refuse. Anyway, I am alone now, so I don't have to worry about anyone being jealous. So the two of them got in the Lamborghini and found a restaurant to eat. Since He Dan was treating, Yang Yi didn't order any expensive dishes. But he had a good appetite today, and he ate almost all the home-cooked dishes on the table that cost less than 200 yuan by himself. He even asked the waiter to refill his rice several times. He Dan was dumbfounded and couldn't help but whisper to him secretly, Mr. Young, I didn't expect. What didn't you expect? Yang Yi asked casually while taking a tissue to wipe his mouth. I didn't expect that Mr. Young, a rich man like you, would eat so having said this, He Dan blushed and didn't dare to say any more. Yang Yi smiled, you don't eat like this, do you? Seeing him so casual, He Dan also smiled, yeah, I originally thought that rich people like you wouldn't be used to eating in these small restaurants, and you would eat very politely, only taking small bites of a meal. I didn't expect that you have such a good appetite, even better than us, just like a beggar who finally got a full meal. At this point, He Dan realized that he might have said something wrong, and quickly apologized with a red face, I'm sorry, Mr. Young, I said something wrong again, please don't be angry with me. Yang Yi laughed, why are you angry? You are right. In fact, I also feel like a beggar who finally got a full meal. If it weren't for the fact that there was a beautiful woman sitting in front of me and I was afraid of affecting my image, I would have wanted to ask for a few more bowls of rice. As he spoke, Yang Yi looked around at the other people in the restaurant, then lowered his voice and said, actually, I'm just like you, not a rich man. Just yesterday, I was still a clerk with a monthly salary of only 3,500 yuan. He Dan's almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Yang Yi in shock. How is this possible? How can you afford a house worth more than 3 million with a salary of 3,500? Also, my colleagues have said that your car must be worth at least tens of millions. Mr. Yang, are you kidding me? Yang Yi shook his head, I'm not kidding you. I was just like you, a poor worker. My family was very poor, and my parents lived frugally and even borrowed a lot of money to send me to college. I thought I could change my family's plight by going to college, but I didn't expect that things would not go as planned. I didn't get a job to reduce the burden on my elderly parents. Instead, they had to worry about me from time to time when something happened. He Dan became more and more curious, but aren't you very rich now? Did you become rich overnight? Did you win the lottery? Yang Yi smiled bitterly and was about to say, you guessed it right, when his phone suddenly rang. It's Dad's number. Chapter 12 Boyfriend or Girlfriend. Dad called, and Yang Yi looked at He Dan apologetically. He Dan smiled and signaled that it was okay and asked her to answer her call. Yang Yi pressed the answer button, but before he could say anything, his mother's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Yi, what's going on? Your dad said there was so much money in his card. Did you deposit this money? Yang Yi smiled, Mom, didn't I tell you? I have money now, and I am the one who transferred the 500,000 yuan to you. What? It was really you who beat him? Where did you get so much money? After getting his confirmation, the mother did not feel relieved, but became even more nervous. Xiaoye, you didn't do anything bad, did you? I'm telling you, Xiaoye, I'll transfer the money back to you now. You should return the money to the owner quickly, and don't do anything stupid. Before my mother finished speaking, my father snatched the phone away. Yang Yi, let me tell you, although our family is poor, we are poor with dignity. Your mother and I don't want money that comes from illegal sources. Besides, if you take that money, not only will nothing good happen to you, but you will also go to jail. We don't ask for great wealth, but we just want our family to be safe and sound. Isn't that enough? Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing what his parents said. He did not expect that the money he transferred to them would scare these honest old couple like this. Moreover, I had already taken their ability to bear the cost into consideration, so I only invested 500,000. If I had put more than 500 million in front of them, they would have been scared to death. Dad, Mom, don't you know me yet? Is your son the kind of person who does bad things and takes other people's money? Yang Yi said patiently, don't worry, I have made a fortune, but the money is absolutely legitimate and legal, and it will not bring any disaster to our family. After hearing Yang Yi's serious words, the old couple was half believing and half doubting, but the father still said, since it is the money you earned, why don't you keep it for yourself? You are spending so much money on dating now, and you will have to buy a house when you get married in the future. Why give the money to us? Yang Yi thought to himself, I still have a lot more left here, and what I give you is only 1,000th of what I have. But he dared not say this, and could only stammer, I gave you the money to keep it for me, and you know I'm a spendthrift, what if I spend it recklessly? At this point, my mother took the phone and gave me a few words of advice. By the way, Xiaoye, how are you and Duo getting along? When are you planning to get married? This question cast a shadow on Yang Yi's good mood. Mom, don't mention her anymore. I broke up with her. Yang Yi said angrily. Break up? How come you two have always been good to each other? Mom was anxious and started to speculate wildly. What's wrong? Why did you two break up? Did you do something to let her down after you became rich? No way, Mom. Is your son the kind of person who forgets his roots after getting rich? Yang Yi said dissatisfiedly, she wanted to break up with me. She despised our family for being too poor and unable to buy her an Apple phone and a brand name bag. Is that so? Hey, Xiaoye, if that's the case, you don't have to be sad. In fact, your father and I have long felt that this girl is not suitable for you, but we dare not tell you. Her standards are too high and her hands are too big. It's simply not something that an ordinary family like us can afford to support. It's better to break up. Unexpectedly, after hearing the reason, my mother was not angry, but felt relieved. It seems that the old couple had already been dissatisfied with Lin Duo's love of spending money, but they were afraid of embarrassing themselves, so they never said a word bad about Lin Duo in front of themselves. Yang Yi was a little annoyed. Why could his parents see through Lin Duo's true nature, but he was still obsessed with her? It seems that I should thank Lin Duo for dumping me. Thinking of this, Yang Yi finally felt a little relieved. Son, what are your plans for the future after you break up? You are already in your 20s and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. By the way, your aunt introduced you to a girl a few days ago. She is also working in Xia City and is very pretty. How about you two meet each other and try? Mom said again. Blind date? Yang Yi immediately objected, forget it, Mom. How can I go on a blind date right after a breakup? It's as if I'm a scumbag. Let's talk about this later. I'm having dinner with my friends now. I'll call you later. He wanted to hang up the phone immediately. You know, the old lady would talk about blind dates endlessly, and he couldn't leave Dan alone forever. Unexpectedly, my mother immediately became alert, eating with friends. Is it your boyfriend or girlfriend? Of course it's a girlfriend. Yang Yi suddenly realized something was wrong when he was halfway through saying this. He was being framed by his mother. He quickly took back the rest of the words, it's just an ordinary friend. Mom, please stop gossiping. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, he didn't dare to say anything more and hung up the phone. Looking across, Dan was looking at him with a smile. I'm sorry, my mom is a bit of a chatterbox and I made you embarrassed. Yang Yi said apologetically. Dan smiled and said, it's all the same. My mom calls me all the time to urge me to get married, and always nags me to go on blind dates. You? Blind date? Yang Yi asked curiously, no way? You are so beautiful and have a good personality, how come you don't have a partner? Dan blushed, I'm not lying to you, I really don't have a partner. My family is poor and I need to earn money to support the family. I don't have time to think about personal problems. She was telling the truth. Dan was not a local. Her family lived in Yuling Town, Ling County, hundreds of kilometers away. Her family conditions were even worse than Yang Yi's. Moreover, her parents worked hard to support her, her younger brother's education, and her grandmother who was over 80 years old. What's more, although Dan looks weak, she is actually very proud and unwilling to lower her standards for choosing a partner. Although several rich second-generation men are pursuing her, she looks down on their character. The two of them ate and chatted, and before they knew it, the food on the table had been gone and a lot of time had passed. It was not until the waiter, who was in a hurry to get off work, came over and reminded them that the two men realized that they were the only two customers left in the entire restaurant. They quickly stood up to pay the bill. The two of them spent more than 200 yuan. He Dan paid the money and Yang Yi did not step forward to grab it. For a girl like He Dan who is strong and independent, she would feel very uneasy if she was not given the opportunity to thank others. Besides, more than 200 yuan was not a lot of money, so Yang Yi asked her to repay the favor. The two got up and left. Yang Yi drove He Dan back to the sales office. On the way, the two did not forget to exchange phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. At the entrance of the sales office, both of them could clearly feel the naked envy and jealousy in the eyes of several sales ladies. Watching He Dan running into the sales office with his head down, Yang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly heard his cell phone ringing. It's a WeChat message. Chapter 13 Class Reunion? After opening WeChat, Yang Yi frowned. This is the information in the university classmates group. On weekdays, he doesn't read the messages in the classmates group, because the current student groups have long lost the original intention of their establishment. The students no longer have the pure and simple friendship they had on campus, but are replaced by all kinds of exploitation and showing off in society. Students who are doing well show off and brag in front of others, while others are there to flatter them, full of the smell of money and worldliness. Yang Yi was very annoyed by this, so he simply blocked the group messages. But this message popped up today, and it was obvious that someone had tagged everyone. When I clicked on the message, I saw a message that mentioned all the members at everyone. 3 days from now is the 3rd anniversary of our graduation, which is also the day we agreed to get together once a year when we graduated. This year, our gathering will be held at Tianai Hotel in the center of Xia City at 7 p.m. See you there, no one can be absent. 3 years since graduation? Yang Yi's eyebrows twitched. It's been 3 years since graduation. When they graduated, they did agree that the whole class would have a reunion on this day every year. But this party has been held twice, but Yang Yi has never been there, and each time he has found various excuses to avoid it. The reason was simple. Most of his classmates were doing very well, but he was doing too poorly. If he were to be with them, he would definitely be ridiculed by Zhong Liang and his friends. Those people didn't get along with me when I was in school, and now that they have entered the society, relying on their family's good conditions, they have become civil servants or taken over as young bosses in their own companies. These people make sarcastic remarks about Yang Yi, who earns 3,500 yuan a month in the group every day. Won't they treat him as a target when they get together? So Yang Yi is very tired of such class reunions. Isn't there a saying that goes like this now? Nowadays, class reunions are either about showing off or hooking up. Students show off in front of male classmates and get the female classmates they failed to get before into bed. None of this has anything to do with me. When Yang Yi saw that it was another party, he was about to turn off the message out of habit, but at this moment a message popped up. With red characters. It was Zhong Liang who specifically tagged him. At classmate Yang Yi, you are not going to work overtime again this time, are you? It has been 3 years, and you have worked overtime every time we have a class reunion. Are you really only concerned with making money and not caring about the relationship with your old classmates? How about this, you tell me how much you work overtime for a day, and I will pay you 3 times the overtime salary, okay? Then, the lapdogs followed suit and said, yes, Yang Yi, you have missed 2 class reunions in a row. Is it true that we old classmates can't even compare to your overtime pay of 100 yuan? Zhong Liang has already said that he will pay for your overtime pay. I wonder if you have any reason not to come this time? That's right, Yang Yi, if it really doesn't work out, just quit that crappy job that pays a few thousand yuan. I can find you a job sweeping the floor and taking out the trash in our company. It will definitely earn you much more than the 3,000 yuan you make. A guy named Li Jian said with ill intentions. A few fawning lapdogs followed Zhong Liang, talking to each other and bullying Yang Yi. Yang Yi knew that the reason why Zhong Liang bullied him and made him look bad in front of these old classmates was because of Liu Rong. At that time, Liu Rong was the most beautiful girl in the class. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a good personality. All the boys in the class liked Liu Rong openly or secretly, and Yang Yi was no exception. Zhong Liang was the most high-profile one among them. Relying on his family's wealth, he offered luxury cars and roses on campus, and even used the candlelight courtship trick, hoping to win Liu Rong. But unexpectedly, Liu Rong remained unmoved and rejected Zhong Liang in public, which made Zhong Liang very embarrassed. This matter had nothing to do with Yang Yi, but Zhong Liang got the news from somewhere that the reason Liu Rong rejected him was because of Yang Yi's interference. So from that time on, Zhong Liang hated Yang Yi, regarded him as a thorn in his side, and opposed him in every way. Even when he graduated, it was Zhong Liang who secretly made some moves, causing a job with relatively good pay that he had already found to fall through. Unexpectedly, 3 years had passed and Zhong Liang was still feeling resentful towards himself. And this time, Yang Yi will not choose to retreat. Okay, since young Master Zhong is paying me overtime and Chief Li is helping me find a job, of course I have to go to this class reunion. Yang Yi typed out this message with a sneer and sent it out. As soon as these words were spoken, the group suddenly became much quieter. After a while, someone suddenly sent a private message, Yang Yi, you don't need to attend this so-called class reunion. Didn't you understand? Zhong Liang and Li Jian just want to embarrass you. It was Wu Ping, my best friend in college and my roommate. Unfortunately, after graduation, he went to work in a neighboring city and the two of us haven't seen each other for 3 years. Yang Yi felt warm in his heart. Finally, there is someone who cares about me, good brother. It's okay. Who knows who will be embarrassed then? Besides, I haven't seen these old classmates for 3 years, especially you, Old Hui, and Lindsay. We brothers haven't seen each other for 3 years. It's a good opportunity for us to get together. Yang Yi said. Okay, originally I wasn't planning to attend such a boring party, but since you said so, I will go too. And I will notify Lindsay as well, and the 3 of us will have a good drink together. Wu Ping agreed readily. Just after making an appointment with Wu Ping, the phone buzzed again. Someone added me as a friend, and the remark was, Liu Rong. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before clicking his yes button. Yang Yi, are you really going to attend this class reunion too? This was Liu Rong's first sentence. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still sent a message, yes, are you going? Old classmate. There was a pause of a few seconds before the other end replied, yes, it's nice to see you again after 3 years. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and replied, me too. Then both of them fell silent. After a long time, the phone rang again. Yang Yi quickly picked up the phone, wanting to see what Liu Rong said next. However, after clicking on it, I found that it was not WeChat, but another message pushed by the system. Yang Yi was shocked and quickly clicked on the message. A piece of news suddenly shocked him and he couldn't help but blurt out a Chinese curse. Fuck! The headline of the news reads, antiques worth billions were unearthed from a century-old house in a small town in western Henan. Chapter 14, accompany me to Yuling Town. A small town in western Henan? A century-old house? Antiquities? Billions. Yang Yi was delighted and quickly clicked on the news. On May 10, 2018, news came from Yuling Town in the mountainous area of western Henan that a family named He Sangui accidentally discovered a large number of cultural relics from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty buried underground in their century-old house while demolishing the old house and building a new one. After preliminary investigation by archaeological experts, the number of cultural relics was large and the value was high, with a total value of more than 3 billion renminbi. 3 billion RMB. Yang Yi was stunned. If he could buy the old house before this family demolished it, then the 3 billion renminbi would be his, right? However, Yuling Town is hundreds of miles away from here, and I have never been there. Without a local to introduce me, it might be a bit troublesome to buy the old house rashly. Wait, Yuling Town? Yang Yi suddenly remembered that when they were having dinner just now, He Dan seemed to have said that her home was in Yuling Town. Yes, it's her. Yang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately found He Dan's phone number and called him. When He Dan walked into the sales office, she felt that the atmosphere was not right. Everyone looked at her strangely. Those eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, especially Liu Na's, whose eyes were filled with hatred that could not be concealed. Come to think of it, she tried her best to snatch this contract from him, but not only did she fail, she also lost her position as foreman because of this incident. How can I not hate myself? But now He Dan doesn't care anymore. Hate you if you want. Anyway, you are not the foreman anymore, and I don't have to work for you according to your mood anymore. He Dan walked in calmly, and soon several sales clerks surrounded him. He Dan, congratulations, you sold such a large house, and it's a well-decorated duplex. The commission alone is tens of thousands. Yeah, even though you usually don't show off, I didn't expect that your eyes were quite sharp at the critical moment. You caught a big fish with just one move. Yes, Dan, how did you know that it was a big fish? Even Liu Na, who is so good at judging people, capsized. You have a sharp eye. Dan, let's not talk about the house. Tell us what it feels like to sit in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini sports car. Also, Dan, you two were out together for such a long time just now. What did you do besides eating? Don't say that you spent 3 hours eating a meal. Yeah, Dan, why do you want to come back to work? According to the plot, shouldn't you be staying in that big house and being the rich boy's canary? Facing the smirking looks from all around, Dan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sisters, what are you thinking? I really just treated him to a meal to thank him for helping me. Besides, Mr. Young is a very decent man, you can't say that to him. Hey, Dan, you're speaking up for others now? Mr. Young is a decent man. So, what have you been doing all this time? Ignore them. Dan, tell me, is Mr. Young married? Does he have a girlfriend? Does he intend to make you his official girlfriend, or does he intend to keep you as his mistress? The women chattered, and Dan's face turned red all the way to her neck. You bad guys, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Young and I are not as dirty as you think. I won't talk to you anymore. As he was about to flee this dangerous place, the phone suddenly rang. He took it out and took a look at it, and his face immediately turned even redder. Speak of the devil, he appears. Just when I was trying to explain myself to these troublemakers, Yang Yi called again. I was hesitating whether to accept the call or not. These sales ladies were so smart that they understood everything as soon as they saw her expression. Hey, Dan, who's calling? Why is your face so red? Is it your lover? Need I say more? It must be Mr. Young from Dan calling. Dan, don't just stand there, answer the phone quickly. Don't leave such a rich sponsor running away just for us. We can't afford it. Amidst the noise, Dan walked quickly to the door with the phone in hand, blushing, and then pressed the answer button. Hello? Mr. Young, what do you want to talk to me about? I don't know if it was influenced by the women just now, but Dan's voice was much softer than usual. Yang Yi on the other side got straight to the point. Dan, I remember you said you were from Yuling Town just now. I wonder if you are willing to accompany me to Yuling Town? Go to Yuling Town? Dan was stunned by his nonsensical words. Why did he suddenly want to go to Yuling Town and wanted her to accompany him? Could it be that he really had feelings for her? And he asked me to accompany him back to his hometown so soon. Is he going to propose to my family? Thinking about the booing of her colleagues just now, and then thinking about Yang Yi's handsome face, Dan's heart couldn't help but start beating fast. Yes, I want you to go to Yuling Town. Are you willing? Yang Yi repeated it, but this time, he suddenly realized that he might be a little reckless and didn't make his words clear, so he quickly explained, it's like this, I have to go to Yuling Town to do some things today, but I'm not familiar with the place, so it might be a bit troublesome to do things, so I want to ask you to help me and go with me. At this point, he added, don't worry, I won't let you make this trip in vain. I will compensate you for your financial losses. So that's how it is. Dan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss inexplicably. How is it? Dan, is everything okay on your side? Yang Yi couldn't wait for Dan's answer and asked again. Oh, yes, of course. Let me ask for leave from my manager first, and then you can come over later and we can go together. Dan came to his senses and said quickly. She agreed to Yang Yi's request without even half a second to think. The reason was very simple. He had helped her so much and given her such a high sales commission. Now he asked her to do him a favor, and she couldn't refuse no matter what. As for other things, Dan didn't think much about it. Okay, I'll pick you up later, and we'll leave today. Yang Yi was very happy. This matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Billions of dollars were waiting for him there, and if it was too late, they would become someone else's. So, after Dan hung up the phone, she immediately went to her manager to ask for a few days off. Because she had achieved such a great result today, the manager naturally did not make things difficult for her and readily approved her leave. However, the sales staff around naturally couldn't help but cheer and asked Dan to treat them to a meal. After a while, there was a roar of a motor outside and a Lamborghini stopped at the door. Chapter 15, More Rich People Like This. As you can imagine, there was another round of commotion. Dan lowered his head, blushed, and almost fled from the sales office. When getting into the car, Yang Yi was still a little confused. What's going on? Why do all of you colleagues look so enthusiastic? Dan blushed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Yang, if you are going to Yuling Town, this car won't work. The roads there are not very good, and your car has a low chassis, so it's not very convenient. Yang Yi nodded. That's easy, we can just buy a car and drive there. Dan was a little confused. Are you rich people so willful? Did you buy a car just to go there? Yang Yi smiled and said, it won't cost much anyway, and I'm going there for a big deal. If it succeeds, I can make tens of millions. It's worthwhile to spend hundreds of thousands to buy a car. Okay, it's up to you. Dan said helplessly. It was nothing for others to spend hundreds of thousands to buy a car for a business worth tens of millions. It could only be said that his poverty limited his imagination. By the way, Dan, I have a request for you. Don't always call me Mr. Yang. It sounds awkward. You should just call me by my name. My name is Yang Yi. Yang Yi said again. Okay. Dan agreed readily. After the two got to know each other, calling each other by name became much more intimate. Yang Yi bought it as soon as he said he would. He drove a Lamborghini to the Auto City with Dan. As soon as the Lamborghini drove into the Auto City, more than a dozen car sales consultants surrounded it. Sir, miss, do you want to look at cars? Come and have a look at us. We are the only dealer of Mercedes-Benz in Shia City. Sir, come and have a look. We are the agent of BMW. We have all kinds of imported models here. I will give you the biggest discount and the most configuration for whichever one you like. These car sales consultants are just like the sales ladies, each one of them is a shrewd person. Once they see that you come in a Lamborghini sports car, they know that you don't mind spending money and that you have a great desire to buy a car, so they all surround you and are determined to get you to their showroom at all costs. Yang Yi looked around and walked towards the BMW showroom with Dan. The BMW sales consultant excitedly led the way, busy introducing the cars as he walked. Sir, miss, please sit here and have a cup of tea. I will introduce the models to you. As he spoke, he quickly made 2 cups of hot tea and took 2 bottles of drinks, fearing that the guest might not like tea. Then he asked Yang Yi carefully, Sir, what kind of car do you plan to buy? A sedan or an off-road vehicle? Will you drive it, sir, or will this lady drive it? Yang Yi turned his head and looked at Dan. I forgot to ask you, do you have a driver's license? Dan never thought that Yang Yi would ask him a question. He thought he was just a spectator today. He was about to open his drink and take a sip. When he heard the question, he was stunned for a moment and said quickly, Yes, I learned to drive when I graduated from college, but I rarely have the opportunity to drive. Think about it, after graduating and working hard for several years, I couldn't even buy a small Q, while others drove a Lamborghini to buy a BMW. They are both college students who have only graduated for a few years, so why is there such a big difference in their character? Yang Yi nodded, then introduced me to an SUV model suitable for women to drive. Then he added, as long as it is easy to operate, money is not a problem. As soon as this sentence came out, the sales consultant was happy. Okay, sir, then I recommend this X for M model for you too. Although this car is not the most expensive among BMW SUVs, it is the most suitable for women to drive. It is more than 4.7 meters long and the interior space is more suitable for petite women to drive. And we now have a Toronto red car in stock, which is very suitable for women. Having said this, he deliberately stopped and looked at Yang Yi and Dan. Without even thinking, Yang Yi said to Dan, go up and try it out and see if you like it. Dan was stunned. Me? Yang Yi nodded. Yes, this car is bought for you. Of course it depends on whether you like it or not. At this point, Dan was terrified. Bought it for me? This is not okay, no. The reason why she was willing to accompany Yang Yi back to Yuling Town was purely out of gratitude, and she had never even thought about the reward. Before, when Yang Yi said he would give her money, she felt something was wrong. And now, Yang Yi actually wanted to buy a new car for her, which scared her silly. No problem. You help me with things, I pay you, and it's only natural for me to give you a gift. Yang Yi said without question. In his principle, you should thank others for their help, so what's wrong with giving them a car? It's completely within his ability to bear. But this car is too expensive. Dan was so anxious that he didn't know what to say. In my opinion, this car is not expensive at all, but a bit cheap. Yang Yi whispered, you know what? If this deal is successful, I will at least get tens of millions of profits. For these tens of millions of profits, what does it mean for me to give you a gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? But. No buts, unless you don't want to help me. Yang Yi didn't give her a chance to argue. Hurry up, we still have to go on the road after the test. I'm very tight on time. If I'm late, the business may be snatched away by others. After he said that, Dan had no choice but to obey and quickly climbed into the BMW. Not long after, she got out of the car excitedly, her face full of excitement. Luxury cars are different from ordinary domestic cars. The control experience and driving comfort are completely different. It is many times more comfortable than the cars she has driven before. As soon as Yang Yi saw her expression, he didn't need to ask anything. He took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Okay, this is it, swipe the card. The BMW sales consultant was so excited that he almost fainted. It was the first time he met such a generous customer. He didn't even ask about the price of a luxury car worth more than 800,000 yuan, let alone bargaining. The deal was done in less than 20 minutes. He was so happy that he couldn't be happier. Can we have more customers like this? So, the next things happened even faster. The Foot shop had a ready-made temporary license plate and bought car insurance and vehicle and vessel tax on their behalf. In less than 20 minutes, the two of them were on the road in their brand new BMW. The Lamborghini was temporarily stored in a Foot store. Of course, Yang Yi was driving the whole way. Dan's driving skills were a bit immature, so the car could not be handed over to her for the time being. After 3 hours of high-speed driving, the two arrived in Yuling town. Chapter 16. Is this your first time visiting your father-in-law's house? When they arrived at Yuling town, Dan finally remembered to ask Yang Yi, by the way, Yang Yi, which village are you going to? Yang Yi also ignored this question, quickly opened the news and took another look, then said, Hejia village. Hejia village? Dan said in surprise, what a coincidence, my home is in Hejia village. Really? Yang Yi was also surprised, that's great, you can go home and visit. Dan was also very happy. She had not been home for almost a year and missed her hard-working parents very much, but she had never had the chance to go home. Unexpectedly, today by some strange coincidence I got the chance to take advantage of Yang Yi's presence and go back home. Since you are from Hejia village, this matter will be easier to handle. Yang Yi drove happily and headed towards Hejia village under the guidance of Dan. Along the way, Yang Yi began to inquire about the old house. Dan, since you are from Hejia village, I think you must know if there are any very old houses in the village. I came here just to buy an older house. Dan was a little confused, buy an old house? There are a few old houses in the village. If you want to buy one, it won't cost you too much. But I'm curious, there are old houses everywhere, why did you think of coming to our place? Yang Yi smiled and said, it's like this. I have a business partner who really likes the old houses in Yuling town, so he asked me to help him buy a house here and then renovate it. In the future, when the weather is hot, he will bring his family here to escape the summer heat and enjoy the rural life. Oh, that's true. Our Hejia village is a beautiful place with green mountains and clear waters. Many people from the city buy land and build houses here just to enjoy the pastoral life here. But they all buy land and build their own houses. Few people buy old houses because old houses are generally more expensive than new houses. Said Dan. That's fine. My friend is relatively wealthy, so he doesn't care about the price. He just wants to enjoy the smell of the old house. The two talked all the way and soon arrived at the entrance of Hejia village. It was not the busy farming season, so many idle people gathered at the entrance of the village, sitting there smoking and chatting. Seeing a brand new luxury BMW driving over, everyone looked at this foreign luxury car curiously and guessed who it was going to. By the way, this is my first time visiting your house, so I can't go empty-handed. Yang Yi said as he parked the car in front of a store at the entrance of the village. No need. My parents are not snobs. They are very frugal and never let us buy things to take home, saying it's a waste of money. Dan tried to stop him, but Yang Yi had already opened the car door and walked out. There was no choice but he Dan to chase after him. As soon as she went down, the eyes of the idle people in the village suddenly lit up. Hey, isn't this the girl from Changshan's family? Don't you work in the city? Why are you back today? An aunt came over enthusiastically, took He Dan's hand, and asked all kinds of questions. Yes, this girl from Changshan's family has been very pretty since she was little, and now she has grown even prettier. Nizzy, why are you back today when it's not a festival? Are you back to see your dad? Hey, who is this handsome young man? Is he your son-in-law? The girl from Changshan's family is really successful. She found such a handsome son-in-law and drives such a nice car. The hard days of Changshan and his wife are coming to an end. The aunts and uncles were talking there, and what they talked about most was Yang Yi, whom they had never met, and the luxury car that had never been seen in this small mountain village. He Dan's pretty face turned red with shame. Aunt San, what nonsense are you talking about? What son-in-law or not, this is my friend. Third aunt was stunned for a moment, then she said in an open-minded way, yes, 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 friend, friend. Look at how confused third aunt is. You young people can't even call him son-in-law now, so why call him boyfriend, right? He Dan. She finally realized that all explanations were in vain in front of these gossips. She looked at Yang Yi helplessly and awkwardly, only to find that Yang Yi was not angry at all. Instead, he winked at her. Well, as long as you are not angry, leave it to them. He Dan had no choice but to remain silent. When Yang Yi walked into the store owner looked at his BMW outside and quickly came up to him with a big smile on his face. Young man, is this your first time visiting your father-in-law's house? Yang Yi was a little speechless. Why do people here like the new son-in-law so much? It's fine if those rural aunts talk about it, but why are you, a grown man, so gossipy? He didn't answer, but the boss thought he was right, so he continued excitedly, young man, this is your first time visiting your father-in-law's house, so you can't bring a cheap gift, or people will look down on you. Yang Yi turned his head to look outside. He Dan was surrounded by a group of aunties, her face red all the way to her neck. So he held back his laughter and said, really? Then, big brother, tell me, what gift should I bring when I visit you for the first time? Need I say more? You need at least 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine. And the cigarettes can't be too bad. If they are too bad, people will look down on you. They have to be worth at least 30 yuan. The same goes for the wine. It has to be at least 1 or 200, right? The boss said as he took out 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet. Yang Yi took a glance and saw that they were Yangshao wine produced in Kai County. This wine is good, and the price is not too expensive, $120 a bottle. It looks impressive and tastes good. It will definitely work. As the boss spoke, he observed Yang Yi's expression, fearing that he would think it was too expensive. Yang Yi smiled, raised his head and looked around the wine cabinet. Boss, how much is Wuliangi? Wuliangi? The boss was stunned. Wuliangi is good, but it's a bit too expensive. 1 bottle costs 12,000 yuan. Yang Yi nodded. Okay, get me 2. Okay, 2. The boss nodded happily, turned around and took 2 bottles from the wine cabinet. Then he suddenly froze and came to his senses. What? 2 pieces? 1 case of wine is a box, and a box of liquor usually contains 6 bottles. The boss was a little confused. 2 pieces means 12 bottles. 1 bottle costs 12,000 yuan, so 12 bottles would cost more than 10,000 yuan. He wondered if he had heard it wrongly and looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Yang Yi ignored him and continued to look in the cigarette cabinet. Boss, how much are these soft cigarettes? Softwazi? A box is 65 yuan, and a strip is 650 yuan. How many do you want? The boss was so excited that he was a little nervous. Well, get me 20, do you have any? Yang Yi said without thinking. Yes, of course. The boss was so excited that tears were about to come out. Today he met a rich man. This is not the end. Yang Yi looked up and looked around. Boss, how much are you selling these nutritional supplements? Boss, how much do you sell this fruit for? How much do you sell this pork? How do you sell this vegetable? Chapter 17, Bringing Your Son-in-Law Back Without Telling Anyone. He Dan was busy outside dealing with the interrogations of the aunties and grandmas and had no idea what was going on inside. When she saw Yang Yi and the shop owner coming out, her eyes suddenly widened and her mouth remained open for a long time. Yang Yi came out, pressed the car key, and the trunk slowly opened. The store owner was busy putting wine, cigarettes, nutritional supplements, fruit, and other things into the trunk. That's not the point. The point is that he actually bought 2 boxes of wine. And it was Wuliangi. I actually bought 20 packs of cigarettes. And they were soft cigarettes. Although Dan doesn't smoke or drink, he knows how expensive Wuliangi and soft Huazi are. But this guy actually bought so much. He was almost moving other people's shops onto his BMW. Not to mention the nutritional supplements and fruits. Dan was almost dumbfounded. He tried to explain for a long time that he was not her son-in-law or boyfriend, but just an ordinary friend. But now, who would believe what she said? The old men and women's eyes lit up. Nizzy, you still say that he is not your son-in-law, but he bought so many gifts for you. Nizzy found a rich son-in-law. Changshan and his wife are so lucky this time. The son-in-law even bought 2 boxes of wine as a gift. Yeah, with this kind of attitude, even Dague's family isn't that rich, right? Kid, whose kid are you from? How did you get to know Danny? Dan was almost going crazy. He grabbed Yang Yi, who was still chatting with the old man and the old woman, and dragged him into the car. The car door slammed shut, and Dan asked frantically, Yang Yi, are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Yang Yi looked innocent. What's wrong with me? Why am I laughing at your joke? You? Dan turned around and pointed at the trunk and asked, what's going on? Then? Isn't it just wine and cigarettes bought for my uncle, nutritional supplements and fruits for my aunt and brother, and some vegetables? Yang Yi said honestly. Dan was speechless. You make it sound simple. Isn't it just wine, cigarettes, and fruit? But have you ever seen anyone take 2 boxes of wine, 20 packs of cigarettes, so many fruits and nutritional supplements like you? So many things must cost tens of thousands, right? Even if you are the new son-in-law, you are not so generous. After saying this, she couldn't help but blush, and she remembered what the old men and women had said just now, and she couldn't help but mutter again, this is over, now everyone in the village knows that I brought a rich new son-in-law. How can I face people in the future? How can I get married? Yang Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing and blurted out, what's the big deal? At worst, just marry me. As soon as I said this, I felt something was wrong, so I quickly added, as the saying goes, you don't hit someone who gives you gifts. How can it be considered wrong if I bring too many gifts? Dan stopped talking. There was nothing he could do. It seemed that the thinking of these rich people was on a different level from his own. But in her heart, she was thinking about what Yang Yi said, and her face turned red. Was he serious or joking? After restarting, the car continued driving towards Dan's house. At this time, some people who were curious had already run to the He family to report the news. Uncle Changshan, Aunt Changshan, hurry up and go out to receive the guests. Changshan and his wife, who were peeling corn in the yard, looked confused. What guests are we receiving? Where are the guests coming to our house? Yes, the He family lives in poverty and the relatives hardly dare to visit them. Now it's not a festival, so how could there be any guests? The young man who brought the news said, it's your Danny who's back. Danny is back? Changshan was stunned. What kind of guest is Danny coming back to your own home? Why is Danny coming back when she can't just work in the city? Changshan's wife Liang Shui was delighted. Nizzy is back? Come on, Changshan, go to the market and buy some meat. Nizzy finally came back. We must make something delicious for her. The messenger hurriedly said, Uncle Changshan, don't rush to buy vegetables and meat. Nizzy didn't come back alone. She came back with her new son-in-law. New son-in-law? Changshan was shocked and quickly scolded, Erhui, don't talk nonsense. Nizzy hasn't even found a partner yet, so how can there be a new son-in-law? Liang Shui also said angrily, Erhui, please don't talk nonsense. My daughter Danny is not engaged yet. Who would dare to find a husband for her if you talk nonsense like this? Erhui was so anxious that he pointed to the sky and swore, Uncle Changshan, Aunt Changshan, if you don't believe me, go out and take a look. Nizzy really came back with her new son-in-law, driving a BMW, and bought cigarettes and alcohol for you at Uncle Baotang's store at the entrance of the village. She also bought a lot of fruit. Many people in the village saw it. Really? He Changshan and Liang Shui looked at each other, and suddenly, they dropped the corn in their hands, dusted themselves off, and ran out in a hurry. As soon as I ran to the gate of the yard, I saw a red BMW SUV slowly driving towards me. The car was driving very slowly because there were many children running around in front and behind the car, shouting as they ran, come and see, Aunt Dan is back with her new son-in-law. He Changshan and Liang Shui were getting more and more confused, and they quickly waved their hands to drive the children away. Go play somewhere else, what are you talking about? The BMW stopped in front of the He family's house, the door opened, and He Dan got out of the car. Only then did He Changshan and his wife finally become certain that it was their daughter Danny who had returned from the city. Liang Shui hurried forward and held He Dan's hand, tears streaming down her face as she said, Nizzy, why are you back? Why don't you just work hard in the city? Why did you come back? He Changshan looked at the brand new BMW with suspicion. When he saw the young and handsome Yang Yi getting out of the driver's seat, he hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and greeted him. Master, are you the driver of Niz's unit? Why is this girl coming back at such a late hour? I have to trouble you to send her to the door. Come in and sit down. Come to my house and have a drink of water. As he said that, he invited Yang Yi into the yard. He Dan quickly said, Dad, this is not the driver from our unit. Oh? Not the driver? He Changshan was stunned and looked at He Dan suspiciously. He Dan hesitated for a moment and said, He is my friend. Friends? He Changshan and Liang Shui exchanged glances and seemed to understand. Oh, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Come in and sit down. He Changshan's attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. It was Liang Shui's turn to look Yang Yi up and down. Her eyes were full of satisfaction. She also whispered in He Dan's ear, This kid, you brought your son-in-law back without telling me in advance so that I could prepare some food. Chapter 18 What a pity. You idiot, you brought your son-in-law back without even telling me in advance. Hearing this, He Dan's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. He quickly pulled his mother aside and said, Mom, what are you talking about? I've already told you that this is a friend of mine. He wants to buy an old house here. He knew that I happened to be from this village, so he asked me to come back to help him. Don't talk nonsense and make people laugh at you. Is he really not your son-in-law? Mother looked at her suspiciously. Of course not. With the current situation at home, I don't have the mood to find a partner right now. He Dan muttered. My mother finally believed it and sighed, What a pity. How can such a handsome young man not be my son-in-law? He Dan. At this time, He Changshan next to him began to get startled. Young man, what are you doing? It was Yang Yi who opened the trunk of the car, revealing a mountain of wine, cigarettes, and other things inside. Yang Yi smiled and said, Uncle, Aunt, I have to trouble He Dan and the two elders to come here this time. I can't come empty-handed. There was nothing good to buy at the entrance of the village just now, so I bought some randomly. Please don't despise me, the two elders. As he spoke, he began to take down the gifts one by one. He Changshan and his wife were stunned, and turned to look at He Dan in surprise. They thought, you said they were just ordinary friends, but even if it was a new son-in-law, no one would bring so many gifts, right? He Dan's face was full of helplessness. He couldn't explain it clearly, so he just stopped talking. After all the gifts were moved into the house and there was ready-made meat and vegetables, Liang Shui hurried to cook. She had been driving for several hours, but the guests and her daughter were still hungry. He Changshan sat with Yang Yi and talked. Xiao Yang, Nizzy just said that you came here to buy an old house. He Dan said quickly, Yes, Yang Yi, just tell my dad what kind of yard you want to buy. I'm often not at home and I'm not familiar with the people in the village. It will definitely be easier if I let my dad go with us. Yang Yi nodded and said, Uncle, I have a friend who likes this old Yushi-style house, so he asked me to buy one here. The older the better, because I have to repair and renovate it after I buy it anyway. He Changshan nodded, thought for a moment and said, There used to be quite a few old courtyards in the village, all of which were built during the Republic of China and the Qing dynasty. But in the past 2 years, people's living conditions have improved a bit, so many people have demolished their old houses and built new ones. Now there are only 2 old houses left in the village, one belongs to Wang Niu's family in the east of the village, and one belongs to Sangui's family in the west of the village. But I heard that Sangui's family is also planning to demolish the old courtyard and build a new house recently. He Sangui. Yang Yi's heart tightened. He clearly remembered that the family mentioned in the news was called He Sangui. Moreover, the cultural relics were discovered during the process of dismantling and reopening the courtyard. It just so happened that He Sangui was planning to demolish the old courtyard, so everything fit together. It seems we must hurry up. So Yang Yi thought for a while and said, "Uncle, I have an urgent matter. How about we go and take a look at their yard first? Otherwise, if they demolish the yard, I will be too late." He Changshan was stunned, "But you have been sitting in the car for several hours and haven't eaten anything." "It's okay. It's more important to do things. Anyway, the food is not ready yet. It won't be too late for us to go and take a look and then come back to eat," Yang Yi said. He Changshan looked at He Dan, who nodded. "Dad, let's go look for a house first. After all, it's a favor someone has entrusted to him, and it would be bad if we were delayed because of a meal." He Dan naturally listened to Yang Yi's words. Yang Yi had invested so much money, gave her such a big gift, and even bought her this luxury car. He Dan had to get things done, otherwise he would feel uneasy. So the three of them got up and went to Wang Nio's house, which was closer to home. Wang Nio was a farmer as honest as He Changshan. When he heard that Yang Yi was going to buy a house, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He kept handing him cigarettes and pouring him tea. Yang Yi pretended to look around the yard, inside and outside, and finally said nothing. He Changshan asked quietly, "Xiao Yang, how is it? Do you like this house?" Yang Yi said noncommittally, "Uncle He, the house is nice, but I want to see another one and compare it." He Changshan whispered, "It's only right to take a look at the other house, but I have to tell you in advance that the other house, He Sangui's house, is definitely not as good as this one, and He Sangui is more shrewd. If you want to buy his house, the price will definitely be higher than what Wang Nio wants." Yang Yi nodded, "Uncle He, I know what's going on, but my friend said that it doesn't matter if the house is good or bad, and it doesn't matter if the price is high or low, the key is to like it." "Okay, then let's go to He Sangui's house again." Seeing Yang Yi say this, He Changshan didn't say anything else. After all, it is they who want to buy the house, and I am just helping to act as a go-between. The three people left Wang Nio's house and came to He Sangui's house in the west of the village. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the yard, I heard a few dogs barking in the yard, and then a big black dog jumped out from inside. He Dan screamed in fear, and her face turned pale. She was bitten by a dog when she was a child, so she was so scared that her legs went limp when she saw a dog. Yang Yi quickly pulled her behind him and used himself to block the black dog. He Changshan was more experienced. He quickly bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. "Go away." Then he shouted loudly into the yard, "Sangui, keep an eye on your dog." Before even meeting the person, Yang Yi already had a bad impression of the owner of this house. As the saying goes, a dog relies on the power of its owner. If the dog at home is so ferocious, the owner must be not a good person. The vicious dog was frightened by He Changshan. It stood there staring at him but did not dare to move. After a while, a man slowly walked out of the yard and whistled. The vicious dog lowered its head and slowly ran away. The person who came out was the owner of the house, He Sangui. He was short and fat, with a little dirt on his head. His bald head had only a circle of hair. His eyes were as small as green beans, but they were rolling around with a cunning look in them. "Who's yelling outside?" He Sangui asked as he walked out of the yard. He saw He Changshan at a glance. "Oh, who did I think it was?" It turned out to be Brother Changshan. "Brother Changshan, what are you yelling?" He called Changshan brother affectionately, but there was no affectionate expression on his face. Instead, there was a hint of disdain and contempt, and his eyes shifted away from He Changshan. When he saw Yang Yi standing next to He Changshan, his little eyes widened a little. Chapter 19, Exorbitant Price. "What's wrong, Brother Changshan? Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" He Sangui stood at the door and asked in a cold tone, without moving forward to the yard, as if he didn't want He Changshan to enter his yard. He Changshan ignored his arrogance and just introduced Yang Yi, saying, "Sangui, this is Xiao Yang, who is from Xia City. Xiao Yang wants to buy an old house here. Aren't your family and Wang Nio's family the only ones with old houses in our village? So I brought him to your place to have a look." When He Sangui heard this, His two little eyes suddenly lit up and he looked Yang Yi up and down. "You want to buy this old yard of my house?" Yang Yi smiled but didn't say anything. He Dan stood up from behind him at this time and said, "It's like this, Uncle Sangui. Mr. Yang has just seen Wang Nio's old yard and hasn't seen your yard yet, so he can't decide now. He has to see your yard first and compare it with Wang Nio's before deciding which one to buy." He Sangui observed Yang Yi's expression and said tentatively, "This old courtyard of our family has been passed down for many generations. The price is not cheap." Yang Yi said calmly, "As long as the house is pleasing to the eye, the price is not a problem." He Dan said on the side, "Uncle Sangui, just rest assured. Mr. Yang has a big business in Shia City. He won't even blink an eye when buying your yard. But the prerequisite is that he has to be interested in your house." Hearing what she said, He Sangui immediately burst into laughter. "Look at what Nizzy said, Wang Nio's house is shabby and has not been repaired for many years. It can't be compared with my yard at all." Then he quickly praised He Dan, "Brother Changshan, this is your eldest girl, right? She is so pretty, we can't find anyone as pretty as her in this 10 miles around." Then he quickly called out, "Come on, Mr. Yang, come into the yard and take a look. I'm sure you will like my yard." As he said this, he kicked away the black dog that was circling around him and said, "Get lost. You dead dog, you are blind all day long. Why are you barking when such a distinguished guest comes? If you scare the guest, I will kill you and eat your meat." The black dog was so scared that it ran away with its tail between its legs. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw some furniture and tools for dismantling the house. He Changshan asked casually, "Sangui, are you planning to dismantle the house and build a new one?" He Sangui shook his head when he heard this. "No, why are you demolishing my house when I live in it? Who is this rotten-tongued person who is making up rumors behind my back?" "Then these?" He Changshan said, looking at the furniture. "Oh, this is because I want to repaint the walls, so I took out the furniture in the room first and moved it back after the painting is done." He Sangui mumbled and shouted at his wife, "Lazy woman, what are you doing? Don't you see that guests are coming? Hurry up and make tea." Yang Yi didn't drink the tea, nor did he sit down. He walked around the yard with his hands behind his back, looking up and nodding his head. He Sangui followed nervously, his eyes fixed on Yang Yi's face, afraid that he would show any dissatisfaction. Yang Yi walked around the yard, then went to the main room and stepped on the bluestone brick floor. Finally, he nodded and walked out. Seeing him coming out, He Changshan and He Dan stared at him closely, and He Sangui didn't even dare to breathe. Several people were eagerly waiting for his result. In the end, Yang Yi was too lazy to beat around the bush. He was completely sure that this courtyard was the one mentioned in the previous news, and the batch of cultural relics worth billions were hidden under those bluestone bricks. "Uncle Sangui, tell me, I like your yard. If you plan to sell it, just name a price. As long as the price is right, I will pay you now and you just vacate the house immediately. We'll exchange the money for the house." Yang Yi said straight to the point. "This?" He Sangui now began to feel embarrassed. Of course he wanted to sell the yard. These old houses sound good, but they are only attractive to city dwellers. After all, they are old and dilapidated, especially the west wing, which leaks everywhere when it rains. Otherwise, He Sangui would not have planned to demolish the old house and build a new one. And now, there is a sucker from the city who wants to buy this old house. Why doesn't he sell it to him? Since we have to build a new house anyway, it would be much easier to find a new piece of land to build it than to rebuild the old yard. What is most in short supply in rural areas is residential land for building houses. The only thing I'm undecided about now is how much money to ask. If I give less, I'd feel bad. If I give more, I'd be afraid of scaring people away. Haven't you heard? He just came here after seeing Wang Nio's old yard. If I offer a higher price, he will definitely buy Wang Nio's yard. This price is a bit difficult." He Sangui pulled his wife aside, and the two of them talked in a low voice for a long time face to face, and finally came out. "Little brother, I see that you really want to buy this yard. As for me, brother Changshan and I grew up together, so we have to give some consideration to each other, right? So, if I sell this yard to someone else, it will cost at least 300,000. Since it was brother Changshan who brought you here, just give me 280,000 for Changshan's sake." He Sangui gritted his teeth and threw out the price the two had agreed upon. As he spoke, he observed Yang Yi's expression. If you find something wrong, quickly find a way to lower the price yourself. When He Changshan heard this, his brows furrowed. This He Sangui is really cruel. He asked for 280,000 yuan for a dilapidated old courtyard that was about to collapse. This person is too cruel. You know, the highest price for the yard sold by several other families in the village before was just over 200,000 yuan. Don't tell me that this is an old house. In this remote town, no one will tell you about its history and culture. He quickly winked at He Dan. He Dan also said quickly, Uncle Sangui, you see Mr. Young really likes your yard, why don't you just tell us the real price, and we don't have to beat around the bush. If you can make it, we don't have to go to Wang Nio's house again. Uncle Wang Nio is still waiting for our news. She was also afraid that Yang Yi would be cheated by He Sangui. After all, he was taking advantage of someone else, and He Dan was truly thinking about Yang Yi. He Sangui smiled awkwardly, niece, look, this is what your aunt and I discussed, how about? He looked at Yang Yi, meaning that you can name a price. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi stood up and made the decision directly, okay, if you said 280,000, then it's 280,000, but my condition is that you move out tonight, and this house must be mine tonight. Chapter 20. I'll live there with you. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't believe their ears. He Changshan slapped his thigh with a very annoyed expression, wondering how could this kid be so stupid to agree to He Sangui's offer so easily. He Dan was so anxious that she kept pulling Yang Yi's sleeve, but Yang Yi ignored her. He Sangui couldn't believe his ears. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He immediately grinned and said, okay. Okay. Just as you said, as long as you pay, this house will be yours tonight. Yang Yi took out his phone, give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you. He Sangui hurried back, found his bank card, and reported the account number. Just as Yang Yi was about to transfer the money, He Dan quickly pulled him back and said, Yang Yi, it's better to write a written receipt. This sentence reminded Yang Yi, yes, we have to sign a contract to avoid regrets. Then he said to He Dan, I'll leave this to you. The contract was naturally a piece of cake for He Dan. She dealt with real estate sales contracts every day, so she quickly wrote 3 contracts by hand. The seller He Sangui, the buyer Yang Yi, and the middleman He Changshan signed and stamped their fingerprints on the 3 contracts one by one. Then Yang Yi pointed his finger, and soon after, He Sangui's text message rang. 280,000 RMB have already been deposited into his account. My dear little brother, you are such a cheerful person. Don't worry, I will move out now and live with my eldest son. He Sangui was so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears. He Sangui felt that he had made a huge profit by exchanging a dilapidated old house that was about to be demolished for 280,000 renminbi. With this money, I don't have to use my own savings to build a new house. The next step was moving, but moving was not an easy task as the yard and the house were a mess with things. It would take at least several hours to move everything away. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, how about this, Uncle Sangui, if you move your important and valuable things away, I will give you 50,000 yuan, and you don't have to move the rest, how about that? That's great. He Sangui became even happier. Although this young man from the city looked energetic, he was actually a complete idiot. The rest was much simpler. He Sangui and his family packed up their valuables and moved to their eldest son's home. This old courtyard officially fell into Yang Yi's hands. As soon as He Sangui left, He Changshan sighed, Xiao Yang, why couldn't Nizzy and I stop you just now? You bought this house too expensively. Yang Yi smiled and said, it's okay, Uncle He. I'm impatient and don't want to waste time arguing with him. Anyway, it's just a matter of tens of thousands of dollars. The sooner I get it, the sooner I can feel at ease. He Dan, on the other hand, had gotten used to his extravagance and helped explain, Dad, don't mention it. It's a pity for him. Anything that can be sold with money is not a problem for him. Yang Yi felt that this was so awkward, but it seemed to be the case. Okay. He Changshan had nothing to say, then let's go back and eat now. Your aunt should have prepared the meal. You have been sitting in the car for such a long time, you must be hungry. The 3 of them locked the gate of the yard and returned home. Liang Xiaoyi had already prepared dinner and was waiting for them. When she heard that Yang Yi spent a lot of money to buy He Sangui's house, Liang Xiaoyi also shook her head and said, it's too expensive, too expensive. He Sangui is too cruel. 200,000 is enough for others to buy a yard. And Hee Sang-gui is an ungrateful wolf. You agreed to his high price so readily. Who knows, he might make trouble. Mom, stop talking and serve the rice. Hee Dan quickly stopped her from saying anything else. Liang Shui was also very perceptive and immediately realized that things had come to this point. Saying more would make Yang Yi a little embarrassed. So the food was served quickly. He Changshan ate with Yang Yi and Hee Dan, while Liang Shui served some rice and went to the upper room to serve her grandmother. By the way, Hee Dan, didn't I hear that you have a younger brother? Why haven't you seen him? Yang Yi remembered that he had never met Hee Dan's younger brother, so he asked casually. Oh, you mean Xiao Fang? He goes to high school in the county and lives on campus. He doesn't come back usually. Hee Changshan said. Hee Fang is a senior in high school this year. He is a very good student. His teachers say there is a good chance that he will be admitted to a key university next year. Hee Dan's face was beaming with joy as she spoke of this. It was obvious that she was very proud of having such an outstanding brother. But there was no joy on Hee Changshan's face. Instead, there was a cloud of worry covering his brows. After all, this family is in a very difficult situation. Not only do they have to support the family and take care of the elderly, but they also have to support their 2 children to go to school. The money they had spent on Hee Dan's schooling was already used up. Although Hee Dan is now working and still sends money home from time to time, the couple is getting older and older, and supporting a college student from a key university is really beyond their ability. However, the couple are both strong-willed people, and no matter how hard or difficult their lives are, they will not show any of it in front of their children. What's more, this concerns the life destiny of their only son. They will send him to school even if they have to sell everything they have, including their house and land. Yang Yi saw all of Hee Changshan's facial expressions. He was very familiar with these expressions. When he was admitted to university, his parents had the same expressions of joy and bitterness. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he ate his meal with big mouthfuls, praising the food for its deliciousness while eating. After dinner, just when Hee Dan and Liang Shui were busy tidying up the room for him, Yang Yi said no, as he was going to live in the newly bought house tonight. This surprised Hee Changshan and Liang Shui. Even Hee Dan was surprised and quickly pulled him aside. Yang Yi, did my father and mother treat you badly? Yang Yi was stunned and shook his head quickly. How is it possible? Uncle Hee and Aunt Hee treat me so warmly, how could they treat me poorly? Is it because you think my family is too poor and too shabby, and you can't get used to living in this poor house? Hee Dan asked again. Yang Yi laughed in silence. Did you forget? I told you that my family is actually poorer than yours. How could I despise you? Then why don't you live in my house, but in that empty yard? If other people knew about this, they would definitely say that my family is not hospitable and has treated you poorly. Hee Dan said dissatisfiedly. Yang Yi finally understood why Hee Dan asked him this question, and quickly explained, Hee Dan, please don't think like that. The reason why I want to live in that yard is because I want to check the yard carefully and then make a reconstruction plan, so that the construction team can come in as soon as possible, start construction earlier, and then hand it over as soon as possible to avoid delays in the process. Really? Hee Dan was skeptical. But one night is not a big deal, right? Can't we come over and take a look tomorrow? Yang Yi shook his head. No, I can't stay here too long this time, and you have also asked for leave, so we should go back as early as possible. Hee Dan finally believed it, but she still felt something was wrong. Even so, we can't let you live alone in that empty yard. Others will say something about our family. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I got it. I'll live there with you. Chapter 21. Where did you get this good thing? I'll live there with you. Hee Dan blurted out with excitement on his face, feeling complacent that he had solved this big problem so easily. After she finished speaking, she found that Yang Yi was looking at her in surprise, as if he was shocked by her. When he turned around, he found that Hee Changshan and Liang Shui also had expressions on their faces. Compared to the shock on Yang Yi's face, they were more blushing. Nizzy, what nonsense are you talking about? Liang Shui came to her senses, quickly pulled Hee Dan aside, and scolded in a low voice, you are a grown woman, and you live with a grown man before you get married. What's the point? If the villagers knew about this, wouldn't they poke you in the back? As he spoke, he snorted, hey, didn't you say we were just ordinary friends? Why do you want to live together? Tell me, have you two lived together in the city? He Dan then realized that he was too impatient and did not express himself clearly, which caused misunderstanding among everyone. Her face immediately turned red with shame. Mom, what are you thinking? I just said that he and I live in the same yard, not in the same house. Aren't I afraid that people will say that we treat our guests badly? As he spoke, he stamped his feet anxiously. Mom, if you keep talking nonsense like this, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Fine, I don't care. Let him live in that yard by himself. Let outsiders laugh at our family. Liang Xiaoyi and He Changshan exchanged glances and said, it's indeed inappropriate to let a guest live in that courtyard alone, but it's also not appropriate for a grown-up girl like you to go there. How about this? Let your father and Xiao Yang live there, and you live at home. You haven't been home for a long time, and Mom has a lot to say to you. This plan was feasible, and it took care of both sides. So Yang Yi and He Changshan went to the old courtyard, while He Dan stayed at home. As soon as Yang Yi and He Changshan left, He Dan started to clean up the dishes guiltily. Mom, you take a rest for a while, I'll wash the dishes. Then she was about to hide in the kitchen. Liang Xiaoyi was not stupid. She glanced at her and said, don't worry. Sit down first. I'll ask you a few questions. He Dan had no choice but to sit down. Nizzy, Mom wants to ask you, who is this Xiao Yang? Liang Xiaoyi asked. Mom, didn't I tell you? He is my friend, said He Dan. Just friends? Liang Xiaoyi asked, staring into her eyes. He Dan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course we're just friends. Mom, do you really think he's my boyfriend? I do want to, but he's a wealthy man with tens of millions of dollars, and I'm just a small salesperson. How could he possibly be interested in me? Then why does he bring so many gifts when he comes to our house, more than other new sons-in-law? My mother asked unwillingly. He Danshin said, he also bought me a BMW worth more than 800,000 yuan, but he still said, don't you understand? He has money. Rich people may be like this, they don't treat money as money, otherwise how could they spend so much money to buy He Sangui's house? Liang Xiaoyi thought about it and it made sense. Since he could spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy He Sangui's house, it was not surprising that he bought so many gifts for her family. After all, it was her daughter who did him a favor. However, Liang Xiaoyi felt very sorry that such a good son-in-law ran away. She curled her lips and said, actually, Nizzy, I think Xiao Yang is a good person. Although he is rich, he is not overbearing or unreasonable like a rich man. And I think he treats you well, too. Don't you really want to be with him? He Dan blushed. Mom, don't even think about it. Our small family is not on the same level as others. And I've made up my mind. I won't consider dating for now. Our family will work hard to support Xiao Fang's schooling. I'll get married after he graduates from college. Liang Xiaoyi sighed, that won't work. You'll be almost 30 by then, how can you get married? We can't delay your lifelong event. On the other side, Yang Yi and He Changshan came to the newly purchased old house. Yang Yi let He Changshan live in the side room, while he closed the door and started his treasure hunt. As the news reported, after digging up the bluestone bricks on the floor of the main hall and digging less than half a foot down, 2 large boxes lying flat on the ground were revealed. It was unknown what precious wood the boxes were made of, but they had been buried underground for more than 100 years without any corrosion. Yang Yi suppressed his excitement and smashed the copper lock on the lid of the box with a hammer. The sound startled He Changshan, who lived in the side room. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? He Changshan got up and asked outside the door. Uncle He, it's okay, you take a rest, I'll take a look at the furniture here. Yang Yi replied. Oh, then you should be careful and go to bed early. He Changshan said, and went back to sleep. Yang Yi listened to He Changshan returning to his room, then he carefully opened the lid of the box. The lid of the box was opened, revealing a layer of red velvet inside. He slowly peeled off the velvet, and the golden light shining through it immediately made his face turn yellow. It turned out that the huge wooden box was filled with golden jewelry in unique shapes, including dragons, phoenixes, Pishio, Kailin. Wow, there are so many gold jewelry here, even the people from the jewelry companies would probably have a heart attack after seeing them. Yang Yi almost cried out. He finally calmed his pounding heart and opened the second box. When he opened the second box, his eyes almost popped out. This box does not contain gold jewelry, but it is full of crystal clear jade and gems. The yellow jade, green emerald, ruby, and emerald were so bright that they almost blinded his eyes. While being surprised, Yang Yi suddenly thought of a question. That's not right. Aren't they cultural relics worth billions? How did they become jewelry? Is it possible that the new system made a mistake? This is impossible. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly remembered someone. That was Su Yuhan, the granddaughter of Mr. Su who bought his Qin Shi Huang seal that day. Since Su Yuhan is in the antique business, he must know what's going on here. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and found Su Yuhan's WeChat. Are you there? Mr. Su, I just got some good stuff. Would you like to see it? After sending the WeChat message, he waited nervously for Su Yuhan's reply. Not long after, the phone buzzed and Su Yuhan replied. What good stuff? After getting the jade seal from last time, I am very curious about the good stuff you mentioned. Yang Yi thought about it, then took out a piece of jewelry from inside. It was in the shape of a phoenix and looked like a headdress. He placed it on the table, took a photo and sent it over. Not long after, Su Yuhan sent a voice message. Clicking on the voice, Su Yuhan's voice sounded a little trembling. Yang Yi, where did you get this thing? Chapter 22. You trust me so much. When Yang Yi heard this, he knew there was something going on, so he typed a string of text. I recently bought an old house, and this was dug out from the old house. Bought an old house? That can't be the only one, right? Su Yuhan seemed very experienced and pointed out the key point immediately. I really can't hide it from an expert like you. Yes, there are 2 boxes, all of which are similar things. Yang Yi said truthfully, by the way, you haven't told me what these things of mine are. Is it valuable? Don't worry, just let me see one. I'm not sure of my judgment yet. Can you open the video and let me see the box? Of course, this is possible. Yang Yi immediately clicked on the video call, and soon Su Yuhan's charming face appeared on the screen. Yang Yi, come on, show me those 2 boxes. Yang Yi didn't say much. He switched the camera and aimed it at the box containing the gold jewelry. Immediately, Su Yuhan's exclamation came from the other side. Oh my god, it's true. Yang Yi, you've made a fortune. With her words, Yang Yi felt relieved. Sister Su, are these things jewelry or antiques? Yang Yi couldn't wait to ask this question. Of course they are antiques. Su Yuhan said excitedly. Yang Yi, do you know? Although these are also jewelry, they are not ordinary jewelry. They are jewelry from the imperial palace hundreds of years ago. In one sentence, the problem is explained clearly. The jewelry in the palace hundreds of years ago are naturally antiques, so its value far exceeds the value of the jewelry itself. Yang Yi, I realize that you are so lucky. Su Yuhan's tone began to change. Last time, you actually found the jade seal of the first emperor that had been missing for thousands of years in a bottle. This time, you were able to dig out the treasure that flowed out of the palace from the old house. Tell me, how did you find it? Of course, Yang Yi couldn't say that he had inside information. He just chuckled and said, Sister Su, didn't you also say that I have good luck? I originally wanted to buy an old house to live in, but after buying it, I found that there was something wrong with the ground, so I dug it up and accidentally dug out these 2 boxes of treasures. What a careless mistake, Yang Yi. It doesn't matter if you are careless, you picked up treasures worth billions. Su Yuhan said, and then changed the subject. By the way, Yang Yi, what are you going to do with these treasures? Are you going to sell them? Sell or not? Of course. Yang Yi didn't want to keep these billions of treasures in his hands. To him, banknotes were more attractive than real gold and silver. Of course I want to sell it. If Sister Su has a suitable buyer, please introduce him to me. Unexpectedly, Su Yuhan immediately said, just sell it, give me the address, I want them all. Wow, this Su Yuhan is really a ruthless character. She ate billions of dollars worth of things by herself without blinking an eye. But Yang Yi wanted this kind of quick response. He immediately sent Su Yuhan the location. Su Yuhan immediately said, Ling County? It's not too far from here. I'm still in Xia City. So, I'll go there right away. What? You're coming over now? Yang Yi was shocked. Sister Su, there's no need to be so anxious, right? It's already dark now, why don't you come over tomorrow? Su Yuhan smiled. Yang Yi, do you know? The key to antiques is to act quickly. If you like something, you should act immediately. Otherwise, if you delay for even a minute, someone else might grab it first. Yang Yi laughed in silence. Sister Su, don't worry, I have chosen you and promised you, I won't give it to anyone even if they give me a mountain of gold. Su Yuhan smiled and said, okay, Yang Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but this is my style of doing things. I will never put off until tomorrow what needs to be done today. Just wait. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Now, Yang Yi couldn't sleep, so he had to wait for Su Yuhan to come. He lay there, taking the gold jewelry and gemstones and jadeite in the box and playing with them one by one. Thinking that these good things were about to be taken away, he felt a little reluctant. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. It was Su Yuhan calling. Yang Yi, I've already arrived at Hejia village. Can you come out and show me the way? Yang Yi quickly got up. The sound of the door opening startled He Changshan, who also got up. Xiaoyong, what happened? Why don't you sleep? Yang Yi said, Uncle He, a friend of mine is coming. I'll go to the village entrance to pick her up. You stay at home and watch the door. I'll be back soon. As he said this, he hurried out of the door with a flashlight. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw 2 cars parked there with their headlights on. A Mercedes and a small van. Yang Yi came straight to the front of the Mercedes-Benz, rolled down the window, and it was indeed Su Yuhan's beautiful face. Sister Su, you really came? You came from so far away, and it's the middle of the night. What if something happens? There was a hint of pity in Yang Yi's tone. Su Yuhan smiled and said, okay, I'm not that delicate. Get in the car and lead the way. Yang Yi was not polite. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He pointed the way to Su Yuhan, and the 2 cars soon arrived at the gate of the old courtyard. Walking into the yard, He Changshan heard the sound of a car and turned on all the lights in the yard. He was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and a young woman in gorgeous clothes and noble temperament walking in. Uncle He, you go back and have a rest first. I'll talk to my friend about something and then she'll leave. Yang Yi said as he led Su Yuhan to the main room. He Changshan responded and went back to his side room, but he was not sleepy at all. He hid behind the door and listened to the noise here with his ears perked up. Here, Yang Yi let Su Yuhan into the main room and closed the door. Su Yuhan couldn't wait and urged him to come out. Yang Yi bent down and pulled aside the rag covering the ground, revealing 2 boxes inside. After opening the lid of the box, Yang Yi saw that Su Yuhan's eyes were different. She was so excited that she almost pounced on the box, touching this and that, and then carefully picked up the pair of dragon and phoenix headdresses, looking left and right, inside and out. Finally, she looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, name a price, I want all these things. Yang Yi did not lie and said straightforwardly, Sister Su, to be honest, I know nothing about these things and I don't know how much they are worth, but I believe Sister Su, whatever price you offer is the price. Su Yuhan was stunned and looked at him strangely. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will cheat you? Yang Yi shook his head, of course I believe you. If you want to cheat me, you did it last time when I bought the jade seal. Su Yuhan's eyes suddenly changed a little. She thought for a moment and said, since you said so, I won't be polite. 5 billion, I'll take all these things. Chapter 23 He Sangui plays rogue. 5 billion. In the past, Yang Yi would have fallen to the ground in shock when he heard this number. After all, this number is simply an astronomical figure, which he had never dared to even think about before. But now, because of the previous huge prize of 40 million, the jade seal of 500 million as a foundation, and the advanced disclosure of the new system, he was mentally prepared for this. So after hearing the offer, Yang Yi just nodded and agreed readily, okay, 5 billion, all of this is yours. This quotation is exactly the same as the number in the news. It seems that Su Yuhan can really be trusted. Su Yuhan didn't waste any time. She immediately took out her cell phone and transferred the money to him. Then she called the people waiting in the van outside to come in. People lifted the 2 large boxes onto the van and transported them away overnight. Yang Yi, I'm a little curious, why can you always find these good treasures? Su Yuhan, although he was extremely sleepy, Yang Yi still got up and went back with He Changshan and He Dan to eat. I was sitting in the main room eating when I suddenly heard someone shouting loudly outside, followed by a lot of people making a fuss. He Changshan frowned and asked, who is making a noise here so early in the morning? Then he walked out. As soon as I opened the door, I saw He Sangui and his wife standing outside. Where is Xiaoyang? I want to find him, He Sang-gui said, and the two of them pushed He Changshan aside and walked inside. He Changshan quickly stopped him and said, "Don't make a fuss. Tell me what's going on." Xiao Yang and the others are still eating. He Sang-gui continued walking inside. "It's no use talking to you, wake him up, I won't sell him this house." He Changshan got anxious when he heard this. "Sang-gui, what are you trying to do? We had already agreed yesterday that we would hand over the money and the house, and we would be clear of both the money and the house, and we would never regret it. Why are you denying your promise after just one night?" He Sang-gui blushed, and before he could say anything, Sang-gui's wife beside him started shouting, "Changshan, if you hadn't said anything, I would have wanted to find you. I want to ask you, how did you trick my Sang-gui yesterday and let him sell my house at such a low price?" He Changshan was dumbfounded. "Sang-gui, how dare you say that? Xiao Yang paid you 330,000 yuan for this old house that is about to collapse, and you actually said that the price is cheap." As he said that, he grabbed He Sang-gui and said, "Sang-gui, you have to be honest. Tell me, did you say that the house price was 280,000 yuan? Xiao Yang didn't cut a penny from you, and he even gave you 50,000 yuan for your shabby belongings. Tell me, how did he cheat you?" He Sang-gui's old face turned slightly red and he turned his face away. In fact, when he sold the house yesterday, he was very satisfied with the price. You know, the old houses in the village that were much better than his house were sold for just over 200,000 yuan. And the shabby house he was about to demolish was sold for 280,000 yuan. Adding the 50,000 yuan, he could not be more satisfied. But after the couple was happy at night, they began to regret it. The reason was very simple. The outsider named Yang agreed so readily that he paid whatever price I asked for without even the slightest intention of bargaining. So they began to murmur, regret, and blame each other. Sang-gui's wife complained that He Sang-gui's offer was too low. This man named Yang was just an outsider and had no idea about the market here, so he should be ripped off. The two of them were happy for half the night, then quarreled and complained for half the night, and finally the couple came at dawn. The purpose is very clear, he just wants to act rogue and make another profit from this outsider. As the couple talked, they walked towards the main room, and He Changshan and Liang Xiui couldn't stop them. At this time, He Dan in the room couldn't stand it anymore, so he opened the curtain and walked out, blocking the door to the main room and said loudly, "Uncle Sang-gui, what are you doing? We signed the contract and put our fingerprints on it. Do you think you can go back on your word? Even if this matter is brought to court, you will have no reason." He Changshan, who was extremely anxious, slapped his head and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. "Yes. We have a contract, what are we afraid of?" Only then did he secretly feel lucky that his daughter had thought carefully yesterday and reminded them to sign the contract. Now it seemed that it was really necessary. He Sang-gui and his wife looked at each other. He Sang-gui's wife rolled her eyes, suddenly sat on the ground, pulled her hair loose, and then cried at the top of her voice, "I don't care about your contract or not. You educated people bully us country people who are uneducated and set a trap for us to fall into. This is an old house that has been passed down for generations. I didn't buy it even though someone offered 500,000 yuan. You want to steal it for only 300,000 yuan? No way. If anyone dares to steal my house today, I will fight him to the death." Chapter 24, Winning a Good Prize. He Sang-gui and his wife were making a fuss here early in the morning, attracting all the neighbors in the village to come over. They didn't know what had caused the incident. They heard He Sang-gui and his wife crying and shouting, and they were all mumbling to each other in confusion, saying all kinds of things. He Dan was furious. She didn't expect to meet such a rogue couple. They took advantage of her and were not satisfied with selling a shabby house for more than 300,000 yuan. They even came to cheat her again. She regretted it so much now. She regretted that she shouldn't have taken Yang Yi to see He Sang-gui's house yesterday, or when Yang Yi wanted to buy He Sang-gui's house, she should have stopped him no matter what. Now, she has encountered two shameless scoundrels who are making a scene here. Although she has the contract in her hand, the villagers don't know much. They will definitely think that her family and Yang Yi are conspiring to cheat He Sang-gui. She felt especially sorry for Yang Yi. He had spent so much money and bought such expensive gifts for her family, and even bought a car for her, just to let her help him do this? Now that the matter has turned out like this, she really has no face to face Yang Yi. Just as she was feeling frustrated and angry, she suddenly heard a voice beside her. Uncle He Dan, what's going on? Why are the two of them sitting here crying so early in the morning? Did someone die in his family? When I turned around, I found that Yang Yi had come out of the house at some point and was looking at everything in front of him with curiosity. He Dan was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to tell him what happened. Just as He Changshan was about to speak, Sangui's wife, who was crying and making a scene on the ground, suddenly got up from the ground, staring and roaring, "Someone died in your family! Someone died in your family! Mr. Yang, I'm here to find you. The money you paid for my house is too little, we don't." Before she could finish, Yang Yi interrupted her. "What do you mean? You don't want to sell it?" Then, as he said that, he took out the key to the gate of the old courtyard and said, "Well, since you don't want to sell it, I won't talk about the contract. Just return the money to me and I'll give you the key." With just one sentence, everyone present was stunned. This plot is wrong. Everyone was thinking, didn't you set your sights on this house and pay a high price for it? And you still have the contract in your hand. Even if He Sangui and his wife are being unreasonable, you can't just give the house back so easily. He Sangui and his wife were even more dumbfounded. The two of them came here to make trouble with the sole purpose of blackmailing Yang Yi and asking him to raise his salary. But unexpectedly, Yang Yi didn't buy it at all and wanted to check out directly. The yard suddenly became quiet. After a moment, everyone looked at He Sangui and his wife, wanting to see what they would do. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sangui's wife was completely dumbfounded. She sat down on the ground, not knowing what to do. He Sangui was smart enough. He gritted his teeth and slapped his wife in the face. "You stupid woman, are you obsessed with money? He Sangui, always keep my word. When have I ever gone back on my word? The house has been sold. How can you take it back? I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. How will the villagers in the village look at me in the future?" As he said that, he raised his foot and kicked the woman on the butt. "What are you still standing there for? Get back here quickly. Do you want to continue to embarrass yourself here?" As he spoke, he winked at his wife. It's obvious that this is a way to save face. But the woman didn't understand. When she saw He Sangui beating and scolding her in front of so many people, she immediately got angry. The woman got up from the ground in a hurry and pounced on He Sangui, scratching and beating him, cursing as she did so. "Damn He Sangui, how dare you hit me? Who said last night that the money was too little and you insisted that I come here with you to make trouble? Now that they want to return the money, you take it out on me? Do you think I am easy to mess with?" The couple bit each other like mad dogs, and the onlookers were amused and laughed. He Dan, who was so angry that he didn't know what to do just now, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this scene. He Changshan couldn't bear it anymore, so he shook his head and went forward to pull them. He Sangui took advantage of this opportunity, broke free from the woman's hand and ran away. The woman chased him from behind, and the two of them ran out shouting and cursing. The farce ended so easily, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. At this time, He Dan finally let out a long sigh and turned to look at Yang Yi. "I was so mad just now, these two scoundrels. Luckily you are smart and deliberately scared them like this, otherwise who knows what they would do next." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not trying to scare them. If it weren't for the contract, I would really like to return the house to them." This sentence immediately stunned He Dan and the others. "Why? Didn't you pay a high price to buy that yard yesterday? Why don't you want it today?" He Dan asked in surprise. "Yesterday is yesterday, and today is today," said Yang Yi. He Dan looked at him in confusion, not understanding how he could have suddenly become a different person overnight. He Changshan seemed to understand something, nodded and said, "I don't understand this yet, because the valuable things in this yard are gone today." Another nonsensical sentence. He Dan looked at him, then at Yang Yi, becoming more and more confused. Yang Yi knew in his heart that although He Changshan did not come out when Su Yuhan had the box taken away last night, he must have heard something. But he doesn't have to worry. He treats the He family well, and he thinks He Changshan won't say much to outsiders. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang. Host successfully participated in this advance news and is awarded a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Of course, a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won the ownership of T&I Restaurant Chain Group. T&I restaurant chain group. Yang Yi was shocked. Isn't he that the largest and most famous restaurant chain group in the city? It is said that the entire group's assets exceed 2 billion yuan, and it owns more than 30 chain hotels and restaurants throughout the city and counties. Each restaurant and hotel is packed with customers every day, and the net profit alone reaches several million a day. And, more importantly, their class reunion 2 days later will be held at T&I Hotel, the flagship store of T&I Catering. This award is really timely. Yang Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. The system is corrupt. Chapter 25. A woman who dislikes her man is trash. Although the task was accomplished, Yang Yi did not leave immediately, but stayed in her Jia village for another 2 days. He Dan finally got home, so she had to stay with her family for 2 more days. It was not until lunch on the 3rd day that Yang Yi said to He Dan, I have to attend a class reunion today. We should go back. He Dan was stunned. She didn't know that Su Yuhan had come that night. She asked in surprise, but didn't you let your friends come and see the house you just bought? Yang Yi said, she has been here before, looked at the house and left. She has been here before? He Dan was surprised. How come I didn't know? Is she satisfied with this house? Yang Yi nodded, very satisfied. She has already paid and taken the things away. He Dan was stunned. Something was taken away? What? Yang Yi then realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and quickly covered it up by saying, it's nothing, it's just a contract for the sale of a house. He Dan looked at him suspiciously, obviously not quite believing this answer. Yang Yi glanced at He Changshan beside him guiltily, but He Changshan didn't even look at him, as if he knew nothing. He Dan did not ask any more questions. In the eyes of others, Yang Yi was her boyfriend and new son-in-law, but she was very clear about her position. She was just helping others. She did not want to ask too much about how others did things or what they did. She just had to take her money. So the two of them got up and set off. Their daughter, who had finally come home, was leaving so soon. Liang Xiui was reluctant to let her go. She held her daughter's hand and cried. Yang Yi felt like he was the sinner who forced them to separate. He Changshan kept his head down and said nothing. He just packed bags of local specialties prepared by his family, such as peanuts, dates, walnuts, etc., into the trunk of the BMW. The car drove very far away, but Yang Yi could still see from the rearview mirror the figures of He Changshan and Liang Xiui standing at the entrance of the village to see him off. He Dan, who was sitting next to him, also had red eyes and didn't say anything. Why don't you not leave yet? Stay 1 more day and spend a few more days with your parents. I will go back by myself. Yang Yi said. He Dan raised her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and shook her head stubbornly. Forget it, I won't stay here anymore. I have to leave eventually anyway. She bit her lip and said, I have to work hard. Not only will I help my parents support my brother's schooling, but I will also work hard to buy a house in the city and bring my parents to the city. Then they won't have to be so sad anymore. Looking at her stubborn appearance, He Dan suddenly thought of himself and his parents back home. After a few days, when the smell of decoration in the new house is gone, we will bring them to live in the city. Unlike the way here, the way back was a little more sad and both of them were silent. The 3 or 4 hour drive seemed very long, and He Dan leaned back in the seat and took a nap halfway through the journey. Yang Yi also drove very steadily, trying not to disturb her rest. The car was driven all the way into the city, but He Dan did not wake up. He leaned against the car cushion with his eyes slightly closed, and there was even a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that she was dreaming, and it was a beautiful dream. This girl actually dreams while sleeping in the car. Yang Yi couldn't bear to interrupt her sweet dream, so he simply parked the car on the side of the road and waited quietly for her to wake up. Another half an hour passed, and He Dan finally slowly opened his eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that the car was parked quietly on the side of the road and she was the only one in the car. Yang Yi was standing outside the car, walking back and forth while smoking. He Dan couldn't help but blush, and quickly lowered the window and called out, Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned his head and saw her, smiled, threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and stomped it out, then came over and got into the car. Are you awake? Yang Yi asked as he started the car. He Dan nodded embarrassedly. Why didn't you wake me up? You let me sleep here alone, it's so embarrassing. Yang Yi shook his head. You have been exhausted these past few days. Sleep a little longer. What's there to be afraid of if I wait for a while? Besides, it's not an opportunity for every man to be able to watch a beautiful woman sleeping next to him. There was a hint of teasing in his words. Dan was embarrassed and her pretty face flushed red. You are making fun of me. You are so rich and handsome, so there must be many beautiful women around you. And you are teasing me. Yang Yi smiled bitterly, but I was dumped a few days ago and was called a poor bastard. Do you believe it? Dan's eyes widened in shock. After a long while, she shook her head and said, Of course I don't believe it. If it's true, it only shows that the woman is blind. Also, if a woman despises her boyfriend for being poor, then such a woman must be trash. Trash? Yang Yi didn't expect Dan to say such a word, but when he thought about it carefully, wasn't Lin Duo trash? He saved money and gave all his salary to her, but in the end, she cheated on him and dumped him. She was justified in being a green tea bitch. Isn't such a woman trash? Thinking of this, Yang Yi nodded. Yes, you are right, such a woman is trash. The car quickly drove to the 4S store, and the Lamborghini was parked there quietly. During the few days he was away, the car sales consultant looked after it carefully as if it were his own child, fearing that it would be stolen by others. Seeing them coming back, the sales consultant came over and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Young, Ms. He, you are finally back. You were not here these few days, and I slept here at night to watch over it, for fear that if something happened to it, I would not be able to explain to you. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I will buy a few more cars later, and I will find you then. The sales consultant was immediately delighted. His hard work these past few days was worth it. This guy was very generous. He didn't even bargain for a BMW worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. He swiped his card without blinking an eye. If he bought a few more cars, wouldn't he make a fortune? Yang Yi threw the BMW keys in his hand to Dan. Okay, the mission is successfully completed, and it's time for us to break up. The BMW is yours, and we can go back to our own homes. Dan quickly took the key, but still felt hesitant to believe the fact. Yang Yi, is this car really mine? Yang Yi laughed. Of course, Yang, always keep my word, and you forgot that this car was registered in your name when it was purchased. Then he deliberately asked, You don't know how to drive, do you? Chapter 26. Two Clowns. After breaking up with Dan, Yang Yi drove towards Tianai Hotel. He had no regrets at all about giving this BMW to Dan. This girl helped him earn billions, and this BMW was what she deserved. Yang Yi originally wanted to give her a reward of 1 million, but this time Dan refused to provide her bank account number. In her opinion, she was unworthy of this BMW. Add to that the tens of thousands of dollars worth of gifts that Yang Yi had bought for her family before, and she earned more money by accompanying Yang Yi on a business trip than she could earn in several years. Wouldn't it be too much to ask for compensation from others? Even though I need money very much, if I take some of it, I will lose the most precious thing I have. Especially since this was Yang Yi's money, Dan didn't want him to look down on her. Dan insisted on not wanting it, and Yang Yi had no choice but to give up. Seeing that it was getting late and there was less than half an hour left before the agreed time for the class reunion, Yang Yi drove to Tianai Hotel. Tianai Hotel arrived in a moment. The security guard at the hotel entrance saw a Lamborghini approaching and hurriedly ran over to direct him to the parking space. You know, in this third or fourth tier city, sports cars are very rare, let alone a Lamborghini worth tens of millions. Yang Yi parked the car, walked into the hotel, took a quick look and found that the business of Tianai Hotel was really booming. The parking lot outside was packed with cars and not locked, and the hotel lobby was crowded with people. Every table was occupied, and there were many individual customers waiting for seats next to them. It seems that it is really troublesome to book a private room here without a reservation. Judging from the booming business, the daily turnover must be at least millions to keep it going. It seems that the reward given to me by the system is really generous. While I was watching here, a voice suddenly came from behind me, Yang Yi. Turning my head, a familiar face appeared before my eyes. It's Liu Rong. The goddess whom he once secretly loved was also the goddess of all the boys in the class. When they were in school, Liu Rong was the object of pursuit of countless boys. Especially Zhong Liang, he regarded Liu Rong as his own forbidden fruit and was determined to get her. Yang Yi knew that his family background could not compare with those rich young men who spent money like water, so even though he had a crush on Liu Rong in his heart, he never told anyone a word. But even so, after Zhong Liang proposed to Liu Rong in public that day and was rejected by her, she still pointed the finger at herself. He said that the reason Liu Rong rejected him was because he was interfering. Yang Yi was speechless. He didn't know how Zhong Liang had brought this up to him, but he was too lazy to explain. Those who are clean will be clean by themselves. But Zhong Liang refused to give in. Instead, he thought that Zhong Liang's refusal to explain was due to his guilty conscience, so he became even more aggressive against him and embarrassed him in front of everyone many times. The worst thing was that it ruined a good job he had found with decent pay. Of course, he only found out about this later, and this was one of the reasons why he was reluctant to attend the class reunion. But he always had a question in his mind: why did Zhong Liang say that it was him who interfered and ruined his and Liu Rong's good plans? He wanted to find Liu Rong to ask her about it, but they never met again after graduation, so there was no chance. Later I heard that Zhong Liang failed to pursue Liu Rong after all. It was said that Liu Rong went abroad and no one saw her again. She even did not attend the 2 previous class reunions. Unexpectedly, I saw her today. Yang Yi's heart was slightly stirred. After all, she was the goddess he had a crush on during college. Although he had never confessed his feelings to her, how could he not feel a little moved now that she was standing in front of him? Moreover, the goddess standing in front of him now has a more mature charm and a more melancholy temperament than when she was in college. It's impossible not to be moved. At this moment, Liu Rong stood there, looking at him with her eyes. Something was flowing in her eyes, and there was a hint of joy at the corners of her mouth. "Hello, Liu Rong, nice to see you again." Yang Yi extended his hand generously and said with a smile. Liu Rong was about to reach out her hand when a voice suddenly rang out from behind her: "Hey, isn't this our Liuda campus beauty? Zhong Liang, hurry up, your dream goddess is here today too." Liu Rong's brows slightly frowned, and the smile on her face disappeared in an instant. Both of them heard that the person who spoke was Li Jian, Zhong Liang's lackey. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Li Jian standing behind him. Not far away, Zhong Liang was also walking towards this side quickly. Seeing these 2 people, Yang Yi originally wanted to leave, but then he changed his mind and stayed. "Campus Belle Liu, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I didn't expect to see you today. After 3 years, you are still so beautiful and more charming. Campus Belle Liu, do you know? Our Zhong Liang is obsessed with you and has been keeping his virginity for you. He has been waiting for you for 3 years. Li Jian said exaggeratedly, and when he glanced to the side, he saw Yang Yi standing next to him, and his tone changed immediately. "Oh, isn't this our great talent, Yang Yi? Yang Yi, you're really not nice. You haven't come to our class reunion for 2 consecutive years. What's wrong with you today? Aren't you busy working overtime to make money?" His tone was full of sarcasm. Zhong Liang also walked over. In front of Liu Rong, he had a different expression than usual. "Yang Yi, you are here too. That's great. Usually our class reunion is missing you and Liu Rong. Now that you 2 are here, our class reunion is perfect." Then he changed the topic: "By the way, how did you get here?" Yang Yi smiled calmly, and just as he was about to speak, Li Jian immediately interrupted: "Do you even need to ask? He must have come here on an electric bike." Then he deliberately said to Liu Rong: "Liu University campus beauty, don't you know? Yang Yi is the hardest working one among all of us old classmates. Not only is he hardworking, he also does all the work that no one else in the company is willing to do, such as mopping the floor, wiping the table, and cleaning the toilet. He is also very frugal. He has been working for 3 years and has not even bought a car. He has been riding an old electric bike bought from the second-hand market." After Li Jian said this, Zhong Liang immediately pretended to have just known about it. "Really? Yang Yi, then why didn't you tell me earlier? You should have called me, and I would have taken a detour to pick you up when I came." As he said this, he pretended to accidentally shake the BMW keys in his hand. Li Jian laughed. "Yes, you should also try the BMW. By the way, Yang Yi, you probably have never ridden in a BMW in your life, right?" Yang Yi smiled and said nothing. It's obvious that these 2 people are singing the same tune and intentionally making a fool of themselves in front of Liu Rong. But he didn't say anything, nor did he get angry. Instead, he stood there smiling and watched the performance of the 2 clowns. "Please enjoy your performance, clown." The more exciting your performance is now, the more swollen your face will be later. Chapter 27 T&I Restaurant. Zhong Liang and Li Jian were there singing the same tune and making a fool of Yang Yi, while Liu Rong was standing aside and watching. He was not watching Zhong Liang and the others' performance, but was staring at Yang Yi's face. Seeing that Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. At this time, Hu Ping and Lin Jun arrived. They saw Zhong Liang and Li Jian teasing Yang Yi from a distance. They immediately shouted, "Yang Yi!" Then they ran over, put their arms around his shoulders, one on each side, and walked inside. "Come on, Yang Yi, let's go upstairs and stop talking nonsense with these two guys." Yes, they clearly want to make a fool of you in front of Liu Rong so that Liu Rong will think highly of them. Ignore them. In fact, this class reunion has changed a lot. We didn't want to come this year, but we came when we heard that you were coming. Yes, Yang Yi, we three brothers haven't seen each other for 3 years. Let's have a good drink after we disperse. We won't leave until we are drunk. The words of the two brothers made Yang Yi feel warm in his heart. Brothers are brothers. When you are attacked by others, the one who stands up to help you is always a brother. Hu Ping, Lin Zi, what are you doing now? How are you doing? Yang Yi asked. Hu Ping shook his head. I am similar to you, working as a clerk in a company, making only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. It's hard to support a big family. Lin Jun smiled bitterly. That's much better than me. You have a family to support, but I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm doing so badly that people will turn around and leave when they hear that I'm a security guard. Hearing that the two brothers were in such a miserable state, Yang Yi couldn't help but frown and said, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Tell you? Hu Ping laughed dumbly. Brother, is it useful to tell you? Everyone knows that your salary is only 3,500 yuan, which seems to be less than mine. Lin Jun also shook his head. That's right, we brothers are not doing very well, and you are not much better than me. How can I have the nerve to disturb you? Yang Yi didn't say anything else, but he had already started thinking about how to arrange for these two good brothers. Several people came to the elevator entrance. There were 2 elevators, one was open and the other was closed. There were 2 beautiful waiters standing at the door. Yang Yi and Hu Ping. Lin Jun stepped into the open elevator without thinking, and waited for others to come in before going up together. But Zhong Liang looked at the elevator but did not go in. He stopped in front of Liu Rong and stretched out his hand towards another elevator. Liu Rong, let's take that elevator, it's quiet. Liu Rong frowned slightly and was about to speak when the waiter at the elevator door spoke up. Excuse me, which floor's private room did you book? Zhong Liang did not answer immediately, but turned to Liu Rong and several female classmates and said, the consumption level and reception standards of each floor of T&I restaurant are different. The first floor is for ordinary customers, with an average consumption of about 100 yuan per person. Although the seats are very tight, even ordinary customers still have a chance to sit down and eat as long as they come early. The second floor is different. The average consumption per person has soared to 500 yuan. And unlike downstairs, identity restrictions have been set. Ordinary customers cannot enter. Only those with a certain identity can enter. And the third floor we are going to is even more special. It usually only accepts very special guests, such as the hotel's big clients entertaining guests, the city leaders entertaining guests, and the consumption level here is at least 2,000 yuan per person. As for the 4th floor, I don't even dare to think about it. It is said that it is not open to the public. It seems that it has only received 2 or 3 guests since it opened. The students beside him were all amazed. An anxious female student even asked, "Is this restaurant so amazing? Which floor are we going to today?" Zhong Liang smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I know the manager of this restaurant very well, so he specially reserved a seat for us on the 3rd floor." The female classmate exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow! Zhong Liang, you are so famous that you can even get such a rare position." Another student said worriedly, "Does that mean each of us will have to pay at least 2,000 yuan today?" Zhong Liang smiled and waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, everyone. Li Jian and I have already discussed it. There are 25 of us today, and the total consumption is only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. So I, Zhong Liang, will pay for tonight alone." As soon as these words were spoken, almost everyone cheered and applauded Zhong Liang's magnanimity. Hu Ping even lowered his voice and muttered, "TSK. Aren't you saying so much just to show off in front of others?" Lin Jun snorted disdainfully. Isn't this his usual style? Amid the compliments from his female classmates, Zhong Liang's face flushed with pride. He turned to the two waiters and said, "Let's go to the third floor, the East China Hall." Then he was about to take Liu Rong into the elevator. Unexpectedly, the waiter smiled, pointed to another elevator and said, "Excuse me, sir, please take that elevator to the third floor." Why? Zhong Liang was a little embarrassed and asked angrily, "Isn't this elevator idle? Why don't you let us take it? Believe it or not, I will complain to your manager about you." The waiter still smiled and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. This elevator is a special elevator that goes directly to the fourth floor. It cannot reach the third floor." "I see." Zhong Liang then realized that he had made a fool of himself and his face was filled with embarrassment. Over there, Yang Yi called out without missing a beat, "Hey, Mr. Zhong, do you still want to take this elevator? Or should we go first? Can you come up later when there are fewer people?" There was an obvious hint of sarcasm in his words, and Zhong Liang's face turned red and blue and twitched. Liu Rong called out, "Wait for me, I'll go up with you." Then she quickly walked into the elevator and stood with Yang Yi. The other girls did not hesitate and quickly squeezed in, filling the elevator in an instant. Now Zhong Liang didn't care about the crowds and quickly squeezed in. The elevator went up to the third floor, and a man who looked like a manager came towards us. Zhong Liang quickly called out, "Manager Zhao." Then he quickly walked over and stretched out his hands. The manager was about to shake hands with him, but suddenly his eyes moved and he saw Yang Yi, who had just come out of the elevator. He was stunned for a moment and pushed away Zhong Liang's hand stretched out in front of him and walked quickly to Yang Yi. Chapter 28. Come and guard the gate of my construction site. The manager's action stunned everyone, and Zhong Liang was even more confused. He turned his head and watched him quickly walk towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was also a little surprised, but he soon realized that it must be the manager who recognized him. These elites who have been working in the service industry for many years are all shrewd people, and they have a photographic memory of those useful rich people and upper-class people. And he had just acquired the ownership of T&I restaurant chain group. As the manager of this store, he naturally knew the news and had naturally seen his photo. So it was not surprising that he reacted like this. This little incident also made Zhong Liang the object of everyone's envy and flattery. They sat down to eat. As Liu Rong was the school belle back then and was still single, she was naturally surrounded by boys. Zhong Liang naturally sat next to her, chatting and laughing, and intentionally or unintentionally placed the keys to his BMW on the table in front of them. "Wow, Zhong Liang, you are doing well now. We old classmates are still in dire straits, but you can drive a BMW?" A female classmate named Sui Feifei said exaggeratedly. Seeing that his BMW key successfully attracted everyone's attention, Zhong Liang was quite satisfied and said modestly, "Alas, a BMW is nothing. People who drive Ferraris and Lamborghinis are considered rich." "Hey, Zhong Liang, you are being so unkind. We are classmates gathering here, why are you talking about people driving Ferraris and Lamborghinis?" Li Jian interrupted without losing any time and said, "Look at our classmates, who else can drive a BMW besides you? Most of us are just driving a car worth tens of thousands of dollars." As he said that, he glanced at Yang Yi standing opposite him and said, "Look at Yang Yi. It seems like he hasn't bought a car yet. I heard that he's riding a second-hand electric bike." Everyone burst into laughter, while Liu Rong frowned but didn't say anything. Yang Yi just smiled and nodded, "Yes, I saved up my pocket money for several months to buy this second-hand electric car. It cost me $200. Stop talking about your $200, Yang Yi. Don't you see that the students in our class, no matter how poorly they're doing, can't compare to Zhong Liang, but most of them drive their own cars, right? But you ride an electric bike, and it's a second-hand one at that. Don't you think you are holding back your classmates?" Li Jian said. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Really? I know I'm holding everyone back, but there's nothing I can do. I only make about 3,000 yuan a month. I can't compare to Zhong Liang's family who owns a mine." Chapter 29. I want to buy your 3 buildings. Everyone looked at Yang Yi. Everyone knew that although Zhong Liang and Li Jian seemed to be well-intentioned in helping Yang Yi, everyone could see that they were deliberately ridiculing him. Cleaning and guarding the gate? Isn't this a slap in Yang Yi's face in front of everyone? However, Yang Yi was not angry, but smiled. "Okay, thank you 2 old classmates for your kindness. I have heard that Ronghua Real Estate has a big real estate business, but I didn't expect it to be owned by my old classmates. I will definitely come to bother you when I have nothing to eat next time. As soon as Yang Yi said this, the whole audience fell silent. They looked at each other with different expressions, especially Liu Rong, who looked at him with an incredible look. Zhong Liang didn't expect Yang Yi to be so patient. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Okay, it's settled then. I'll reserve a gate guard position for you later, so you can't not come. Yang Yi still smiled and said, Of course, of course. Mr. Zhong, you take such good care of my old classmates. I will not let you down. Seeing Yang Yi being so humble, Hua Ping, who was sitting next to him, was furious. He lowered his voice and said angrily, Yang Yi, what's wrong with you? How come you become like this after not seeing you for a few years? Yang Yi smiled, What's wrong with me? Hua Ping said angrily, What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear it? Zhong Liang and the other two were clearly making a fool of you and embarrassing you on purpose, but you're not angry and you're trying to curry favor with them. Lin Jun also said angrily, That's right, Yang Yi, although we are poor, we don't need to be bullied by them, and there is no need to make them feel so disgusted and still smile at them. Yang Yi just smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, he suddenly heard his cell phone ringing, as if there was new message. His heart moved and he quickly took out his cell phone to check. Sure enough, there was a little red dot on the Advanced News app, and new news was pushed. Yang Yi was delighted and quickly opened the software. June 13th news. After 3 years of investigation by relevant departments of the municipal government and after reporting to the higher authorities for research and decision, Xia City will build a 300-acre day school for primary and junior high school students in Majiatan, Jianxi district, to ease the pressure on the children of urban residents and migrant workers to go to school. The construction of this school will also drive a series of economic development environments in the surrounding area. The 3 real estate buildings invested and built by Ronghua Real Estate here 3 years ago have been unsaleable due to location issues. Now, these 3 real estate buildings will be transformed into school district housing and will soon be snapped up. Is Majiatan going to build a school? School district housing? Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat and he stared at the 4 words Ronghua Real Estate without moving. A sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhong Liang, aren't you the young master of Ronghua Real Estate? Didn't you want me to guard the gate of your construction site? This time, I will look at the doors of all 3 buildings in your house. Thinking of this, Yang Yi was in a good mood. He looked up at Zhong Liang opposite him and said, Zhong Liang, I heard that your family has built 3 buildings in Majiatan. Zhong Liang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Yes, what's wrong? Yang Yi smiled and said, Nothing. I just want to buy a house. So I want to take advantage of my old classmate. Zhong Liang was immediately very proud when he heard this. You are well informed. Yes, there are indeed 3 buildings of my family over there, but the house prices are not cheap. Can you afford it? The 3 buildings in Majiatan were purchased by Zhong Liang's father Zhong Kangan at great expense, but now they are just a piece of junk that the Zhong family is reluctant to mention. A long time ago, someone said that a new school was going to be built in Majiatan. Zhong Kangan keenly realized the business opportunity, so he couldn't wait to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a piece of land, and then built 3 commercial buildings, just to sell them as commercial housing when the time comes. But unexpectedly, the wait lasted almost 5 years. The first, second, and even third phases of buildings built elsewhere at the same time had already been sold out, but there was no news about the school in Majiatan, and Zhong Kangan's 3 buildings were left to rot in his hands. There is no school and the location is too remote. Not only are the house prices greatly discounted, but no one comes here to buy houses. In the brightly built sales office, the sales ladies are taking naps and sleeping every day, and they have been running away in waves. But of these 3 buildings, with more than 200 houses, less than 10 were sold in 4 years, and the rest were all rotten in the hands. They couldn't sell them even if they wanted to sell them, and no one was willing to take them over even if they wanted to transfer them. This has always been a concern for Zhong Kangan and his son. Now when he suddenly heard Yang Yi mention it, Zhong Liang felt a little blocked in his heart and spoke in an angry tone. Yang Yi smiled and said, If I can't afford it, I can borrow money. If my old classmates can give me a discount, maybe I can scrape together a down payment to buy a small apartment. Small apartment? Yang Yi, I would really like to give you a discount, but I'm sorry, it seems that all the apartments we have over there are large. The smallest one is at least 100 square meters, and a house costs at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Zhong Liang said. Yes, Yang Yi, you want to buy a house with your monthly salary of more than 3,000 yuan? Forget it. Even if you borrow money to pay the down payment, can you afford the monthly mortgage with your salary of more than 3,000 yuan? Li Jian said sarcastically. Yang Yi smiled and said, what's wrong with a salary of more than 3,000 yuan? In fact, I not only want to buy a house, but also buy all 3 buildings of yours. He turned to Huaping and Lin Jun and said, Huaping, Lin Zi, when I buy these 3 buildings, you two will help me manage them, rent out these houses, and help me collect rent every day, so that I can also live the life of a landlord. Phut! Yang Yi's words made several girls present burst out laughing. Even Huaping and Lin Jun smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Yang Yi, stop joking. Yang Yi, you're going to make me die of laughter. Li Jian laughed so hard that he couldn't even stand up straight. He pointed at Yang Yi and said, you are such a boaster. You even want to buy 3 buildings. Do you know how much it costs to buy 3 buildings? Yang Yi smiled and said, I don't know. How about you calculate it for me? Okay, I'll calculate it for you. Zhong Liang sneered and said, each of my 3 buildings is 12 stories high, with 2 units in each building and 4 suites in each unit. In other words, there are 288 suites in total in the 3 buildings. There are 3 types of apartments in these 3 buildings. On average, the area of each apartment is about 120 square meters. 120 times 288. Zhong Liang said, took out his cell phone, and used the calculator to tap away. The total is 34,560 square meters. 34,560 square meters. According to the current average housing price in Xia City, which is 8,000 per square meter, that's 276,480,000. Zhong Liang finished his calculations, put his phone on the table, and sneered at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, even though you usually look listless, I didn't expect you to be a billionaire. You actually paid 200 to 300 million to buy my 3 buildings. Awesome, awesome. He kept saying great, great, but there was no admiration or respect on his face. On the contrary, it was full of ridicule and mockery. The male and female classmates around were the same. They all couldn't help laughing. Some were laughing out loud, some had a look of sarcasm and ridicule on their faces. Isn't it ridiculous that a guy who earns 3,500 yuan a month, can't even afford to rent a house, and rides a second-hand electric bike to work wants to buy a property worth 200 or 300 million yuan? Chapter 30. Today's fees are free. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Yi with a sneer on their face. Even his best friends Huaping and Lin Jun were shaking their heads with a wry smile. There is no doubt that even the 2 of them found this joke embarrassing. Yang Yi, is it okay for you to brag so much in front of these old classmates who know you well? Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Amidst the laughter, Yang Yi looked very calm. He looked around and said, what? Is this funny? This is more than just funny. Li Jian jumped up and said loudly, Yang Yi, you are too boastful, aren't you? Everyone here knows your background. You are a loser who can't even buy a new electric car, but you have to pretend to be a billionaire. Is this interesting? If you are really that rich, would you work for others and earn 3,500 yuan a month? Would you let your girlfriend run away with someone else? Zhong Liang secretly glanced at Liu Rong and saw that Liu Rong's face was also full of helplessness. It was obvious that she didn't believe what Yang Yi said either. Zhong Liang was extremely happy at this time. He had just noticed that Liu Rong looked at Yang Yi differently from others, so he had been trying to make Yang Yi look bad, just to destroy Yang Yi's image in Liu Rong's heart. But I didn't expect that this guy would destroy his own image and brag so much in front of everyone. Now, in Liu Rong's mind, this guy must have become a guy who can do nothing but boast like 3 others. How can a loser like this compete with me for the goddess? Thinking of this, Zhong Liang tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, put on an extremely sad expression on his face, shook his head and said, Yang Yi, you really disappoint us. We originally thought that although you are doing very badly now, at least you can face yourself squarely. In this case, if each of us reaches out a hand to help you, you will naturally get up. But I didn't expect you. Zhong Liang said, shaking his head, you are so. Then he picked up a glass of wine and said, based on your performance, you have to drink 3 glasses of wine first. Yes, you must drink 3 glasses of wine as a penalty. Even if you want to brag, you should consider the place. Is this the place for you to brag? Li Jian said loudly with a look of contempt on his face. The others had the same expression on their faces, all waiting for Yang Yi to drink a penalty drink. But Yang Yi shook his head. I can make him drink as punishment, but not tonight. I still have to drive. As the saying goes, don't drink and don't drive after drinking. I'd better use a drink instead. As he said that, he picked up the glass, poured himself a drink, and then drank it all. The others looked at each other with strange expressions. Li Jian couldn't help it first and blurted out, Yang Yi, I really admire you. You are a rider on an electric bike. What do you mean you don't drink and drive? Will the traffic police stop your electric bike to check for drunk driving? Puff! Zhong Liang spat out a mouthful of wine while laughing. Everyone else was laughing so hard that they were bent over, even Liu Rong was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. But Yang Yi remained calm, poured himself another drink, drank it all, then shook his head and said to himself, what's wrong with an electric bike? Can you drink alcohol while riding an electric bike? It's unsafe to even walk after drinking, not to mention riding an electric bike. He looked at Zhong Liang opposite and said, Zhong Liang, I advise you to drink less alcohol, otherwise you won't be able to drive your BMW if you get drunk. Then, completely ignoring the looks from others, he poured himself another drink, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, then put the cup down and said, okay, I've punished myself with 3 drinks. Everyone, help yourself. I'll eat some food. Then he sat down and started eating. This class reunion seemed more and more boring in his eyes, and it was simply a torture to be with these snobbish and vulgar guys. The lively class reunion lasted for nearly 3 hours. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone got up and prepared to leave. At this time, Li Jiansai remembered a question and asked Zhong Liang worriedly, Zhong Liang, I suddenly remembered that our original budget was for the 3rd floor, and now the manager has upgraded it to the 4th floor. Should the consumption be settled according to the 4th floor or the 3rd floor? When Zhong Liang heard this, he sobered up immediately. Yes, I was so busy showing off just now, how could I have forgotten this question? You have to know that my budget today is only 70,000 yuan, which I got by coaxing my mother out of her. My goal is to act like a rich man and generous in front of Liu Rong, win her favor, and then try to win her heart. But I didn't expect to be promoted to the 4th floor by the manager, and I just noticed that the wine and food here are much higher end than those on the 3rd floor. I can only blame myself for only thinking about going to the 4th floor. I saved face, but I didn't expect that the consumption would also go up. In this case, I will definitely not be able to get back the tens of thousands of dollars I have. Moreover, he had already said that he would pay for the meal alone. If he took it back now, that person would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhong Liang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his face looked strange. Li Jian whispered, well, let's pay first and see how much it is. If he charges according to the consumption on the 3rd floor, we will pay. If he charges more, we will argue with him. Zhong Liang nodded. This was the only way now. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was much better than throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars. So Li Jian raised his hand and called out, waiter, pay the bill. The waiter standing at the door responded, okay, please wait a moment, and hurried out to pay the bill. Not long after, the waiter came back and Manager Zhao, who had just come, came too. As soon as he came in, Manager Zhao smiled and said, have you finished your meal? Are you satisfied with the food and service here? Li Jian picked his teeth while saying, I am satisfied with the food and service, but we originally booked the 3rd floor, and now you upgraded it to the 4th floor for us for free. The extra cost? Everyone stared at Manager Zhao, especially Zhong Liang, whose heart was in his throat. Manager Zhao smiled politely and said, as long as you are satisfied, it's fine. You are our most distinguished guests. Making you satisfied is our greatest satisfaction. Zhong Liang asked anxiously, how do you calculate the money? Manager Zhao smiled and didn't speak immediately. Instead, he glanced towards Yang Yi. He had already confirmed that Yang Yi was his new boss, but what he was not sure about was his relationship with these people. He had been secretly eavesdropping outside just now, and the more he listened, the more unsure he became, so he didn't dare to express his opinion rashly and had to wait for Yang Yi's attitude. At this time, Yang Yi knew the time had come, and he slowly stood up from his seat and said, today's fees are all free. Chapter 31 You are a billionaire. Yang Yi stood up and said slowly, "Today's fee is free of charge." Everyone was stunned and turned back to look, only to find that the person who was speaking was Yang Yi. So all of them looked disdainful. Li Jian, in particular, snorted, "Yang Yi, shut up. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak here? Are we asking if Manager Zhao is okay?" Yang Yi smiled and actually shut up. At this time, Manager Zhao coughed and said, "Sir, please respect our boss and be careful about your words and actions." Boss? Everyone was stunned and looked at Manager Zhao in surprise, not knowing why he said that. Li Jian was even more shocked and stammered, What boss?" In full view of the crowd, Manager Zhao walked up to Yang Yi, bowed respectfully, and called out, "Hello, boss." Then he turned his head and looked at Li Jian. "This is the new boss of our T&I catering group. Our boss said that all expenses today are free." Everyone present was dumbfounded. No one made a sound for a long while. Everyone looked at Yang Yi in surprise. They couldn't understand how Yang Yi, who had just been squeezed, ridiculed, and looked down upon by them, could have become the new boss of T&I Group. Li Jian couldn't believe it. He looked at Yang Yi in shock, then at Manager Zhao, and stammered, Are you mistaken? How could he be your new boss? He's clearly a poor loser who can't even afford an electric car." Manager Zhao looked at him coldly, "Sir, I have already told you to respect our boss. If you say something rude again, I will ask the security guard to ask you to leave." Now everyone finally believed their ears. Zhong Liang looked at Yang Yi in surprise. "Yang Yi, are you really the owner of this restaurant?" Yang Yi smiled and did not answer. Manager Zhao said, "To be exact, Mr. Yang Yi is the new boss of our T&I restaurant chain group, because our group not only has this one restaurant, but also 28 restaurants of the same size throughout the city." Wow! Chain group. Sui Feifa let out an exaggerated exclamation, and then whispered to Liu Rong, who was sitting next to her, "Liu Rong, do you know? T&I Group is the largest catering group in Xia City. I heard that its net profit a day is tens of millions. Yes, they have 20 to 30 such restaurants in various counties and districts throughout the city, and all of them are doing very well, with a market value of at least 200 to 300 million yuan. Oh my god, Yang Yi is actually their boss. Oh my god, isn't he a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions? I was shocked. I didn't expect there was such a billionaire hidden among us. What's even more embarrassing is that I just followed some people in laughing at him for being poor, a loser, and a braggart. I'm just as embarrassed as you." At this time, the most embarrassed people were of course Zhong Liang and Li Jian. Li Jian stood there stiffly for a long time without moving a muscle on his face. He was completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Yang Yi, who had just been ridiculed and mocked by himself and Zhong Liang and looked poor and destitute in their eyes, was actually a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. And he, a small civil servant, earning a fixed salary of 5 or 6,000 yuan, actually just said that he wanted to introduce a job to a billionaire and let the billionaire go to their unit to clean. At this moment, he wanted to raise his hand and slap himself a few times. If he said that he and Yang Yi had no grudges against each other, why did he follow Zhong Liang into this muddy water? Now, having offended a billionaire, one road has been blocked. Zhong Liang even felt that his face was swollen. He kept making a fool of Yang Yi, letting everyone know how poor and loser Yang Yi was. But it turned out that he was actually a hidden billionaire. What's funny is that he even said that he wanted others to come to his construction site to guard the gate. Have you ever seen a billionaire guarding the gate at a construction site? Pay him 5,000 yuan in salary. Are you still laughing at others for not being able to afford even the smallest house of their own? Now it seems that it was not an exaggeration when they said they wanted to buy your 3 properties. I'm worth 2 or 300 million, so what's the point of buying you a property worth 2 or 300 million? Just now, I was still worried about what to do if I had no money to pay the bill after boasting that I would treat everyone. In the end, they just said it was waived and nothing happened. Zhong Liang, what qualifications do you have to make fun of others? And you are making a fool of yourself in front of everyone. Isn't this just humiliating yourself? At this moment, Zhong Liang's face was extremely ugly. It can be said that the more glorious he was just now, the more embarrassed he was now. Yang Yi was not in the mood to show off. He waved his hand and said, "Classmates, please come here more often to show your support." Then he put his arm around Huaping and Lin Jun's shoulders and walked out with a smile, saying, "If there is nothing else, we will leave first. I wanted to see you off, but unfortunately my second-hand electric bike can't carry too many people. Sorry." Everyone blushed again and looked at Li Jian and Zhong Liang at the same time. You know, it was the two of them who revealed that Yang Yi was riding a second-hand electric bike. Isn't this a joke? A billionaire would ride a second-hand electric bike? Everyone walked out of the restaurant, and under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Yang Yi took out his car keys and pressed a button. Not far away, the headlights of a uniquely shaped and handsome black Lamborghini sports car flashed, and then the scissor doors slowly opened. Fuck, a Lamborghini? Huaping was stunned and punched Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Is this your second-hand electric car?" Lin Jun was stunned when he saw the impressive sports car. He muttered, "Fuck, I think I saw this sports car on the website. The lowest price is more than 10 million. With the tariff, it's at least 20 million. Man, you're really rich." Yang Yi laughed, "It's just a car. In my opinion, it's no different from a second-hand electric car." He tilted his head and said, "How about it? Huaping, Lin Zi, do you want to experience the speed and passion?" Of course, only a fool would be unwilling to do that. Huaping and Lin Jun didn't bother to be polite with him. They ran over without saying a word and climbed into the sports car. The sports car only had 2 seats, the driver and the front passenger, so the two of them just squeezed in together, laughing and joking. But no one laughed at them. On the contrary, everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. "I envy Huaping and Lin Jun for being qualified to sit there." Yang Yi laughed and strode towards the Lamborghini. When he was about to reach the sports car, he suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Zhong Liang, and then said loudly, "By the way, Zhong Liang, remember what we just talked about, I was not joking." Zhong Liang was stunned. He instinctively thought that he was talking about asking someone to guard the gate of his own construction site. He immediately blushed with shame and said awkwardly, "Yang Yi, you are a billionaire, so don't laugh at me. How dare I ask you to guard the gate of my construction site?" Yang Yi shook his head, "Forget about looking at the gate. I'm talking about buying your property. Go back and discuss it with your father. If you plan to sell it, call me." After that, he jumped into the sports car and stepped on the accelerator. "Let's go." The Lamborghini roared and disappeared like a flash of lightning. Chapter 32: The Taker. Huaping and Lin Jun were thrilled by the Lamborghini's wind-like speed, and what made them even more excited was that Yang Yi asked each of them to drive the sports car around the suburbs twice. "It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable. Damn, this sports car worth tens of millions is so much more fun to drive than a van." Lin Jun shouted excitedly, his whole face filled with excitement. Huaping looked at Yang Yi and said, "Okay, Yang Yi, you hit it too well. When did you become a billionaire? We didn't even know about it and were still worried about you." "Yes, Yang Yi, tell us how you turned from a loser into a billionaire, and give us two brothers some inspiration." Yang Yi smiled and said, "If I say that a big pie fell from the sky and hit me on the head, turning me from a loser into a billionaire, would you believe it?" Huaping and Lin Jun rolled their eyes at the same time. "Okay, capitalist, if you don't want to say it, forget it. We won't force you." Yang Yi said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I tell you, you won't believe it. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Huaping, Lin Jun, come and help me." The two looked at each other, and they both knew what was going on. They knew that Yang Yi wanted to help them, but in order to save their face, he asked them to help him instead. "Okay, Yang Yi, tell me, what do you plan to do with us two brothers?" "I will resign tomorrow and report to you." Huaping said straightforwardly, "I won't be hypocritical with you. If nothing else, just because you remember us brothers, we too will follow you for the rest of our lives." Lin Jun also patted his chest and said, "Yes, Yang Yi, although we two brothers don't have much ability, we will definitely work hard and will never let you down." Yang Yi nodded, "I know, the three of us are brothers. So, Lin Jun, when you come, you can take up a position in the restaurant first and get familiar with the restaurant's operation. After you are familiar with the operation of this industry, you can go to the group company and take charge of this area for me." Lin Jun was stunned and said in disbelief, "Yang Yi, this is too big a job for me, isn't it? I don't know anything about business. You give me such a big business, what if I mess it up?" Yang Yi looked at him and said, "If you're afraid of messing up, then you should be attentive, learn carefully, and do it carefully. I don't feel safe leaving such a large catering group in the hands of others. I will only feel at ease if it is in the hands of my own brothers. Lin Jun felt warm inside when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, Yang Yi, don't worry, I, Lin Jun, will go all out this time and will definitely not let you down. Hua Ping, who was standing by, was excited and looking forward to hearing that Lin Jun had taken on such a heavy responsibility. He asked nervously, what about Yang Yi, what about me? Yang Yi looked at him and said, Hua Ping, you have your task. Your task is to immediately form a real estate sales team and prepare to sell the real estate. The two men's eyes widened immediately. Real estate. Damn, Yang Yi, you still have real estate? My goodness, you are really rich, you are in the catering and real estate business, you are definitely a tycoon. Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. I don't have any real estate in my hands right now, and I don't know anything about this business, but we don't have anything to buy, have you forgotten? What did I just say to Zhong Liang at the class reunion? Both of them were stunned, and then Hua Ping blurted out, do you really want to buy his property? Lin Jun immediately shook his head. No, you are stupid. Everyone knows that his property has been built for several years and it has not been sold. Why do you want to be his buyer now? Yes, Yang Yi, even if we have money, we can't help Zhong Liang. Have you forgotten how Zhong Liang bullied you and stabbed you in the back? If it weren't for him, would you have lost your job? Yang Yi shook his head. Of course I remember, but I'm not doing charity. No one's money comes from the wind, and I will not use my hard-earned money to help my enemies. I want to buy his property because it has money to be made. Yang Yi, you must have your own unique vision to have achieved what you have today. The two of us are definitely not as good as you. But I still want to remind you, although Zhong Liang's property can't be sold now, you can definitely lower the price if you take over. But since he can't sell it, it means that the demand for housing there is very low. Aren't you afraid that it will rot in your hands? Hua Ping asked worriedly. Yang Yi smiled and said, don't worry, there is no demand for housing in that area now, but he will have it once I buy it. The two of them looked at each other, with doubts in their minds, but no one said anything. After all, they are billionaires, how could their vision be worse than yours? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, by the way, Hua Ping, you have never been involved in this industry. It may be difficult for you to form a team. So, I will find someone to help you. Hua Ping nodded. Okay, I'm just a layman now, I'll listen to him when the time comes. Yang Yi took out his phone and was about to make a call, but he saw that the time on the screen was almost midnight. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of calling and sent a WeChat message instead. I am planning to buy a property and now I need a sales team. Can you help me? Then he hung up the phone. Okay, it's getting late today, I'll take you two back, and we'll discuss the details tomorrow. Just as I sent the two people home, the phone in my pocket rang. When I took it out, I saw that it was He Dan calling. Yang Yi smiled and pressed the answer button. Beauty, did I disturb your sleep? He Dan's voice sounded very excited, without any drowsiness from being interrupted in the middle of the night. Yang Yi, are you serious? Do you really want to get into real estate? Yang Yi said, of course, do you think I would stay up late at night to tease you? He Dan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but blush. Yeah, sending this in the middle of the night, how can it not arouse suspicion? Okay then, let me ask you seriously, are you willing to come here and help me? Yang Yi said. Of course I am willing. He Dan was very glad that this was just a phone call, otherwise her blushing face would be completely exposed to Yang Yi's eyes. Well, you can resign tomorrow. I will double your salary. You also need to help me bring in a few more people. Then you will be the sales manager. Yang Yi said straightforwardly. Okay, I'm done. Go back to sleep. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After all, he still had to drive. He Dan on the other end of the phone was going crazy. How can I sleep when you call me in the middle of the night? Chapter 33. You are really not kidding me. Zhong Liang returned home, thought for a long time, and finally knocked on his father's door. After a while, Zhong Kang'an's voice came from inside. Who is it? Dad, it's me. Are you asleep? I have something important to discuss with you. Zhong Liang said carefully. What's the important matter? Did you overspend on tonight's dinner? Can you save some money for me? The company is in such a difficult situation now. Do you think your dad is a money printing machine? Zhong Kang'an's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Dad, I really have something important to tell you. It's about the 3 buildings we have in Majiatan. Someone said they want to buy those 3 buildings. Zhong Liang said. What? Someone wants to buy our 3 buildings? Zhong Kangan was startled and sat up from the bed. Are you kidding me? Dad, it's absolutely true. I'm not lying. It's true. Zhong Liang patted his chest and assured. Now, Zhong Kangan suddenly became energetic. Without even talking about going to sleep, he came out of the bedroom in his pajamas. What's going on? Tell me quickly, who wants to buy it? How much do you plan to buy? Zhong Kangan asked impatiently as soon as he came out. Zhong Kangan has had a lot of headaches recently. The company is seriously short of funds and the construction site in Dongcheng is almost shut down. The culprit for all this is the Majiatan project. At the beginning, he heard that a school was going to be built there, so he took the land at all costs in order to sell it at the price of a school district house. But I didn't expect that after 5 years, there was no sign of the school. And that place was in a remote suburb, so no one went there to sell houses. As a result, the 3 buildings were stuck there and could not be sold at all. All the company's funds were exhausted, the bank loan could not be repaid, and there was no way to raise new funds. Zhong Kangan was so anxious that he had a headache. He begged for a loan from everyone he knew, but no bank was willing to lend him money. He was eager to sell the 3 buildings at a low price so as to get funds for other projects. It was better than letting a piece of rotten meat ruin his own rice bowl. But no one is willing to take over. Everyone knows that there is no demand for buying houses on that land, so who is willing to take over? Now, when he suddenly heard that someone wanted to buy a house, Zhong Kangan couldn't sit still. Zhong Liang quickly said, it's a classmate of mine from college. He said he wanted to buy all 3 of our buildings. Buy them all? Zhong Kangan's eyes glowed with excitement. What does he do? Does he have the ability to do this? Zhong Liang frowned and said, I'm not sure, but I think there is. Not clear? What should be there? Isn't he your classmate? What kind of business is he in? Don't you know how much assets he has? Zhong Kangan was so anxious that his palms were sweating, and he kept asking. I don't know exactly how much assets he has, but he is the new boss of Tianai Catering Chain Group. Zhong Liang said carefully. The new boss of Tianai Group? Zhong Kangan took a breath. Of course he knew about Tianai Group, which had 20 or 30 chain restaurants and hotels in the city. And the most important thing is that these restaurants and hotels are extremely popular. I heard that each store has a net profit of hundreds of thousands every day. If there are 20 or 30 stores, the net profit can be several million every day. The owner of such a chain restaurant group must have assets of at least tens of billions, so buying his 3 buildings is naturally a piece of cake. At this point, Zhong Kangan became excited. Then what did you tell him? Zhong Liang said awkwardly, I thought he was joking at first, so I didn't take it seriously. Later I found out that he seemed to be serious. Just now when our class reunion was over, he specifically told me to come back and ask you what you think. If you are willing to sell it, please contact him. Zhong Kangan waved his hand and said, what are you still standing there for? Contact him quickly. If we can really sell these 3 buildings to him, it will solve our urgent need. Zhong Liang looked at his watch in embarrassment. Dad, let's go tomorrow. It's already past 12 o'clock. Zhong Kangan then realized that it was late at night, and slapped his head. Look at my brain, yes, contact him tomorrow. Don't contact him so quickly, otherwise he will lower our house price. Then he waved his hand and asked Zhong Liang to sit down. Son, please sit down quickly, let's discuss tomorrow's affairs. You have done a great deed today. Because he went to bed late at night and it was his first time sleeping in his own house, Yang Yi slept particularly well that night. He was awakened by a timid knock on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he went over to open the door in his pajamas and slippers. As soon as the door opened, he saw Dan standing at the door in a small suit, white shirt and black skirt. The close-fitting sales uniform on her body showed off her figure. In addition, there was a hint of shyness on her pretty face, which made Yang Yi, who had just woken up, a little dazed. He looked at Dan and said hesitantly, "Why are you here?" Dan said timidly, "Didn't you tell me last night to come and see you today?" Then she blushed and said angrily, "I knew you were teasing me on purpose." "Humph, how can you rich people have such bad tastes? You've made me excited all night." He stomped his feet and turned to leave angrily. Yang Yi finally reacted and slapped his head. Look at my brain, I forgot all the important things after sleeping. Coming quickly, I'll go wash my face and wake up, and then I'll tell you in detail later. He Dan looked at him suspiciously. Are you really not kidding me? She looked very cute when she was serious. Yang Yi couldn't help but stretched out his finger and quickly scratched her small nose. Why should I tease you? Are you easy to tease? As soon as he finished this action, Yang Yi realized that something was wrong. He wondered why he was so frivolous. Fearing that he Dan would be angry, he quickly turned around and walked towards the bathroom, saying as he walked, sit down first. I'll go wash my face and tell you in detail later. He Dan was also caught off guard by his sudden intimate behavior. She stood there for a long time without coming to her senses. When she finally came to her senses, her face turned red with shame. She glanced towards the bathroom door, walked into the living room with a red face and lowered head, her heart fluttering like a frightened deer. Just then, Yang Yi's phone rang in the bedroom. Yang Yi, phone call. He Dan called out. Yang Yi poked his head out of the bathroom with his mouth full of toothpaste foam. He pointed at his mouth and then at He Dan. What I mean is that I can't answer the phone, can you answer it for me? He Dan hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the bedroom. Chapter 34. Are you willing to gamble with me? The quilt on the bed in the bedroom was rolled up into a ball and had not been tidied up yet, and the phone was thrown haphazardly on the cabinet beside the bed. He Dan picked up the phone and ran out quickly. The strong masculine scent in the bedroom made her feel a little dizzy. She glanced at the screen and saw 2 words on it, Mom. He Dan was startled. This was not a random call. She knocked on the bathroom door and held the phone out to Yang Yi. It's your mother's call. Would it be inconvenient for me to answer it? Yang Yi shook his head without even thinking about it, indicating that it was okay and he could go ahead and answer it. He Dan finally made up his mind and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello. Her words immediately frightened Yang Yi's mother Fang Xinyu on the other end of the phone. She looked at the name on the screen again. It was her son. After being stunned for a long time, Fang Xinyu asked carefully, Miss, is this Yang Yi's call? He Dan said quickly, yes, you are my aunt, right? Yang Yi is brushing his teeth and it's inconvenient for him to answer the phone, so he asked me to answer it for him first. Oh. The old lady suddenly realized, and she spoke in a long voice. She also winked at Yang Yuanming, the father of Yang, and said mysteriously while covering the receiver, my son has a girlfriend again. When Yang Yuanming, father of Yang, heard this, he immediately became alert and quickly put his ear close to it. Oh girl, you said Yang Yi was brushing his teeth, so you just got up. You haven't had breakfast yet? Well, never mind, I won't disturb you for now. You should wash your face and eat first, and I'll call you later. Fang Xinyu said considerately. He Dan blushed immediately. What is this? What do you mean you just got up? Is it your son who just got up? From what you said, it seems like your son and I are sleeping together. You said you won't bother us anymore, but why would we bother you? He Dan was so anxious that she quickly explained, Auntie, no, you misunderstood. It's not us who just got up, it's Yang Yi who just got up. Oh, this bad boy just likes to be lazy and sleep late. Girl, you have to take good care of him in the future. Let him get up first and let him cook. Fang Xinyu said with a smile, like a mother-in-law who loves her daughter-in-law. He Dan was so upset that she wanted to cry. What did he mean by he should get up first and cook first and she should take good care of him from now on? After all this talk, I still sleep with your son, I just get up a little earlier than him. She was so anxious that her face turned red. She wanted to explain but didn't know how. Some words were simply beyond her ability to say. When I looked up, I saw Yang Yi holding a toothbrush in his mouth, with a mouthful of white foam, looking at me. She immediately became anxious, stuffed the phone into Yang Yi's arms, and said with a red face, talk to your mother. After saying that, he turned around and ran back to the living room. Yang Yi didn't expect things to turn out like this. He admired his mother's imagination very much. She was just helping him answer a phone call, but how come she acted like his wife? He rinsed his mouth hastily and whispered into the phone, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? He is just an ordinary friend who came to talk to me about work and help me answer a call. How can he go out and meet people in the future if you say such nonsense? Ordinary friends? Yang Yi, don't you want to be responsible for her? I'm warning you. The girl has already lived with you. If you dare to let her down, I, as her mother, will not forgive you first. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinyu not only did not correct the mistake in time, but also scolded Yang Yi with a glare. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, knowing that the more he explained, the worse it would be. This misunderstanding couldn't be explained for a while. Besides, He Dan was still sitting there. If they continued to argue like this, it would be awkward for both of them. So he covered the phone and whispered, "Okay, Mom, I won't say any more to you. I'll call you later." After that, he quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the living room again, He Dan was sitting there with his head down, his face almost red to the neck. "Just now. I'm sorry, my mom is a little senile and thought you were my girlfriend." Yang Yi also felt a little embarrassed and said awkwardly, scratching his head. He Dan lowered her head, her face becoming more and more red with shame, especially when she thought of Fang Xinyu's words just now, "Girl, you have to take good care of him in the future." She was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. Seeing this, Yang Yi knew that he couldn't continue this topic. If he continued, the two of them would be too awkward to get along, so he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what I told you last night was no joke. I'm about to acquire a 3-building property, and I'll need a sales team to help me sell the houses, so I want to ask you to come and help me. Don't worry, your salary and bonus will be twice your current amount. What do you think?" This topic really worked. He Dan immediately diverted his attention and raised his head and said, "Before I make a decision, can I ask you a question?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course, you can ask any questions you have." He Dan looked at him and said, "I want to ask which property you plan to buy and then sell?" Yang Yi did not hide it. "Do you know that there is a completed real estate project in Majiatan, Jianxi district?" He Dan nodded. "Of course I know. Are you talking about the property developed by Ronghui Real Estate?" Yang Yi nodded. He Dan frowned and looked serious. "Yang Yi, if you are not kidding me, of course I am willing to come. Such a high salary, I am not stupid, of course people want to move up. But I have a question. Other people build their own houses and sell them, so that they can make enough profit, but you have to buy houses from others and then sell them. Is it really profitable to do this?" He Dan had been thinking about this question all the time. After she received Yang Yi's call last night, her first reaction was excitement, but when she calmed down after the excitement, she felt that it was a little unreliable. But she did not refuse directly, but chose to come over and ask Yang Yi in detail. The reason was simple. After their last interaction, she trusted Yang Yi very much and felt that he would not do such an unreliable thing. Since he said so, he must have his reasons for doing so. But she wanted to clarify this question. When Yang Yi saw her ask this question, he suddenly laughed. He Dan was stunned. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No, you are right. My behavior does seem a little difficult to understand in the eyes of you who have worked in the real estate industry for a long time." At this point, he paused, then stared into He Dan's eyes and said, "But if I guarantee you that this property will appreciate in value in a month, are you willing to believe me and take a gamble with me?" Chapter 35. Let him slap his face. "Are you willing to trust me and take a chance with me?" Facing Yang Yi's pair of piercing eyes, He Dan's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate inexplicably. Without even a second thought, she nodded. "What do you need me to do for you?" Yang Yi smiled. "It's very simple. Help me find a few people who have experience in selling real estate and form a sales team. In a month at most, I believe a housing buying storm will appear in front of us. By then, it will all depend on you." House buying storm? Before He Dan had time to appreciate the impact this word would have, Yang Yi's phone rang again. When they heard the phone ringing, they immediately remembered the embarrassment that had just happened. He Dan's face immediately turned red again. She quickly stood up and walked around the room, pretending to appreciate the decorations in the room. When Yang Yi took out his phone and took a look, he found that the call was not from his mother. The name that appears above is Zhong Liang. The fish is really hooked. Yang Yi smiled slightly. He did not answer the phone immediately, but waited for more than 10 seconds until the phone was about to stop ringing. Then he pressed the answer button and said in a lazy tone, "Hello? Who is it? So early?" Zhong Liang's panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yang Yi, it's me, Zhong Liang." Ever since he knew that Yang Yi was the new boss of Tianai Group, Zhong Liang no longer had the sense of superiority he had before. Now, thinking that Yang Yi might help his family get rid of a big burden and help his family overcome financial difficulties, he became even more terrified like a slave, fearing that this savior would run away.
"Oh, it's Boss Zhong. Why are you in such a good mood today that you even remember to call me?"
Yang Yi said deliberately. Zhong Liang quickly smiled and said, "Yang Yi, what kind of boss am I? I am nothing in front of you. Didn't you say last night that you wanted to buy the 3 buildings in my Majiatan? I told my dad about it, and he said he wanted to meet with you to discuss the details." Yang Yi's smile deepened. He made an okay gesture to He Dan, who was turning his head, and then said to the phone, "Really? That's fine, then let's find a time to talk." Zhong Liang hurriedly said carefully, "Then today at noon, do you think it's okay? This afternoon? You two are really anxious." Yang Yi's smile became even more intense. "Today at noon. Okay, then, let's meet at your sales office. I'll also take the opportunity to inspect the site. To be honest, I haven't visited those buildings yet." He Dan, who had just picked up the cup to drink water, spit out water when he heard this. Oh my God! Hasn't he even seen the property, but he wants to buy it and sell it himself? Isn't he this too rich and willful? Zhong Liang on the other end of the phone was shocked. He was stunned for a long time after hanging up the phone. Zhong Kangan, who was anxiously waiting for news, asked quickly, "What happened? What did he say?" Zhong Liang came back to his senses. "It's agreed that we will meet at the sales office at noon today to discuss the specific matters." Then, he frowned and said, "Dad, this is a bit strange." "What's strange?" Zhong Kangan asked. "He said he wanted to buy those buildings without even going to the site to see them. Isn't this a bit strange?" Zhong Liang said with a frown. Zhong Kangan was also stunned for a moment, frowning and thinking for a while. "This is a bit strange, is there any inside story?" He remembered what he had said before about building a school. But soon, he shook his head and said, "It's impossible. If they wanted to build a school, they would have built it a long time ago. It's been 5 years, and the school would have closed down long ago." "Maybe he doesn't understand the real estate industry at all," said Zhong Liang. Zhong Kangan nodded, "That's right. Young people your age don't know anything about real estate." "And didn't you say that? He was originally a poor loser who earned 3,500 yuan. How did he become the new boss of T&I Group? He must have suddenly become rich, and then he was so eager to do something, so he came up with this." Zhong Liang also nodded, "Yes, that must be the case. I know this man very well. He just started to act like this after he suddenly became rich. Also, he might have bought our property just to slap me in the face this time." Zhong Kangan raised his eyebrows. "Oh? What happened? Tell me." Zhong Liang blushed and said, "Last night, we didn't know he was the new boss of T&I. Li Jian and I kept bullying him. I even told him to come to our construction site to look after the gate. It was only after I said that he said he wanted to buy our house. So that's how it is." Zhong Kangan suddenly realized it. He laughed and said, "My good son, you have helped me solve a big problem with a bad move." He sneered and said, "Now these poor losers are always thinking about counterattacks and slapping people in the face. Suddenly they have some money and they don't know what to do. Fine, he wants to slap people in the face, then we too will stretch our faces over to him. The louder he hits, the better." The more I thought about it, the happier I felt, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhong Liang was feeling a little embarrassed at first, but after hearing what Zhong Kangan said, he suddenly felt like he had become a great contributor to the family and couldn't help laughing. At noon, Zhong Kangan and his son Zhong Liang were already waiting at the sales office of Ronghe Jiayuan in Majiatan. After all, this is their best chance to get rid of this heavy burden, and Zhong Kangan doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He sat there anxiously, constantly urging Zhong Liang to go out and see if Yang Yi had arrived. After Zhong Liang looked around countless times, the Lamborghini sports car finally appeared. Along with the Lamborghini, there was also a red BMW SUV. "Here he comes! Here he comes! Dad, he's here!" Zhong Liang ran back excitedly and pointed him to Zhong Kangan. The Lamborghini and the BMW slowly stopped in front of the sales office, and Yang Yi and He Dan got out of the cars. "This must be brother Yang Yi, right? I've heard from Zhong Liang a long time ago that he has a classmate who is young and promising, and is the best among their graduating class. I've never had a chance to meet him, but today I finally get to meet him. It's such an honor. Zhong Kangan greeted him with extraordinary enthusiasm, holding Yang Yi's hands with both hands and shaking them. That enthusiasm was like that of a father and son who had been separated for many years. Yang Yi smiled and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Uncle Zhong, it's windy outside, let's go inside and talk." A few people went in and sat down, and Yang Yi went straight to the point. "Uncle Zhong, I think Zhong Liang has already told you everything, so let's not waste any more time and get straight to the point. I want to buy your Ronghui garden, so give me a price." Chapter 36 I'm not taking advantage of you, I'm helping you. Yang Yi's straightforwardness made Zhong Kangan stunned for a moment, but he immediately laughed. "Ha ha, little brother is really straightforward. In this case, as an elder, I won't beat around the bush." He waved his hand and called the sales manager over. "Manager Zhong, please introduce the current real estate situation of Ronghui Jiayuan to General Manager Yang." Manager Zhong came over immediately with the documents in his hand and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Yang, we have 3 buildings in Ronghui Jiayuan with a total of 288 apartments. There are 4 different sizes of apartments, ranging from 98 square meters to 140 square meters." Yang Yi no longer had the patience to listen any further and waved his hand. "I don't have time to listen to you talking so much, just tell me directly, how much is the total area, how much is the unit price, and how much does it cost in total to transfer it to me?" Manager Zhong looked at Zhong Kangan and didn't dare to speak. Zhong Kangan laughed. "Little brother is really a straightforward person. Well, let's get straight to the point." He waved his hand and asked Manager Zhong to leave. Then he took the calculator on the table and said, "This Ronghui Jiayuan is like my lifeblood. I remember every number very clearly. The total area of these 288 houses is 37,440 square meters, and the average house price in the city is 8,300 per square meter. So the total house price is 310,752,000 yuan." After saying that, he looked up at Yang Yi and said, "How about this? You are Zhong Liang's classmate, and you bought all the properties at once, so uncle will give you a discount. How about 95% off?" Then he tapped a few times on the calculator. At a 95% discount, the total is 295,214,400 yuan. Then, he gritted his teeth, made an expression of reluctantly giving up, and said, "How about this? Uncle will give you all the change. How about 295 million directly? In this way, uncle can save you 10 or 20 million. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Yi expectantly, waiting for his answer. However, Yang Yi did not answer. Instead, he smiled and said to He Dan beside him, "He Dan, you tell me." "Okay." He Dan, who had been recording numbers with a pen, nodded, cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Zhong, there are a few mistakes in your quotation just now. I need to correct them for you." Zhong Kangan was stunned and looked at the beautiful girl in surprise. "Oh? Is there a mistake? Tell me." He Dan nodded. "First, these 3 buildings have a total of 288 good apartments, but 3 of them have been sold and the ownership is not in your hands, Mr. Zhong, so the number and area of the houses are wrong." Zhong Kangan's face turned red and he slapped his head. "Look at my brain, it's so old and confused, how could I make such a low-level mistake?" He Dan ignored him and continued, "Also, when you calculated the house price just now, you used the average house price in the city. But according to our understanding, the current house price in Ronghui Jiayuan is not even close to the average house price. Now no one will buy it even if it is 2,000 yuan lower than the average house price." Zhong Kangan's face turned a little red. This was a complete slap in the face. He Dan continued, "According to our investigation, the current housing price of Ronghui Jiayuan is 6,300 per square meter, and no one is buying it, so we are only willing to pay 4,500 per square meter to buy the remaining houses." Zhong Liang jumped up when he heard this. "What? 4,500 per square meter? Yang Yi, are you robbing me? Is there anyone who buys houses this way? Go ask around. Are there any houses in Xia City that are this low?" Zhong Kangan's face turned red, and the veins on his face were exposed. The 2 of them had thought of all kinds of situations at home, and they also thought that Yang Yi would definitely lower the price, but they never expected that he would lower the price so hard. This is simply cutting their flesh and bleeding. Zhong Liang was right. Looking at the whole Xia City, there was no place with such low housing prices. If he had sold the house at 8,300 yuan, he could have made a profit of more than 100 million yuan. Although this was much lower than the estimated profit of the school district house when the building was first built, it could at least stop the bleeding. But now, they have suddenly slashed the house price to 4,005. This is simply taking advantage of the situation and trying to kill me. Seeing Zhong Liang so furious, He Dan wisely stopped talking, closed the notebook and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled, patted the armrest of the sofa and said, "Zhong Liang, don't be impulsive. We are discussing business here. If it works out, we'll talk about it. If it doesn't work out, we shouldn't ruin our friendship and hurt the feelings of our classmates, right?" Zhong Liang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "You still have the nerve to talk about the friendship between classmates? Are you using a knife to bleed your old classmate?" He roared angrily, "Yang Yi, put away your hypocritical face. I tell you, don't try to take advantage of my family. I tell you, we are not selling this house today. Go buy your cheap house somewhere else." He was so angry that he had completely lost his mind. His eyes were red like an angry bull. Yang Yi was not angry at all. He nodded with a smile. "Okay, if that's the case, He Dan, let's go back and look at other places." As he said this, he stood up, and He Dan also stood up. He Dan had already thought of the current situation. After Yang Yi set the price for her, He Dan was sure that this deal would not succeed and the other party would definitely turn against her. As expected, He Dan stood up with Yang Yi and was about to leave. At this time, Zhong Kangan suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He Dan was stunned and turned to look at Zhong Kangan. Yang Yi also stopped, turned around and looked at Zhong Kangan with a smile. "What's wrong? Uncle Zhong, do you also think I am taking advantage of the situation?" Zhong Kangan cursed in his heart, "Little fox, you are taking advantage of the situation." But he still had to put on a smile. "Little brother, what are you talking about? Uncle Zhong knows that you are not taking advantage of the situation, you are helping Uncle Zhong." Yang Yi nodded. "That's right, Uncle Zhong, you are a wise man, you see things more clearly than Zhong Liang." Zhong Kangan smiled awkwardly and gritted his teeth. "Little brother, I know you are helping me, but the house price is too low. How about 6,000? Yang Yi shook his head. 4,005. Zhong Kangan, 5,005? 4,005. 5,000? Yang Yi looked at He Dan, who had been stunned for a long time. Only then did he react and said quickly, "Boss Yang, since Boss Zhong is so sincere, shall we buy it?" Yang Yi nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chapter 37. He clearly wants to drink our blood. After several minutes of competition, both parties finally signed their names on the contract for a house price of 5,000 yuan. With a flick of Yang Yi's finger, 185 million yuan was transferred into the account of Zhong Kangan's company. Ronghe Jiayuan officially changed hands and became Yang Yi's property. The sales ladies in the sales office were stunned. They didn't expect that the property that they had been trying to sell for several years would be sold out in the blink of an eye. Now that the properties have been sold, are they unemployed? When Yang Yi turned his head and saw them, he suddenly had an idea. He waved to He Dan and whispered something in her ear. He Dan's face lit up immediately. He nodded repeatedly, and then announced loudly, "Everyone, if anyone is willing to stay and continue working, you can stay and work for us." As soon as the words came out, the sales ladies were immediately delighted, but they were a little bit unconvinced. "Can we really stay?" He Dan nodded. "Of course, we still have to sell the property after we buy it, so of course we need experienced salespeople, and you guys are very familiar with the property, so of course, we are happy to keep you." He paused, then said loudly, "In addition, the base salary will be doubled, and the commission will be doubled." Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out in the sales office, and the sales ladies clapped their hands red with excitement. He Dan added, "In addition, you don't have to worry about performance. We will definitely sell the houses that others can't sell, and they will sell very well. In other words, as long as you stay here, I guarantee that your income will be the envy of all your peers." The applause became more and more enthusiastic, and the entire sales office became a sea of enthusiasm. Zhong's father and son looked at this scene with ashen faces. Zhong Kangan snorted heavily and walked out without looking back. The two men returned to the car. Zhong Liang pulled off the tie around his neck and said angrily, "This bastard is clearly taking advantage of our misfortune and wants to drink our blood." Although Zhong Kangan's face was not looking good, he still sneered and said, "But he won't laugh too long." he will soon find out that it's not so easy to slap us in the face. We only lost tens of millions, but he lost 200 million. I haven't sold this property for more than 3 years. I don't believe I can sell it in his hands. In stark contrast to the Zhong father and son's dejection and anger, Yang Yi's face was now filled with the joy of victory. He Dan was busy speaking to the sales staff who stayed. The sudden change in role from an ordinary sales staff to a sales manager with overall responsibility was a little uncomfortable for her at first, but she quickly integrated into the new role. Not long after, Huaping also arrived. When he learned that Ronghe Jiayuan had been taken over by Yang Yi, his eyes were full of admiration. Huaping, you've come just in time. Let me introduce you. This is He Dan. Ronghe Jiayuan will be handed over to you two from now on. As for the specific division of labor, He Dan will be responsible for sales, and you will be responsible for the overall management, of course, mainly the management of the building, the property management. Yang Yi briefly divided the work between the two people. In addition, there is one thing you need to do right now, which is to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Housing Management Bureau to modify the information and change Ronghe Jiayuan to our own name. Huaping nodded repeatedly, shook hands with He Dan to show his pleasure in cooperation, and then said, "Okay, I'll do it right away, but what do you think the new name should be?" He Dan also looked at Yang Yi from the side. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's split my name into 2 parts, Huahua Jiayuan." "This is a good name, which indicates that our property will sell well," said Huaping. Yang Yi smiled. This was exactly what he meant. Then he added, "Also, there is something else you need to do right away." Huaping and He Dan both looked at him. "Boss Yang, go ahead. Our goal is not just to acquire Ronghe Jiayuan, but also this large piece of land near Ronghe Jiayuan. I will give you 1 month to take over all this land." "Okay?" Yang Yi said. "What? You want to buy land?" Huaping said in surprise, "Are you crazy? How much does it cost?" Yang Yi said seriously, "Don't worry about how much money it costs. The land price here should not be too expensive now. Funds are not a problem. In a word, all the land around here that can be planned as construction land must be acquired within a month." Seeing him say this, Huaping nodded and said, "Okay, I will immediately form a team and make plans to acquire this piece of land in the shortest time and at the lowest price." At this time, He Dan spoke up, "No, Yang Yi, you can't just do whatever you want. This piece of land has no development value at all. I don't know whether you are going to build a property or something else, but it is undoubtedly a waste of money." Yang Yi smiled, "You will know whether my decision is right or wrong in a month. Now all you have to do is follow my instructions. If you can't do it, I can let someone else do it. In short, don't waste this opportunity. Remember, there is only 1 month." He Dan and the other 2 had no choice but to obey. Yang Yi looked at the 2 of them who didn't understand and thought, if everyone could understand, would this still be an opportunity? I'm afraid that this opportunity would have been snatched away by someone else long ago. At this time, the system's voice sounded again, "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully participating in this advance news and getting a chance to draw a prize. It's time to draw the lottery again. What will I get this time?" Yang Yi is full of anticipation. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the special reward, the skill of size as you wish." Yang Yi was stunned. The rewards have changed this time? They are no longer physical objects, but skills. Compared to the system's super rewards of giving out sports cars, diamond rings, and catering groups, Yang Yi was a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of a skill. Moreover, he still hasn't figured out what this skill of controlling size at will is. I was just frowning and thinking here when the phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was my mother calling. Yang Yi inexplicably thought of the phone call in the morning and instinctively looked at He Dan. Then he took the phone and walked to the side and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom, why are you calling again?" Before he finished speaking, Fang Sinu's urgent voice came from the other side. "Boy, your dad and I are here to find you. Come to the station to pick us up." Yang Yi's eyes widened in an instant. "What? Mom, you came to Xie City? When did you come?" I thought to myself, wasn't he still at home when I called him this morning? How come he came at noon? And he didn't even say hello in advance. Fang Xinyu didn't say anything more to him. "Don't worry about it, we can come whenever we want, hurry up and pick us up at the station." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yang Yi was dumbfounded. Why did this old lady do whatever she wanted and come without even saying hello? But fortunately, I just bought a house and have a place to accommodate them, otherwise I would have to find a place for them to live. Now that the person is here, let us go and pick him up. Liang Yi stood up, said something to Hua Ping and He Dan, and prepared to go to the station to pick someone up. When I arrived at the door and was about to drive the Lamborghini, I changed my mind and realized that the Lamborghini only has 2 seats. I couldn't let my dad and mom sit in one seat like Hua Ping and Lindsay, right? So she said goodbye to He Dan, left the Lamborghini behind, and drove away in her BMW SUV. As soon as I arrived at the station, I saw 2 familiar figures at the station entrance from afar. Each of them was carrying a big bag. Needless to say, they were carrying local specialties from their hometowns for me. Yang Yi drove the car directly to Fang Xinyu, stopped, opened the door and jumped out. Seeing a luxury car that they had only seen on TV coming, Fang Xinyu and Yang Yuanming quickly moved to the side for fear of blocking the lane. But unexpectedly, his son jumped out of the car and called out, "Mom, Dad!" The 2 people's eyes lit up at once. Yang Yuanming looked at the red BMW in surprise, touched it carefully with his hand, and asked, "Son, did you buy this car? Are you really rich? How much does this car cost?" Yang Yi replied, "Oh, this car, it's worth about 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Yang Yuanming's eyes suddenly widened, 700,000 or 800,000. How much money did you make that you are so anxious to spend it? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking, you haven't seen my Lamborghini yet. If you knew it was a car worth tens of millions, wouldn't you call me a spendthrift? Just as he was about to explain, Fang Xinyu interrupted him and looked into the car. Son, don't talk about the car, talk about your wife. Where is your wife? Did she come with you? Chapter 38. How much have you not told us? Yang Yi was stunned. What wife? I don't even have a girlfriend. How can there be a wife? Fang Xinyu glared at him. Stop pretending. She's the girl who answered the phone for you this morning. You two have slept together and you still don't say she is your wife? Are you trying to bully that girl? I tell you, I fell in love with that girl as soon as I heard her voice. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you go. Having said that, she simply opened the car door and looked inside, but unfortunately, there was no one in the car, let alone the daughter-in-law she wanted to see. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, what are you talking about? I told you that he just went to talk to me about work. How did it become like we slept together? Fang Xinyu didn't believe it at all. Do you think your mother is a fool? I believe everything you say. Talking about work? People have come to your house and you haven't gotten up yet? You talked about work in bed? Yang Yi was embarrassed. Okay, Mom, we are on the street now. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for saying these things? Yang Yuanming also quickly said, yes, my son is right. Let's go home and talk about it. Let's go home first. Let's go home and talk about it first. Yang Yi quickly opened the trunk, stuffed the 2 big bags brought by the old couple into the trunk, and then got in the car. Yang Yi, after that phone call this morning, your mother couldn't stay any longer and said she had to come over to see your new girlfriend. I couldn't stop her. She insisted that this girl was different from the last duo and that she was a real girl just by her voice. Yang Yuanming chattered in the car. Fang Xinyu interrupted him. Don't just blame me. Aren't you in a hurry to come here too? You said you were worried about what your son was doing in the city and how he suddenly made so much money. You had to come and see. You said you would break his legs if he didn't follow the right path. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 old people were born to worry. They worried about their own son's poor conduct. Now that they have made money, they are worried that the money was not earned in a legitimate way. The car drove directly to the residence. Once they entered the room, the old couple couldn't take their eyes off. They looked left and right, overwhelmed. Such a luxurious house was something they had only seen on TV. Son, is this the house you rented? A house like this would cost several thousand a month, right? How much money do you make that you're so anxious? Yang Yuanming said distressedly, why don't you save that money and use it to get married? Yang Yi held their shoulders and asked them to sit down on the sofa, then he said, Dad, I didn't rent this house, I bought it. Bought it? Yang Yuanming's jaw dropped. My goodness, his son really made a fortune. He bought a luxury car, lived in a luxury house, and gave him and his wife another 500,000 yuan. How much money must he have made? But a month ago, didn't he still embarrassedly come to me and ask me to transfer money to him? It's only been a month, how come he suddenly became rich? Where did the money come from? Could it be from robbing a bank? Thinking of this, Yang Yuanming's face turned pale. Boy, although our family is poor, we can't do those illegal things. Even if we have money, it won't last long and we will be sent to jail. It's over. If I don't tell them, they will be scared. Yang Yi had no choice but to speak frankly. Dad, Mom, I haven't had time to tell you because I'm afraid of scaring you. I have won the lottery. Win the lottery? You mean the kind of lottery that is drawn on TV? How much did you win? Hearing that they had won the jackpot, the old couple breathed a sigh of relief, and Yang Yuanming asked immediately. Yang Yi did not hide anything and told the whole story directly. Dad, Mom, have you heard about it? A few days ago, a 40 million yuan grand prize was awarded here. You're not going to say that you won 40 million, are you? Although Yang Yuanming doesn't buy lottery tickets, he has heard of this news. After all, in this small city, winning a jackpot of 40 million is explosive news. Yang Yi nodded. Yes, it's me, but I still have to deduct taxes, so I will only get more than 30 million after I get it. Wow, more than 30 million? The old couple were stunned. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. After all, the old couple worked hard all their lives, and only managed to pay for their son to finish college, but they still don't have enough money to buy a house. But how could they not be shocked when their son won more than 30 million from a lottery ticket? After a long time, the old couple came to their senses, and Yang Yuanming began to persuade them earnestly. Even if you won the lottery, you can't waste it like this. Buying a house and a car, if you spend money like this, even if you have more than 30 million, it won't be enough for you. As he spoke, he shook his head, picked up the teacup and took a sip of water to calm himself. After taking a sip, Yang Yi spoke carefully again. Then I went to the street stalls and bought an old bottle. I found an antique in the bottle and sold it for another 500 million. Puff! Yang Yuanming spat out the liquid before he could even finish it, choking him and causing him to cough continuously. Yang Yi and Fang Xinyu were so frightened that they started pounding their backs and patting their chests. It took them a long time to finally catch their breath. What did you just say? Yang Yuanming took a breath, pointed his finger at Yang Yi and asked suspiciously. Yang Yi smiled awkwardly. I just said that I happened to get an antique and then sold it for 500 million. Burp! Now it was Fang Xinyu's turn. She burped and almost fainted. After some more trouble, the old couple finally settled down. Yang Yuanming leaned on the sofa and looked at Yang Yi weakly. Boy, how much have you not told us? Now, Yang Yi no longer dared to continue telling them about the 5 billion. The 500 million had already scared the old couple so much that they almost passed out. If they knew that he still had 5 billion, they would probably have been sent directly to the emergency department. It's gone. This time it's really gone. Yang Yi said with a chuckle. The old couple finally breathed a sigh of relief and no longer cared about Yang Yi's extravagance. After all, they had 500 million in their hands, which might not be enough to spend in 3 lifetimes. But Fang Xinyu didn't let Yang Yi go just like that. Yang Yi, let's not talk about this matter anymore, let's talk about business. Serious business? Is there anything more important than making money? Yang Yi smiled carefully. Mom. A pleasant and clear voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang Yi, are you free now? I want to see you. Yang Yi was stunned and quickly looked at the screen. It was Liu Rong. When he looked up, he saw Fang Xinyu with his ears pricked up, looking at him with a vigilant look. It's like a policeman discovering a thief is about to commit a crime and is full of vigilance to catch him. What's wrong? Is there anything you need? Yang Yi was a little surprised. Why would Liu Rong think of calling him and want to see him? I have something to do. Do you have time now? Liu Rong did not give a direct answer, but asked another question. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still responded, I have time. Where are you? I'll wait for you at the coffee shop near the 10,000 people square. Liu Rong said and hung up the phone. When he looked up, he saw Fang Xinyu staring at him. Yang Yi, who is this? Why doesn't she sound like the girl from this morning? Oh, an old classmate. Yang Yi said casually and stood up. Mom, Dad, you guys take a rest first, I'm going to go out for a while. An old classmate wants to see me, I don't know what it is. Wait. Fang Xinyu stood up to stop him and warned him, "You have to remember this, kid. No matter if it's an old classmate or an old lover, you can't do anything reckless. You have to be worthy of that girl this morning." Oh my God! How could this old lady have already decided on her daughter-in-law? She hasn't even met her yet, and she's already defending her territorial sovereignty. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was nothing he could do. His mother had always been so tough and there was no way for him to explain. He stammered and fled from home. He drove to the 10,000-person square and parked his car in front of the coffee shop. The security guard at the door quickly and attentively opened the door for him. "Sir, welcome." As he walked into the coffee shop, Liu Rong in the corner raised her hand and waved at him. Yang Yi walked over, sat opposite, and ordered a cup of coffee. Liu Rong looked very worried and had a bad complexion. "What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Yi asked. Although he had a crush on Liu Rong when he was in college, the two of them had never spoken to each other, let alone sitting together to drink coffee or eat. So Yang Yi has always been puzzled that Zhong Liang would blame himself for not being able to catch up with Liu Rong. And today, Liu Rong suddenly asked him out, which made Yang Yi even more confused. Liu Rong didn't speak immediately, but stared at him while gently stirring the coffee with a spoon. Sometimes being stared at so passionately by a beautiful woman is not a pleasure. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like sitting on pins and needles. "I want to cancel the engagement." Liu Rong suddenly spoke. Yang Yi was stunned and a little confused. "Why do I feel like I'm having an affair with a woman I'm already engaged to, and this woman is trying to force me out by breaking off the engagement? But what does this have to do with me? I haven't seen Liu Rong for 3 years since graduation, okay? I didn't even know when she got married, so why did she suddenly come and say this to me?" Yang Yi was at a loss for a moment and instinctively turned his head to look. When I looked at it, I felt as if everyone around me was looking at me. After Liu Rong finished speaking, she seemed to realize that her words were a bit abrupt, and quickly added, "I'm sorry, I was a bit reckless. What I mean is that I want to break off the engagement with my fiancé now, but if I want to break off the engagement, I need a large sum of money to pay off the debt. Can you help me?" After hearing this, Yang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. These words scared me so much that my back almost got wet. It turns out to be borrowing money. I thought I was being treated as a mistress. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's going on? Tell me slowly, how can I help you?" As he said that, he picked up the coffee and quickly took a sip. Liu Rong also calmed himself down and began to speak slowly. It turned out that after graduating from university, Liu Rong went to work in his family's company, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. But unexpectedly, a distinguished guest came to the company one day. He was the son of a big client of the company. He came to the company to drink a cup of tea, but he fell in love with the outstanding-looking Liu Rong at first sight. From then on, the rich boy went to the company every day to harass Liu Rong, and courted her with flowers and sports cars. Liu Rong tried to avoid him, but the rich boy was unyielding. Then one day, her father was framed and the company's funds were cut off, forcing her family into a desperate situation. At this time, the rich boy reappeared and said that he could help her father's company get out of trouble on the condition that she married him. In order to prevent his father's hard work from going to waste and to prevent his family from facing a desperate situation, Liu Rong had no choice but to agree to the rich boy's conditions. However, she left herself a way out, that is, the two of them would get engaged temporarily, and then complete the engagement after the other party really helped the family get rid of the trouble. Just a month earlier, the other party fulfilled its promise and provided her with the necessary funds, successfully helping her family's company temporarily out of its predicament. At this time, the other party also made a request to complete the marriage contract. Originally, Liu Rong had given up the fight and was ready to accept the constraints of fate. But when she saw Yang Yi at the class reunion yesterday, a terrible thought suddenly came to her mind. She is going to make a final effort to fight against her own destiny. Chapter 40. My diamond ring is just a little bigger than yours. After finishing her story in one breath, Liu Rong suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Yi's hand, staring into his eyes. "Yang Yi, now only you can help me. As long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you everything I have. I am willing to give you everything I have." When this sentence comes from the mouth of a woman who is as beautiful as a fairy and has a hot body, it will have a shocking impact on a man's heart. Especially since this woman was the goddess he had dreamed of during his college years. It can be said that Yang Yi was stunned at this moment. Looking at Liu Rong with tears in her eyes, he felt a little dazed at this moment, as if he was back in the university campus. However, the goddess whom he had dreamed of but dared not express his feelings at that time was now holding his hand and confessing her love to him. But the trance was only a moment, and Yang Yi's confusion only lasted about 2 seconds. He immediately woke up and slowly pulled his hand out of Liu Rong's palm. He understood that the reason Liu Rong chose to ask him for help at this moment was not because of his charm or ability, but because of his money. A woman is willing to give him everything she has for money, but this does not give Yang Yi any sense of success. He slowly pulled out his hand and said, "Don't worry, Liu Rong, we are old classmates. If you run into trouble and ask me for help, I will naturally not sit idly by. But if I had conditions, wouldn't I be a villain who takes advantage of the situation?" Liu Rong quickly shook her head. "No, Yang Yi, in fact, I have always liked him when I was in college." When she said this, her face suddenly turned red and she swallowed the rest of the words. Yang Yi's heart moved. Could it be that she had me in her heart back then? At this moment, a well-dressed young man suddenly walked in from outside the cafe, staring at them menacingly as he entered the door. "Bitch! I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to break off the engagement with me. Turns out you had a gigolo behind my back." The young man walked over angrily, pointed at Liu Rong and started cursing. Liu Rong obviously didn't expect to meet this young man here. Her face turned pale and she was at a loss for a moment. She just stood up and stammered, "No, it's not what you said. We are not in that relationship. Yun Chensai, you, don't slander me. HMPH. You're still saying no?" Yun Chensai blushed, swung his right hand and slapped Liu Rong in the face. The slap made Liu Rong fall into the seat. 5 finger marks were clearly visible on her fair face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "You stinky bitch! How dare you cheat on me, Yun Chensai? I'll beat you to death today." Yun Chensai cursed viciously and raised his hand to hit her again. But this time, Yang Yi would never allow him to beat people wantonly in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. "Listen. I don't care who you are, but it is absolutely not allowed for you to hit a woman like this." Yun Chensai didn't expect Yang Yi to actually attack him. He struggled twice but failed to break free. He was so angry that his face turned red. He angrily cursed, "You stinky cousin, you little bastard, you 2 dogs dared to attack me? Boy, do you know who I am?" Yang Yi snorted, "I don't care who you are, you can't hit a woman in front of me." As he said this, he swung his hand hard, almost knocking the struggling Yun Chensai to the ground. Yang Yi had excellent physical fitness. He had participated in the school's basketball team and track and field team in high school. He was stronger and faster than ordinary people. However, Yun Chensai was just a dandy boy and could not be compared with Yang Yi at all. Also, stop talking dirty here. If you dare to curse again, I'll show you how I'm going to beat you," Yang Yi said as he shook his fist in front of Yun Chensai. Yun Chensai moved his mouth, but he didn't dare to curse out loud. He just whispered, You hooked up with my wife, and you want to hit me? Is she your wife? Are you married?" Yang Yi pointed at Liu Rong beside him and asked Yun Chensai. At this moment, Liu Rong was so scared that her face turned pale. She just hid behind Yang Yi, secretly grabbing his sleeves with both hands, not daring to say a word. "Of course she is my wife. Although we haven't gotten married yet, we are engaged," Yun Chensai said righteously as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yang Yi didn't need to look back at Liu Rong. This guy was so arrogant and domineering, he must be the rich young man who forced her to marry him on the condition of helping her family. Even if you are already engaged, she is only your fiancée, not your wife. She can break off the engagement with you at any time if she doesn't want to. Yang Yi said coldly, "Besides, even if she is already your wife, you can't hit someone so casually. Break off the engagement? She's dreaming." Yun Chensai almost jumped up. "I helped her family solve a big problem, brought her company back to life, and saved her family's lives. Now she wants to break off the engagement? No way." As he said that, he pointed at Liu Rong who was hiding behind Yang Yi and roared, "Bitch! Don't even think about burning bridges after crossing the river. Do you think my Yun family is so easy to bully? You take advantage of us when we are in trouble, and kick us away when we are done. I'm telling you." As long as my Yun family moves a finger, your company will go bankrupt in a minute, and your father will continue to jump off the building. There were tears in Liu Rong's eyes, her face was pale, and her body was shaking, but she couldn't say a word. Although she was determined to get rid of this unwanted engagement, she now realized that Yun Chuancai was right. The Yun family was not so easy to get rid of. As long as the Yun family turns against us, the family will immediately be burdened with hundreds of millions of debts, and my father will be forced to go to jail or jump off a building in a matter of minutes. Yun Chuancai became even more proud when he saw her expression. Mr. Liu, if you are smart, just come back with me and marry me. As long as you can make me happy, I, Yun, will not care about what happened today, and your father will not have to face the fate of bankruptcy and imprisonment. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite little box from his pocket. When the box was opened, people around him exclaimed in amazement. Wow! What a big diamond ring! This diamond ring must be 10 carats, right? Absolutely! It's inlaid with so many diamonds, at least 10 carats. Yun Chuancai listened to the praises around him with a smug expression on his face. He took the diamond ring in his hand and said loudly, Liu Rong, you should be more realistic and stop having those unrealistic fantasies. I, Yun Chuancai, can not only help your family escape the fate of bankruptcy, but also give you a wealthy life that no one else can give you. As he said that, he deliberately walked up to Yang Yi with the diamond ring in his hand, sneering, Boy, you want to steal my woman? Can you afford such a big diamond ring? If you can come up with a diamond ring of the same size, I will agree to break off the engagement with her and give her to you. Everyone looked at Yang Yi and sneered. Isn't this a question that you already know the answer to? Can anyone afford a 10-carat diamond ring? In the entire Xia city, apart from your Yun family, who else has this ability? Besides, although this guy looks handsome, doesn't he look like a very rich person? At this time, Yang Yi looked at the diamond ring and suddenly smiled. Unfortunately, I also have a diamond ring in my pocket, and it seems to be just a little bigger than yours. Chapter 41 Together. It was indeed a coincidence that Yang Yi did have a diamond ring in his pocket. That was the big diamond ring that the system rewarded before, neither too big nor too small, and exactly 10 carats. So it was just the right time to use it to slap Yun Chuancai in the face. But he knew he had it, while others didn't. When the people around heard this, they all burst out laughing. Young man, stop bragging. What do you think that is? A thimble? Anyone can have one. Yes. That's a diamond ring. It's a 10-carat diamond ring, at least worth 5 or 6 million. This guy must be stupid. He is still pretending to be rich at this time. I wonder how he can take out a similar diamond ring. Even Liu Rong nervously pulled his sleeves. Forget it, Yang Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you. I have implicated you. Don't worry about it. Let's go. She began to regret that she shouldn't have dragged Yang Yi into this mess. Although Yang Yi was very rich now, his financial resources were still not enough to compete with the Yun family. What's more, he has nothing to do with me, so why should he offend the Yun family for me and make a fool of himself in front of so many people? Yun Chuancai laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He pointed at Yang Yi and said, Boy, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you recognize what is in my hand? This is a diamond ring. Do you know what a diamond ring is? And this is a 10-carat diamond ring. You can't find another 10-carat diamond ring like this in the whole Xia city. You actually said you have one in your pocket? Well, then I want to see what the diamond ring in your pocket looks like. Yes, kid, if you have the guts, take out your diamond ring and let everyone see it. Don't just talk and brag here. Everyone can brag, but you're awesome if you can take it out. The people around were watching the fun and joined in the fun. Yes, take it out and show it to everyone. I don't believe that such a big diamond ring can be found everywhere. Anyone can take one out? Amidst the sarcasm, Yang Yi was just about to take out the diamond ring and make all these people shut up. But when my fingers just touched the diamond ring, my heart suddenly moved. Didn't I just get a skill that allows me to grow or shrink at will? Why not try it? You have to slap someone in the face to make it feel good. You have to make their face swollen like a pig's head to make it feel good. Taking out a diamond ring of the same size can certainly slap someone in the face, but can it be as severe as taking out a bigger diamond ring? Thinking of this, Yang Yi asked the system for help. System, how do I use this to enlarge or reduce it? The system's voice sounded, it's very simple. The host only needs to silently recite enlarge or reduce n times in his mind, and the target object can be enlarged or reduced to the desired effect. So simple? Yang Yi did what he said. He held the diamond ring in his hand and silently said in his heart, the diamond will become 3 times bigger. Immediately, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the diamond part of the diamond ring in his hand had become noticeably bigger. So amazing! At this time, Yun Chen-sai and the people around him were still making a fuss. Yang Yi smiled slightly and said, "Okay, don't you want to see it? Come and see it." As he spoke, he took his right hand out of his pocket and slowly unfolded it. Everyone's eyes were focused on his hands. As his fingers slowly opened, everyone's pupils began to dilate, and they all stared at the diamond ring that was slowly appearing. Shock and disbelief were written on everyone's face. It was silent. After a while, someone finally said, "Fuck." This one sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere in the entire cafe. Oh my god, it blinded my eyes. My eyes are almost blinded. I can't believe there is such a big diamond. I thought the 10-carat diamond ring I saw earlier was already the largest diamond ring in Shia City, but I didn't expect there would be one this big. It's a whole lot bigger than that one. Yes, this diamond is at least 30 carats, right? Can anyone who knows about this tell me how much a 30-carat diamond ring is worth? How much is it worth? Let me give you an idea. The 10-carat diamond in Yun's hand is worth a lot, but it is inlaid with 3 small diamonds. Look at this one. Not only is the carat count 3 times as much, but more importantly, it is a complete and independent pigeon egg diamond. Stop talking so much, just tell me how much it's worth. How much is it worth? I don't know the exact price, but it's at least tens of millions. Tens of millions. Holy shit. Is this how rich people go out every day with a diamond ring worth tens of millions in their pockets? Alas, poverty limits our imagination. No wonder this beautiful lady wants to break off the engagement with the Yun family. I would do the same if I were her. The diamond ring alone is worth tens of millions, so the wedding will cost hundreds of millions, right? Yun Chen-sai stood there in a daze, his ears filled with all kinds of discussions. He was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the pigeon egg-sized diamond ring in Yang Yi's hand in shock, and muttered, "Impossible, how is this possible? How can there be such a big diamond ring?" Yang Yi smiled faintly, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, it's just..." He paused, then continued, "It's just that poverty limits your imagination. It's just that poverty limits your imagination." When Yun Chen-sai heard this, he almost vomited blood. He always said these words to others, but he didn't expect that today it would be someone else's turn to ridicule him with these words. Yang Yi turned around and said to Liu Rong, "Just now, this young Master Yun said that as long as I can produce a diamond ring of the same size, he will agree to break off the engagement with you. Now, you are free, and there is no engagement to restrict your freedom anymore." Nonsense. Yun Chen-sai was furious and thought, how could that count? Yang Yi turned his head and looked at him with disdain. "What? So many people are listening, you want to cheat? Do you Yun family always like to cheat like this?" The onlookers immediately started to make a noise. "Yes, we were all listening. It was you who said that as long as the other party produced a diamond ring of the same size, you would agree to break off the engagement with this lady. That's right. With so many people listening, it's no use trying to cheat." Yun Chen-sai's face turned pale with anger, and he pointed at the people around him with trembling fingers. What are you guys making a fuss about?" It looked so funny that Liu Rong couldn't help but chuckle and burst into laughter. At this time, the onlookers, who were watching the fun and not afraid of trouble, actually started to make a fuss again. "My dear, should you put your 30-carat diamond ring on the ring finger of this beautiful lady? Yes, this lady is no longer engaged, you two should be together." Together? Together? Chapter 42. Maybe I can get it out. Together, together. Together, together. At first, it was just 1 or 2 people making a fuss, but soon everyone in the restaurant started shouting. They clapped their hands rhythmically and shouted in unison, "Together, together." Even the waiters unconsciously joined the ranks of cheering. The originally quiet coffee shop turned into a lively proposal scene. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and Liu Rong's face turned red with embarrassment. Yun Chen-sai was so angry that he was shaking all over, his lips turned blue. He pointed his finger at Yang Yi and Liu Rong angrily and said, "You two bastards, just wait." Mr. Liu, don't think you can get rid of me just because you have this brat backing you up. I'm telling you, I can destroy your Liu family in a minute. After saying that, he turned around and stormed out of the door angrily. As a result, he was so angry that he lost his mind and even ignored the glass door. He bumped his head against the glass door and almost fainted. After a burst of laughter, Yun Qiancai left in embarrassment. The storm was successfully dispersed. Yang Yi smiled with satisfaction, prepared to put on his diamond ring and continued eating. However, at this time he found that it was easy to take out the diamond ring, but it was difficult to put it back. The spectators around were still cheering, "Together, together! Little brother, what are you still standing there for? Put your ring on her finger. Yeah, she's not engaged now, why are you still standing there? Yes, young lady, promise him and marry him." Looking at Liu Rong again, her face was flushed at this moment, her almond eyes were full of affection, she looked at him shyly, half turned around, and stretched out her right hand in front of him. She was clearly waiting for him to put the ring on her hand. Yang Yi was a little dumbfounded. There is no choice but to wear it. Helplessly, he gently grasped Liu Rong's hand with one hand, and with the other hand he slowly put the priceless diamond ring on her slender and smooth finger. The wish came true and the audience applauded and cheered. Great! Lovers finally get married. I'm so envious. Yeah, I envy that young lady so much. She has such a rich and responsible young man who is willing to give everything for her. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. Suddenly someone suggested. Yang Yi was stunned. Even Liu Rong blushed with embarrassment. She didn't even bother to drink her coffee. She pulled Yang Yi's hand and said, "Let's go." The two men fled from the coffee shop and got into the BMW. Only after they got into the car did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position." Liu Rong blushed as she glanced at him. She then reluctantly took off the diamond ring she had just put on her finger and placed it on the center console in front of Yang Yi. "Thank you for helping me out just now." Yang Yi shook his head, "It's nothing, we are old classmates, I can't stand watching you being bullied by that guy." Then he turned his face and frowned at her, "But what should we do next? From the tone of that boy, he is not willing to let you go like this." "Yes." Liu Rong's face suddenly darkened, and a thick cloud covered it. "If it's just me, I won't compromise even if I die. But I'm worried about my family. I'm afraid he will force my parents and my father's company. The company is their life's work. If the company is gone, they will definitely not be able to survive." Yang Yi frowned and asked, "What kind of trouble has your company encountered that you have to be controlled by him like this?" Liu Rong's face was gloomy. "My family runs a jade jewelry company. Last year, my father and Yun Qiancai's father Yuning Rui went to Yan to buy a large number of jade raw stones. Who knew that it was a trap set by Yuning Rui and others? Those jade raw stones looked like they contained large pieces of jadeite. My father spared no expense and borrowed more than 1 billion from Yuning Rui to buy them. But I didn't expect that those jade stones that looked good were all forged. Although there was jade inside, it was just a light layer, and no decent jade could be cut out of it. As a result, my father lost all his money in this business. Yuning Rui came to my house to collect the debt, and even teamed up with the bank to refuse to lend money to my family, forcing my father to have nowhere to go and almost jump off the building to commit suicide." After hearing this, Yang Yi understood the whole story very clearly. This was a trap set by Yun Qiancai's family in order to get Liu Rong. They forced the Liu family into a desperate situation and forced Liu Rong to marry Yun Qiancai. Now Liu Rong is unwilling to let her life be ruined by Yun Qiancai, and is determined to fight back, but if this happens, one can imagine what the Yun family will do. Looking at Liu Rong with tears in her eyes, looking as pitiful as a crabapple tree hit by rain, Yang Yi felt a desire to protect her. "Liu Rong, don't worry, I'm here and I won't let their conspiracy succeed," Yang Yi said. Liu Rong was startled, she looked up at him with tears in her eyes, but then she shook her head, "No, my family owes his family more than 1 billion. Even if you are very rich now, it is not easy to come up with so much money at once, and it will also offend the Yun family. I can't let you wade into this muddy water." Yes, although he has more than 5 billion in hand, he still needs to buy a lot of land near Majiatan, which requires a lot of money. So he may not be able to take out more than 1 billion. Moreover, this time at Majiatan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you miss it, you don't know when you will have another chance.
But could he let himself watch Liu Rong being bullied by others? Watch his goddess being forced to marry by others?
Yang Yi sat there thinking, his eye sweeping over the diamond ring on the center console, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He turned around and looked at Liu Rong. By the way, Liu Rong, are the jade stones your father bought still there?
Did he throw them away?
Liu Rong was stunned, not knowing why he asked that, but still answered truthfully, yes, of course. These stones made my father's life's hard work go to waste. He was unwilling to just throw them away, so these stones have been stored in the warehouse. Every day, my father would sit in front of the stones and stare blankly. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and started the car immediately. Let's go, tell me the location of your warehouse, and we'll go there now.
Liu Rong looked at him in confusion. What are you doing there?
Those stones have all been dissected open, and there is only a thin layer of green inside, no jade at all. Yang Yi blinked at her mysteriously and said, that's not necessarily true. I'm a very lucky person. Maybe when you can't find jadeite, I can. Chapter 43, Forced to Abdicate. At this moment, at the Liu family's home on Shaoshan Road in the city, Liu Rong's father Liu Hongxian was sitting on the sofa with a solemn expression. Next to him, his wife Niu Xuelan was sobbing softly with her head down. Just now, Yuning Rui called and asked him why he let his daughter break the contract and divorce the engagement. Yuning Rui spoke harshly on the phone, claiming that if they could not make their daughter Liu Rong change her mind and fulfill the engagement, they would have to repay the 1.3 billion debt immediately. Otherwise, the court would seal up his company and auction off his house, leaving his family homeless. Niu Xuelan was already sobbing and choking. Hongxian, what should we do now? Ronga is so willful. She didn't even discuss such a big thing with us and just went to cancel the engagement on her own. This has angered Yuning Rui. I'm afraid our family is finished. Liu Hongxian sighed, lit a cigarette, and then said slowly, alas, Xuelan, now you can't blame Ronga. You can only blame me for being incompetent and falling for Yun's evil scheme. I made a mistake, but my daughter has to bear the consequences for me. I, Liu Hongxian, am sorry for my daughter. Now that things have come to this, we don't have to be afraid. At worst, our family will end up on the streets, which is much better than letting our daughter suffer injustice and be looked down upon by the Yun family. Niu Xuelan choked up and said, I know, my daughter can't be blamed for this. It's just a pity that your life's hard work is gone just like that. Liu Hongxian smiled bitterly. Money is all external, it comes and goes. I just feel sorry that after struggling for a lifetime, I don't even have the power to give my daughter happiness. I am unworthy of being a father. The two people were sighing here when they suddenly heard two car horns outside the gate. The gatekeeper, Old Wang, quickly opened the gate and a BMW drove in.
Who? Who is this?
Why did Old Wang let someone drive the car in? Liu Hongxian stood up and took a look, and couldn't help but frowned. The two men walked out of the house in confusion and saw a BMW slowly driving up to them. The door opened, and their daughter Liu Rong and a handsome young man got out of the car. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other and at the same time thought of Yuning Rui's phone call just now. Yuning Rui said some very unpleasant things on the phone, saying that Liu Rong had hooked up with a pretty boy, cuckolded their Yun family, and brought shame to them. Could it be that this young man is the pretty boy he was talking about? Did Liu Rong fall out with the Yun family just because of this young man? The two men were full of doubts in their hearts, and they looked at Liu Rong and Yang Yi who were walking over with suspicion. Ronga, who is this? Liu Hongxian asked. Dad, Mom, this is my college classmate, Yang Yi. Liu Rong introduced. Yang Yi bowed politely. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Liu Hongxian nodded, and Niu Xuelan quickly pulled Liu Rong aside. Ronga, what the hell are you doing? The Yun family called just now and said. Before she finished speaking, Liu Rong said loudly, Dad, Mom, I was just about to tell you, I want to cancel the engagement, I don't want to marry that Yun Tiantsai. Niu Xuelan felt dizzy, and Liu Hongxian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a horn suddenly sounded at the gate of the yard. The horn sounded urgent and loud. Several people were stunned and turned their heads to look, only to see a black Mercedes-Benz driving to the gate of the courtyard. Before Lao Wang had the time to run over to ask, he saw the car door open, and a man who looked like a secretary jumped out of the car, ran to the back door, opened it, and then carefully protected the door frame. A middle-aged man with a big belly and slick back hair got off the car. With a look of arrogance and disrespect, he roared at Liu Hongxian in the yard as soon as he got out of the car. Liu Hongxian, your good daughter dared to cuckold my Yun family. You must apologize to me today, otherwise I will let your entire Liu family starve to death on the street. The gatekeeper, old Wang, was frightened and turned to look at Liu Hongxian nervously. What is coming cannot be avoided. Liu Hongxian waved his hand helplessly and signaled to open the door. Old Wang opened the door quickly. Yunning, who was pregnant, walked into the yard angrily. She came to Liu Hongxian, glanced at Liu Rong who was standing next to her, pointed at Liu Hongshuan's nose and said angrily, Liu Hongxian, how are you going to explain what happened today? No one has ever dared to go against my Yun family in Xia City. You actually let your daughter cuckold my Liu family. Well, since you are so unkind, don't blame me, Yun, for being unjust. Then he stretched out his hand and said, come on, give me back my money. Liu Hongxian didn't say anything, but Niu Shualan quickly said with a smile, my dear, what are you doing? How can you take a child's nonsense seriously? Our two families are in laws, how can we cancel the engagement? Mom. I'm not talking nonsense, I really want to cancel the engagement. Liu Rong, who was standing aside, grabbed Niu Shualan and said loudly. Yuningrui's expression became more and more embarrassed. He looked at Liu Hongxian grimly. Liu Hongxian, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. It was you who didn't want a chance. Originally, I wanted to forgive you for the sake of my future daughter-in-law, but now that you have embarrassed our Yun family, I will naturally not let you off easily. As he said that, he turned around and walked in front of Liu Rong. Girl, since you don't want to be the daughter-in-law of my Yun family, then I will make your parents homeless for the rest of their lives. How is it possible to come up with these tens of billions? So, he quickly realized that this kid was just making a fuss. So, he turned his head and looked at Liu Hongxian sarcastically. Really? Director Liu? I have always misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so capable. If that's the case, then why are you still standing there? Pay me back? And slap me in the face so that I know I shouldn't have offended you, Director Liu. The words were full of sarcasm. Liu Hongxian smiled bitterly and said, Boss Yun, you must be joking. Don't you know exactly what my family background is? Otherwise, you wouldn't have set up such a trap for me to get involved in. As he said this, he glanced at Yang Yi and frowned, wondering what kind of person his daughter had found. How could he be so clueless when he opened his mouth? Even Liu Rong looked confused at this moment. She hurriedly pulled Yang Yi's sleeve and shook her head vigorously, meaning that her family simply couldn't afford so much money. Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Yang Yi said, although Uncle Liu's family may not have that much cash now, as far as I know, the warehouse is piled with priceless treasures. Not to mention your tens of billions, even tens of billions are not a problem. Oh? Really? There are treasures hidden in Mr. Liu's warehouse? Yuningruo looked at Liu Hongxian in surprise, wondering what other treasures there were in Liu Hongshuan's warehouse that were worth tens of billions. Liu Hongxian was even more confused. He knew what was in the warehouse better than anyone else. There was only a pile of broken stones that he had bought from YN for more than 1 billion yuan. He had spent more than 1 billion yuan to buy them, but now he probably couldn't even sell them for a few thousand yuan. Not to mention tens of billions, isn't this just a fantasy? Liu Hongxian looked embarrassed, looked at Yang Yi speechlessly, and said, Old Yun, don't listen to his nonsense. I only have a pile of broken stones in my warehouse now. There is no treasure worth tens of billions. Yang Yi said loudly, Uncle Liu, I am talking about that pile of stones. They are not broken stones. There are jadeite worth tens of billions hidden inside. Ha ha ha. Yuningruo burst into laughter. He thought Yang Yi was talking about something else, but unexpectedly, he was talking about that pile of broken stones. He knew the pile of stones very well. The surface seemed to be covered with a large area of green, as if there were large pieces of rare jade hidden inside. However, after cutting them open, he found that there was only a thin layer of green moss inside, and the jade inside was just some finger-sized pieces. Even if all these stones were cut open and all the jade inside was taken out, their value would probably not exceed 30,000 yuan. Otherwise, Liu Hongxian would not have fallen into his trap and owed him more than 10 billion for nothing. Ha ha ha, Mr. Liu, it seems that you really need to cut those stones carefully again. Maybe there are billions of jadeite hidden inside, as this little boy said. Ha ha, then you can pay me back, ha ha. Yuning Rui laughed unscrupulously and did not miss the opportunity to continue mocking Liu Hongxian. Liu Hongxuan's face began to turn red. He glared at Yuning Rui angrily, then rolled his eyes at Yang Yi speechlessly and shouted at Liu Rong, "Ronger, don't let him mess around anymore. Take him out now." Liu Rong looked at Yang Yi awkwardly. She had no idea what was wrong with Yang Yi. He had been talking nonsense for half a day. Before she could speak, Yang Yi said, "Uncle Liu, how about this? I'll pay back the money you owe Mr. Yun for you, and then how about giving me the pile of stones in your warehouse?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Yuning Rui looked at him in surprise, as if he was looking at a fool. I wondered how someone could be so stupid as to spend billions to buy a bunch of broken stones that had already been sentenced to death. Liu Hongxian and Niu Xuelan were filled with shock and suspicion. There was no doubt that they knew that Yang Yi did this to help their family. But the question is, can such a young guy come up with tens of billions? Seeing his nonchalant tone, it seemed as if these tens of billions were just like the money for a pack of cigarettes for an ordinary person, and he just gave it away casually. Could it be that this young man is really a hidden rich man? If that's the case, then it's lucky for his daughter that he's willing to spend a fortune on her. At this moment, Liu Rong couldn't help but shed tears. When she first chose to ask Yang Yi for help, it was just a helpless act of seeking medical help from all directions. To be honest, she didn't have much hope at that time. But unexpectedly, Yang Yi agreed to help her without even a moment's hesitation. Moreover, not only did he help her get rid of Yun Tuancai in front of her, but now he is even going to take out more than 1 billion to help her family. She naturally didn't believe that the pile of broken rocks could be worth tens of billions. In her opinion, this was just an excuse Yang Yi made to help them. Even though Yang Yi is now different from before and is already the owner of T&I Catering Chain Group, it is not an easy task for him to come up with the tens of billions of dollars. It may even cause your company to fall into a financial crisis. How could she not be moved to tears when she saw a man making such a sacrifice for her? After Yang Yi finished speaking, he didn't even give Liu Hongxian time to object. He immediately took out his cell phone and said to Yuning Rui, "Give me the IOU and I'll transfer the money to you now." "Are you serious?" Liu Hongxian was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "No, I can't let you pay for this." But Yang Yi ignored him and urged Yuning Rui again, "What? You don't want money anymore?" Yuning Rui, who was stunned, came back to his senses. Yes, of course. Although he did all this to force Liu Rong to be his daughter-in-law, but since things have come to this point, Liu Rong must not accept it, so why not take the tens of billions? So with a wave of his hand, the secretary quickly took out the documents of Liu Hongxuan's loan from the car. Yang Yi checked that it was correct, and with a click of his finger, 1.3 billion yuan of funds were transferred to Yuning Rui's account. Then, Yang Yi tore the loan document into pieces with a swish. "Uncle Liu, you don't have to worry about being harassed for debt anymore." Liu Hongxian didn't know what to say at this moment, while Niu Xuelan grabbed Liu Rong's hand, too excited to speak. Yuning Rui snorted, glared at Yang Yi fiercely, and was about to leave. "Wait, don't you want to see whether the pile of stones you asked Uncle Liu to buy can produce jade?" Yang Yi suddenly stopped him. Chapter 45, Green. "Wait, don't you want to see whether the pile of stones you asked Uncle Liu to buy can produce jade?" Just when Yuning Rui was about to leave, Yang Yi suddenly stopped him. Yuning Rui was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, "Yes, I really want to see how you turned that pile of worthless broken stones into treasures worth billions." Yang Yi looked at Liu Hongxian, "Uncle Liu, let's go to the warehouse now and let Mr. Yun see how he made you rich." Liu Hongxian had no choice but to sigh, "Okay, let's go to the warehouse." In my heart I gave a bitter smile, thinking, isn't this just another time for me to laugh at myself? The warehouse was in the side yard of the Liu family. Several people moved to the side yard, opened the door of the warehouse, and saw a pile of sawn jade stones piled inside. Liu Hongxian kept shaking his head, not knowing why Yang Yi insisted on dragging Yuning Rui here. Liu Rong was confused about Yang Yi's actions, but she now had only one belief, that no matter what Yang Yi said, she would support him unconditionally. Because Yang Yi is her pillar of support. "Boy, is this the treasure worth billions that you mentioned?" Yuning Rui walked over, kicked a piece of cut jade stone, and said sarcastically. Liu Hongxian had a dark face. Anyone can see that there are no larger jades among these stones, and they are almost useless. However, Yang Yi immediately pointed at the stone under Yuning Rui's feet and said, "Mr. Yun, be careful. There is a huge jadeite worth hundreds of millions hidden in the rough stone under your feet.
That's it? And a big emerald?
Yuning Rui found it extremely funny. The piece of raw stone under his feet was sawed into two halves. The surface of each piece is covered with a layer of green, but after cutting it open, there is no trace of jade on the cross-section. Could there be a large piece of jade hidden here, and worth hundreds of millions? Do you think I'm a fool who lets you fool me? Boy, you may have read too many novels.
Do you think any stone can produce priceless jade?
Yuning Rui has been playing with jade for several years. He believes in his own vision. If this stone can produce jade, then a dragon will fly out of the well. Yang Yi smiled and said, "You don't believe it."
Nonsense, of course I don't believe it.
Yuning Rui said disdainfully. Yang Yi nodded. "Okay, then I will let Director Yun see the jade in this stone in front of him." Then he said to Liu Hongxian, "Uncle Liu, is there a polishing master at home?"
"Of course there is."
Liu Hongxian immediately asked someone to call the polishing master over. However, he still lowered his voice and said in Yang Yi's ear, "Young man, forget it. You can't get jade from here." Yang Yi smiled and said to the polishing master, "Master, please take the trouble to grind this stone." The polishing master didn't say anything. Although he knew that the stone was useless and it was impossible to get any valuable jade from it, he just nodded and said, "Okay, you tell me how to open it and where to start." As he spoke, he turned on the electric saw next to him and prepared to cut the stone. Yang Yi did not speak immediately. Instead, he squatted down, put his hand on the stone and touched it, then silently used his enlargement and reduction skills in his mind, quietly enlarging the jade particles in the stone by hundreds of times. Then, he pointed to the surface of the stone and said, "Don't use a saw. Use a grinding wheel to gently rub it. Remember, rub it thinly so as not to damage the jade inside." Yuning Rui on the side couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Boy, you really think you are a master of gambling on stones? You can get jade from any stone? If there is any jade from this stone, I, Yun, will scratch the word Yun out of my name in the future." Yang Yi turned his head and glanced at him. "You are also a crosstalk performer? When did Lao Guo accept you as his apprentice?" Yuning Rui. "You are the one who performs crosstalk, and you are Lao Guo's apprentice. But when you think about it, that's right. The person with the surname Cao had the word Yun removed from his name and became Cao Jin. Do I have to remove my own last name as well?" But then he thought, how could jade be found in this broken stone? And it is impossible for him to scratch out the word cloud. At this time, the polishing master looked at Liu Hongxian on the side, asking whether he should do as the young man said. Liu Hongxian waved his hand speechlessly, meaning it doesn't matter. The stone already belongs to someone else, so they can cut it however they want. If Yuning Rui wants to laugh at the joke, let him do it. With Liu Hongxian's permission, the grinding master did not hesitate any longer. He turned on the hand grinding wheel and gently rubbed the position pointed by Yang Yi. However, after he rubbed it once, his eyes suddenly widened and the grinding wheel stopped immediately. Then, he quickly picked up the basin prepared beside him and scooped some water into it. Before anyone else could react to what was happening, the polishing master shouted in surprise, "It's green, it's green! Mr. Liu, it's green!" "What? It's green." Everyone present couldn't believe their ears. Liu Hongxian was stunned for a moment, then quickly moved forward and looked down. That's right where the grinder rubbed it with the grinding wheel, a large area of green suddenly appeared. Moreover, this green is unusually clear. The area is also very large. Obviously, there must be a very large and very pure jade hidden inside. Liu Hongxian was overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "It's really green! Xuelan, Rong'er, come and see, it's really green!" After hearing this call, everyone gathered around, and both Niu Xuelan and Liu Rong had a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, it is also full of incredible things. The most shocked person was obviously Yuning Rui. When he first heard the grinding master's voice, he was a little unconvinced. He stood there and did not come over immediately. Instead, he sneered, "TSK. Who are you kidding? It would be strange if this broken stone could turn green." But soon, when Yuning Rui saw that all the Liu family members were surprised, he was stunned for a moment and quickly went over. After just one look, Yuning Rui was stunned. There is actually green coming out of this broken stone. And looking at the water, there is definitely a large piece of top-quality jade hidden inside. Could it be that this unwanted broken stone has really turned into a treasure worth billions? Yiningrue's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt as if his surname was about to be taken away by someone. He shook his head vigorously. Impossible, there can't be any jade in here, it must be just one layer, just one layer. When he said this, the Liu family members felt depressed. Yes, maybe this green is the same as before, just an illusion. Yang Yi smiled faintly. Keep wiping. Chapter 46. I'll take your last name if you come out again. With Yang Yi's instructions, the polishing master began to continue polishing. This time, he was even more careful. He simply threw the handheld grinding wheel on the ground and started to carefully wipe it with sandpaper in his hands. As he rubbed a larger area, the green area became larger and larger. Even wherever his hands touched, a lush green color appeared. The people behind him were all stunned. Without exception, they all had the same expression, with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, standing there. His face was filled with shock. Oh my God, husband, there is such a big piece of jade hidden in this stone. Niu Xuelan said in surprise. Yes, look at the color and the water content, it's definitely glass type. This is top-level imperial green. Liu Hongxian's heart was also filled with shock. He never expected that such a large glass-type imperial green with such abundant water content could be produced from the waste stone that had been sentenced to death by everyone, including himself. It seemed that the polishing master had almost wiped the entire surface of the stone, revealing the true appearance inside. This is a whole piece of emerald green imperial jade. What is incredible is that it is only covered with a layer of stone on the surface, and the inside is all jade. Oh my God, I can't believe my eyes. Liu Hongxian was simply unable to describe the shock in his heart in words. Just this piece of jade, even if it is just raw material and has not been carved by craftsmen, its value can definitely reach hundreds of millions. If you ask a skilled jade craftsman to carve and process it, the value of the finished product will be immeasurable. But such a large piece of jade was actually hidden in such an inconspicuous stone, and I had opened it several times, but I didn't discover it at all. It was almost thrown away as waste. Thinking about these days, he was forced into a desperate situation by the Yun family because of these stones, and even almost ruined his daughter's lifelong happiness. He didn't know that he had such a huge fortune hidden in his hands. Liu Hongxian couldn't describe the feelings in his heart. At the same time, Yiningrue's shock and impact were no less than Liu Hoshuan's. You know, these jade raw stones were actually taken from his hands and then sold to Liu Hongxian as a trap. I have always believed that these are just some waste materials with only good looks, and it is impossible to produce valuable jade from them. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to deliver it to Liu Hongxian. I was even proud of myself for designing Liu Hongxian. But now, he was actually watching this young man, right under his own noses, digging out a whole piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite worth hundreds of millions from these broken stones that he had designated as waste. Yiningrue regretted it so much that he almost couldn't help but slap himself twice in the face. However, he still comforted himself. It's okay, isn't it just a piece of jade? I made more than 1 billion from him, so I won't lose money. At this time, the polishing master had already wiped the entire surface of the jade, and then poured a bucket of water on it, and a large piece of transparent emerald green glass-type imperial green jadeite appeared completely in front of everyone. At this time, everyone's expressions were different. Liu Hongxian and Niu Xuelan's faces were filled with joy and excitement, while Liu Rong did not hide her excitement at all. She hugged Yang Yi's arm and said excitedly, "Yang Yi, you are amazing. You actually opened such a big piece of jade. Tell me, how did you see it?" Yang Yi did not answer her, but turned his head to look at Yiningrue, who was standing beside him with a dark face, and said, "Boss Yun, this jade has been opened. Tell me, what should I call you from now on?" As he spoke, he shook his head and looked troubled. "You scratched off the word a cloud. You won't have a surname anymore. What will your surname be? Or, take my surname? How dare you?" Yiningrue was furious. "I have your last name, so you are my fucking dad. Boy, don't be too proud. You just opened a piece of jade, right? This piece of jade is worth at most 200 or 300 million. What about the tens of billions you mentioned?" Yiningrue said unconvincedly, "Can you open the same jade from other stones?" Just one sentence poured cold water on the Liu family's joy. Yes, even if Yang Yi won the game, he still lost. Liu Hongxian immediately took the initiative to comfort Yang Yi and said, "In fact, this is not a big loss. Although this piece of jade is only worth 200 or 300 million, if you hire a top jade craftsman to process it, its value will increase several times. Yang Yi smiled, looked at Yuning Rui and said, "What if I accidentally solve another piece? Will you take my last name then? What if you accidentally solve another piece?" Yuning Rui was so angry at this that he almost vomited blood. "Boy, do you really think this stone was born from you? If you want it to have jade inside, it will have it. I really don't believe this. If you can get me another piece, I will take your surname." The Liu family was stunned. These two guys really know how to play. Are they going to gamble now? Yang Yi chuckled, "That's what you said." Yuning Rui glared, "Yes, that's what I said, but what if you can't figure it out? If I can't solve it, then this piece of jade will be yours," Yang Yi said without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, the Liu family suddenly became anxious. Liu Hongxian blurted out, "No, how can I just give him such an expensive jadeite like this? After saying this, I suddenly realized that the other person had already paid off my debt, and all the stones here belong to me, and the jade that was mined also belonged to me. It was my person's freedom to do whatever he wanted with it, so what right did I have to stop him?" Liu Rong also quickly pulled Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, don't be impulsive. This is worth hundreds of millions." Yuning Rui's eyes lit up. "Okay, kid, you have courage. Let's make a deal here today. If you can get another piece of jadeite of the same value from these broken stones, I will take your last name from now on. If you can't get it out, I will take this piece of jadeite away." Yang Yi smiled, "Of course. Well, what are you still standing there for? Just keep opening." Yuning Rui believed that he would win. These broken stones had been seen by countless people, who said that they were worthless. It was already a fantasy to open a piece like that, so how could he possibly open a second piece? Therefore, he felt that his trip today was totally worth it. Not only did he get back the 1.3 billion, but now he was going to pick up a top-grade jadeite worth hundreds of millions for free. Seeing Yuning Rui's eyes light up, Yang Yi smiled faintly and pointed casually, "That one." Chapter 47. Should you take my last name? Yang Yi didn't even look at it, he pointed confidently and said, "That one." Everyone stared at the stone. This stone is the same as the previous one, but it is a little bigger than the previous one. It was also sawed in half before, but there is no green on the cross-section, only a faint green layer on the surface. Yuning Rui knew that the faint green layer was something he had deliberately created in order to deceive Liu Hongxian. It is impossible for such a stone to produce jade. Okay, then what are you still standing there for? Open it. Yuning Rui was already getting impatient. He couldn't wait to put the newly opened Super Imperial Green Jade into his own pocket. "Don't be anxious, let me see how to cut this piece," Yang Yi said, and squatted in front of the raw material again, putting his hand on it and touching it. To outsiders, it looked like he was looking for a place to perform surgery. But in reality, he was silently using the skills of enlargement and reduction to make the jade in the stone as large as possible and reduce other impurities, so that the appearance of the stone did not change at all, but the interior became top-grade jade. Seeing him pretending, Yuning Rui couldn't help but want to laugh. "Boy, just keep playing tricks. I'll make you cry so hard later." After a while, Yang Yi waved his hand, "Master, come, start from here." The grinding master came over quickly and asked carefully, "How are you going to open it this time? Are you going to saw it or grind it with a grinding wheel?" Yang Yi waved his hand, "No need, just use sandpaper to rub it. Be careful, this piece of jade may be bigger than the previous one." The polishing master responded, quickly took the sandpaper, squatted there and began to rub it gently. This time, he just rubbed it lightly with sandpaper, and immediately trembled and said, "How is this possible?" It was like seeing the most incredible thing in the world. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Liu Hongxian and Yuning Rui were both shocked and asked at the same time. The polishing master stood there in shock, shaking his head, and said in amazement, "This is incredible. I have been working on jade for decades, and I have never seen a stone like this." Liu Hongxian and Yuning Rui no longer had the patience to listen to him, and rushed over to him. After taking a look, they both stood there in a daze, just like the polishing master. The polishing master was still talking to himself, "I have never seen such a stone. You can't see anything on the outside, but just by rubbing it, such a bright green color is revealed." At this time, Liu Hongxian and Yuning Rui had also come to their senses. However, their reactions were completely different. Liu Hongxian was ecstatic and laughed loudly. Shui Lan, Rona, this is incredible. There is actually green in this stone, and judging from the water level, it is definitely not worse than the one just now. When Niu Xuelan and Liu Rong heard this, they were both extremely surprised. They looked at each other and hugged each other in their arms. Yuningrui was in a completely different situation. His body was completely frozen there, and the expression on his face was indescribable. He was still mumbling, "This is impossible, impossible." Then he pointed at the stone and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. We have only opened a small piece of it, and we don't know what's inside yet." Yang Yi sneered, "Master, keep wiping it and get everything out of it." "Okay." The polishing master responded, and continued to polish with sandpaper in one hand and a watering can in the other. This time he polished it more carefully, because the surface layer was thinner than before, and the jadeite exposed was more watery than before. People who watched were excited, and the polisher was proud. He could polish 2 such large jadeite pieces in his lifetime, and he could definitely brag about it in front of his peers. As he wiped it, he gently rinsed it with water. A piece of transparent and crystal clear jade slowly began to reveal its true appearance. The more jade was revealed, the uglier Yuningrui's expression became, and the Liu family's cheers became more frequent. When he was halfway through polishing, the polisher suddenly stopped and took a breath. "Huh? What's going on?" There was surprise in his tone. It was obvious that there was a problem with the direction of the jade, which deviated from what he expected. Yuningrui immediately perked up, and couldn't wait to get close and ask, "What's wrong? Is there nothing left at the back?" The polishing master turned his head and looked at him, then shook his head, pointed to the cross-section he had just polished and said, "Look, it's so strange, it's starting to turn red again." "Red?" Everyone was stunned. Those present were all experienced experts in jade. Everyone knew that red is jadeite and green is emerald. Jadeite and emerald are 2 different classifications of jade and will never appear on the same piece of jade. And now, jadeite and emerald were found in the same stone at the same time. When Liu Hongxian heard this, he immediately leaned forward and looked at it, exclaiming, "It's amazing. This is really amazing." Even Yang Yi was stunned and quickly came over. Although he knew there was jade in the stone and used his skills to enlarge the jade inside to the maximum, he never expected that he could produce such a magical jade. Next, the polishing master became more careful and cautious, and worked very slowly. It took him a full hour to finish the remaining half. When the entire piece of jade was finally presented in front of everyone, everyone was shocked. Liu Rong's beautiful eyes opened wide, full of disbelief. "Oh my god, Yang Yi, I have never seen such a beautiful jade, half green and half red. I bet this is the only one in the world." Liu Hongxian could hardly hide his shock. Yes, the value of this piece of jade is definitely higher than the one just now, because it is hard to find another piece comparable to it in the world. In addition to surprise, Yang Yi was also filled with pride, because this piece of jade was an unintentional work of his, and he actually created such a treasure of heaven and earth. After the surprise, he suddenly turned around, looked at Yuningrui, who was still standing there in a daze with an indescribable expression, and said, "Mr. Yun, are you admitting defeat now?" Although Yuningrui was unwilling, he had nothing to say at the moment and could only nod helplessly to show his surrender. But this obviously didn't seem to be enough. Yang Yi walked up to him and said, "So from now on, should you take my last name?" Chapter 48. You got the treasure again. Then, should you take my last name from now on? Yang Yi's light words immediately drew everyone's attention from Feitsue to Yuningrui. Yes, if you didn't mention it, everyone would have forgotten that Yuningrui made a bet with Yang Yi just now. He won, and Yang Yi lost the jadeite to him. If he loses, he will have to take Yang Yi's surname from now on. Now, as soon as this piece of jade was opened, there was no doubt that he had lost, because the value of this piece of jade was definitely higher than the previous one, and it would be difficult to find a jadeite comparable to this one even in the whole world. Everyone looked at Yuningrui, wanting to see how he would end up. Liu Hongxian was extremely happy at this moment. He has been holding a grudge in his heart for so many days. From being framed by Yuningrui in the beginning, to being forced to agree to marry his daughter to his bastard son, and being forced to be servile in front of him every day, Liu Hongxian had already gnashed his teeth in hatred. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi vented his anger for him today. Liu Hongxian felt so relieved. Then Yang Yi asked Yuningrui, "Yes, Lao Yun, do you think I should call you Lao Yun or Lao Yang from now on?" Then he shook his head and said, "No, it's not right even if I call you Old Yang." You took Yang Yi's surname, so you should be his descendant. Look at the relationship between Yang Yi and my daughter. It doesn't seem right for me to call you old Yang anymore. It has to be said that Yunningrui was so frustrated that he couldn't get out of this situation. His face turned red like pig liver, and he stared at Yang Yi with resentment in his eyes, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The reason why he made that bet just now was, of course, that he was sure that he would win. Such a big piece of jade, worth 200 or 300 million, was right there waiting for him to take it. How could he not be jealous? But I never expected that this guy could actually produce a second big piece of jade. And it's even cooler than the first one. But now, he realized that it was not easy to pick up such a big jadeite. He couldn't lift it and instead hurt his old waist. He glared at Yang Yi fiercely, then yelled at Liu Hongxian, "Mr. Liu, don't be too proud too soon." Then he turned around, lowered his head and walked away. Liu Hongxian didn't miss the opportunity to make a fool of himself, and shouted again from behind, "Old Yang, don't leave in a hurry, how about we make another bet?" Yunningrui had no time to retort at this moment. He lowered his head and flushed his face. He ran out of the Liu family like a stray dog, got into his Mercedes-Benz and fled in a panic. Not long after he walked away, his phone rang. It was Yun Tensai calling, "Dad, what's going on? Did Liu Hongxian admit his mistake as soon as he saw you, and then let his daughter marry me obediently?" Yunningrui was so angry that his beard stood up, and he roared into the phone, "It's all your fault. You made me lose everything. You loser, don't think about that bitch from the Liu family anymore." Yun Tensai on the other end of the phone was scolded, but he didn't know what was going on, so he could only shut up and hang up. On this side, Yunningrui gritted his teeth and said, "Liu, Yang, I can't stand with you. Just wait, one day I will get back what I did today." Seeing Yunningrui running away from his yard in a panic like a stray dog, the Liu family members were so happy. The shadow that had shrouded the family's hearts was finally dispelled today. The one who dispelled this shadow was the young man brought back by his daughter. At this moment, Niu Xuelan looked at this young man and liked him more and more. She couldn't help but hold Yang Yi's hand and began to ask questions. "Young man, how old are you this year?" It was the first time that Yang Yi was held by the hand so enthusiastically by an elder, a woman who was more than 20 years older than him. He replied shyly, "Auntie, I am 25 years old this year." 25? That's perfect. She's 1 year older than Rona, just right. Niu Xuelan was even happier. 1 year older, just right? Yang Yi was a little confused. What was appropriate? Turning her head to take a look, she found Liu Rong standing there with her face already blushing. She pulled Niu Xuelan's sleeve and said, "Mom." Niu Xuelan ignored her and continued to hold Yang Yi's hand. "How many people are there in your family now? How many brothers and sisters?" Yang Yi answered honestly, "There are 3 people in my family. I am the only son of my father and mother." "An only child? That's good, that's good. It will be easier for your family to get along after you get married." Niu Xuelan was even happier. Without brothers and sisters, it meant that there would be no rifts between sisters-in-law, and no sister-in-law who was favored by the mother-in-law. In the future, the parents-in-law would definitely favor their own daughter. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Liu Rong's face turned red all the way to her neck. She pulled Niu Xuelan's arm hard to stop her from asking any more questions. Now even Liu Hongxian couldn't stand it anymore and coughed, "Okay, Xuelan, let the children sit inside. Why are they standing here all the time? Yes, yes, come in and sit inside, come in and sit inside." Niu Xuelan then realized that she had neglected her distinguished guest and hurriedly led Yang Yi home with a smile on her face. "Wait, Uncle Liu, what are you going to do with these jades?" Yang Yi asked Liu Hongxian. "You helped my family pay off more than 10 billion yuan in debt. These stones are yours, and the jadeite mine is naturally yours too. It's naturally up to you to dispose of them. No need to ask me," Liu Hongxian said readily. He was very open-minded. If Yang Yi had not taken action just now, his family would have been forced into a desperate situation by Yunningrui. Moreover, these stones were originally worthless broken stones in his hands. It was Yang Yi who turned them into treasures, so naturally they should belong to him. Yang Yi looked at Liu Rong, and Liu Rong nodded, "Yes, Yang Yi, my father's meaning is the meaning of my whole family. These should have been yours." Yang Yi nodded without being polite. Although these jades had already existed, they were actually just some small pieces. He had magnified their value infinitely, so it was not excessive for him to own them. How about this, Uncle Liu? I'll leave the first piece of jade to you. Let the master in the store carve it carefully, and you will definitely be able to sell it for a good price. Yang Yi said. This is so embarrassing. Liu Hongxian said embarrassedly. The second piece belongs to me. I'll find someone to sell it to. Do you have any objection? Yang Yi continued. Of course, no objection, Liu Hongxian nodded repeatedly. Yang Yi did not delay and immediately took out his mobile phone, took a picture of the large jadeite with both red and green colors, and then sent it to Su Yuhan. To him, Su Yuhan is like a god of wealth. Whenever he comes across something good, he will immediately think of her. Not long after the photo was sent, Su Yuhan called immediately, her voice full of surprise. Yang Yi, you got another treasure. Where did this thing come from? Chapter 49. The mother-in-law who wants to marry her daughter. As expected, as soon as Su Yuhan saw the picture, she called. Yang Yi smiled and said, how about it? Sister Su, are you interested in this jadeite? Yes, of course. Yang Yi, you are such a good brother to me. You always think of me when you have something good. I will definitely treat you to a meal to thank you later. Su Yuhan sounded very excited and even joked with him, by the way, where is your thing? I have to see the real thing, otherwise it will be difficult to estimate the value. Of course it's in Xia City. I'm a little embarrassed to trouble you, Sister Su, to make a trip to Xia City again. Yang Yi said with a smile. What's there to be embarrassed about? You think of me as soon as you get something good. I'm so happy. What's wrong with making a trip? Su Yuhan said excitedly. Well, I'll keep this jade for you. When you come, contact me and I'll take you to see the jade. Okay, it's happily settled. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and saw the entire Liu family looking at him. Xiaoyang, who was talking to you on the phone just now? Niu Xuelan asked carefully. It's a friend in the provincial capital. She's in the jewelry and antique business. We've cooperated many times. This jade will definitely have the greatest value in her hands, so I plan to sell it to her. Yang Yi said without hiding anything. Oh, so that's your business partner? Niu Xuelan breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Rong's expression also seemed a lot more relaxed. What are you still standing there for? Go home and sit down. It's Xiaoyang's first time at home. You can't just sit here and talk, right? Liu Hongxian said hurriedly. Yes, come home and sit down. The family quickly invited Yang Yi to the living room. Liu Hongxian made tea himself, but Niu Xuelan still sat in front of Yang Yi and held his hand. Xiaoyang, what do your parents do? Where are you from? Is it in the city? Niu Xuelan's enthusiasm made Yang Yi feel uncomfortable, but he was too embarrassed to pull his hand away, so he could only smile and answer one by one. Auntie, my family is not from the city, but from Kai County. My parents are farmers and have been digging crops in the fields all their lives. Farmer? This answer stunned Niu Xuelan and made her feel very surprised. What's wrong? Auntie, what do you think of farmers? Yang Yi keenly sensed Niu Xuelan's surprise and asked casually. No, Auntie just finds it a little strange. You said your parents are farmers, then how can you come up with so much money to help Rong'a? Niu Xuelan hurriedly explained. At this point, Niu Xuelan and Liu Hongxian both showed a hint of suspicion in their eyes. Oh, you're talking about that. Maybe I'm lucky. I got a fortune unexpectedly some time ago, and then I relied on this fortune and my own efforts to make myself bigger and bigger, and then I have the strength I have today. Yang Yi smiled and said, Liu Rong is also lucky to meet me after I became rich. Otherwise, if she met me a month ago, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the strength to help her even if I wanted to. Yes, Rong'a is so lucky to have met you. Not only is she lucky, but our Liu family is also lucky. Niu Xuelan said with a smile, so what are your plans for the future? Yang Yi was stunned. What do you mean, what are our future plans? Liu Rong was also stunned, and then quickly poked Niu Xuelan secretly. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Niu Xuelan smiled and said, I'm talking about your marriage. Your uncle and I have never known about you and Rong'a. Rong'a has kept it a secret and never told us. But since you're here today, tell me what you two are planning to do and when you plan to get married. Only then did Yang Yi understand. It turned out that he and Liu Rong were going to get married. He was very anxious now and quickly explained, "Auntie, it's not." I wanted to explain, but I didn't know how, and I was afraid of embarrassing Liu Rong. Liu Rong was really embarrassed at this moment. She had long noticed that her parents had misunderstandings about the relationship between Yang Yi and herself, but she had never had a chance to clarify. Now her mother proposed marriage between the two of them in front of Yang Yi without even discussing it with her. She immediately blushed with embarrassment. "Mom, stop talking. Yang Yi and I are not." Liu Rong hurriedly tried to clarify the relationship. But Niu Xuelan didn't even listen to her. "It's nothing. You two are both grown up, and you are old classmates. You know each other well and have a foundation of love. Besides, your father and I are very satisfied with Xiao Yang in every aspect. You should stop dragging it out and find a suitable day to do it as soon as possible." Liu Rong was getting anxious now. Why was her mother arranging the matchmaking for her without letting her explain? It was as if she was being forced to marry someone else since she couldn't get married. Especially after secretly glancing at Yang Yi and finding that Yang Yi was not happy at all after hearing what she said but was busy explaining, Liu Rong felt even more embarrassed. Her face turned red with anxiety and she simply stood up. "Mom, what are you talking about? Yang Yi and I are not in the relationship you said. Yang Yi is just my classmate. I asked him to help me." "What?" Niu Xuelan was stunned. She looked at her daughter in surprise, then at Yang Yi. Only then did she realize that something was really wrong. Although young people will certainly feel shy when talking about marriage, they will definitely be secretly happy. But now it is obviously not the case. Both of them look embarrassed, especially the daughter, who looks annoyed. Niu Xuelan was dumbfounded. It turned out that she had misunderstood and ended up doing a forced match. At this moment, her face turned red with embarrassment. What the hell had she done? How could she be so eager to become someone's mother-in-law? Liu Hongxian, who was standing by, also felt embarrassed, secretly blaming his wife for being too reckless. How could a woman take the initiative to ask someone when they were getting married? Now, there was a misunderstanding that made everyone embarrassed. But at this time, he could only come to the rescue himself. Liu Hongxian smiled awkwardly. "Look at this, your aunt is too impatient and messed things up. Come, Xiao Yang, have some tea, have some tea." Yang Yi quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay." Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and no one in the room spoke. At this moment, Yang Yi's phone suddenly rang. Several people were startled by the sudden ringing of the phone. Yang Yi smiled apologetically, took out his phone and took a look. It was his mother calling. "Sorry, I have to take a call," Yang Yi said and walked to the side. "Hello? Mom, what's wrong?" Fang Xinyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiuye, where are you? Come back quickly. I'm busy outside. What's wrong? What's wrong? Come back here soon, your wife is here." Fang Xinyu couldn't hide his excitement in his tone. Chapter 50. Give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible. Yang Yi is going crazy. What happened today? My mother-in-law's forcing me to get married hasn't ended yet, and now my mother has come to join in the fun. Where can she find a wife for me? Mom, stop kidding. Where can I find a wife? Yang Yi said in a low voice. Who is fooling around? I think you are the one fooling around. I'm telling you, come back quickly. Otherwise I will come after you. Fang Xinyu was very fierce and his tone was unquestionable. Okay, I'll go back now, okay? Yang Yi said helplessly. After hanging up the phone, he turned around and saw that the entire Liu family was staring at him. Although he lowered his voice, the atmosphere in the room was so quiet that everyone could hear Fang Xinyu's voice clearly on the other end of the phone. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry, something happened at home, I have to leave first. Yang Yi said apologetically. Liu Hongxian and Niu Xuelan looked at each other and stood up. Okay, since you have something to do, go and do it. Come to our house often when you have time in the future. Yes, Yang Yi, come to my house and play when you have nothing to do in the future. Auntie will cook for you. Look at what happened today. Auntie hasn't even had the chance to let you taste the food I cook. Niu Xuelan said enthusiastically. As he said that, he pushed Liu Rong and said, Ronger, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send Yang Yi off for us. Liu Rong responded, stood up with a red face, sent Yang Yi outside, and then watched him get into the car. Yang Yi! Just when Yang Yi started the car, turned around and prepared to drive out, Liu Rong suddenly shouted. Yang Yi quickly stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Liu Rong, is there something wrong? Liu Rong bent down, a blush on her pretty and fair face, and whispered, Yang Yi, thank you, it is you who gave me a new life, allowing me to get rid of the entanglement of the Yun family, and also freeing my family from the torture of the devil. Yang Yi smiled and said, Liu Rong, don't say such polite words. We are old classmates. Liu Rong hesitated for a moment and looked at him with both eyes. Yang Yi, am I really just an old classmate in your heart? Yang Yi wanted to say, of course you are not just an old classmate, but the goddess of my dreams during college. But he didn't say this out loud, instead he just smiled faintly. Liu Rong didn't seem to expect him to give her an answer, so she said again, drive carefully. Then she straightened up. Yang Yi nodded and slowly drove out of the Liu family's yard. Liu Rong stood at the door, watching Yang Yi's car disappear in the traffic in the distance. Girl, if you really like him, tell him and pursue him. Don't let the opportunity slip away from you. Niu Xuelan's voice sounded behind her. When Liu Rong turned around, she saw Niu Xuelan and Liu Hongxian standing behind her at some point. Her face suddenly turned red. Mom, when did I say I liked him? He is just a classmate of mine. Niu Xuelan smiled. She had watched her daughter grow up and knew her very well. It was obvious from her expression that she must have fallen in love with the other person, but was unwilling to show it due to her girlish modesty. Girl, I can see that you like this boy. Your mom and dad like him too. Niu Xuelan said, and I can also see that he must like you too. He has you in his heart. Really? Liu Rong almost asked these two words, but the joy in her eyes had already exposed her thoughts. Liu Hongxian nodded, your mother is right, this child must have you in his heart. Otherwise, who would go to such trouble for someone who is insignificant to him? Spending a fortune for our family, directly taking out more than 1 billion to help our family pay off debts. Liu Rong's heart was moved, but she still defended herself. Maybe he knew that there was jade in the stone. Liu Hongxian shook his head. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. This is a bit strange. He had never seen these stones in our house before. How could he conclude that there were jadeite inside? And it's too strange. It's obviously a pile of stones that everyone thought were waste. How come they became treasures worth hundreds of millions or even billions in his hands? As he spoke, he nodded and said thoughtfully, girl, this child is definitely a treasure. If you can marry him, it will definitely be the greatest wealth in your life. Liu Rong stopped talking, her face suddenly turned red, and she ran back to her room. Yang Yi was driving, thinking about what Niu Xuelan had just said, as well as Liu Rong's fair and rosy face, which was so close to him. He couldn't help but feel emotional. A few days ago, he was a loser who had nothing and was toyed with and abandoned by women, but in the blink of an eye, he became a billionaire with billions of wealth, luxury cars, and mansions. Even the goddess who was out of reach in the past now seems to be within reach. And all of this is thanks to a system that came from the sky. It's really a joke of fate. I drove back home and just entered the community. I saw my Lamborghini sports car parked downstairs. Yang Yi suddenly understood everything. No wonder my mother said my daughter-in-law is here. It turns out it was he Dan. He couldn't help but feel a headache. I just dealt with Niu Xuelan, and now I have to deal with my mother. When it comes to being unreasonable, 10 Niu Xuelans can't compare to her. He could even imagine that he Dan was suffering terribly upstairs at this moment, wanting to leave but being unable to. Thinking of this, he hurried upstairs. I rang the doorbell and it was my dad who opened the door. I saw his face full of joy. Looking inside the room again, he Dan was sitting there with a red face and an embarrassed look on her face. Fang Xinyu was holding her hand and questioning her about her family situation, just like Niu Xuelan had questioned herself just now. Girl, how old are you this year? How many people are there in your family? Fang Xinyu looked at He Dan, who was lowering her head with a shy look on her face, and liked her more and more. Auntie, I'm 24 years old this year. Besides me, my parents have a younger brother who is still in high school. He Dan wanted to escape in embarrassment, but was afraid of hurting the old lady's face. 24? That means I'm 1 year younger than Yang Yi. 1 year younger is better, 1 year younger is better. Fang Xinyu smiled so hard that all the wrinkles on her face were squeezed together. Girl, what do your parents do? Auntie, my parents are farmers. My brother and I's tuition fees were all earned by them with their sweat, every grain of rice in the fields, said he Dan. Farming is good. Our family is also farmers. We farmers are honest people. Only girls who have suffered know how to live. Unexpectedly, Fang Xinyu became even happier, and she was happier like a flower. By the way, girl, how long have you known Yang Yi? Has he ever bullied you? Fang Xinyu asked again. Auntie, Yang Yi and I have only known each other for a few days. He treats me very well. Dan was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. The old lady seemed to have determined that she was their daughter-in-law. We've only known each other for a few days and already. Fang Xinyu was a little surprised, but she quickly slapped her thigh and said, get well soon, you're not young anymore, hurry up, get married soon, give birth to a big fat boy soon, and let the elders on both sides of our family help you take care of the child while you're still in good health. Dan. Chapter 51 The Confirmed Daughter-in-Law. Yang Yi happened to come in at this time and was overwhelmed when he heard this sentence. This mother is even more anxious than Niu Shualan. Looking at Dan again, she had already been too embarrassed to sit still. When she saw him coming back, her face flushed with embarrassment. She stood up and shouted, Yang Yi, quickly explain to Auntie. After saying that, he lowered his head, blushed, and squeezed past Yang Yi and ran away. Yang Yi looked back at Fang Xinyu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mom, please stop trying to match people up with each other, okay? Look how embarrassed you've made them. Fang Xinyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her. She pouted and said, did I say anything wrong? You've only known each other for a few days and you've already moved in together. Why don't you get married sooner and give us a big fat grandson sooner? Yang Yi was speechless and shook his head. Oh my God, you are not my mother, you are my great aunt. Then he said to Yang Yuanming, Dad, I'll go and see Dan off and explain to them. Having said that, he quickly chased after him. When he chased downstairs, he saw Dan walking ahead with his head down, and he quickly called out, Dan. Dan stopped when he heard his call, but did not look back. I'm sorry, Dan, my mom is a little confused and has troubled you for most of the day. Yang Yi said apologetically. Dan turned around and glanced at him with a red face. It's okay, Yang Yi, don't worry, I won't blame you. After a pause, she said, actually, you have good intentions. You want me to get married soon, so that I can help you have a baby. Speaking of this, she remembered what Fang Xinyu had just said, you should have a baby soon, and her face suddenly turned red again. Yang Yi didn't notice her embarrassment, shook his head, sighed and said, I know what she's thinking. She's been looking forward to my marriage for a long time, but I haven't been successful in my career before, so I couldn't get married. Now I finally have money, but the person I want to marry ran away with someone else. I can't do anything about it. Dan looked at him secretly and said, Auntie, don't worry. You are so successful in your career and so handsome. There will be many women chasing you. She will be overwhelmed by the choice. Yang Yi shook his head, I know this, but I also know that it is not easy to meet someone who is truly destined to be with you. Just like my mom, she's not like this to everyone she meets. Lin Duo and I dated for 3 years before, and I've never seen her so anxious, and she didn't even have much to say. I didn't expect that this time when she met you, no, she decided you were my girlfriend after hearing your voice. This old lady is really hard to understand. Having said this, he suddenly realized that what he meant was a little ambiguous. Looking at Dan again, the blush on her fair face became increasingly intense. She didn't even dare to look up at Yang Yi's eyes. She had just come here to help Yang Yi change his car, but she didn't expect that Fang Xinyu would hear her words as soon as she came up. Girl, are you the girl who answered the phone for Yang Yi this morning? Then, the following scene happened, and I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. In fact, when Fang Xinyu misunderstood her, she felt shy but also a little excited. A few times, she almost blurted out, Auntie, I do want to be your daughter-in-law, but your son has to ask for it, right? Yang Yi is young, rich, handsome, and more importantly, has a good personality. Especially when he came to her house last time, he gave her gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars and also gave her a luxury car. At that moment, Dan was moved and thought it would be great if he was really her boyfriend. However, Dan was different from those frivolous and materialistic girls. Although she had already fallen in love with Yang Yi, she did not show it at all out of modesty. She also deliberately kept a distance from Yang Yi, just because she didn't want others to think of her as a materialistic girl. But what Fang Xinyu did today made her heart beat fast. She secretly glanced at Yang Yi and almost wanted to say, "As long as you are willing, I will be your mother's daughter-in-law," and give her a big fat grandson for her to hug. But she couldn't say this, so she just said, "Yang Yi, you don't have to think too much. Love is a strange thing. It will come naturally when it's time. Maybe when you turn around, you'll find she's right next to you." After that, he took out the Lamborghini's car keys and said, "Here are the car keys for you. I was going to give you the car, but I almost forgot." Yang Yi quickly took out the keys of the BMW and exchanged them, then watched He Dan drive away. After returning upstairs, Fang Xinyu explained to her for a long time, but Fang Xinyu was like an old stubborn person and decided that He Dan was her daughter-in-law. No matter what she said, she just shook her head and said, "I don't care. I want her to be my daughter-in-law anyway." Yang Yi shook his head speechlessly, too lazy to explain, and just urged Fang Xinyu, Okay, Mom, do whatever you want. Go cook for me first. I'm almost starving after a busy day. I was originally planning to have dinner at Liu's house, but was called back by Fang Xinyu. Fang Xinyu poked his forehead with her finger and said, "You little bastard, you're always trying to fool me when it comes to the crucial moment. Let me tell you, if you don't bring my daughter-in-law back soon, I won't cook for you anymore." Despite what she said, she still couldn't bear to let her son go hungry, so she quickly went to the kitchen to cook. During the meal, Yang Yuanming spoke up, "Xie, I plan to go to your aunt's house with your mother tomorrow. Since we are in Xie City, it would be bad not to go to her house." Speaking of his aunt, Yang Yi frowned, looking a little unhappy, but still nodded, "Okay, then I'll take you there tomorrow." Fang Xinyu curled her lips and said, "It's better for your sister not to go. If she goes, she will just cause trouble." Chapter 52 Shocking News. Yang Yi's aunt is Yang Yuanming. She is 36 years old today, 14 years younger than Yang Yuanming. In fact, she is not Yang Yuanming's biological sister, but the daughter of his second uncle. Yang Yuanming's second uncle and second aunt both died early due to an accident, leaving an orphan Yang Yuanming with no one to raise her. It was Yang Yi's grandfather who took her home and raised her as his own daughter. At that time, Yang Yi's grandmother had passed away early, and Yang Yi's grandfather had to work in the fields and raise 2 children. In order to help his father reduce the burden, Yang Yuanming even dropped out of school early and worked for other families. Later, after Yang Yi's grandfather passed away, Yang Yuanming had to play the role of both brother and father. He had to take care of his younger sister Yang Yuanming and earn money for her education. But unexpectedly, after Yang Yuanming graduated from university, she stayed in the city to start a family and rarely went back to visit her brother and sister-in-law. Even if she went back occasionally, she would drive away in a hurry without even warming up the stool. 3 years ago, after graduating from university, Yang Yi stayed in Xie City. Yang Yuanming wanted to ask Yang Yuanming to help him find a better job, because his brother-in-law Yu Zhenyuan was a deputy section chief of the Municipal Education Bureau, so it should not be a difficult task. But Yang Yuanming said that Zhenyuan was a leader and this would have a bad influence, so he sent him away. Later, Yang Yi went to her house once, but he didn't even let her eat. He just asked a few cold questions and then ignored her. From then on, Yang Yi never went to his aunt's house again, and his aunt never asked him a question. Originally, Yang Yi swore that he would never go there again, but now, considering the deep love between his father and his sister, he still didn't say anything. After all, I still have to take my father's feelings into consideration. After breakfast the next day, Yang Yi went to Yang Yuanming's house with his parents. Although Fang Xinyu said she didn't want to go, she still went with him. She also brought some local specialties from home and bought some gifts outside. Because there were too few seats in the sports car, Yang Yi simply didn't drive and took a taxi instead. At this time, he also realized that sports cars are fine for showing off, but they are not practical in reality, and it would be more convenient to buy a sedan or SUV. Yang Yuanming's family lived in the staff quarters of the Municipal Education Bureau. Yang Yi had been there once before, so he found the place easily. Unfortunately, the door was locked and no one answered after knocking for a long time. It seemed that no one was at home. So Yang Yuanming called Yang Yuanming. At this time, Yang Yuanming and Yu Zhenyuan were in the park, watching their 13-year-old son Yu Dao playing football with others. When Yang Yuanming saw that it was a call from Yang Yuanming, she frowned.
What's wrong? Who's calling? Yu Genuan asked curiously.
My brother, I'm sure he's asking you to help Yang Yi find a job again.
Yang Yuanying said with a frown.
When Yu Genuan heard this, he waved his hand and said, reply to him as soon as possible. I don't want to get involved in this matter.
I know.
Yang Yuanying said and answered the phone. The first thing he said when he got on the phone was, brother, why are you calling again? Didn't I tell you that Genuan has a chance to be promoted to section chief recently, so he can't help Yang Yi find a job? Otherwise, if others find out, his position as section chief will be ruined. He has been working hard for this position for several years, and you can't just watch him delay his job for Yang Yi, right?
Yang Yuanying's voice was very loud, and Fang Xinyu on the side heard it clearly.
She snorted and showed a look of contempt, and the meaning was very clear. See, I knew that your sister would definitely say this.
Yang Yuanying was also a little embarrassed, and quickly explained, Yuanying, I didn't call you to ask Genuan to find a job for Yang Yi.
Yang Yi's current job is good, and he doesn't need to change jobs.
Not looking for a job?
Yang Yuanying was stunned. Then what are you calling about?
Yang Yuanying smiled and said, it's like this. Your sister-in-law and I came to see Yang Yi.
We brought some peanuts, dates, apples, etc. from home. We wanted to give some to you, but no one was at home. We are right at your doorstep.
Yang Yuanying did not answer immediately, but covered the microphone and looked at Yu Genuan beside him.
Yu Genuan waved his hands repeatedly and whispered, don't go back. Who knows what they are up to? If you go back and let them entangle you, you won't be able to escape.
Yang Yuanying nodded, let go of the phone and said, is that so?
Brother, why didn't you tell me in advance that you and sister-in-law were coming here? Look, Genuan and I are not in the city right now, and we can't go back. What should we do? How about this, you leave your things with the guard first, and we will pick them up there when we get back. Then she said, okay, brother, I'm still busy here. I'll call you later. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone, fearing that Yang Yuanying would say something else. After hanging up the phone, she let out a long sigh. Fortunately we came out today, otherwise it would be troublesome if they blocked us at home. Yu Genuan snorted, your brother is really something. I told him I couldn't help him, but he couldn't hide and even found our house. In the future, you should go back to your hometown less often and have less contact with these poor relatives. On this side, Yang Yuanying was about to say that he was not in a hurry to go back in the next 2 days and would stay with his son for a few more days, but the person on the other end of the phone had already hung up. He turned to look at his son and wife, and said with a somewhat awkward expression, unfortunately, your aunt and her family are out. Yang Yi smiled and said nothing. Fang Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and said, I told you not to come. Your sister's house is not accessible to ordinary people, but you refused to listen and insisted on being turned away. She didn't go out of town. She was obviously afraid that we would bring dirt to her house and dirty her floor. Yang Yuanying sighed and said nothing more. His wife's complaints were justified. Everyone knew that his sister was snobbish, especially after she got married. This made him unable to speak in front of his wife and he felt very upset. Forget it, it's not here anymore, let's go back. The family left the local specialties and gifts they brought with the guard and went home. When they got home, Fang Xinyu was still chattering about Yang Yuanying. Yang Yuanying knew he was in the wrong and didn't say anything. Yang Yi was leaning on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated and the advanced news app flashed. There is new news. Yang Yi was delighted and immediately opened the software. A piece of news is shocking. On May 20th, 3 classrooms of Shasha No. 3 primary school suddenly collapsed, killing more than 20 teachers and students and injuring more than 100 teachers and students to varying degrees. Chapter 53. How can you believe that I am not lying to you? This piece of news made Yang Yi gasp. This is a piece of news that is completely different from the past. The few pieces of news pushed by the system in the past were all good news, such as winning prizes, discovering antiques, and treasures. But this one was bad news. The school classroom collapsed, more than 20 people were killed and hundreds were injured. After seeing this message, Yang Yi jumped up from the sofa. Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while. Then, without waiting for his parents to answer, he rushed out. He quickly went downstairs, jumped into the sports car, then turned on the navigation, found the third primary school in the city, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the location of the third primary school. The number 3 primary school was originally the predecessor of the municipal experimental primary school, which has a history of more than 30 years. After the experimental primary school built a new school, the school building here was vacant. Later, in order to ease the pressure on the children of migrant workers to go to school, the city planned to build the number 3 primary school in this old school building, with the aim of providing a place for the children of migrant workers who came to the city to work. This move was very popular at the time. After all, it provided hundreds of thousands of migrant workers' children with a place to go to school. But the pressure is also visible, because all the children of migrant workers in the city have to study here, so the school's classrooms are always very crowded. Although the school has built a new teaching building on campus, it is obviously not enough for so many students. If another new teaching building is to be built, tens of millions of funds will be needed. However, the city's financial funds have always been tight, especially in education. The city leaders in charge of education have worked hard for a long time to build a building. As a result, those classrooms that have been used for more than 30 years are still in use, and there are at least 40 or 50 students in each classroom. It can be said that every leader feels bad when seeing students studying in these dangerous buildings, but there is nothing they can do. They can only use them for the time being and find ways to improve them when funds are available. Yang Yi drove his sports car directly to the school gate. Today happened to be Saturday, so all the students were on holiday and the iron fence gate was closed. Yang Yi walked over and called out twice at the gate. A security guard came out of the security room and waved at him, "Don't call. Today is Sunday. There is no one in the school." Yang Yi waved for him to come over, and then said, "Well, you contact the school leaders and tell them that I want to donate to the school to help build a new teaching building. Ask them to come over and discuss the details with me." The security guard looked at him in surprise, suspicion written all over his eyes. Yang Yi knew that in this day and age, there were more people doing evil and too few people doing good things, so it would be hard for the other party to believe what he said alone. Especially since you told the security guard, he would not dare to report it to his supervisor rashly, for fear of being scolded by his supervisor. So I just said, "How about this, give me the phone number of my boss and I'll contact him directly so you don't have to make things difficult for him." "That's fine." The security guard thought about it and actually gave him the phone number of the school's director of infrastructure. "Young man, you can't cheat me. Don't tell them that I gave you the phone number, or I'll lose my job." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't get you into trouble." Having said that, he dialed the number. The owner of the phone was Gong Yuanliang, who was originally the director of the school's academic affairs office. Later, he offended a vice president and was kicked out of the academic affairs office to the infrastructure department. But the school's existing teaching building had already been built and put into use, and the new teaching building was nowhere in sight. As the director of the infrastructure department, he had basically become a decoration. He had nothing to do on weekdays and just spent his days idling around. With no hope of promotion, Gong Yuanliang could only drink tea, read newspapers, and sigh every day. "I come to work and leave after get off work, but I have no motivation to work at all." He never comes to school on Sundays. Today, his wife took their daughter back to her parents' home. Gong Yuanliang had no intention of going out alone, so he just sat on the sofa at home, watching TV lazily. At this time, the phone thrown aside rang. Gong Yuanliang picked it up and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. He ignored it, thinking it was just a harassing call from a real estate agent or insurance salesman. But I didn't expect that the phone would keep ringing. Gong Yuanliang had no choice but to pick up the phone. "Who is it?" "Hello, is this Director Gong from the school's infrastructure department?" A strange male voice came from the other end of the line. Gong Yuanliang frowned. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Yang Yi, the owner of T&I Catering Chain Group." Yang Yi introduced himself first. "T&I Catering?" Gong Yuanliang was even more confused, wondering why this catering company wanted to hire him. Did they want to contract the school cafeteria? "Oh? I'm sorry, the school cafeteria has been contracted out, and this matter is not my responsibility. You should contact the school affairs office." Gong Yuanliang said, and was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, Director Gong, I'm not looking for you to contract the school cafeteria, but I heard that some of the school's classrooms are in disrepair, so I want to donate money to help the school build a new teaching building." Yang Yi said. "What did you say?" Gong Yuanliang stood up from the sofa. I said I wanted to donate money to help the school renovate classrooms and build a new teaching building, Yang Yi repeated. Gong Yuanliang was sure that he had heard correctly. His excited voice trembled a little. Are you serious? Are you kidding? Yang Yi smiled and said, Of course. Do you think I would be so bored that I would call you just to make a joke? Gong Yuanliang still couldn't believe it, and then asked, Are you really the owner of T&I Catering? Yang Yi asked him back, What do you need me to do to believe that I am not a liar? Gong Yuanliang couldn't explain it, but he really found it hard to believe that someone would come to him and donate money to build a building for the school. But if I just say I don't believe it, I'm afraid that if it's true, I might drive away the god of wealth who has come to my door. Just when he was hesitating, Yang Yi spoke up, How much does it cost to build a new teaching building? Gong Yuanliang didn't need to think about it. He remembered the cost of the previous teaching building very clearly. The total financial expenditure was more than 12 million. So he reported a figure of 12 million. Yang Yi immediately said, Give me an account and I'll transfer 20 million to it, and then you'll know if I'm kidding or not. This method is feasible. Gong Yuanliang was skeptical, so he reported the account number of the school's infrastructure department. This account was tied to his phone number, and once there was any change in the account funds, he would receive an immediate text message alert. Not long after, a text message popped up. Transaction reminder, 20 million renminbi is transferred to the account ending with. Chapter 54 You are such a kind person. Gong Yuanliang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe it and checked his bank account again. Sure enough, a huge sum of 20 million had just been deposited into the account. Gong Yuanliang finally believed it. He called back and this time his voice was trembling. You really want to build a teaching building for the school, are you kidding? Yang Yi said, The money has been transferred to your account, and you still think I am teasing you? Gong Yuanliang quickly said, No, where are you now? I will come to find you right away. I'm at the school gate now. Come over and let's talk about the details. Yang Yi said. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Gong Yuanliang said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Gong Yuanliang jumped up, clenched his fists and shouted yeah. This news was like a pie in the sky for him. He had a premonition that his career had encountered an unprecedented opportunity and that God had sent him a great benefactor. Now, this great nobleman is going to help me achieve great success. He quickly changed into a more formal outfit and hurried out. When he got outside, he thought for a while and decided to report to the school leaders first. Of course, the content of the report was slightly tampered with. Principal Zhong, are you busy now? If you are not busy, can you come to school now? Gong Yuanliang said carefully. Principal Zhong on the other end of the phone frowned and said, Why are you going to school? I'm visiting a sister school. What can I do for you? Gong Yuanliang suppressed his excitement and whispered, It's like this, Principal Zhong, I just got in touch with a sponsor who wants to donate to our school and help us build a new teaching building. Principal Zhong was stunned and said in disbelief, What? Donation? Are you sure? Gong Yuanliang, you are not talking nonsense so early in the morning, are you? Gong Yuanliang said, Principal Zhong, I am not talking nonsense, and I don't dare to joke with you. He has already transferred 20 million yuan to our account, and is waiting for us to go over and discuss the details with him at the school. Principal Zhong finally took it seriously at this time. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, Principal Zhong, you'd better come over quickly, otherwise if he can't wait for us and changes his mind. Before Gong Yuanliang could finish, Principal Zhong interrupted him and said, Okay, I'll be there right away, but it's a bit far from here, so you go over and talk to him first, and I'll be there right away. After that, he hung up the phone. Principal Zhong looked up at the leader of the friendly school sitting opposite him and said, I'm sorry, Principal Li, I have something urgent to do here. It's related to the future development and opportunities of our school, so I have to go back immediately. I'm very sorry. I will come to apologize to you another day. Let Director Liu accompany you to discuss the cooperation between the two schools. Principal Li on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, As you please, whatever you like. Principal Zhong got up hurriedly, gave a few instructions to Director Liu from the teaching department who was with him, and then hurriedly got on the bus back to the school. Yang Yi stood at the school gate and waited for more than 20 minutes, then saw a white Jetta driving over in a hurry. A thin middle-aged man wearing glasses got out of the Jetta and strode towards the school gate. Gong Yuanliang looked around as he walked. There was only one person at the school gate at the moment, a young man in his 20s. He didn't look like a billionaire who could spend money lavishly. Just as he turned his head and looked around for the mysterious donor, Yang Yi took the initiative to speak. "You are Director Gong, right?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Gong Yuanliang recognized that this was the person who had just spoken to him on the phone. He suddenly became excited and quickly stretched out his hands. Yes, I am Gong Yuanliang. You are Mr. Yang who called just now, right? I am so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Grabbing Yang Yi's right hand, he was enthusiastic and refused to let go. "Mr. Yang, it's so rare that you care so much about the school's education." As he said that, he scolded the security guard standing at the door. "What's going on? Why don't you let Mr. Yang in? Let such a distinguished guest stand here?" The security guard was dumbfounded and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly opened the door with the remote control and let the two people in. Yang Yi said as he walked, "Don't blame him. He is just like you. He doesn't believe that I really want to donate money, and he doesn't dare to let strangers in casually, right?" After that, he added, "And it was he who gave me your phone number, otherwise I really wouldn't know who to contact." This one sentence made Gong Yuanliang immediately grateful to the security guard in his heart. Fortunately, the security guard gave me his phone number. If he had given me someone else's phone number, the credit would have gone to someone else. "Mr. Yang, let's go to the office and talk." Gong Yuanliang invited Yang Yi to the office. Yang Yi shook his head. "Let's go check out those old classrooms first. I heard there are still many dilapidated buildings here." Gong Yuanliang nodded repeatedly. "Okay, please come this way." As we walked, I asked carefully, "Mr. Yang, which class is your child in?" Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. "I'm not married yet, and I don't have any children going to school here." Gong Yuanliang was stunned and thought, since there are no children studying here, why would anyone think of donating money to build a teaching building here? Yang Yi saw through his thoughts and explained, "It's like this. I heard from others that there are still many dangerous buildings in this school that have been in use for a long time. It may be dangerous for children to attend classes in them, so I want to make some contributions to the cause of education. After all, the students who go to school here are children of migrant workers. They work day and night for this city, and we can't let their children have any accidents." Gong Yuanliang was immediately filled with respect. "Boss Yang, you are such a kind person. There are many wealthy people in Xia City, but you are the first one who cares about education and the schooling of these migrant workers' children. I thank you on behalf of these migrant workers' children." The school's newly built teaching building is on the west side of the campus, and on the east side are the old classrooms that have been in disrepair for a long time. The two people looked at each room one by one along the east side. The more Yang Yi looked, the more shocked he became. He saw that the walls of several classrooms had wide cracks, which looked very dangerous. "Director Gong, these classrooms are too dangerous. The children must stop using them immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late if something happens," said Yang Yi. Gong Yuanliang said awkwardly, "But if we don't use these classrooms now, the children will have nowhere to go to class." Yang Yi said, "It's better to skip classes than to have an accident. You know, if something happens, it will cost at least dozens of lives, and dozens of families." After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? I will make additional investments and let the construction team build some temporary color steel houses on the school's open space as temporary classrooms for the children. Then I will recruit a few more construction teams to speed up the construction and build a new teaching building as quickly as possible with guaranteed quality and quantity. How do you think?" Chapter 55 Good News from Yu Jianyuan. When Yang Yi made this suggestion, Gong Yuanliang was a little hesitant. After all, it was not something he, as the director of the infrastructure department, could decide to suspend students' classes. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Yang, I will report this plan to the school leaders and let them decide." Before he finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. "No need to report. I agree. Let's proceed according to Mr. Yang's plan. The students in this classroom will be temporarily suspended, and classes will resume after the temporary classroom is built. Classes must be held, and the safety of students and teachers must be guaranteed." When I turned around, I saw a thin middle-aged man walking in quickly from outside, panting. It was none other than Principal Zhong, who had rushed over from another school. Gong Yuanliang breathed a sigh of relief and called out, "Principal Zhong, you're here so soon?" He quickly introduced to Yang Yi, "Boss Yang, "This is our Principal Zhong." Principal Zhong came over panting and held Yang Yi's hands tightly with both hands. "Mr. Yang, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the 3rd Primary School and the migrant workers of the whole city, I want to thank you. Your good deeds will be engraved in the hearts of the people of Xia City." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Principal Zhong, you are too polite. I just want to do something for migrant workers and for education." Then he pointed to the old classrooms and said, "Principal Zhong, I want to demolish all the old classrooms and build a 3-story teaching building on this foundation. In this way, the classrooms in the 2 buildings should be able to meet the needs, right?" Principal Zhong nodded repeatedly. "That's enough, definitely enough." Yang Yi then pointed to another empty space and said, "I want to build another office building there for teachers to work and students to experiment. I also want to add computers to the school so that students can take computer classes and keep up with the times." Principal Zhong and Gong Yuanliang were delighted when they heard this. You should know that the 3rd Primary School was only built for the children of migrant workers, so the city's financial allocation is limited and can only meet daily teaching needs, but it is unable to equip facilities for experiments and computer classes. Now, if all these could be equipped, the 3rd Primary School would no longer be a 3rd-rate school in the city, but would become more advanced than the municipal primary schools. "But Mr. Yang, if this is the case, the budget of 20 million will not be enough," Gong Yuanliang said embarrassedly. Yang Yi didn't even think about it. 20 million is definitely not enough. My budget is 100 million. 100 million. These 3 words sounded light when spoken by Yang Yi, but to Principal Zhong and Gong Yuanliang, it was like a thunderclap that knocked them both out. "I plan to invest 100 million yuan. Not only will we build teaching buildings and office buildings, but we will also build a modern playground for students, basketball courts, football fields, and track and field stadiums. Ask someone to calculate it. If 100 million yuan is not enough, I will add more money later." Yang Yi continued, "But there is a requirement, that is, the quality of the project must be guaranteed. There must not be secondary contracting of the project, cutting corners, using inferior materials, and playing with the lives of students and teachers. If that happens, I will take back the donation and not invest a penny." Principal Zhong nodded repeatedly. "Of course, I will report this to the Education Bureau right now. We must ask the Education Bureau to coordinate this major matter and ensure that our school is built to the best of its ability." "Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll come over on Monday and transfer the remaining amount to you, and then we'll talk about the specific details. But there is one thing that must be guaranteed, and that is that before the temporary classroom is built, all students must not enter the old classroom for classes." Yang Yi said, "Okay, don't worry about that. I will definitely guarantee it." Principal Zhong said, patting his chest. Today was just a simple meeting, and after giving instructions, Yang Yi left. However, Principal Zhong did not dare to delay and immediately reported to the leaders of the Education Bureau. When the leaders of the Education Bureau heard that someone was willing to donate 100 million yuan to build the 3rd primary school, they thought it was a big deal and did not dare to neglect it. They immediately reported it to the city. The deputy mayor in charge of education was also very surprised and immediately said that he would go to the site on Monday to participate in the project's preparation ceremony. On the other hand, a project team was immediately formed and prepared to move into the 3rd primary school on Monday to supervise the project. At this time, Yang Yuanying and Yu Zhenyuan had just returned home with their children and took the local specialties and gifts that Yang Yuanming had stored there from the guard room. Yu Zhenyuan was still mumbling with a dark face, "Don't answer your brother's phone calls in the future. Nothing good will happen if you answer them." Yang Yuanying muttered, "I know." At this time, Yu Zhenyuan's phone rang, and he instinctively became alert, fearing that it was a call from Yang Yuanming. He took out his phone and looked at it. His expression suddenly became nervous. He pressed the answer button and asked carefully with a flattering face, "Director Liu, what do you want?" Director Liu said, "Zhenyuan, please prepare yourself for the report on Monday to Wednesday." When Yu Zhenyuan heard this, he was stunned and asked quickly, "Director Liu, did I make any mistakes? Why did I go to the 3rd primary school?" Director Liu said, "It's not a mistake, it's a chance for you. Someone donated money to build a teaching building and an office building for the 3rd primary school. We also need to buy them computer equipment and a playground. We need to set up a construction department in our bureau to supervise the entire project. After you go there, as long as you do a good job, the position of section chief will be yours." Yu Zhenyuan was surprised and delighted. "Really? That's great. Director Liu, thank you for thinking of me. Thank you so much. After hanging up the phone, Yu Zhenyuan was so excited that he ran to the kitchen and hugged Yang Yuanying. Yang Yuanying was shocked and thought Yu Zhenyuan was having a seizure. She hit him and said, "Are you crazy? The child is at home. What's the point of letting the child see you like this?" Yu Zhenyuan said excitedly, "Yuanying, good news, this is a great opportunity that fell from the sky. Someone wants to donate money to build a teaching building for the 3rd primary school, and the bureau sent me there to supervise the construction. They also said that as long as the project goes smoothly and there are no accidents, I will be the section chief this time." Really? That's great. The section chief you've been waiting for 3 years finally has hope this time. This is great news for our family. Yang Yuanying was also very excited. Her husband, the deputy section chief, had been said to have a hope of becoming a regular employee for 3 consecutive years, but it was always rejected. This time, it finally came true. How could she not be happy? Yes, this is a big happy event. Please cook a few more dishes and I will go buy a bottle of wine. We are going to celebrate tonight. Yu Zhenyuan said excitedly. Chapter 56. This is the person who treats you well. The next day was Sunday. Yang Yi first went to T&I restaurant. Although he was already the owner of the restaurant, he had only been there once when he attended the class reunion, and had not been there since then. I drove to the restaurant, and as soon as I arrived at the door, I felt that the feeling of relief was a little different from that day. That day, the restaurant entrance was crowded with cars, and many customers' cars were waiting outside with nowhere to park. Today, although there were still the same number of cars in front of the restaurant, they seemed to be in good order, and under the guidance of the security guards, everyone could find their own parking space quickly. Yang Yi nodded and walked into the restaurant. As soon as I entered the door, someone immediately notified Manager Zhao, who hurried over to greet me. "Where is Lin Jun?" Yang Yi asked casually. At the beginning, he asked Hua Ping to be responsible for the land acquisition work in Majiatan, and arranged Lin Jun to the restaurant. After all, it was his own business and he needed 2 of his own people. Manager Zhao quickly said, "Lin Jun is on the 2nd floor. There are 2 tables of guests upstairs who insist that he have a drink with them." Yang Yi nodded. "How is he adapting here?" Manager Zhao praised him profusely. "Boss, he is indeed your old classmate. He is a management talent. You must have seen him when you came in. He improved the parking management in the parking lot outside, and the effect was immediate. He is also very good at socializing. Every customer who comes to the store gets along well with him." Yang Yi smiled. Dan stood up quickly and just said, "Sir." Before he finished speaking, his face turned red. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Only then did she realize that the person who came was not a customer looking at the house, but Yang Yi. When the sleepy sales ladies heard the name Mr. Yang, they were all startled and quickly stood up, smiling and calling out, "Hello, Mr. Yang." Yang Yi nodded, did not blame them, waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine, then walked aside and sat down with Dan. "How are you? Are you doing well these 2 days?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. "What's good about that?" Dan pouted and muttered, "I've said it before, there's no school here, and it's in the suburbs, so the properties are not selling at all, and no one wants to buy a house here. In the past few days, not even 10 people have come to see the house, and when they heard the price you set, they all ran away." After purchasing the property, Yang Yi reset the price of houses here, and all were sold at the price of school district housing. The housing price rose from the original 7,000 or 8,000 to an average of more than 12,000. This made the sales ladies complain privately. Yang Yi laughed. "Why? Did I set the room price too high?" "Of course, it's not just high, it's ridiculously high." Dan complained, "You set the price for school district housing, but where is the school here? No one wants to buy the house, and you set the price so high. How can you expect us to sell your house?" The sales ladies had said these words countless times in private, but no one dared to say them in front of Yang Yi. Only Dan dared to say this. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. If you can't sell it now, it doesn't mean you can't sell it tomorrow. If you can't sell it tomorrow, it doesn't mean you can't sell it forever. As long as you keep your composure, our house will definitely sell, and it will sell very well." Dan pouted, "Unless a school is suddenly built here, otherwise. I didn't dare say the rest." Yang Yi laughed, "Then you better be careful, maybe a school will really be built here, and then you will be busy. Then he asked, by the way, where is Huaping? How are they doing? It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. Once he said it, Dan seemed to be even more dissatisfied. She pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Humph, I don't know what you are thinking. I told you that the houses built here will never be sold. But you are still unable to sell these 3 buildings, and you are going to buy land again. You have money to burn. Dan had been holding these words in her heart for several days, and today she poured them all out at once, not afraid that Yang Yi would get angry after hearing them. During these days of getting along, Yang Yi seemed like a good friend in her heart, not a boss. Moreover, she seemed to treat Yang Yi's affairs as her own, so she dared to say everything. Yang Yi sat there listening. Not only was he not angry at all, but he had a smile on his face. Because he knew that the one who could say all this to his face was really thinking about him. Unlike others, who only cared about earning their salary and didn't care about other things. Dan told himself all this because he was afraid that his money would be thrown away in vain. But she didn't know that she had nothing to fear, because in less than a month, this place would turn from a desert into an oasis and become a place that many people would scramble to grab. Therefore, he must take control of as many of these territories as possible within this month. By then, a lot of money will fall into your pocket. Chapter 57, Life is a Rare Chance to Fight. After sitting and chatting with Dan for a while, Yang Yi had to leave before Huaping and the others came over. Because Su Yuhan rushed over from the provincial capital. She came to see the top-quality large jadeite inlaid with red and green that Yang Yi had unearthed. Yang Yi rushed directly to Liu's house, sent her a location, and they both went there at the same time. Yang Yi arrived first, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he parked the car outside Liu's house and waited for Su Yuhan. After a while, Su Yuhan's Mercedes-Benz arrived and Su Yuhan got out of the car. As always, her fairy-like appearance and jade-like color make people's hearts beat fast just by looking at her from afar. Yang Yi! Su Yuhan called out when she saw Yang Yi standing there, her eyes full of spring and her smile as beautiful as a flower. Yang Yi hurried over and said, Sister Su, I'm so sorry to have you come all the way here again. Su Yuhan looked at him and said angrily, You are giving me money, why should you be embarrassed? As she said this, she frowned and tilted her head to look at him, looking him up and down, muttering as she looked him up and down, I really can't tell. Although you are a little handsome, you are not supernatural. Why are you always so lucky that you can come across all kinds of treasures? Then, he pretended to be fierce and said viciously, Tell me quickly, do you have any special abilities? Tell me the truth, or you will die. She was as beautiful as a flower, but she deliberately acted as if she was ferocious. As a result, she didn't look fierce at all. Instead, she looked more lovely and charming. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel dazed for a moment, and his eyes were a little dull. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Liu Rong walked out. Seeing Yang Yi, she was surprised and said, Yang Yi, you're here? Why don't you come in? Yang Yi was about to speak when Liu Rong saw Su Yuhan standing in front of him and was stunned. Let me introduce you, Liu Rong, this is Sister Su, she is from the provincial capital, she is here to see my jadeite. Then he introduced Liu Rong, Sister Su, this is Liu Rong, my old classmate. I got this jade from her. Su Yuhan smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend her right hand, hello. Liu Rong was stunned for a moment before quickly extending her hand, hello. Then she blamed Yang Yi, since the guests are here, why don't you let them in? Isn't this neglecting the guests? Then she called Su Yuhan, Sister Su, come in quickly. Having said that, he took Su Yuhan's hand and walked inside. Su Yuhan smiled and did not refuse, so she let her pull her into the yard. Yang Yi was somewhat confused by Liu Rong's words. He thought that if Su Yuhan was a guest, then wasn't he also a guest? Why did she say that as if she had become the master too? Liu Rong was very confident about her appearance. From childhood to adulthood, she was always the most dazzling one in the crowd. But after meeting Su Yuhan today, he immediately felt that he was being compared. Although Su Yuhan looked quite friendly and not so unapproachable, she seemed to have such a noble and inviolable temperament in her bones, which made Liu Rong, who usually suppressed others with her temperament, feel ashamed. The 3 men went straight to the warehouse. There were 5 or 6 security guards guarding the door of the warehouse, holding electric batons in their hands. They also had 2 wolfhounds tied up, guarding the warehouse day and night. After all, what was stored inside was top-grade jadeite worth billions, so Liu Hongxian did not dare to be careless at all. After opening the warehouse door, Su Yuhan saw stones of all sizes piled up inside. She just glanced at them and found that although these rough stones looked like they were covered with a layer of green on the surface, there were actually no shaped jade stones inside, let alone the rare red and green inlaid top-grade jadeite in Yang Yi's photo. She couldn't help feeling a little strange. At this time, Yang Yi walked to the wall and lifted the cloth covering the jade. Suddenly, Su Yuhan couldn't take her eyes away. She stared at the jadeite with surprise in her eyes. She whispered, "Wow! I thought it was amazing when I saw the jadeite in the photo before. Now that I see it with my own eyes, it's even more beautiful than in the photo." She walked over slowly, gently stroked the jadeite with her slender fingers, and exclaimed in admiration, "TSK, this is the first time I have seen jadeite and emerald appear in the same piece of jade, and the combination is so perfect, it is simply a work of genius. This is definitely a perfect masterpiece of God." She turned her head and looked at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, what kind of eyes do you have to be able to find such a perfect jade?" When she said this, there was a gleam of surprise in her eyes, and she just stared at Yang Yi, which made Liu Rong, who was standing next to her, feel very uncomfortable. "It feels like your things are being targeted by others and may be stolen at any time." But Yang Yi just smiled and didn't say anything. Su Yuhan walked around the jadeite for several times, praising it non-stop. Finally, she turned back to look at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, tell me, what are you going to do with this jadeite? Are you going to sell it now, or do you want to hire a master to carve it before selling it? I have to remind you that if you sell it now, it will only be worth 500 to 600 million. But if you hire an excellent jade craftsman to carve it well, its value will be immeasurable. What should I do?" Yang Yi originally just wanted to sell this piece of jade to Su Yuhan, but after hearing what she said, he suddenly became hesitant. He hesitated for a moment, and Su Yuhan continued, "Of course, carving it may increase the value of the jadeite exponentially, but there is also a risk of it being damaged by carving. Let's put it this way, if the jade craftsman's skills are not good enough, this rare jadeite may be ruined." After saying that, Su Yuhan also looked at Yang Yi, waiting for him to make the decision. Liu Rong couldn't help but whispered, "Yang Yi, why don't you just sell it like this? Even though it's a bit of a loss, at least you can break even." Yang Yi raised his head and shook his head. "I want to take a gamble. 5 or 600 million yuan won't amount to anything big anyway, so why not use it to gamble? Isn't there a saying that goes, life is a rare opportunity to gamble, so if not now, when will you gamble?" Liu Rong was stunned and said worriedly, "But what if?" Yang Yi smiled, turned around and said to Su Yuhan, "Sister Su, I think you must have an excellent jade craftsman around you. Can you introduce one to me?" Su Yuhan smiled, "Yang Yi, I was right about you. You are not the kind of man who is content with a small fortune and satisfied with the status quo. You are a man who dares to take risks and can do great things." He paused and then said, "How about this, I'll take the jade back and ask the chief jade craftsman there to carve it carefully and make sure it lives up to this rare jade. After it's done, I'll make contact and have it auctioned in the provincial capital to maximize the value of this jade." Chapter 58, You Have to Fight for Your Happiness. What Su Yuhan said was exactly what Yang Yi wanted. He nodded without even thinking, "Okay, Sister Su, I'll leave it to you. I'll definitely thank you when it's done." Su Yuhan smiled and said mischievously, "Okay, then how are you going to thank me then?" Yang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Su Yuhan to answer like this and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Su Yuhan chuckled, "How about this, Yang Yi? I will help you carve this jade. In return, how about you do me a favor?" Yang Yi said without even thinking, "Of course, it's my dream to work for Sister Su." Su Yuhan laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. "You are such a good brother. You always call me sister. It's really hard for me not to like you." The two of them were talking and laughing there, but Liu Rong on the side looked lonely. Although this was her own home, she felt more like an outsider. Especially when she saw Yang Yi and Su Yuhan chatting and laughing, she felt very sour in her heart. Fortunately, Su Yuhan did not stay here for too long. Instead, she immediately called another van, carefully wrapped the jade in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, loaded it on the van and took it to the provincial capital. Seeing that Su Yuhan's car had disappeared, Liu Rong breathed a sigh of relief and said carefully to Yang Yi, "Yang Yi, please stay for dinner. My mother just said that she was very upset that we couldn't have you stay for dinner last time to express our family's gratitude." You can't leave again this time. Liang Yi was about to agree when his phone rang. I took a look and saw that it was He Dan calling. It must be something important. He smiled apologetically and said, I'll take a call. Then he pressed the answer button. Hello? As soon as he said hello, He Dan on the other side said anxiously, Yang Yi, you should come back quickly. People from several nearby villages have come to us. When they heard that we want to buy the land here, they are vying to sell their own land to us. Huaping hasn't come back yet, and we can't handle it. Yang Yi smiled when he heard this and said, okay, you deal with them first, I'll be there soon. After that, he said to Liu Rong, I'm sorry, Liu Rong, something happened over there, and I have to go back immediately. Please tell Aunt and Uncle and apologize for me. I will come back to eat the meal cooked by Aunt later. After saying that, without waiting for Liu Rong to answer, he hurried out, jumped into the car, started the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Before Liu Rong could come to her senses, Yang Yi had already disappeared. She stomped her feet in anger. Yang Yi, you. A sigh came from behind. Hey, girl, if you like him, just tell him. How can he know that you like him if you don't tell him? Liu Rong was stunned, and then she realized that Niu Xuelan had been behind her without her knowing when. She blushed with shame and said angrily, Mom, what are you talking about? Who said I like him? Niu Xuelan looked at her. If you don't like him, why were you so anxious just now? If you don't like him, you can't sleep at night, and you look at his photos all day long to have fun. Liu Rong became more and more embarrassed, and anxiously hit Niu Xuelan with her pink fist. Mom, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Niu Xuelan looked at her lovingly. Silly girl, you have always been excellent, but do you know what your biggest weakness is? Liu Rong looked at Niu Xuelan in confusion. Niu Xuelan stroked her hair and said, Girl, in terms of appearance, figure, education, and temperament, you are not inferior to anyone, but have you noticed that you and Yang Yi always seem to be very far apart? Liu Rong looked gloomy and nodded. Yes, Mom, you are right. Although Yang Yi and I are old classmates, I always feel that the distance between me and him is not as close as he is to other women. Niu Xuelan looked at her and said, Do you know what the problem is? It's because you are too reserved and too passive. You have always been the most dazzling one since you were a child, so you are used to being praised and pursued by others, and you have never tried to pursue others. As a result, when you meet an equally outstanding man, you will lose all your advantages because of your reserve, and even fall behind others. Liu Rong was stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. Niu Xuelan paused for a moment and continued, Girl, you have to understand one thing. Happiness is always achieved through your own efforts. The better something is, the harder you have to work to get it. If you don't work hard to get it, you can only watch it being snatched away by others. Liu Rong raised her head and said with difficulty, I also want to fight for it, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Failure? Afraid that he won't like you after you confess your feelings to him? Niu Xuelan smiled. Girl, Mom can see that Yang Yi likes you, too, but neither of you wants to take the initiative, so this is the situation now. Liu Rong stopped talking and lowered his head, as if thinking about something. Child, your parents can help you with other things, but no one can help you with this. If you don't want the person you like to slip away from you, then take the initiative and grab him. Chapter 59. Why are you stuck here? I hurried to Huahua Jiayuan and saw that there were already many people gathered at the entrance of the sales office. They seemed to be villagers from nearby. He Dan was standing at the door, looking around anxiously. Needless to say, he was waiting for me to come back. Seeing Yang Yi's car approaching, He Dan hurried forward. Yang Yi parked the car aside and did not get out immediately. Instead, he asked He Dan to get in and asked about the situation inside. After listening to He Dan's introduction, Yang Yi understood that those who came were the village party secretaries, village directors, and some village group leaders from other nearby villages. They all came to us on their own initiative after hearing the news that Huahua Jiayuan was going to acquire land in Majiatan. And they proposed a purchase price far lower than that of Majiatan. What should we do? Yang Yi, do you want to buy their land? The price they offered is 10,000 yuan less per acre than that of Majiatan. He Dan asked after the introduction. Yang Yi shook his head without even thinking about it. No, not even if it's cheap. We buy land for a purpose, not blindly. We don't buy land without room for appreciation, no matter how cheap it is. If we buy it, it will just rot in our hands. He Dan looked at him in confusion and asked, But you have acquired Majiatan. Does that mean that Majiatan has room for appreciation? There is one more thing that has not been said, that is, isn't he the property you bought also in bad hands? Yang Yi smiled and said mysteriously, I still say that. In a month you will understand why I acquired Majiatan. He Dan saw that he was not going to reveal it to her, so she curled her lips and said, okay, you are the boss, I will listen to you. Then he asked, then I will do as you wish and reject them all. Yang Yi nodded and reminded her, you should also tell Huaping to only buy the ones from Majiatan, and don't touch the ones from other villages. He Dan nodded and went down. Yang Yi did not stay here for long and drove away. I was driving when I felt my phone ring. I picked it up and took a look. It was a WeChat message. Liu Rong, is the matter settled? Yang Yi thought about it and replied, it's done. I'm going home now and will visit my uncle and aunt later. Liu Rong immediately replied, it's okay, they know you are busy, you should also take care of your health and don't be too busy. The gentle voice and considerate tone made Yang Yi stunned. This tone was like that of a wife who cared about her husband. He suddenly felt dazed and remembered something that a female classmate named Sui Feifei had said accidentally at the class reunion. What a pity, Yang Yi. You were so talented when you were in college. Even Liu Rong said you were the most ideal man in her heart. How come you are so miserable now? Could it be that Liu Rong also liked me at that time? As soon as this thought came to mind, Yang Yi's heart began to waver. After all, this is the goddess of my dreams that I had always dreamed of in college. When I knew that she had me in her heart, I couldn't help but be moved. The next day was Monday, the day we agreed to donate money to the school. Early in the morning, Yang Yi got up early and took He Dan and Lin Jun to school. After all, it is a formal donation ceremony. It would not be appropriate to go alone. Bringing two people would also show your strength. When we arrived at the third primary school, we saw that colorful flags, gongs and drums had already been set up at the school gate. Principal Zhong and Gong Yuanliang, along with the school teachers, were standing at the school gate to welcome us. They also invited square dance aunties from the community to dance there. Seeing Yang Yi and others getting off the car, Gong Yuanliang waved his hand quickly, gongs and drums sounded, colorful flags fluttered, and the aunties danced in the square even more happily. Principal Zhong came forward excitedly, gave some warm words of thanks, and welcomed the three people in with the beating of gongs and drums. A stage has been set up on the school campus, and senior students are already seated below. The donation ceremony will take place only after the leaders from the Education Bureau and the county arrive. The lower grade students who were originally attending classes in the old classrooms also had to suspend classes for a few days as requested by Yang Yi, so they did not come to school today. Yang Yi and Principal Zhong chatted for a while in the conference room, discussing some follow-up donation details. Suddenly, he felt the urge to urinate, so he got up and went to the bathroom. I flushed the toilet and was about to go back when I ran into a familiar figure. It was none other than his uncle Yu Zhenyuan. Yu Zhenyuan was wearing a neat suit, had slick back hair, was carrying a briefcase, and had a ruddy face. Since receiving the arrangement from the bureau, he was so excited that he didn't sleep well for 2 nights. He finally waited for such an opportunity to turn things around. How could he not be excited? When he was at home, he thanked the benefactor who donated the money to the school countless times. If it weren't for this donation, he would never have gotten such a good opportunity. He now only hopes that this donation and project will be completed smoothly, and he can also be promoted smoothly. As soon as I entered the office building, I felt the urge to pee, so I went to the toilet with my briefcase to pee first, so as not to make a fool of myself when I went on the podium later. But unexpectedly, just as I was about to enter the bathroom, I ran into Yang Yi. Yang Yi? Why are you here? Yu Zhenyuan was stunned and looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Yang Yi smiled and was about to explain when Yu Zhenyuan suddenly had an idea and came up with a guess. His face suddenly changed, and he pointed at Yang Yi with a dark face and said, Yang Yi, are you here to block me? Didn't your aunt tell you that I can't help you now? Why are you blocking me here? Yang Yi was speechless and too lazy to explain. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yu Zhenyuan became more certain of his guess and angrily scolded, Yang Yi, I have told you everything I should say. Now I have something important to do. You leave here immediately and don't let me see you again. Then he added, also, don't tell others that I'm your uncle. This is my own uncle. Yang Yi sneered, okay, then we'd better not meet again. You are no longer my uncle. After saying that, he washed his hands, turned around and walked out. After driving Yang Yi away, Yu Genyuan urinated and felt refreshed. He couldn't wait to go to the meeting room. There were already quite a few people in the conference room. Yu Genyuan saw from afar that Director Liu from the bureau and Principal Zhong from the 3rd primary school were both sitting on the periphery with smiles on their faces. In the middle of the circle, Deputy Mayor Zui, who was in charge of the city's education, sat there with a young man, chatting and laughing. It seems that the young man is the protagonist of this donation ceremony. However, why does this figure look so familiar? Yu Jianyuan's expression changed a little. He had already recognized that the person sitting there was none other than Yang Yi, whom he had just scolded and driven away at the toilet door. Chapter 60. I don't know your section, Chief Yu. The donation ceremony was carried out quickly. Amidst warm applause, Yang Yi and Deputy Mayors were walked onto the podium together, followed by Director Liu of the Education Bureau and Principal Zhong of the school. Deputy Mayors were delivered a passionate speech, highly praising Yang Yi's care for education and charity, and hoped that more caring entrepreneurs like him would emerge and contribute to the education cause of Xia City. Then, he gave the microphone to Yang Yi. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Countless cameras and microphones were all aimed at Yang Yi, waiting for this young rich man who spent a lot of money on the children of migrant workers to speak. Yu Jianyuan, who was sitting in the audience, was also very excited at this time. It was obvious that this was a great opportunity for him. If the bureau leaders and the city leaders knew that he was Yang Yi's uncle, they would definitely look at him differently, and his position as section chief would be a sure thing. As he sat in the audience, he had already started thinking about choosing a suitable opportunity to meet Yang Yi and let the bureau leaders and city leaders know about his relationship with him. Yang Yi smiled on the stage and calmly said to the microphone handed to him by the host, "I am the son of a farmer. I know how difficult it is for farmers' children to go to school. The parents of these children are working hard for the construction of this city. As a member of this city, I feel that I have the responsibility and obligation to contribute to the education of their children so that they can work hard in this city with peace of mind. As a student who graduated in this city, I also know the importance of education. Not only the children of migrant workers, but everyone should pay attention to the education of their children. So I declare here that if other schools need education and construction funds, not only this school, I, Yang, will definitely do my duty." These words made Deputy Mayor Zui nod his head continuously. Okay, we need such young and promising entrepreneurs who are willing to contribute to education. I would also like to state here that the city will not forget the contributions made by entrepreneurs who have contributed to the city. If their companies encounter difficulties, the municipal government will also try its best to give them the green light and ensure their healthy development. There was thunderous applause and a smile appeared on Yang Yi's lips. This was exactly the result he wanted. Although money is important, he will not hesitate if he can use money to buy a good environment. Moreover, doing something for the children would benefit generations to come, and he had no reason not to do it. Next, amid applause, Huaping and He Dan walked onto the stage, one on the left and one on the right, holding a large model of a check with 100 million cash written on it. Yang Yi then handed it to Principal Zhong and Director Liu personally. Then they took a group photo. Deputy Mayor Zui held Yang Yi's hand affectionately and stood in the middle. Next to Deputy Mayor Zui were Director Liu and Principal Zhong, while Huaping and He Dan stood next to Yang Yi. Yu Jianyuan, who was in the audience, originally wanted to go up and show his face, but he had no chance at all. He could only keep winking at Yang Yi, hoping that he could give him some support. But Yang Yi acted as if he didn't see him and turned a blind eye to him, without making any movement at all. Yu Jianyuan was so anxious that he jumped up and down, scratching his ears and cheeks. When the donation ceremony was about to end, a little accident occurred. 3 of the old classrooms over there suddenly collapsed, smashing all the desks and chairs inside that had not been moved out in time. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone looked at the collapsed classroom with lingering fear and had the same question in mind. Thinking of the disaster that was luckily avoided, Deputy Mayor Zui's facial muscles twitched. He couldn't help but grab Yang Yi's hand and shook it vigorously. "Yang Yi, your good deeds have saved hundreds of lives and hundreds of innocent families." Yes, if Yang Yi had not come forward to donate money to build a new teaching building and asked the pupils in the old classrooms to stop their classes immediately, today would have been a bloody disaster. There were almost 200 pupils and teachers in the 3 collapsed classrooms. By then, there will be more than 200 fresh lives, the flowers of the motherland, and more than 200 families behind them. The consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, Yang Yi became a savior in everyone's heart, because it was his good deeds that saved hundreds of lives and hundreds of families. At this time, Yang Yi also received rewards from the system. Ding! The host has successfully participated in this news and is awarded a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery right away? Will there be a lottery soon? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and chose to give up temporarily. The donation meeting ended successfully. Deputy mayors had a full schedule, so he left first. It was Director Liu's turn to chat with Yang Yi intimately, thanking him for his support for education. Yang Yi was not used to dealing with these officials, so he just smiled faintly. Director Liu, supporting education is my responsibility and obligation. I just hope that all my money can be used for schools and children. I hope the Bureau can send a special supervision department to supervise the project to ensure quality and quantity, and absolutely not allow any cutting corners to occur. After all, this is a major event that concerns countless children and families. Director Liu immediately patted his chest and said, Boss Yang, don't worry about this. I have organized experienced department heads in the Bureau to go to the school to supervise the construction of the project and ensure its completion. Then he waved his hand. Xiao Yu, come here. Yu Genuan couldn't wait any longer and ran over immediately. Director Liu. Then he patted Yang Yi on the shoulder affectionately and said, Yang Yi, I never thought that the person who donated money was you. Director Liu was stunned. He looked at him in surprise, then at Yang Yi. Why? Do you know each other? Yang Yi didn't speak immediately, but looked at Yu Genuan. Yu Genuan said carelessly, Director Liu, you don't know that Yang Yi is my nephew and I am his uncle. Then he reached out and hugged Yang Yi's shoulders affectionately. Isn't it, Yang Yi? Director Liu looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Really? Mr. Yang, I didn't know you had this relationship with Section Chief Yu. If this is the case, then Section Chief Yu is really the most suitable candidate. At this time, Yang Yi spoke. He first moved aside and gently shook off Yu Genuan's arm, then brushed off his clothes, as if he was disgusted that Yu Genuan had soiled his clothes. Then he said to Director Liu, I'm sorry, Director Liu, I don't know your Chief Yu, and I don't have any uncle. Director Liu was stunned for a moment, and Yu Genuan's face froze for a moment. Yang Yi added, also, I hate people who pretend to be someone else's relatives. I don't feel comfortable letting such people be in charge of such an important matter. Chapter 61. Are you still my brother? Yu Genuan was stunned for a moment, and his pale face instantly turned red, turning purple. Everyone around him was looking at him, with surprise, contempt, and undisguised ridicule in their eyes. Director Liu glared at him fiercely, then waved his hand and said, Yu Genuan, go back. We don't need you here anymore. At this moment, Yu Genuan felt like the sky was falling. After waiting for several years, this opportunity for promotion that I finally got is about to pass me by. But it was different from the previous times. This time, it was not someone else who snatched the opportunity away, but I ruined the opportunity myself. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't even know how he left school and returned home. It was not until noon when Yang Yuanying returned home and saw him sitting there in a daze that she asked curiously, Old Yu, what's wrong? Why did you come back so early today? By the way, didn't you say you were going to the 3rd elementary school to oversee the construction of the new teaching building? How is it? It's your turn to be in the spotlight this time, right? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said it, Yu Genuan was immediately furious. He raised his head and roared at Yang Yuanying, how dare you say that? They are all your good nephews. Yang Yuanying was scolded and was completely confused. She had no idea what was going on. She asked inexplicably, what do you mean? What did I do to you? What's wrong with my nephew? You go to the school to build a building, why bother with him? Yu Genuan pointed at Yang Yuanying's nose angrily and said, how did you get involved with your nephew? Did you know that the person who donated money to build the building was your nephew? Yang Yuanying was stunned and asked in disbelief, you said that the one who donated money to build the building for number 3 primary school was Yang Yi. Yu Genuan glared at her and said unhappily, of course it's him. How many nephews do you think you have? Yang Yuanying shook his head, that's impossible. He can't even take care of himself, how can he have money to donate? Impossible, you must be mistaken. Yu Genuan was so angry that her nose turned blue, it's impossible. Your nephew is now a billionaire, and you, as his aunt, don't even know about it. Then she took out her mobile phone, searched the news, pointed to the photo above and said, "Come, take a look, is that your nephew?" Yang Yuanying took a look and was stunned. He muttered, "How is this possible? He is a clerk who only earns 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. How can he be so rich? This is impossible." Yu Genuan said angrily, "Maybe they have made a fortune a long time ago, but they are hiding it from you, there aren't." Then he snorted, "Humph, I have long said that your brother and sister-in-law are not honest, but you still don't believe it. Look, they have donated money to others, and you, there aren't, don't even know it." Yang Yuanying also had a gloomy face. She couldn't understand why her nephew, who was obviously a poor clerk with a monthly salary of only more than 3,000 yuan and had come to her for help in finding a job, suddenly turned into a billionaire who donated hundreds of millions of yuan at will. Also, why are my brother and sister-in-law so tight-lipped that they didn't even tell me a word? Suddenly, she thought of a question and immediately asked Yu Genuan, "That's not right, old Yu. If it was Yang Yi who donated the money, wouldn't you also benefit from it? If they knew you were Yang Yi's uncle, wouldn't they all try to curry favor with you? Why are you still so shameless?" Yu Genuan was completely furious at this, and he jumped up. "How about saying that it was all your nephew's fault? Director Liu originally appointed me to be the person in charge of the project supervision, saying that as long as the project was successfully completed without any mistakes, I would be the section chief. But it was your nephew who said that no matter who was in charge of the project, I would not be in charge, and he also said that he didn't know me at all and that I was a liar. Now he has lost the section chief position that I had in my hands." Yang Yuanying's face turned pale immediately. What's going on? Why did Yang Yi say that? She immediately picked up the phone and said, "No, I'll find my brother now and ask him to judge this matter for me. Other people get rich and powerful, and their relatives and friends benefit from it. But my nephew is different. He made a fortune and donated money to others. Not only did his aunt not benefit from it, but he even destroyed his uncle's job." As he said that, he dialed Yang Yuanming's number. At this time, Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu were watching TV at home. They had been in the city for a few days and were bored. Yang Yi had no time to go out with them. Every day, they just walked around the downstairs of the community and chatted with the old ladies and old men who were taking care of their children. At this moment, the old couple was watching TV when Yang Yuanming's phone on the coffee table rang. Fang Xinyu was close by, so she picked it up and took a look at it, then curled her lips and threw it to Yang Yuanming. "Here, your sister called you. It's rare for her to call you on her own initiative, so it must be bad news." Yang Yuanming couldn't say anything about the matter of his sister and brother-in-law. Indeed, the couple had never called him on their own initiative. "Don't say that. Maybe she knew we were here, so she called," Yang Yuanming said. Fang Xinyu curled her lips and said nothing more. Yang Yuanming pressed the answer button, but before he could say anything, Yang Yuanying on the other end of the line started to attack him. "Brother, do you still care about your Yang Yi?" Yang Yuanming was stunned and asked instinctively, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiuya?" Fang Xinyu on the side also quickly put his ear closer. "What can happen to him? He is doing very well now. It's my Lao Yu. It's your Yang Yi who caused my Lao Yu to lose his chance of promotion. Do you care about him or not?" Yang Yuanying spoke in a loud voice, and Fang Xinyu on the side frowned. "Xiaoying, don't be anxious. Explain what you said clearly. I'm confused. How is it that your Genuine's promotion hinders my Xiuya? What's wrong with Xiuya losing his promotion opportunity?" Yang Yuanming was relieved to hear that it was not his son who was in trouble, and then asked. Yang Yuanying was furious. "Brother, tell me, am I your biological sister? Are you still my biological brother?" Hearing this, Fang Xinyu next to him curled her lips and said, "When has she ever treated you as her own brother?" Yang Yuanming ignored, but today, Yang Yuanying actually started to scold Yang Yuanming right away, and it was directed at his own son. Fang Xinyu couldn't stand it anymore, so she snatched the phone and started to scold him, choking Yang Yuanying so much that he was speechless for a long time. He could only say angrily, "I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to my brother." Fang Xinyu snorted, "Why did you tell your brother? Do you think your brother is easy to bully? Yang Yuanying, if you too have any conscience, think carefully about how your brother has treated you since you were a child. Don't think that just because he spoils you, you can bully him and our family at will. I tell you, you can't do that in the future." After saying that, he didn't let Yang Yuanming speak and hung up the phone. Yang Yuanming sighed and said nothing. Although he also loves his sister, it is obvious that this is more important in front of his wife and son. What's more, what this sister and brother-in-law did is really not worth mentioning. After hanging up the phone, Fang Xinyu was not idle. She immediately called Yang Yi to ask him about the donation and what happened between him and Yu Zhenyuan. Yang Yi did not hide anything and explained everything one by one. After Fang Xinyu heard this, she immediately said, "Son, you did the right thing. If you have money, you should do good deeds. Donating money to build a school for the children is a great thing to do. Mom and your dad will definitely support you. And what you did to your uncle was also right. We in the Yang family don't bully others, but we can't let others bully us as they please. Since he despises us and is afraid that we will bring trouble to him and doesn't want us to be his relatives, then he can forget about being our relative. Don't worry about your dad here. Your dad knows right from wrong." On the other side, Yang Yuanying was choked by Fang Xinyu and was speechless for a long time. What she didn't expect was that Fang Xinyu actually hung up her phone directly. After a while, she came back to her senses and threw the phone on the sofa in anger. "Mr. Fang, how dare you hang up on me? Just because you have a few bucks, you think you are so great? Humph." As he said that, he pinched Yu Zhenyuan fiercely. "You too, why did you say those things to Yang Yi and not let him say that you are his uncle? Now that he has money, he no longer recognizes you as his uncle. Are you satisfied?" Yu Zhenyuan knew he was in the wrong, so he curled his lips and muttered, "Who would have thought that he was the big donor? Humph, what are you talking about? Others can donate to people they don't know, and they donate 100 million at a time, but what about you, my dear aunt? She doesn't even take you seriously." Yang Yuanying gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, they want to disown me now that they have money. No way. I'll go find my brother. I don't believe my brother can disown me as his biological sister." As he said that, he picked up the phone and started dialing Yang Yuanming again. Yu Zhenyuan quickly pulled her back. "Aunt, are you still going to talk to your brother like this? Don't forget, we are family. Can he be on your side?" Yang Yuanying was dumbfounded. "What should I do then?" Yu Zhenyuan said, "You are stupid. Your brother's family is no longer the same as before. They are no longer so poor that they have to borrow money to send their son to school. Yang Yi can donate 100 million yuan. Do you think he must have several billion yuan in his hands? We can't treat them like before. We should try to curry favor with them." Yang Yuanying was still a little reluctant, so Yu Zhenyuan continued, "Think about it, Yang Yi is so rich now, he can donate 100 million to others, and you are his aunt after all, right? If we have a good relationship with him, wouldn't he give us tens of millions to spend with just a flick of his finger?" After hearing what he said, Yang Yuanying was really ready to make a move, but when she thought of what Fang Xinyu had just said, she was immediately annoyed again. "But didn't you see my sister-in-law's attitude just now? You want me to lick her cold butt again? I can't do it. My aunt." Yu Zhenyuan patiently enlightened her. "Are you stupid? What does your sister-in-law's attitude matter? What's important is your brother. He is your brother after all. If you go to him to make amends and apologize, I don't believe your brother can still kick you out. Besides, for the sake of money, what does it matter if we lose face a little? Think about it, as long as he is happy and gives us tens of millions, can't we work less for decades? Also, Yang Yi's donation this time has made him a well-known figure in the bureau and the city. You haven't seen it, even the mayor has to smile when he sees him. If he can say a good word for me, then it won't be difficult for me to be promoted to director, not to mention section chief." Yu Zhenyuan spoke with great enthusiasm, explaining the interests involved clearly. The more Yang Yuanying listened, the more excited she became. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll listen to you and go find my brother." Then he picked up the phone again and called Yang Yuanying. "Hello, brother, look, my sister-in-law didn't let me finish my words just now." Chapter 63, Are you considered a handsome guy? Yang Yi didn't have time to deal with the trivial matters at home. He went directly to Huahua Jiayuan. Hua Ping's work had been progressing very quickly in the past few days. In just a few days, he had acquired almost all the vacant land along the street in Majiatan village. Of course, a lot of money was spent. The standard land purchase fee was 60,000 yuan per mu, plus 1,000 yuan per mu for young crops. The net land alone was more than 500 mu, which was 30 to 40 million yuan in cash. In addition, according to Yang Yi's instructions, Hua Ping also purchased more than half of the houses along the street, both residential and commercial. These were much more expensive than land, and several hundred million yuan was invested in them. It can be said that in just a few days, Hua Ping squandered hundreds of millions of Yang Yi's funds. Adding the tens of billions of debts he had previously paid off for Liu Rong, more than 2 billion in cash had been withdrawn from Yang Yi's account. Yang Yi, we don't understand why you insist on buying buildings, land and houses in this damn place. There are no schools or commercial streets here. What development prospects does it have? Hua Ping asked puzzledly. Yang Yi smiled noncommittally. Wait a few days and you will know. He Dan said, we are just worried about you. What else can we do? We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars. What if something goes wrong? There's no such thing as a contingency. Yang Yi interrupted her and said, you don't have to worry about the funding issue. Just buy as much land as you can. The more land you buy now, the greater the credit you will get. Although he said this, he was already feeling anxious. He had been a bit too extravagant recently. In just a few days, more than 2 billion was gone. He didn't know if he could hold on to the remaining 3 billion in his account. I have to find a way to get some more so that I can feel at ease. While I was thinking about it here, the phone suddenly rang. It was Su Yuhan calling. Yang Yi, are you busy these days? Su Yuhan asked. I'm not busy. Sister Su, feel free to ask for help if you need anything. Yang Yi said jokingly. Unexpectedly, Su Yuhan didn't bother to be polite with him and immediately said, well, come to the provincial capital right away and meet me. Going to the provincial capital? Yang Yi was slightly stunned for a moment, but without hesitation, he readily agreed, okay, I'll go now. So, after hanging up the phone, he drove straight to the provincial capital. Of course, this time he didn't drive a sports car, but a newly bought Audi. The Lamborghini is too flashy and has only 2 seats, which makes it not very practical, so he bought an Audi these days. On the way, I received a call from my mother. Son, your aunt and her family are here. Yang Yi said without thinking, ignore them. Don't they look down on our family? Then don't ever let them enter our house again in this life. Fang Xinyu said, my child, your aunt's family may be snobbish, but she is your aunt after all. Even if you don't consider other people's face, you have to consider your father's feelings, right? If things get too awkward, your father will definitely feel bad. This sentence reminded Yang Yi, Mom, you are right. I was careless. I was only concerned about my own pleasure and wanted to vent my anger without considering my dad's feelings. So, you guys can do whatever you want. As long as they don't make trouble again and don't say excessive words, I won't bother with him. Okay, son, just be understanding. Mom knows. Will you come back today? Fang Xinyu said. By the way, Mom, I forgot to tell you that I'm going to the provincial capital today and won't be coming back. You guys can eat by yourselves. Also, if you get bored at home, go for a walk on the street, visit the mall, the park or something like that. Yang Yi said. Fang Xinyu immediately said, we are an old couple and we don't know anyone here. How can we go shopping? Where can we go? Well, then wait until I come back, I'll take you to the nearby parks and scenic spots. Yang Yi felt a surge of regret in his heart. His parents have been here for a few days, but he has not been able to accompany them around. He feels like an incompetent son. Wait for you to come back? You are busier than the president. I will wait for you when you are free. Well, give me the phone number of that girl He Dan, and I will ask her to accompany us for a walk. Fang Xinyu said this unexpectedly. Yang Yi had a headache. Why is this old lady wasting time on He Dan? Mom, this is inappropriate, right? He Dan still has to go to work, so she should wait for me. Yang Yi tried to persuade his mother to give up the idea. I don't care. I want her to accompany us. Will you give it to me? If you don't, I will go find her myself. Last time she told me that she works in the sales office in Majiatan. I will ask a taxi to take me there. But Fang Xinyu didn't buy his nonsense at all and said bluntly. Yang Yi had no choice but to surrender. Okay, Mom, I'm afraid of you. Can't I call you? But Mom, remember, don't say anything about your daughter-in-law and your fat grandson in front of her. She's still a grown-up girl and she'll have to find a partner and get married in the future. How can I face her if you say this? Humph, it's just right that she can't get married, I want her. Anyway, I decided that she will be my daughter-in-law. Yang Yi found that he had no idea how to deal with his mother's unreasonable behavior. There was no choice but to give He Dan's phone number to my mother. Then I can only pray not to annoy He Dan. A few hours later, the car arrived at the provincial capital. As soon as I got off the highway, I saw the familiar Mercedes-Benz parked at the exit. And the more familiar figure was standing next to the car, walking back and forth, constantly looking up over here. With her long hair and slim figure, passing drivers kept stopping their cars to try to strike up a conversation with her, but Su Yuhan ignored them all. Yang Yi changed his car today, so Su Yuhan didn't notice him at all. Yang Yi simply drove the car behind her, lowered the window, and whistled at Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan didn't even turn her head and spat softly, "Go away." Yang Yi almost couldn't help laughing, and said while holding back his laughter, "Beauty, are you waiting for someone? If the person you are waiting for hasn't come yet, would you like to consider me? I am also a handsome and suave man, and I will definitely not let you down." Su Yuhan frowned and shouted, "Get out of here." As he said this, he turned his head, opened his eyes wide, and glared at him fiercely. But when she turned her head and saw that the face with a smirk sticking out of the car window was Yang Yi, she was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, she walked over directly, stretched out her hand and pinched Yang Yi's ear, and said in an annoying voice, "You are considered a handsome man? You are also a romantic and suave? Come on, show me how you are so romantic." Chapter 64, Tingyu Pavilion. When Su Yuhan saw that the person who teased her was Yang Yi, she immediately changed from anger to joy. She even walked over and grabbed Yang Yi's ear, and said in an annoying voice, "Little rascal, you think you are handsome? You think you are so romantic? Come on, show me how romantic you are." Yang Yi cooperated very well and quickly raised his hands. "Sister, I was wrong, isn't that okay? I'm not a handsome man, nor am I a romantic man, I'm just a good-for-nothing little gangster, a little hooligan." Su Yuhan was so amused that she couldn't stop giggling. "Yang Yi, you are really an interesting person." Then, he patted the roof of his car and said, "Come down and park your car here. I'll ask someone to drive it back and you can take my car." Yang Yi didn't act pretentiously. He got out of the car and got on the passenger seat of Su Yuhan's car. "It's like this. There's an antique auction here. I heard there are a lot of rare things in it. It has attracted collectors from all over the city to participate. I also want to go and take a look." Su Yuhan didn't rush to drive, but spoke to him first. Yang Yi was stunned. "Antique auction? Then why did you ask me to come?" "Of course I want you to help me with my eyes," Su Yuhan said. Yang Yi was a little amused. "Sister, do you have any misunderstanding about me? I know nothing about antiques. It's useless for you to ask me to come." "Really?" Su Yuhan turned her head and looked at him, sneering. "Why? Are you still ambushing me? Have you forgotten who you sold your Qin Shi Huang jade seal and those things in the palace to?" "This?" Yang Yi said with a sad face. "Sister Su, can I say that I am just a blind cat that has encountered a dead mouse?" "Yes, of course." Su Yuhan nodded, but suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed his ear again. "You little brat, you don't want to help me, right? Who was it the day before yesterday who said with honey on his lips that working for Sister Su was your dream? I want you to do me a favor now, is it so difficult?" This time, Su Yuhan's attack was more ruthless, and Yang Yi grimaced in pain. "Sister Su, spare my life. Isn't it okay for me to obey your orders? That's better." Su Yuhan finally let go of her hand, a smug smile appeared on her face, and she started the car. "Let's go to the venue now." Yang Yi knew that it must be because he had obtained rare treasures many times that he gave Su Yuhan the illusion that he was an expert in treasure appraisal. But she had no idea that she knew nothing about treasure appraisal, and she was able to pick up these rare treasures time and time again only because of her mobile phone and the advanced news system. But these definitely cannot be told to Su Yuhan. I can't insist on rejecting Su Yuhan's request. How can we cooperate in the future if I do that? What should I do? Yang Yi sat there on pins and needles, anxiously thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Hadn't he used the chance to win the lottery last time? Perhaps he could bring himself a surprise? Thinking of this, Yang Yi immediately opened his mobile phone and clicked on the advanced news app. Sure enough, he saw a small red dot near the lottery. There is nothing to discuss, click to enter the lottery now. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the God-level treasure appraiser skill. Oh my god! Yang Yi slapped the center console in front of him excitedly. This system is really considerate. Whatever I think comes true. It knows that I have encountered difficulties and immediately gives me the key to solve the problem. Su Yuhan, who was driving nearby, was startled and stepped on the brakes. With a click, the car stopped in the middle of the road. The cars behind were also startled and slammed on the brakes, almost crashing into the rear of the Mercedes-Benz. For a while, there was constant cursing. What's wrong with you? Su Yuhan ignored the shouting and cursing outside and asked Yang Yi worriedly. Yang Yi then realized that he was too excited, and quickly said, "It's okay, I just thought of a good thing, so I'm a little excited." Su Yuhan was a little speechless. What good news makes you so excited? Is it about getting married? Without even thinking, Yang Yi teased, "With a beautiful lady like Sister Su here, why would I want to get married?" Su Yuhan blushed and said angrily, "You are so smooth talking." She quickly started the car and started again. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he felt that he was being too frivolous and couldn't help but secretly glance at Su Yuhan. But he found that there was a blush on Su Yuhan's face that lasted for a long time, and there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. The car drove into the city, and Su Yuhan drove directly to a restaurant. "Are you hungry? It's still early for the auction, let's eat first." As he said that, he stopped the car, turned off the engine and got out. He didn't give Yang Yi any chance to be polite. Yang Yi was indeed hungry. He had not eaten and had been driving all the way. It was almost evening now, so it was a good time to eat. Two people walked into the restaurant. The environment in the restaurant was very elegant. There were not many tables, but every table was full. It was obvious that this restaurant focused on atmosphere and class. Seeing Su Yuhan coming in, the owner of the restaurant immediately took the initiative to greet her. "Miss Su, are you having dinner with friends?" Su Yuhan nodded. The boss waved his hand, and a waiter quickly took the two of them upstairs and opened the door of a private room called Tinyu Pavilion. This restaurant seems to be doing good business, and the environment is elegant. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary restaurant. After sitting down, Yang Yi looked up and said, "The environment downstairs is elegant, and the atmosphere in the private room is even more different. The building is made entirely of antique Qing dynasty wooden doors and windows, and the walls are lit with slightly dim wall lamps. On the table is a small glass bowl with a pair of red heart-shaped candles floating in it. The flickering candlelight adds a touch of romance to this already charming space." Su Yuhan smiled and said, "You have good taste. Usually you have to make a reservation if you want to eat here. Didn't you see that all the seats downstairs are full?" Yang Yi asked in confusion, "Then why are there vacant rooms here? Did they just open?" Su Yuhan smiled but said nothing. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized, "Look at my brain. This must be your private room, Sister Su, which is reserved for you on weekdays." Su Yuhan smiled and said, "Not entirely true. It's not mine alone, but it was booked by our Su family. Usually, no matter who has friends, they will bring them here for dinner." Yang Yi understood. It seemed that the Su family had a special status in the provincial capital. The fact that they could have their own private room in such a high-end restaurant was enough to show that the Su family was special. Su Yuhan continued, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll make my own decision." She said to the waiter standing at the door, "Just order the dishes I always order." The waiter went out, and only Yang Yi and Su Yuhan were left in the private room. Chapter 65. You are not my son, why should I spoil you? The food was cooked very quickly and several dishes came out soon. It can be seen that the chef is very attentive, and several dishes are exquisite and delicious, which can be said to be full of color, aroma, and taste. This menu is also very attentive, with a combination of meat and vegetables, nutritious, elegant and hot. Yang Yi praised as he ate, "Not bad, not bad. After all, it's a restaurant in the provincial capital. The food is many times better than those in our small places." Su Yuhan was very happy to hear Yang Yi praising her, just like a wife who has prepared a meal and is waiting for her husband to come back, and feels happy when she hears her husband praising her dish. "I'm kind of thinking about poaching some of the chefs here and bringing them to my restaurant to help improve the quality," said Yang Yi. The two were eating and chatting here when they suddenly heard a boastful voice outside. Huh? Is there anyone in New Pavilion today? Then I heard the waiter standing outside answer, Miss Sue is here to entertain the guests. The exaggerated voice suddenly became surprised. What? Yuhan is here? As it spoke, footsteps came towards this side. At this time, Yang Yi noticed that Su Yuhan's eyebrows slightly frowned and an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Who is this person? It seems that Su Yuhan is not happy with him. Yang Yi was thinking here when the door of the private room opened and a young man walked in. She was wearing all branded clothes, her hair was combed sleekly, and her face was fair, except for slightly puffy eyelids. It was obvious that she didn't lead a decent life. Oh, it's Yuhan. What a coincidence to meet you here today, the visitor said with surprise. Su Yuhan looked a little unhappy, but still nodded, yeah, what a coincidence. The man's name was Wu Mingxi, a well-known dandy in the provincial capital. He relied on his family's wealth and his old man's love to do whatever he wanted. A few months ago, he met Su Yuhan at a cocktail party and began his relentless pursuit of her. But what Su Yuhan hated most was the dandy young men, and she had heard of his bad reputation, so she didn't give him any chance at all. However, Wu Mingxi was unyielding and still looked for various opportunities to pester Su Yuhan, so Su Yuhan simply stayed away from him. Fortunately, the Su family in the provincial capital was not a group that was easy to mess with, so Wu Mingxi didn't dare to do anything excessive. He just tried to get close to Su Yuhan whenever he had the chance. Just then, when he heard that Su Yuhan was inviting friends to dinner here, he immediately came in uninvited. After coming in, he found that there were only 2 people in the private room, and the person having dinner with Su Yuhan was actually a young man. Wu Mingxi was immediately filled with jealousy and looked at Yang Yi grimly. Hey, Yuhan, who is this? Su Yuhan said unhappily, of course he's my friend. Why, do I need to report to you when I have dinner with my friend? Wu Mingxi became even more annoyed after being criticized by Su Yuhan. He looked at Yang Yi angrily and said, my friend, why don't you introduce yourself? Su Yuhan was also a little annoyed. Really? Yang Yi sneered and said, it's others who spoil you, but I don't. You are not my son, why should I spoil you? You are not my son, why should I spoil you? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Yuhan, who had just held back her laughter, burst out laughing again. This time it was even worse. I held my stomach and laughed so hard that I couldn't straighten my back. Wu Mingxi was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at Yang Yi and said, well, boy, you have guts. You, just wait and see. After saying that, he glared at Yang Yi fiercely, then turned and left. She originally wanted to come in to see where this guy came from and how he dared to steal her girl and have dinner with the woman she liked, and then drive him away. But he didn't expect that instead of showing off his power, he was scolded by others. How could he stay here any longer? He wanted to call someone over to teach this kid a lesson, but Su Yuhan was here, so he could only bear the loss bitterly and prepare to settle the score later. But Yang Yi didn't intend to let him go just like that. I was having a meal with a beautiful girl here, and you disturbed my good mood. Now you want to leave? It's not that easy. Yang Yi sneered and quietly threw the chopsticks in his hand away. The chopstick fell directly to the door and then quickly grew bigger and longer, just blocking the door. Bang! Wu Mingxi turned his head and was tripped by a bar that suddenly appeared before he stepped out of the door. He stumbled to the ground with a bang, his face hit the ground hard, and his nose was almost broken. He finally got up from the ground, and when he looked up, his face was covered with blood from his nose. He looked so embarrassed. When he looked down, he saw a wooden stick lying there, and he immediately became angry and asked, who put this stick there? Chapter 66. What is the identity of this young man? Wu Mingxi made a fuss for a long time, and finally tripped himself, breaking his nose. His face was covered with blood from the nose. He looked so embarrassed. Su Yuhan, who was standing by, was so happy to see this. She didn't dare to laugh in front of Wu Mingxi, but as soon as he left, she started laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Finally, she leaned on Yang Yi's shoulder and cried out that her stomach hurt. Oh, I can't take it anymore, Yang Yi, you made me laugh so hard that I can't even stand up straight. Yang Yi, I've never seen Wu Mingxi fall so hard before. With the beauty on his shoulders, a faint fragrance intoxicated his heart. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. He didn't forget to ask, what's wrong? Is this grandson usually very wild? More than just mad, this guy is a playboy in the provincial capital. Su Yuhan suppressed her laughter and said seriously, Yang Yi, you may be in big trouble. This guy is a well-known devil in the provincial capital. He relies on the power of his family to eat and drink as much as he wants, chase celebrities, pick up girls, and punish anyone he doesn't like. Last time, there was an outsider who competed with Wu Mingxi for a lady in the karaoke bar, and he was beaten half to death by his gang and thrown on the street. It was so miserable. As she said that, she looked at Yang Yi. What? Why are you still in the mood to drink? Aren't you afraid? Yang Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Don't I have Sister Su? Sister Su is protecting me. What should I be afraid of? Su Yuhan laughed dumbly and said angrily, You made such a big mistake. It seems you want to blackmail me. But don't be afraid. No matter how arrogant Wu Mingxi is, he dare not do anything to my friends. No matter how powerful their Wu family is, they are nothing in the eyes of my Su family. After saying that, she patted Yang Yi's shoulder and said, Don't worry, in this provincial capital, as long as you don't make a big mistake, I will cover for you no matter how big the trouble is. Yang Yi smiled but was thinking in his heart, it seems that the Su family is really not simple, and Su Yuhan's background is not ordinary. After finishing the meal, Su Yuhan took Yang Yi directly to the Hyatt Hotel where the auction was held. The Hyatt Hotel is the top 5-star hotel in the provincial capital, and the auction was held in the conference room on the top floor. The items for this auction included jewelry and antiques, many of which were worth hundreds of millions of yuan, so it attracted collectors from all over the country. By the way, Sister Su, I have a question. Isn't your grandfather an authority in the field of archaeology and treasure appraisal? Why don't you let him accompany you to this auction, but let me, a layman, come? Yang Yi asked curiously. Su Yuhan glanced at him and said, First, my grandfather is very strict with us young people. He told us to be self-reliant and earn our livings by our own ability. So he would not accompany me to such occasions, let alone help me identify auction items. As for helping me buy the jade seal from you last time, it was just a coincidence. He and I happened to be wandering around there looking for bargains, and we didn't expect to meet you, so I got a bargain. And secondly, although my grandfather is an expert in archaeological treasure appraisal and an absolute authority on antiques, he doesn't care about jewelry and jade, so I thought of you. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, But what makes you think I can help you? In fact, the reason I found treasures these few times is not because I have great ability, but it's just that I'm lucky. Su Yuhan smiled and said, It's okay if you're lucky. If you want to get good things at an auction, you not only need a unique vision, but also good luck. As they talked, they walked into the auction hall. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the auction hall, many of whom were acquainted with Su Yuhan. When they saw her come in with a young man, they all greeted her enthusiastically. Su Yuhan responded with a smile. Yang Yi heard people whispering from time to time, Huh? Why didn't the eldest daughter of the Su family come alone today? Yeah, I heard that Miss Su never gets together with men. What happened today? I'm curious, who is this man? Is he her fiancé? I'm curious too, but I haven't heard that Miss Su is engaged. Could it be her boyfriend? Amidst all the speculation, Su Yuhan remained calm and continued to chat and laugh with Yang Yi, holding his hand and greeting the people in the conference hall. Hey, isn't this my niece Yuhan? When did you come? Why didn't you say hello to Uncle Gua? A hearty laugh sounded, and when I looked up, a middle-aged man with grey hair walked over, followed by a few people. He opened his arms from a distance, and it seemed that he wanted to give Su Yuhan a warm hug. However, Su Yuhan just smiled slightly, but did not move forward, and even put her hand into Yang Yi's arm. Then she tilted her head slightly and leaned on Yang Yi's shoulder. This action stunned the middle-aged man. He stood there with his arms stretched out for a while, looking at Yang Yi in surprise. The people around him also opened their mouths in surprise. Uncle Gui, I just arrived. This is my friend Yang Yi. This is his first time attending this event. Please take care of him. Su Yuhan introduced with a smile. Then he said to Yang Yi, this is Uncle Gui. Uncle Gui is a big shot in the collection circle of our provincial capital. If you know him, you will know most of the collection circle in our provincial capital. Yang Yi quickly extended his hand. Hello, Uncle Gui. This middle-aged man is called Guomingda. He is the president of the provincial capital's Collectors Association and a student of Mr. Su Wenyuan. He has a good relationship with the Su family and treats Su Yuhan like his own niece. Today, he was surprised to see Su Yuhan and this young man behaving so intimately. You know, before this, many nobles and wealthy children in the provincial capital had tried their best to pursue Su Yuhan, but this girl didn't like any of them, and she had never even gone out with any young men. Now, she actually made such an intimate gesture in front of him, which made him think a lot. Seeing Yang Yi extending his hand, he immediately laughed, took the opportunity to lower his arm that was stretched out in the air, and shook Yang Yi's hand. "You look unfamiliar, little boy, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you from our circle in the provincial capital?" Yang Yi smiled. Su Yuhan said, "You haven't seen him. Yang Yi is not from the provincial capital. He just came from Xie City." Xie City? Guomingda became more and more curious, wondering who this young man was. He came from such a small place like Xie City, but he had such a close relationship with Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan saw his face full of astonishment and naturally knew what he was thinking. Without saying much, she came close to him and whispered, "Uncle Gui, the jade seal you saw before was sold to me by Yang Yi." Chapter 67. What do you think? What? You said that Qin Shi Huang's small seal was sold to you by him? Guomingda's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Yang Yi in surprise. The people around him all changed their expressions at this moment, and their eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. They have all seen that small seal, which was the private seal of Qin Shi Huang Yingfeng. Although it is not as influential as the imperial seal, its value is immeasurable. Moreover, the imperial seal is said to have been destroyed long ago, making the value of this small seal even more precious. In their opinion, the person who could discover such a small seal must be an old scholar or expert who is well versed in history and knowledge, but they did not expect that it was actually a young man in his early 20s. No wonder Su Yuhan is so close to him. Guomingda was immediately filled with respect. He quickly extended his left hand, held Yang Yi's hand with both hands and shook it vigorously. "Young man, you can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the depth of the sea by a bucket. I'm so sorry." Yang Yi just smiled and said, "Uncle Gui, you are too polite. I am just lucky." As they were talking, they suddenly heard someone say, "The auction is about to begin." Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walking up to the auction platform. "Dear guests, thank you for taking the time to attend this auction. It is my honor and the honor of our company. Please take your seats. We will present tonight's auction items one by one. I believe that tonight, we will make your trip worthwhile." All the guests who came to participate in this auction paid a certain deposit, so everyone had their own seat, and Su Yuhan's seat was in the front row in the center of the conference hall. This shows the status of the Su family in the provincial capital's collection circle. Guomingda was sitting next to them, and said to Su Yuhan with a smile, "Niece Yuhan, I heard that there is a top-grade emerald gem from Madagascar tonight. It is very valuable. I guess many people will be vying for it. I wonder if you want to get it too." Su Yuhan smiled slightly. "Uncle Gui, everyone wants good things, especially us girls, who have a special liking for gems. But it also depends on whether the gem is really worth the money. I don't want to spend hundreds of millions to buy a gem and then become a laughingstock of others." Guomingda nodded. "That's right, we all want good things, but no one wants to buy fake ones and become a laughingstock." At this time, everyone was seated, and the host on the stage announced, "Now that everyone is seated, I declare tonight's auction to begin. Now, please present our first lot tonight." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the side, and saw two beautiful women in Gyeongsams carefully pushing a small cart over from the side. On the cart was a small exhibition stand, on which was placed a porcelain vase, more than a foot high, with a big belly and a small mouth, a white base and blue glaze, and the pattern looked extremely exquisite. Guomingda took a look from a distance and whispered to Su Yuhan, "Niece, this shape looks like blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. Yuan blue and white porcelain is the beginning of the maturity of blue and white porcelain. The patterns are exquisite and the glaze is smooth, but there are many fakes. You have to get closer to see it." At this time, the host on the stage stood in front of the car and introduced loudly, "This exhibit was provided by Mr. Duan from City A in Western Henan. It is said to be from the Yuan dynasty, more than 700 years ago." There was a sudden burst of discussion below. Blue and white porcelain can be said to be the best collectible among Chinese porcelains, and Yuan blue and white porcelain is the best of the best. The craftsmanship is mature and there were many painters in the Yuan dynasty. Their contribution to blue and white porcelain is unmatched by other dynasties. But as Guomingda said, yuan blue and white porcelain items are of high value and there are many fakes. So the people below were just amazed, but they only watched from a distance. The host seemed to have thought of this scene a long time ago and smiled slightly. Now please ask the etiquette lady to push this exhibit away so that everyone can appreciate it carefully. With a wave of the hand, two beauties pushed the cart, twisting their graceful waists, and pushed it towards the stage, walking slowly along the middle aisle, making it convenient for the guests present to observe it up close. Wherever they went, guests came up to the tripod and carefully observed it with magnifying glasses, observing the texture, glaze, patterns and designs of the porcelain, shaking their heads constantly. However, after observation, everyone came to different conclusions. Some said it was authentic, while others said it was a modern imitation. There were many different opinions. The cart was pushed forward, and Guomingda also came forward and observed carefully. Su Yuhan was obviously not very interested in the blue and white porcelain. She just came closer, took a few glances, and then sat up straight again. Yang Yi wasn't very interested either. He just glanced at it and then looked away. But just as he was about to look away, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain, Fake, Republic of China. Value, 3,000 yuan. This line of text was virtually floating on the surface of the porcelain. Yang Yi just read it once and it disappeared. His heart moved. Could this be the god-level treasure appraiser skill that the system mentioned? This is truly amazing. He can tell the authenticity, origin, and value of an item clearly with just one look. With this skill, isn't treasure appraisal a piece of cake? Thinking of this, Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. This smile happened to be seen by Guomingda, who just looked up from the porcelain. He was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, "My friend, what are you laughing at?" Yang Yi then realized that he had lost his composure and quickly said, "It's okay." Guomingda's heart moved, and he asked deliberately, "Since you are also in the circle, you naturally have your own opinions on this blue and white porcelain. What do you think?" Su Yuhan had originally no interest in this piece of porcelain, but after hearing Guomingda's question, she couldn't help but look at Yang Yi curiously, wanting to hear his opinion. Yang Yi didn't want to say more, but when he saw that both of them were looking at him, he couldn't help but feel warm inside and blurted out, "Then I'll make a fool of myself. Uncle Gui, please don't laugh at me if I say something wrong." Guomingda said, "No, no." Yang Yi pointed to the pattern of the blue and white porcelain and said, "This blue and white porcelain looks perfect in terms of pattern, glaze and even body firing. The glaze and pattern have obvious Yuan Dynasty porcelain style, especially the joints of the body bottle, which have obvious traces of body layer bonding, which are very consistent with the characteristics of Yuan blue and white porcelain." When Guomingda heard this, he nodded with satisfaction, as if he agreed with his opinion. But at this time, Yang Yi changed his tone and pointed to a pattern on the bottle and said, "But the patterns of Yuan blue and white porcelain have a notable feature, that is, many of them are painted with character stories as the theme, such as Xiao He chasing Hanxin under the moon, Wen Ji returning to Han, Zhao Zhen going out to the frontier, etc. And here there is a little problem. The costumes and ribbons of the characters here are slightly different from those of Yuan blue and white porcelain. The decorative ribbons of Yuan blue and white porcelain are majestic, while this one is obviously a bit elegant, so it looks more like a work of later generations." Chapter 68. Why are they all fakes? As Yang Yi spoke, Su Yuhan held her chin and looked into his eyes, listening without saying a word. After he finished speaking, Su Yuhan turned around and looked at Guomingda. "Uncle Gui, what do you think? Is Yang Yi right?" Guomingda smiled and said, "My friend, your opinion is extraordinary." After saying this, he went back to his seat without saying anything more. The meaning was very clear. He disagreed with Yang Yi's opinion and felt that he was just superficial and had no idea about appraising treasures. However, out of consideration for Su Yuhan's face, he didn't say it explicitly. Su Yuhan looked at his expression and naturally understood what he meant, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she gently patted the back of Yang Yi's hand. "It means, it's okay, I trust your judgment." Yang Yi smiled and said nothing. Two hostesses pushed the cart around the conference hall, letting the guests inside take a close look at it, and then pushed it back onto the stage. The host on the stage said with a smile, "Everyone has appreciated this Yuan blue and white porcelain up close, and has reached your own conclusions about its value. Now we will start the auction of this extremely valuable Yuan blue and white porcelain. Now I declare that the starting price of this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain is 2 million. The minimum bid is 100,000 each time, and now is the first time to bid 2 million. Soon someone held up a sign, 2,100,000. Then, 2,200,000. 2.5 million. There was a constant stream of bidding in the auction hall, and it was obvious that many people were interested in this yuan blue and white porcelain. Guomingda couldn't help but secretly glance at Yang Yi, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I thought, young man, didn't you say this was a fake? My eyesight is blurry, but are the eyesights of so many people blurry too? Guomingda also took a fancy to this yuan blue and white porcelain and liked it very much. He liked collecting these ancient cultural relics the most, especially those from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. But he did not rush to bid. Instead, he sat there quietly and listened, waiting for the right time to make a move. Su Yuhan was not interested in the porcelain in the first place, and since Yang Yi had already identified it as a fake, she naturally would not be tempted and just sat there watching the fun. At the same time, she was also curious in her heart, who had a sharper vision between Yang Yi and Guomingda. Soon, when the bid reached 5.2 million, the scene became quiet, with only 2 buyers bidding, but each bid increased by only 100,000. Guomingda knew that it was his turn to make a move. He picked up the bid tag beside him and was about to add 1 million to buy the square tripod. At this time, Yang Yi turned his body to one side and whispered, "Uncle Gui, you'd better be cautious. It's not worth spending so much money on a modern handicraft." Guomingda thought to himself, "You are a young boy, don't pretend to be an expert in front of me. This is a fine blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. After all, I, Gui, am the president of the Collectors Association. Am I not as good as you in terms of vision?" So he ignored Yang Yi's words and raised the sign in his hand, 6 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. The remaining 2 buyers were also stunned. They turned their heads to look at Guomingda, sighed, shook their heads and chose to give up. The host on the stage said, "Okay, Chairman Gui bid 6 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 6 million for the first time, 6 million for the second time, 6 million for the third time." He raised the gavel in his hand and slammed it down. "Good deal. Today's first lot is sold for 6 million. It will be President Gui's." As everyone looked at him sideways, Guomingda was complacent. He originally thought that he would have to spend about 10 million to get this square tripod, but he didn't expect it to be so easy to get it for 6 million. He couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Yi, thinking, "Boy, didn't you say that this tripod is a fake? I will take it to old Su and let him have a look, to see who has better taste." At this time, Yang Yi happened to look at him. When their eyes met, Yang Yi smiled faintly and turned his eyes away. Just then, the second item was exhibited on the stage. 2 etiquette ladies pushed out a small cart with a glass box on it. In the glass box was a sparkling diamond necklace. Not to mention the dozens of sparkling small diamonds on the necklace, the most important thing was that the pendant was inlaid with a deep blue gem. As soon as this item was unveiled, it immediately caused a burst of exclamations, especially from the women present, who sat up straight in surprise, stretched their necks, and showed envy in their eyes. Even Su Yuhan's eyes lit up and a look of surprise appeared on her face. After all, for women, diamonds and gems are the most tempting objects, and this necklace is the temptation among temptations. The crystal diamonds shine, and the deep blue gem is more like a vortex, sucking every woman into this vortex willingly. "Yang Yi, look, this gem is so beautiful, I really want to get it." Yang Yi smiled. It is true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she loves beauty. Even a woman like Su Yuhan cannot resist the temptation of gems. However, when the etiquette lady pushed the cart and brought the gems to him, Yang Yi frowned. Because at this moment, he suddenly saw a line of text appear on the gem, sapphire necklace. The diamonds are real diamonds, but they are all broken diamonds. The gems are fakes, and the value does not exceed 150,000. Such a beautiful gemstone necklace is actually a fake? Yang Yi took a deep breath and thought to himself, what kind of auction is this? How come 2 items in a row are fakes? I wonder how many buyers will be cheated. Turning his head to look at Su Yuhan, he saw Su Yuhan staring at the jewel necklace with shining eyes and an eager-to-try attitude. His heart sank involuntarily, wondering how he had stopped Su Yuhan from bidding for this fake necklace. The etiquette lady pushed the cart around the stage and returned to the stage. The host smiled and said, I believe this gemstone necklace has already made many beautiful ladies eager to try it and can't wait to bid for it. So, I will now officially announce that the auction price of this gemstone necklace is 3 million, and each bid must not be less than 200,000. After he finished speaking, he was about to announce the start of the auction when suddenly, figures appeared at the door of the conference hall and several people walked in. The person walking in front said arrogantly as soon as he came in, I heard that there will be good things in today's auction, so I'm here to join in the fun. Do you guys mind? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. Why was he here too? Chapter 69. What? Are you scared? After seeing the person coming in clearly, Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. Why is this guy here too? Su Yuhan next to her also frowned, with a look of disgust on her face. Because the person who came in was none other than Wu Mingxi, whom they had just met in the restaurant and had an unpleasant experience with. At this moment, Wu Mingxi changed his clothes, rearranged his hair, and even applied some hair wax. But the only flaw was that there was a band-aid on his nose. It was obvious that his nose was broken in the fall just now, which greatly reduced his image. Seeing someone coming in halfway, everyone present frowned. You know, auctions are very taboo about people coming in halfway. The host was also a little displeased, and was about to stop him, but when he saw clearly that the person who came in was Wu Mingxi, a famous playboy in the provincial capital, he immediately changed his expression. Mr. Wu is here today. This makes our auction today more glorious. Mr. Wu, please take a seat. I hope there is something you like among the items auctioned today. Wu Mingxi is a well-known playboy in the provincial capital. He often spends a lot of money on young stars, young models, and women he likes. The host has heard about this for a long time. Seeing him suddenly come to the auction venue today, he was naturally very happy. Wu Mingxi glanced around the venue and immediately spotted Su Yuhan sitting in the front, so he walked over and called out in surprise, Hey, Yuhan, why are you here too? That's great, I thought there were only some old men here, so you can keep me company. Having said that, he sat down unceremoniously in the seat next to Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan didn't expect him to be so shameless. She frowned, her face became more unhappy, and she leaned towards Yang Yi. But Wu Mingxi seemed not to notice her disgust. He still leaned towards her and said, Yuhan, this gemstone necklace on the stage is so beautiful. Do you like it? If you like it, can I take a picture of it and give it to you? Su Yuhan originally liked this gemstone necklace very much, but after hearing what he said, she suddenly lost her mood for some reason. She rolled her eyes and said, If you like it, take a picture. What does it have to do with me? Then he turned his head and whispered in Yang Yi's ear, This person is so annoying, like a fly, you can't drive him away. Yang Yi suddenly had an idea and said to Su Yuhan, Sister Su, I think this gemstone necklace really suits your temperament, especially the sapphire, which is as blue as the sea, just like you, with connotation, temperament, and beauty. Su Yuhan was stunned. Yang Yi suddenly praised her beauty and temperament, which made her a little excited. She blushed and said, Really? Yang Yi nodded, Really, Sister Su, I want to take a picture of this gem necklace and give it to you, because I think only your beauty and temperament can match this gem necklace. Su Yuhan didn't expect that Yang Yi said this deliberately to hook Wu Mingxi's fish. She believed it and her face flushed, her heart pounding. This made Wu Mingxi on the other side suddenly jealous. Seeing the woman he liked being as shy as a flower in front of another man was like a knife stabbing his heart. What's more, this guy just made me lose face in front of Su Yuhan. Wu Mingxi couldn't help but snorted, Humph, country bumpkin. You want to take a picture of the gem necklace? Dream on. Yang Yi smiled, raised the sign, and shouted directly, 10 million. Everyone present was in an uproar, and Wu Mingxi was even a little dumbfounded. No one expected that Yang Yi would directly raise the bidding price to 10 million, which is a full 3 million increase compared to the previous price. The host on the stage was also stunned for a moment, then he held the gavel and shouted excitedly, 10 million. That gentleman called out 10 million. Is there anyone with a higher number? 10 million for the first time. There was total silence below, and no one responded. The two buyers who had just been in a tug-of-war over the price of 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at a time simply threw down their signs and announced their withdrawal from the auction. Even Wu Mingxi hesitated. You know, although the family is rich and my father is the richest man in the provincial capital, he only has 20 million in his own treasury. If he was asked to spend a few million to please Su Yuhan and strike a blow against his competitor, he would not be stingy at all. But if it reaches tens of millions, he will feel a little distressed. That's half of his treasury. But he didn't want to shoot it. He had already said the big words just now. It would be embarrassing for him to swallow them in front of Su Yuhan. While he was hesitating here, Yang Yi turned his head to look at him and said, "What? Are you scared?" Wu Mingxi immediately got angry and glared at him. "Country bumpkin, the provincial capital is where you get cocky? It's just 10 million, right? I'll play with you." As he said that, he raised the sign in his hand, 12 million. P.S. I recommend an old brother's work, Dream Chasing Era. It is a very good work, and the brother has a very good relationship with the author. This brother also helped the author a lot in coming to Fanxie. You may wish to go and take a look, maybe it is the one you like. Chapter 70 All In. Wu Mingxi was fooled. He couldn't stand Yang Yi's ridicule in front of Su Yuhan, so he gritted his teeth and raised the sign, 12 million. Everyone was shocked. Another 2 million was directly mentioned. Both of these young men were planning to choke each other to death and then take the jewel necklace as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, 2 young wealthy people came to this seemingly ordinary auction today. It will be exciting to watch today. After Wu Mingxi finished quoting the price, he looked at Yang Yi with a sneer. "Country bumpkin, it's your turn." Su Yuhan didn't understand why, so she quickly and quietly pulled Yang Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Forget it, don't do it. There's no need to fight with him." The host on the stage just announced, 12 million, this gentleman bids 12 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 12 million, the first time. Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi had already raised a sign, 15 million. There was an uproar in the venue again. Wu Mingxi's face turned red. He didn't expect that Yang Yi would actually make another bid, and it was 15 million. This is an offer that grabs him by the throat. Since he only had 20 million in his vault, it was impossible for him to spend it all just for a necklace. But he also knew that such a jewel necklace would be very expensive to take off. 15 million was originally his desired price. But he didn't expect that Yang Yi would actually make this offer, which made him feel like he had something stuck in his throat, neither able to swallow it nor spit it out. Go ahead, it's above your psychological price. And if he wants to follow, he must win it. The price he offers must be at least 3 million higher than Yang Yi's price. Only in this way can we defeat the opponent in one fell swoop, otherwise, it will only add to the humiliation. But 15 million plus 3 million would be 18 million, almost 20 million. It hurts. But is this the end? Wu Mingxi was unwilling to accept this. The Wu family couldn't afford to lose to a country bumpkin in front of so many people. Moreover, it can be imagined that if this boy wins this jewel necklace, he will definitely give it to Su Yuhan. By then, Su Yuhan would definitely be deeply moved. How would she have any time to care about herself? No, I must not give him this chance to pursue Su Yuhan. Not to mention Su Yuhan's beauty and devilish figure, just think about her wealth and the strength of the Su family. If I can get Su Yuhan, what kind of opportunity will the Wu family get? While Wu Mingxi was considering this, Su Yuhan was getting anxious. She was shocked when she heard Yang Yi's offer and immediately poked Yang Yi hard. "Yang Yi, are you crazy? This gemstone necklace can't be worth that much?" Yang Yi smiled, deliberately glanced at Wu Mingxi, and said, "It's okay, as long as you like it, what does it matter if I bleed a little? As long as you like it, what does it matter if I bleed a little?" Just one sentence made Su Yuhan's heart sweet and Wu Mingxi's passion was ignited at once. There was no time to hesitate. Wu Mingxi made up his mind and went all out. At most, he would throw out all his money. He believed that his father would understand his difficulties and compensate him when the time came. 20 million. Wu Mingxi simply revealed all his cards. For Su Yuhan, he went all in. Because he knew very well that if he only raised the price by 2 or 3 million, Yang Yi would definitely raise it further. By then, his 20 million would be completely unstoppable. It is better to go all in at once, so that your opponent will be able to retreat. And just as he expected, when he announced this sky-high price, there was an uproar in the conference hall. Hey, what's going on today? These 2 young men are fighting over something so ruthless. It's just a jewel necklace, why are they fighting over it? That's right. Even if this gemstone necklace looks good, it's only worth a few million. How come it's priced at 20 million? Ah, old man, you don't understand this, do you? This is the world of young people. Of course, an old man like you don't understand. Haven't you heard of the saying that one will risk his life for the sake of a beautiful woman? You mean they're doing this for women? What do you think? Two guests were whispering there, and one of them looked at Su Yuhan mysteriously. Another one suddenly realized, so it was to please the beauty. No wonder, we are really old. However, I am very curious about the identity of this young man. Who is he? How dare he go against the son of Wu Jingguo so openly? He? Can an ordinary person sit so closely next to the eldest lady of the Su family? I really want to know. Master Wu has offered a sky-high price of 20 million. Will this guy continue to bid lower? I'm curious too, but judging from his attitude today, he shouldn't back down, right? At first there were only two people whispering there, but later the voices became louder, and more, until almost everyone started talking. Su Yuhan felt embarrassed and happy at the same time. After all, having two men spending a lot of money on you is a matter of pride for any girl. What's more, one of them is a man who makes her heart beat faster. However, in addition to being happy at this moment, Su Yuhan also felt that Yang Yi's behavior was a little strange. Because before, Yang Yi had never done anything similar to her, not even a little bit of intimacy. But today, why did he want to take a picture of this priceless jewel necklace for himself in front of so many people? Moreover, he and Wu Mingxi raised the price of a jewel necklace worth several million to 20 million. This is nothing like her impression of Yang Yi. My impression of Yang Yi is that he is a very simple young man. Although he is worth billions, he never engages in unnecessary extravagant consumption. Could it be that he really did this for himself? Thinking of this, Su Yuhan couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. She had made up her mind that if Yang Yi bought the jewel necklace for her today, she would pay for it herself no matter how much it cost. After all, Yang Yi's money was not easy to earn, and his heart was enough. Su Yuhan was thinking happily here, and the host on the stage had already begun to wave the gavel in his hand excitedly, shouting loudly, 20 million. This gentleman has already offered a sky-high price of 20 million for this gem necklace. 20 million, then, is there a higher bid? We will wait and see. 20 million for the first time. 20 million for the second time. The air in the conference hall seemed to be stagnant. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yang Yi, wanting to see what price he would offer this time. Wu Mingxi's heart was about to beat out of his chest, and he stared at Yang Yi nervously. Chapter 71 Phantom Green. Everyone stared at Yang Yi, waiting for him to raise his sign and offer a price that would surpass Wu Mingxi's bid. But unexpectedly, he sat there motionless, watching the host reluctantly calling out 20 million for the third time. 20 million for the third time. The host tried to slow down the pace as much as possible, hoping to hear Yang Yi's offer at the last minute. Unfortunately, he just sat there without moving, and didn't even show up the sign. Wu Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally won the bid for this precious jewel necklace. He no longer had to watch this kid take the necklace to sell in front of Su Yuhan. But he also felt a little disappointed. Somehow, he always felt that there was a hint of mockery in Yang Yi's eyes. Why is this happening? Shouldn't I, the successful person, laugh at the losers? How come it's the other way around? Who cares? I won anyway. As soon as the show is over, I will use this gemstone necklace to propose to Su Yuhan. I just don't believe that if a 20 million gemstone necklace is thrown out, which woman wouldn't be tempted? Wu Mingxi thought happily. On the other hand, Su Yuhan felt a little disappointed when she saw that the jewel necklace was finally bought by Wu Mingxi. But it was only for a moment. Soon, she patted Yang Yi's hand gently and whispered, "It's okay, Yang Yi. Actually, I don't like this necklace." Yang Yi smiled and whispered in her ear, "Sister Su, he will be the one crying soon." Su Yuhan was stunned and didn't understand what to say. A fierce battle for the necklace came to an end. As the bidding for another item began, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from what had just happened. Then, there was no excitement for several exhibits in succession, and Su Yuhan did not make any bids. She was waiting for the final item, which was an emerald that was said to be produced in Madagascar. She was determined to win this item. Yang Yi sat there, just looking at the exhibits on the stage. On the surface, he seemed a little depressed by the failure of the previous auction, but in fact, he was appraising each item. It's a pity that although many of these items were authentic, they were not worth bidding on, so he just kept waiting. As the auction was coming to an end, Yang Yi took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a look at it. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised and he looked very happy, because he found that the system had just pushed a message. A national treasure suddenly appeared at the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting exhibition. He quickly clicked on it. Recently, at a calligraphy and painting exhibition held in the provincial capital, a tourist accidentally discovered that inside a scroll titled Shaoshan Autumn Scenery was an authentic painting by the famous Tang Dynasty painter Wu Daozi, A Thousand Mountains and Red Leaves. Everyone present was amazed. It is said that this authentic painting by Wu Daozi is of great collection value and could be worth up to $500 million on the market. $500 million. Yang Yi's heart moved, and he quickly turned his head to ask Su Yuhan in a low voice, "Sister Su, is there a calligraphy and painting exhibition held in the provincial capital recently?" Su Yuhan, who was staring at the stage intently, was stunned. She didn't know why he suddenly asked about the calligraphy and painting exhibition, so she answered, "Yes, it will start tomorrow at the Provincial Cultural Center. I heard that famous painters and calligraphers from all over the country will gather in the provincial capital. A number of calligraphy and painting works will be exhibited at that time. How come you are also interested in calligraphy and painting?" Yang Yi quickly asked again, "Are these calligraphy and paintings for sale?" Su Yuhan nodded. "Of course they are sold, otherwise why do these artists paint and write? If they don't sell, won't they starve to death? Just sell it." Yang Yi already had an idea in his mind and said, "Sister Su, take me to see it tomorrow. I suddenly want to cultivate my sentiments." Although Su Yuhan was puzzled, she still nodded. "Of course, I also know the director of the Cultural Center and the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. I will introduce them to you when the time comes." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly patted Yang Yi with a look of surprise and said, "Yang Yi, look, today's finale is here." Yang Yi looked towards the stage and saw two hostesses pushing a small car slowly. On the car was a glass box with a huge emerald in it that was particularly tempting. The host on the stage announced loudly, "Dear guests, next, we will welcome the most grand exhibit of the evening, which is the Phantom Green Emerald from Malagasy." With just one word, everyone in the field immediately turned their eyes to the emerald. For a while, there was a constant stream of exclamations. It can be said that most of the guests tonight came here for this emerald. Even if you don't have the ability to take it, it is a lucky thing to be able to witness such a rare and precious gem with your own eyes. Su Yuhan stared at the emerald with both eyes, and held Yang Yi's arm tightly with one hand and said, "Yang Yi, I must get this emerald today." Su Yuhan's determined look made Yang Yi's heart move. As he had joked before, maybe he should really buy this emerald for Su Yuhan. However, if you really want to take a picture of this emerald, it is extremely difficult. You know, almost all the people who came here today were eyeing it, including some tycoons with assets worth tens of billions. Considering my current financial resources, it might still be a little difficult. What should I do? Yang Yi lowered his head in thought. At this time, the host on the stage announced loudly, "The emerald on display is extraordinary. It comes from Malagasy, the Gem King country. Its color and weight are far superior to all the gems discovered before. Moreover, it was designed by Marcel William, a famous European jewelry designer, with a perfect artistic shape and 72 high-purity fine diamonds inlaid around the gem, which doubled the value of this gem again, far exceeding the significance of the gem itself." As he introduced it, two hostesses carefully pushed the cart through the aisle, allowing the guests in the audience to appreciate this rare and precious gem up close. And when the gem came in front of Su Yuhan, Yang Yi could clearly see the light flashing in Su Yuhan's eyes. At this time, two beautiful etiquette ladies had walked around the hall and pushed the gem back to the center of the table. The host smiled and held a gavel in his hand and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment has arrived. The last lot of the night, and the most precious gem, will be auctioned soon. Now I declare that the starting price of this precious gem, Phantom Green, is 10 million. Chapter 72, The Sucker. With the host's loud announcement, the bidding for Phantom Green officially began. However, unlike the previous few items, when the host announced the start of the auction, the whole venue fell into silence. No one actually opened their mouth to shout out the first bid. The whole audience was so shocked that they could hear a pin drop. The host was stunned, looking around the audience in shock, and said slowly, "Now, the bidding for Phantom Green has begun. Its starting price is 10 million, and each bid will increase by at least 500,000. Now that the bidding has begun, what are you still hesitating about? The people in the audience were still silent, waiting quietly for others' offers. Even Su Yuhan, who was determined to win, sat there motionless. The host had no choice but to start bidding. Okay, let's start bidding now, 10 million for the first time. Still no one stood up, and everyone present looked around. Host, 10 million for the second time. There was still silence. Beads of sweat appeared on the host's forehead, and he quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe it. Then he continued to sing helplessly, the 10 millionth. Before the 3 words were called out, someone in the audience moved. 11 million! Swish! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The ice was finally broken. The host also breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been a joke if no one bid for such a rare gem and it had failed to sell. So he excitedly pointed at the buyer who had bid 11 million and shouted, 11 million, that gentleman bid 11 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 11 million for the first time. 11,500,000. 12 million. 15 million. The auction became unprecedentedly heated with bids coming one after another. Everyone rushed to bid, and the prices rose sharply, quickly from 10 million to 25 million. At this time, the situation gradually calmed down. Just now it was 100 flowers blooming, but now it has become a 3 kingdoms situation. After all, there are only a handful of buyers who can afford to pay 20 or 30 million. Su Yuhan has not made a move yet, she is still waiting patiently. At the same time, he was also observing the 3 opponents left on the field. Among these 3 people, she was very familiar with 2 of them, both of whom were old acquaintances in the jewelry and collection circles in the provincial capital. One is Zhong Datong, the owner of Datong Jewelry. One of them was Guomingda, who was sitting next to him. She was very familiar with these 2 people and was confident that she could defeat them. But she was not sure about the third person. He was a young man, dressed in a suit and tie, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and refined. She had never seen this person before, and she could even be sure that he was not from the circle in the provincial capital. Moreover, this person was obviously an expert in the auction business. He made bids very rarely, but each bid directly strangled the other bidders, making them feel uncomfortable. Now, the others have all been brought down, leaving only Zhong Datong and Guomingda. But Zhong Datong and Guomingda were also very uncomfortable. Guomingda, who was sitting next to Su Yuhan, fanned herself from time to time, as if the weather was very hot today. But in fact, it is already the end of September, and the weather is not hot, but slightly cool. However, there is a little sweat on Guomingda's forehead. Zhong Datong, who was sitting far away, was in an even worse situation than Guomingda. All the buttons around his neck were ripped off, his face was flushed, and he looked like he was about to get enraged. It's not his fault. There were several times when he raised the price significantly in an attempt to undercut others, but not only did it not work, he was always outbid by the other party. And every time he gets an extra 500,000. He knew clearly that the other party was teasing him, but he was unwilling to just withdraw. After Guomingda persisted for 2 more rounds, he finally sighed, looked at Su Yuhan and said, "Niece Yuhan, your uncle Guo is old and can't beat the young people. It's up to you." Su Yuhan smiled, said nothing, and continued to observe the situation on the field. And Zhong Datong couldn't hold on for long. After the other party called out a high price of 30 million, he shook his head, glared at the young man with resentment, and then slammed his bid tag heavily on the coffee table in front of him. "This is also something I have to give up." Su Yuhan saw that it was her turn to take action, and decisively raised the sign in her hand, 40 million. Wow! The place suddenly became lively, and everyone turned their heads to look over here. You know, before everyone was bidding up the price by 500,000, 1 million, or at most 3 million, but Su Yuhan's just one move directly raised the price up to 10 million. Wow, how cruel! Chapter 73, 300 million. 70 million! Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. Oh my God, what kind of rich people are these? Just now, Su Yuhan directly raised the offer price by 10 million, which already amazed everyone. Now, this outsider actually asked for 30 million yuan at once. Both of them are ruthless characters. They want to beat each other to death with a stick and then put the gem into their own pockets. My goodness, where does this young man come from? He actually got into an arm wrestling match with Miss Su? I don't know, he shouldn't be from the provincial capital circle. I've never seen such a person in the provincial capital. He dared to compete with the Su family in the provincial capital. This guy must have an extraordinary background. I am very curious about his background and why he spent so much money to come here to bid for this gem. Same curiosity. Su Yuhan frowned as she exclaimed, as she had not expected this situation. Just now she raised the bid price to 10 million, intending to take advantage of the auction and win the gem. Because according to her experience, if the offer is suddenly raised by 10 million, 99% of the people will be scared off by the sudden high price, thinking that they are no match and withdrawing. Even if they didn't retreat, they would hesitate for a long time and then grit their teeth and push forward. But unexpectedly, today this opponent not only came up without any hesitation, but also increased the offer by 30 million at once. Obviously, this is a case of using one's own methods to treat one's own body. Su Yuhan took a breath and couldn't help but look over there again. Just then she met the smiling eyes of a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When he saw her looking at her, he raised his hand and waved at her with a smile. Su Yuhan frowned. Who is this other party? At this time, Yang Yi also noticed something was wrong. The other party was obviously well prepared. And it seemed that it was directed at Su Yuhan. What is this all about? At this time, Su Yuhan had come back to her senses. This situation did not scare her. She quickly calmed down and raised the sign in her hand again, 100 million. The whole audience was completely shocked. All the others have withdrawn from the battle. In front of these two crazy bosses, they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The price is raised by tens of millions at any time, and some have even called out a sky-high price of 100 million. Who can afford it? Even the host on the stage blushed with excitement, waving the gavel in his hand and saying loudly, 100 million. Miss Su bid 100 million. This is the highest price of all the items auctioned tonight, but the suspense is still there. I wonder if Miss Su's offer of 100 million can win this rare phantom green. As he spoke, he glanced towards the gold-rimmed glasses and sang loudly, 100 million for the first time. Obviously, everyone understood at this moment that the only one who could continue to bid in the face of a sky-high price of 100 million was gold-rimmed glasses. 100 million, the second time. Sure enough, Jin Sibian raised the sign in his hand again. 120 million. This time, Su Yuhan didn't hesitate at all. She raised the sign without waiting for the host to call out the price. 150 million. She knew that she could not show the slightest hesitation in front of the other party, even though she knew that 150 million was not far from her psychological price of 200 million. Because she knows that once the other party sees her hesitation, they will be able to guess her psychological price immediately, and then the initiative will be completely in the hands of the other party. So, she had no choice but to go ahead with it. I just hope that I can use my decisiveness to confuse the other party and then defeat him psychologically. However, she was disappointed again. Facing Su Yuhan's aggressive momentum, the man with gold-rimmed glasses just smiled slightly and raised the sign in his hand again, 200 million. Su Yuhan was stunned and didn't make any further offers for a long time. Because she knew that the other party already knew her psychological price, and this move had already strangled her throat. Although she loved the gem very much, she wanted to get it at all costs. But as an excellent modern business operator, Su Yuhan has his own rationality. She knew that it was impossible to successfully take the gem today. The other party has already quoted a price of 200 million. If I want to get it, I need to offer at least 250 million. However, these 250 million may not necessarily be enough to defeat the opponent. If the opponent continues to fight, this gem cannot be taken without 300 or 400 million. Spending 300 or 400 million to buy a gem was far beyond her psychological price range. Therefore, Su Yuhan was hesitating whether to continue the competition. At this time, the conference hall was completely boiling. I'll gather 200 million. This guy is so rich. He actually spent 200 million to bid for a gem. Yes, although this gem is rare, 200 million is definitely a premium. More importantly, he is clearly trying to take the gem away from Miss Su. What is his intention? It all depends on how Miss Su responds. Do you think Miss Su will continue to bid? It's hard to say. If we talk about financial resources, Miss Su definitely has it, but if it's just for a gem, it seems like it's not worth it. Yes, it can be seen that Miss Su is in a difficult situation. Everyone below was whispering, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Yang Yi glanced at Su Yuhan. It can be seen that although Su Yuhan is still as calm as usual and her face is calm, there is a lot of unwillingness in her eyes. Yang Yi clearly remembered that when this gem was first unveiled, Su Yuhan made no secret of her love for it and spoke in a tone of determination. But she didn't expect that someone would suddenly show up. One can imagine how unwilling she felt at this moment. Looking over there, the man with gold-rimmed glasses turned his head and looked at this side with a smile. A winner's attitude. Are we just going to let this guy take this gem away? At this time, the host on the stage could not wait for Su Yuhan's response and started to bid. This gentleman is now bidding 200 million for Phantom Green. I wonder if anyone can offer a higher price? 200 million for the first time. Everyone looked at Su Yuhan, but Su Yuhan still didn't move. 200 million, second time. Su Yuhan suddenly smiled bitterly, shook her head, picked up the price tag in front of her, and prepared to turn it over to cover it. That is the act of giving up. Everyone present sighed, what a pity. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, took the price tag from Su Yuhan's hand, and then raised it up. 300 million. Chapter 74. Spend 20 million to buy glass beads. 300 million. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected such a sky-high price to come out. What was even more unexpected was that the one who called out this sky-high price was not Su Yuhan, but Yang Yi, who overstepped his authority. The man with gold-rimmed glasses originally had a look of confidence and joy on his face, but at this moment, he was stunned and looked dazed. The people in the audience were suddenly shocked. Oh my God! 300 million. This totally refreshed my knowledge. Yes, it seems that Miss Su is really determined to win. She actually raised the price by a full 100 million. Now, let's see how that little glasses guy will respond. Wait, this offer doesn't seem to be made by Miss Su, but by the young man himself. Does it count? Yes, it seems that Miss Su is about to give up. It was the young man who snatched the price tag from her hand and shouted out the price. That's right, it wasn't Miss Su who shouted it out, so does it count? It should be. They are sitting together and using Miss Su's price tag. There should be nothing wrong with that. The host was also surprised. He looked at Yang Yi holding the quotation board high in shock. For a moment, he didn't know what to do and didn't know whether he should sing out the quotation. The man with gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help himself first. He stood up and said loudly with a red face, I object. This is not the true intention of the owner of this brand. This person has no right or qualification to make an offer. His offer should be invalid. This? The host looked at Su Yuhan in embarrassment. Ms. Su, is this offer what you want? Su Yuhan was also confused at this moment. She looked at Yang Yi in surprise and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. At this moment, she came back to her senses after hearing the host's question. She quickly whispered to Yang Yi, are you crazy? This gem is not worth 300 million. My psychological price is 200 million. If he wants to take it, let him take it. Yang Yi reached out his hand, patted the back of her hand, and whispered, Sister Su, it's none of your business. I want to bid for this gem and give it to a noble person who helped me. But I don't have the qualifications to bid, so I can only borrow your bid tag. I don't think you mind, do you? I will pay the 300 million yuan myself later. When Su Yuhan heard him say that he was going to take photos for others, she felt a little disappointed, but she still nodded, of course, as long as you like, you can use it freely, but I still remind you to do it within your ability. Yang Yi smiled and said, it's okay. I have a plan in mind. Su Yuhan nodded, raised her head and said to the host, Host, don't worry, he raised the sign with my permission, and I will pay for all his actions. The host breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly, okay, then I declare that this gentleman's offer is legal and valid. So, now the bidding price has reached 300 million. So, is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? As he spoke, his eyes looked through his gold-rimmed glasses and he sang slowly, okay, now it's the first time for 300 million. Is there anyone asking for 300 million for the first time? Everyone in the venue also looked at the man with gold-rimmed glasses, wanting to see how he would respond. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, who had been so elegant and calm just now had a changed expression. He held the quotation board in one hand and tried to raise it several times, but put it down again after just a slight movement. Obviously, Yang Yi's sudden increase of 100 million this time caught him off guard. his confidence, which had just been inflated, was instantly shattered. He also noticed that Yang Yi was sitting there looking at him calmly, his eyes full of contempt. That expression clearly said, "Come if you want, I'll accompany you to the end." It's already 300 million, how can we continue playing? 300 million, second time. Has anyone reported 300 million for the second time? Without waiting for Jinsibian's price, the host started reading out the price for the second time. The air in the conference hall was stagnant. No one spoke. Everyone looked quietly at the man with gold-rimmed glasses, listening attentively for fear of missing anything. But the man with gold-rimmed glasses finally turned over the price tag in his hand and slammed it down. "Give up." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The host sang it again symbolically, 300 million for the third time. 300 million for the third time, is there anyone bidding? After saying that, he smashed the gavel in his hand hard. Congratulations to this gentleman for buying this precious and rare phantom green emerald at a price of 300 million. There was thunderous applause. Su Yuhan smiled and stretched out her hand to Yang Yi, "Congratulations." On the other side, the man with gold-rimmed glasses stood up from his seat, and his eyes shot out two resentful glances from behind the lenses. He glared at Yang Yi fiercely, then walked away in anger. A lively auction has finally come to an end. The next step is for the buyers who have purchased the exhibits to transfer money to the event organizer and then hand over the items. Almost every buyer had a beaming smile on their face because they got what they wanted. But there is one exception, that is Wu Mingxi. "I spent 20 million to buy a jewel necklace, and no matter how I look at it, I feel like I was ripped off." Especially when he later saw Yang Yi spend 300 million to buy the gem, Wu Mingxi became more and more certain that this guy was definitely plotting against him. Otherwise, if he could spend 300 million to buy gemstones, why couldn't he come up with 30 million to compete with me for this necklace? Isn't this a joke? But there is no way, it is too late to regret, you can only pay for the things you took pictures to take away. So many people are watching here. If I go back on my word, I will really bring disgrace to the Wu family. Wu Mingxi endured the pain and transferred all the 20 million yuan in his account, then took the 20 million jewel necklace from the organizer. "No matter what, since I bought the necklace, I have to give it away. Otherwise, wouldn't the 20 million be wasted?" Wu Mingxi walked over shamelessly. "Yuhan, I bought this gem necklace for you. Only your beautiful neck is worthy of this precious gem necklace." As he said this, he held the jewel necklace that cost him 20 million yuan in both hands and placed it in front of Su Yuhan. However, Su Yuhan was only slightly stunned, then stretched out her hand to push it away. "I'm sorry, Wu Mingxi, you should give this necklace to someone who needs it more." "I can't afford it." Wu Mingxi's face changed. There was nothing more embarrassing than being rejected by a woman in public. But the more embarrassing thing was yet to come. Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand. "Wait." "Stop, Wu Mingxi. What are you going to do?" Wu Mingxi asked with a dark face. Yang Yi did not answer immediately, but leaned down and stared carefully at the necklace in his hand and the gem on the necklace. Then he shook his head and said, "Mr. Wu, how come you are so rich that you actually spent 20 million to buy a glass bead?" Chapter 75. Whose is the fake one? How come you are so rich? You actually spent 20 million to buy a glass bead? As soon as Yang Yi said this, Wu Mingxi's expression changed instantly. "Bullshit. You're the one buying glass beads. I'm buying a gemstone necklace. It's made of gemstones." Yang Yi shook his head. "Impossible, the texture, clarity and hue of gemstones and glass are different. Yours is obviously glass." At this time, the people in the conference hall had not yet dispersed. When they heard the sound, they all gathered around. "Glass? Such a gorgeous gem can be glass? Yeah, I also think it's impossible. But then again, if it really is glass, young Master Wu can only blame himself for his bad luck. Yeah, you can only blame yourself for being blind. The auction venue never recognizes the money paid. You spent money and made a loss, so you can only blame yourself for your bad luck." Amidst the discussions, Wu Mingxi's face became uglier and uglier, turning red and blue. Originally, it was embarrassing enough that the jewel necklace that he had spent such a huge amount of money on was rejected in public by Su Yuhan. Now, Yang Yi actually says that this gem is fake. Isn't this murderous? Wu Mingxi's eyes were almost red, and he glared at Yang Yi fiercely. The band-aid on the bridge of his nose looked particularly funny. Boy, what evidence do you have to say that the jewel necklace I bought is fake? I warn you, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will make you pay. Wu Mingxi said viciously. Yang Yi turned his head and looked around. Most of the people here are experts. I think it shouldn't be difficult to identify whether a gem is real or fake, right? As soon as this was said, someone immediately stood up and said, yes, it's very simple. Gemstones and glass are easy to distinguish. The surface of gemstones is very smooth, and the structure is tight without gaps. The surface of glass has some depressions and many bubble-like inclusions. Yes, let's use a high-power magnifying glass to take a look. If there are bubbles, it could be fake. Master Wu, use the magnifying glass to check if there are any bubbles. There was a chorus of encouragement. Everyone wanted to see whether the necklace that Wu Mingxi had spent 20 million to buy was a real gem or, as Yang Yi said, a fake glass thing. Wu Mingxi's face turned from red to blue, and then from blue to red. He certainly didn't want to verify whether his jewel necklace was genuine in front of so many people. Even if it's true, it won't do me any good. I spent 20 million, so it's a loss anyway. If it turns out to be fake, I would be completely embarrassed. But now, everyone was making a fuss, making it impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to, and he had no choice but to get the appraisal. So, he thought about it and pointed at Yang Yi and said, boy, you said my gem necklace was fake, and I said the phantom green necklace you spent 300 million on was fake. The purpose of his counterattack was very clear, which was to bite back. I bet Yang Yi doesn't even dare to verify whether his gems are real. You know, I spent 20 million on my jewel necklace. If it's fake, I'd be throwing away 20 million. And if Yang Yi's gems were fake, that would cost 300 million. So, he bet that Yang Yi wouldn't dare. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yang Yi was not afraid, but laughed instead. Really? That's easy. It's just right. Let's both authenticate it together. I also want to see if what I spent 300 million to buy is real. As he said this, he placed the phantom emerald that he had just received from the organizer on the table. Everyone looked at Wu Mingxi, and Wu Mingxi had no choice but to put his jewel necklace on it as well. Then, everyone unanimously nominated the most respected collector President Guomingda to be the appraiser. Guomingda was a little embarrassed, but since everyone recommended him, he couldn't refuse. He had to smile bitterly, picked up the magnifying glass, slowly bent down, and put it on Wu Mingxi's jewel necklace. After just watching for a few seconds, Guomingda suddenly shook. Everyone was stunned, and Wu Mingxi's heart tightened even more, and an ominous premonition came over him. How is it? Lao Guo, did you find anything? Someone asked hurriedly. Guomingda did not answer, but moved closer with the magnifying glass. After staring for a long time, he finally took it back from the jewel necklace. How is it? Is it true? Old Guo, please say something. Facing everyone's questioning, Guomingda still did not answer, but immediately leaned over the phantom emerald again. This time, he observed more carefully and slowly. But there was no sudden shock like just now. After a long time, he finally put down the magnifying glass in his hand and slowly turned around. At this time, everyone was staring at him, very nervous. Especially Wu Mingxi, his heart was in his throat. Even Su Yuhan was nervous, fearing that Guomingda would say that the phantom green was fake. Although Yang Yi was the one who took the photo of the gem, she was more nervous than Yang Yi. On the other hand, Yang Yi sat there nonchalantly with a smile on his face, as if he had already determined that there would be absolutely no problem with this gem. Wu Mingxi's face turned pale, and there were even beads of sweat on his head. Cough, cough. Guomingda coughed twice, cleared his throat, and finally spoke. I just saw it. This young man spent 300 million to buy this phantom emerald. Guomingda first mentioned Yang Yi's phantom green. Wu Mingxi's face lit up. Is it fake? I told you, he must have bought a fake one. He even said my necklace was fake. What a bumpkin. Su Yuhan's heart tightened, and everyone else was also dumbfounded. If the gemstone that he bought for 300 million yuan was fake, then this man would probably jump off the building. But Guomingda shook his head and said, you misunderstood. I mean, this phantom green is real, a genuine emerald gem, and it was definitely discovered in Malagasy. It was made by a famous craftsman. The 300 million is definitely worth it. Su Yuhan let out a long sigh and felt her back was soaked with sweat. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Mingxi shook his head in disappointment, feeling a little regretful. At this time, someone asked, "Where is the necklace?" "President Gui, please tell me quickly, don't breathe so hard." "Yes, and there is a necklace." Everyone stared at Guomingda again. Guomingda looked at Wu Mingxi and said, "Mr. Wu, according to my observation, the diamonds on this necklace are all genuine fine diamonds, guaranteed to be authentic." At this point, he paused and continued, "However, the gemstone inlaid on it, please forgive me for being frank, has many tiny bubbles on it, it must be an artificial gemstone." Chapter 76 Calligraphy and Painting Exhibition. This one sentence was like a bolt from the blue, knocking Wu Mingxi unconscious. "I spent 20 million and bought a fake gemstone necklace." 20 million! This was all the money he had in his coffers. Just like that, he was back to the time before liberation overnight, and in an instant, he was left with nothing. He regrets so much now. "I regret coming to the auction for no reason. Why didn't I just sit here and watch the fun? Why did I have to please Su Yuhan and fight with this guy named Jiang for this gem necklace?" Now it seems that this man named Jiang must have realized in advance that the jewel necklace was fake, but he deliberately set such a big trap for himself. And I actually jumped in. At this moment, Wu Mingxi's eyes turned red, and he really wanted to rush over and fight with Yang Yi. But he knew that doing so would be of no help at all and would be thrown out by the security guards as a hooligan. There is still a long way to go. Wu Mingxi pointed at Yang Yi with red eyes and said, "Okay, kid, you are so cruel. Let's wait and see." After saying that, he turned and left. Everyone behind was stunned, confused, thinking, "You were blind and spent a lot of money to buy a fake necklace, why are you so angry at her?" Guomingda was stunned for a moment before he remembered and called out, "Master Wu, your necklace." Wu Mingxi didn't even turn his head and walked out as if he didn't hear anything. Although the diamonds on the necklace are real and the necklace is still worth tens of thousands of dollars, for him, going back to sell this fake necklace for tens of thousands of dollars would undoubtedly be a slap in the face again. Wu Mingxi left, and everyone dispersed. Su Yuhan also stood up. "Let's go, Yang Yi, it's time for us to leave too." "Wait, Sister Su." Yang Yi called her and held out his hand. "Sister Su, this is for you." Su Yuhan was stunned. "What?" Yang Yi opened his hand, and in his hand was the phantom green that he had just spent 300 million to buy. Su Yuhan was stunned, then quickly shook her head. "No, this is yours, I can't take it." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Sister Su, I know you like this gem very much, and I took the photo for you." Su Yuhan felt warm in her heart, but she still shook her head vigorously. "No, this is really not possible, it's too expensive." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi stretched out his left hand, grabbed her right hand, then opened her palm and stuffed the phantom green into it. "Listen to me, Sister Su." Yang Yi grabbed Su Yuhan's hand and said sincerely, "Sister Su, you have helped me one after another over the past few days, allowing me to gradually acquire the wealth I have now from having nothing. It can be said that you are my great benefactor. It is you who gave me billions of wealth. What's wrong with me giving you a gem?" After hearing what he said, Su Yuhan no longer insisted. "After all, I really love this gem." But she still smiled bitterly and said, "Yang Yi, I feel embarrassed for what you said. I am not your benefactor. You sell things to me, and it is only natural for me to pay you. On the contrary, those things of yours have also made me a lot of money. I should be the one thanking you. Why do you have to give me things instead?" Then she looked at the gem in her hand and said, "I don't know what to say. I originally invited you to come to the provincial capital to play, but I didn't expect you to do it for me." Yang Yi interrupted her. "I know, Sister Su, you asked me to come here not to help you with advice, but to let me see the world and expand my social circle. I am very grateful for your kindness. Besides, it's just a gem. If you help me open that piece of jade, I believe the profit I will get will be far more than these 300 million. This sentence reminded Su Yuhan, "Yes, I asked you to come to the provincial capital to see the jadeite. I almost forgot. Today, the jade craftsman told me that he has a preliminary plan for the jadeite and wants you to come here to see his plan and then start carving it." Then he looked at the time and said, "It's getting late today. Let's go back to my house and rest first. We can go to see the jadeite tomorrow. Also, there will be a calligraphy and painting exhibition tomorrow." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. "Sister Su, I'd better stay in a hotel." "What? Do you dislike my family's poor conditions?" Su Yuhan said with a smile. Of course not, Sister Sue, your family's conditions are not bad, but it's too late now, I'm afraid it's not suitable. Yang Yi thought, you are worth hundreds of billions, who can compare with your family's conditions, and who dares to despise it? I'm not going to your house late at night to avoid misunderstanding. Su Yuhan nodded, okay, then you stay in the hotel tonight, and we'll go to the calligraphy and painting exhibition together tomorrow, and then come back to my house to play. So Su Yuhan took Yang Yi to the most luxurious hotel in the provincial capital and booked a room. After everything was arranged, they parted ways and left. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Su Yuhan came again. The two had breakfast together and then went to the provincial cultural center. When we arrived at the guild hall, we saw that it was filled with calligraphy and paintings. Many tourists were visiting and browsing in front of the calligraphy and paintings, taking photos. There were also some calligraphers and artists signing and taking photos there. There were also some tour guides accompanying everyone to explain things. It looked very lively. Moreover, a feature of today's calligraphy and painting exhibitions is that all the calligraphy and painting works on display can be sold. If a tourist likes a certain work, he or she can buy it at the marked price and take it back to hang it at home or in the office to show off his or her taste. And it is for this reason that there are so many visitors to the exhibition today. Now people's living standards have generally improved, and there are more and more rich people. Among these rich people, comparing who has more money seems a bit too vulgar. So now it is popular to see who is more elegant. And the best way to appear elegant is to hang some calligraphy and paintings and collections in your home or office. Therefore, this exhibition attracted many wealthy people. Although they knew nothing about calligraphy and painting, they all flocked to the exhibition, wanting to buy 1 or 2 paintings to take home to show off their taste. After Yang Yi entered the guild hall, he also looked around quickly, but he browsed very quickly. He would just glance at the name of a work and leave, never staying for more than a few seconds. Su Yuhan followed behind and couldn't help laughing. Yang Yi, are you here to see the exhibition or to see the names? Yang Yi shook his head, neither, I'm here to pick up bargains. Chapter 77, Picking Up a Bargain? Pick up a bargain? Su Yuhan was stunned when she heard this. What did that mean? What bargains could be picked up at this calligraphy and painting exhibition? Even if you want to find a bargain, but you just look at the name and leave without even looking at what is drawn or written, what bargain can you find? At this time, a fat man nearby heard it and couldn't help but teasing, young man, you came here to pick up bargains. Do you think this is a stall on the antique street, hoping to buy a snuff bottle for a few dollars and then sell it for millions? Everyone around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young man, go find a bargain somewhere else. This is a calligraphy and painting exhibition, not a street stall. Any painting costs at least several thousand or tens of thousands. Paintings by masters cost hundreds of thousands. Yeah, if you don't know how to paint, don't pretend to be one here, or people will laugh at you. There was a lot of ridicule and sarcasm, and even Su Yuhan beside her felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, Yang Yi had just been browsing in a hurry. He just glanced at the title and left without even knowing what was painted on it. It didn't look like he came here to appreciate the calligraphy and painting works. But Yang Yi just smiled mysteriously, without further explanation, and continued strolling around the hall. The reason why he strolled like this was because he was looking for a painting called Shaoshan Landscape. Because it was clearly written in the advance news that Wu Dao's original work was discovered hidden in a scroll painting of Shaoshan Landscape. There are so many people in the venue today, and many local rich people are busy buying calligraphy and paintings. If some short-sighted local rich person buys this painting, I will lose a great opportunity to make a fortune. But after strolling around the entire hall and looking at every painting and calligraphy, I still didn't see the Shaoshan Landscape. Yang Yi's heart sank involuntarily. Could it be that this painting had been bought by someone before him? But that is not right. The news said that Wu Dao's original work was discovered at an exhibition, but there is no movement here. Su Yuhan saw that he frowned, not knowing what happened, and asked quickly, what's wrong? Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, a guide happened to pass by. He quickly reached out and stopped the guide. Hello. The female guide stopped and said with a smile, hello, sir, how can I help you? Yang Yi pointed at the calligraphy and paintings in the hall and said, I want to ask, are all the calligraphy and paintings exhibited today here? Are there any works that have not been exhibited yet? The female guide didn't know why he asked that, but she still said with a smile, yes, all the works on display today are already here. If you are interested in any of the works, I can introduce them to you. Yang Yi's brows furrowed even more. Seeing Yang Yi was silent, the female guide smiled and was about to leave. She took a step but suddenly remembered something and stopped and said, "Oh, sir, I almost forgot. There is a small exhibition hall on the side of the hall. There are several works of our local painters hanging in it. If you are interested, I can take you there to have a look." When Yang Yi heard this, he immediately became excited and said quickly, Okay, take me over to have a look." I quickly followed the female tour guide to a corner of the hall, where there was an inconspicuous small passage. After passing through the passage, I saw a slightly smaller exhibition hall with more than 20 calligraphy and painting works hanging on the walls and display racks. "Sir, the works hanging here are all niche works. Because the main exhibition hall has limited space, they can only be hung here. Sir, you can take a look and see if there are any works you like." Before the female tour guide finished her words, Yang Yi walked over with his eyes fixed on a landscape painting on the wall. And in the title of the landscape painting, there are 5 large characters in running script, Shaoshan Landscape. This gentleman is obviously an expert in the industry. This painting, Shaoshan Landscape, was created by He Sanying, a calligrapher and painter from Xia City during the Republic of China period. It uses ink painting to depict a corner of the scenery of Shaoshan, a famous scenic spot in Xia City. Although He Sanying is not very famous in the history of calligraphy and painting, this Shaoshan Landscape is one of the few paintings in the history of our province. As soon as the female tour guide saw Yang Yi staring at the painting, she immediately began to recite the explanation in a torrent of words. But before she finished speaking, Yang Yi nodded. "How much is this painting? I want it." The female tour guide was stunned and thought to herself that this man was really a bit strange. He looked down upon the works of so many nationally renowned calligraphers and painters, but was moved by the works of an unknown local deceased painter. She quickly looked at the price tag above, 200,000 yuan. The female guide wanted to scold the owner of the painting. She had never heard of the author of this painting. It was just a simple ink landscape painting, but she marked it with such a high price. Isn't this obviously a scam? Who would pay such a high price for it? But since the tourists asked, you have to answer. And since they marked the price so high, you have to sell it at that price. Whether you can sell it or not, you can only leave it to fate. So, the female guide forced a smile, turned back and said to Yang Yi, "Sir, this painting is priced at 200,000 yuan. Although the price sounds a bit high, it has a different meaning. This is the only painting from the Republic of China that has survived to this day." Even she herself found these reasons unacceptable. However, before she could finish, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Okay, 200,000 is 200,000, I'll buy it. Swipe the card." The female tour guide was stunned for a moment. "Just now, you bought it?" She originally thought that this painting would never be sold. The painter was unknown, his painting skills were average, and the inscription on it was not very good either. How could it be worth a high price of 200,000? Of course, being placed in this remote side hall also shows that the organizer has no confidence in this work. But unexpectedly, the customer didn't even bargain and just directly said he wanted to buy it. She was stunned for a moment and wondered if she had heard it wrongly. Not only was she stunned, but even Su Yuhan, who was standing next to Yang Yi, was stunned and quickly pulled him aside. "Yang Yi, there are so many works of famous artists out there, why don't we buy the painting Mountain Walk by Master Zhu Yonggui? Zhu Yonggui is a famous calligrapher and painter in the provincial capital. He is good at painting and calligraphy, so he is very famous in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles. His works are also the most popular at the exhibition." But Yang Yi smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, I want this one." At this time, a sarcastic voice came from the side. "Hey, little brother, are you going to make a move? Did you really find a bargain?" Chapter 78. Everyone here is trash. When he turned his head, he saw the fat man standing behind him, and next to him stood an old man with a long beard. The old man had an air of scholarliness, which formed a sharp contrast with the fat man's round head, big ears, and the materialistic air of a thumb-thick gold necklace around his neck. The fat man came over and took a look at the Shaoshan landscape, especially the signature, and stared at it for a long time. "He Sanying. Who is this Master He Sanying? Why haven't I heard of him?" Then he turned to the old man with a long beard and said, "Master Zhu, am I ignorant?
Why haven't I heard of this Hisaniang's name before? Has he auctioned any works before? The old man with a long beard was Zhu Yonggui, a well-known figure in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles, and also the vice president of the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting association. The fat man with him was Meng Dawu, the owner of a cake factory in the provincial capital, also known as Fatty Meng. When Zhu Yonggui was asked, he smiled and said Hisaniang was a painter in Xia City during the Republic of China period. However, he produced few works and was not famous, so he always lived a very poor life. There was arrogance and contempt in his tone, and it was obvious that he looked down on Hisaniang. As he spoke, he nodded slightly to Su Yuhan. Boss Su is in a good mood today. Are you here to see the exhibition? The Su family was a wealthy family in the provincial capital, and Su Yuhan was a famous beautiful CEO. Zhu Yonggui naturally knew her and greeted her when he saw her standing there. Su Yuhan smiled and said, "Hello, Master Zhu. I am here with my friends to take a look." "Is this Mr. Su's friend?" Zhu Yonggui glanced at Yang Yi and felt a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Fatty Meng couldn't help but sneered, "During the Republic of China? I was wondering why I had never heard of it." Master Zhu also said that he was not famous, so his paintings must not be sold, otherwise he wouldn't be living in such poverty. How could such a crappy painting by such a mediocre artist be worth 200,000? And there are actually fools willing to actually buy it? Ha ha. After hearing what he said, the female guide was afraid that Yang Yi would go back on his word, so she quickly defended him. "Mr. Meng, you can't say that. Buying paintings requires affinity. Since this gentleman is willing to spend 200,000 to buy this painting, it means that this painting is affinity with him. It doesn't make sense to spend 200,000 to buy a painting that you are affinity with, right? Just like you like Master Yu's paintings, so you often spend hundreds of thousands to buy Master Meng's paintings." When the female guide said this, Fatty Meng immediately got annoyed. "I don't like what you said, girl. Can Hisaniang's paintings be compared with Master Zhu's? Master Meng's paintings are elegant and unconventional, and their style is rough. Not to mention here, even if they were taken to Kyoto, they would be first-class paintings. His paintings would be worth not only 200,000, but even 1 million. Then he pointed at the Shaoshan landscape and said, "Look at this painting again. The brushwork, composition, and artistic conception are far from being comparable to Master Yu's. I don't know how such a painting was exhibited here. Humph. No wonder it is hung in such a remote place, but there are actually blind people who want to buy it. It's really ridiculous." As he said this, he burst into laughter without caring about other people's feelings. At this time, many curious people had gathered around and started laughing. Su Yuhan frowned, a little angry. She was not only angry at Fatty Meng for being so rude, but she was even more angry at Zhu Yonggui. Zhu Yonggui stood there and did not stop Fatty Meng from being so outrageous. Instead, he seemed to be watching the joke. At this time, the female guide also felt a little embarrassed and looked at Yang Yi worriedly. "Sir, do you still want this painting?" "Yes." "Why not?" Yang Yi said, "Some people are blind to the idea of gold and jade. Do you want me to join them and watch such a treasure slip away from me? Isn't that a joke?" As he said this, he had already taken out his bank card. "Here, swipe the card." The female guide was immediately pleasantly surprised and quickly took the bank card. "Okay, sir, wait a moment, I will go and do the paperwork for you." Fatty Meng was anxious. "Boy, who do you think can't recognize a piece of gold inlaid with jade?" Yang Yi looked at him with contempt. "Whose dog eyes can't you hear? This treasure worth hundreds of millions is placed in front of you, but you don't recognize it, and you say it is worthless, and you have to flatter those rubbish works that are only famous in vain. What else can such eyes be but dog eyes? You said this crappy painting is worth hundreds of millions? Ha ha, you're going to make me laugh to death." Fatty Meng laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. "Everyone listen, is this kid mentally ill? He actually regards such a crappy painting as a treasure?" Everyone burst into laughter. Zhu Yonggui was a little angry at this time. "Young man, what do you mean by those rubbish works that are just famous in vain?" Everyone was stunned, and at this time they quickly recalled what Yang Yi had just said. "Yes, what are the rubbish works that this kid is talking about? Isn't this just a veiled criticism of Master Zhu's paintings? What an arrogant boy. Not only does he treasure this obscure and unappreciated painting, but he also calls Master Zhu's work rubbish. Isn't this just brain damage?" Su Yuhan was also a little confused, wondering what was wrong with Yang Yi today. Not only did he spend 200,000 yuan to buy a painting by a painter he had never heard of, but he also said that Zhu Yonggui's paintings were so inferior. Isn't this bringing hatred to himself? You have to know that Zhu Yonggui is one of the most prominent figures in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles. If you belittle him like this, aren't you also belittling the entire provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circle? She was about to speak when she saw Yang Yi glance at her with a look of strong confidence in his eyes. That look clearly told her, "Don't interrupt, I'm normal." Su Yuhan hesitated for a moment, then stepped back without saying anything. Maybe Yang Yi really has his own plans. At this time, hearing Zhu Yonggui's attack, many people gathered around, including calligraphers and painters in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles. They all accused Yang Yi, "Boy, how dare you say that Master Zhu and his apprentice are just famous in vain? I think you are mentally retarded." That's right. Master Zhu is a leading figure in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles. His works often win awards at domestic calligraphy and painting exhibitions. How dare you call his works garbage? How rude. That's right. Young people nowadays not only have no artistic accomplishment, but they even speak widely and are so rude to Master Zhu. It's really despicable. Facing the accusations from a large group of calligraphers and artists, Yang Yi stood there without a trace of shame. Instead, a sneer of contempt appeared on his face. He sneered and looked around, then said disdainfully, "Sorry, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Master Zhu's work is rubbish, I'm saying everyone's work is rubbish." Chapter 79 I never apologize to trash. I am not saying that Master Zhu is trash, I am saying that everyone here is trash. As soon as these words came out, everyone was completely enraged. They surrounded Yang Yi, accusing him and scolding him. Where did this kid come from? He is too arrogant. The security guard should kick him out. Yes, allowing such a person to come here is simply a blasphemy to the exhibition. He should be kicked out. Yes, security, where is the security? Quickly kick out this guy who doesn't understand art and is insulting it. Several security guards rushed in. Su Yuhan saw that something was wrong and quickly stood in front of Yang Yi, shouting, "What do you want to do? How dare you?" Everyone knew Miss Su, and when the security guard saw her blocking the way, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, the female guide ran in, excitedly handed the bank card and a certificate of calligraphy and painting transaction to Yang Yi and said, "Sir, the formalities have been completed, and this painting is yours." As he spoke, he began to direct the staff to take down the Shaoshan landscape painting and hand it to Yang Yi. When the painting was handed to Yang Yi heard the voice of the system. Ding! The host has successfully participated in this advance news and is awarded a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery now? Yang Yi chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the special calligraphy and painting master skill. Yang Yi smiled. This system was really considerate. It knew what he needed most at this moment and sent it to him right away. He smiled faintly and whispered in Su Yuhan's ear, "Sister Su, it's okay." Then he said loudly, "Didn't you say that this painting is worthless? Then I will show you what it means to be unable to recognize gold and jade." As he spoke, he grabbed the scroll of the painting and tore it off with a single rip. Everyone present was stunned, wondering if this guy was a lunatic. Not only did he spend 200,000 to buy a shabby painting that was of no reputation, but now he actually tore up the painting. Su Yuhan was also stunned. But immediately, someone exclaimed, "There is a layer in the painting." That's right, as the scroll was torn, a gap appeared on the torn surface of the painting. A thin piece of rice paper fell lightly from the crack. Everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually a layer in this painting. This was a bit unbelievable. The organizers of the exhibition found it even more incredible. Yang Yi bent down, picked up the rice paper, and brought it to Zhu Yonggui, sneering and saying, "Master Zhu, now you come and see, is my painting worth 200,000? Zhu Yonggui only took a glance and was immediately startled. He then stared at the screen, looking it up and down again and again, muttering, how is this possible?" The people behind were curious and gathered around, but Yang Yi stopped them with an outstretched arm. "Stand away, this is a national treasure, you can't afford the compensation if it's damaged." Then he asked Zhu Yonggui with a smile, "How is it? Master Zhu, don't just look at it, tell me, is my painting worth 200,000? Zhu Yonggui shuddered and slowly raised his head. His expression was very strange, as if he wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He nodded slowly. It's worth it, not only 200,000, but also 20 million, or even 200 million. Everyone was shocked, wondering what kind of painting was hidden here that was worth 200 million. Someone couldn't help but ask loudly, Master Zhu, don't just look at it by yourself, tell us, what is drawn on this piece of paper? Why is it worth 200 million? Yes, Master Zhu, please tell me. Zhu Yonggui raised his head with a shameful expression on his face. This young friend is right. We are blind to the truth. I never thought that this seemingly insignificant scroll actually contains the authentic work of Wu Daozi. Wu Daozi? The people present were in an uproar again. Wu Daozi? Isn't that a painter from the Tang dynasty? That's right, Wu Daozi is the saint of painting. How could his words be hidden in this lousy painting? Master Zhu, are you mistaken? Yes, Master Zhu, take a closer look, is this fake? Amidst the doubts, Su Yuhan had a look of surprise on her face. Only now did she finally understand why Yang Yi behaved so strangely today. Although she had not really looked at the painting carefully, she was already sure that what Zhu Yonggui said was right. It must be the authentic work of Wu Daozi. And the value of this painting. Su Yuhan saw that something was not going well and was about to go out to rescue Yang Yi. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi smiled faintly and said, his paintings are also the best in the provincial capital. Are you guys frogs in the well? Have you never seen anyone who can paint? Boy, you are too arrogant. You must apologize to us and apologize to Master Zhu. The crowd was in an uproar. Yang Yi snorted, apologize? I will never apologize to a bunch of rubbish. Well, if I don't let you see, you won't know how to paint. He stretched out his hand and said, bring me some pen and ink. Chapter 80 Master. Yang Yi shouted, bring me some pen and ink. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? You want to paint on the spot? Zhu Yonggui snorted, give him some ink and brush. I want to see what kind of painting he can come up with. Yes. Let him draw. I don't believe he can draw better than Master Zhu. TSK. Comparing with Master Zhu? I doubt he can even hold a pen. That's right, don't think that just because you stumbled upon an authentic work of Wu Daozi, you can become a painting saint. Amidst a chorus of doubts and ridicule, the staff of the cultural center set up the drawing table, spread out rice paper, and some people even started grinding ink. Some were curious, some were questioning, and most were waiting to see the joke. Su Yuhan stood there, her heart full of surprise. She was not worried at all at this moment because she knew Yang Yi too well. He always brought her surprises, one after another. She firmly believed at this moment that since he chose to stand up, it meant that he was really capable. This man is so incredible. I wonder how many magical things he has hidden that I don't know about. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Yang Yi picked up the paintbrush, dipped it in ink, and then flicked it on the white rice paper. Suddenly, a drop of ink dripped onto the paper, forming an irregular ink ball. Phut! Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of painting method is this? Are you trying to imitate Chibaisha in painting chicks? Ha ha, he was just bragging so much just now that I thought he was really capable, but it turns out he can't even hold a pen. And yet you're still here bragging about everything, looking down on this and that, saying this is rubbish, that is rubbish. Is this the painting you drew? Everyone in the hall was laughing so hard that they were falling down. Even Zhu Yonggui had a scornful smile on his face. When this kid showed him the painting of Wu Daozi just now, he was really shocked. He thought that Wu Daozi really had some real talent. I didn't expect that he couldn't even dip a pen into ink. Humph, let's see how you make a fool of yourself today. Do you think that you, just any Tom, Dick and Harry, can slap the face of the vice president of our provincial calligraphy and painting association? Amidst the sneers and ridicules, Yang Yi was not at all panicked. He still smiled as he placed the tip of his pen on the paper. Then, using the ink ball from before, he began to write freely and effortlessly. Everybody was still laughing there. What is this kid gesturing about? Is he dancing? He must have read too many novels and watched too much TV. He thought he had inherited something and could draw a picture just by making some cool gestures. That's right, what is this he drew? Is it a chicken or a duck?
Why does it have horns? Hey, something's wrong, he seems to be drawing a dragon. It really is a dragon. He actually wants to draw a dragon. The ridicule gradually turned into sounds of surprise, and the disdain and contempt began to slowly disappear from their faces. Even Zhu Yonggui, who initially disdained to even take a look, glanced at the painting after hearing something wrong around him. Just one glance and his expression changed suddenly. Disdain turned into shock, and there was even disbelief in his eyes. Because although Yang Yi's painting was not finished yet, it was clear from the outline that he was painting a dragon. A dragon with eyes wide open and teeth bared, its body descending from the sky, its tail stirring the clouds, a very domineering dragon. Although only a few strokes are used, and they are outlined with splashed ink, the shape of the dragon has already come to life on the paper. The dragon's aura is so domineering and majestic, as if it is about to pounce on you. Zhu Yonggui was stunned. As an experienced painter, he certainly knew the difficulty of painting dragons and tigers. Especially when drawing a dragon, it is not difficult to draw its shape, but there are only a handful of people in this world who can draw the dragon's domineering power. Even he never dared to draw a dragon in front of others, for fear of ruining his reputation. But this young man not only painted, but also painted it in a majestic and compelling way. After just one look, Zhu Yonggui sighed in his heart. What they said is absolutely right. In their eyes, what I and these people draw are just garbage, right? Yang Yi was painting with his brush flying freely. People around him were amazed at first, but gradually there was no sound. When Yang Yi finished the last stroke, he threw the pen away, turned his head, and snorted coldly, "Do you still want me to apologize now?" Silence, deathly silence. Everyone was speechless, standing there staring blankly at the blue dragon in front of them that seemed to be about to break through the paper. Their hearts were filled with shock. At this moment, all the painters and calligraphers felt the same as Zhu Yonggui: rubbish, they are really rubbish. What he said was absolutely right, their paintings are rubbish. After a while, Zhu Yonggui stepped forward and said with shame on his face, "Master, it is us, the common people, who are blind and ignorant. We are arrogant and disrespectful to you. I apologize to you here." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. That attitude was in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. The people around them were ashamed and embarrassed. Yang Yi was too lazy to care about it at this time, so he turned to Su Yuhan and said, "Sister Su, let's go." Su Yuhan was staring at him blankly at this moment, not knowing what she was thinking. Only when she heard him calling her did she come back to her senses with a start. "Leave?" Su Yuhan was stunned. "Aren't you taking this painting with you?" Just as Yang Yi was about to speak, Zhu Yonggui stepped forward and bowed again. "Master, today I saw you painting with ink, and I realized that I am a frog in a well, with a shallow vision. I wonder if you are willing to sell this painting? No matter what the price is, I am willing to buy your calligraphy and take it back to observe and learn. Want to buy this painting?" No one present spoke, and everyone was thinking about one thing. Just now you were mocking me for not being able to hold a pen properly, but now you are asking for a high price to buy my calligraphy. How ironic. But no one wanted to ridicule Zhu Yonggui at this moment, because wasn't everyone present the same? It wasn't just Zhu Yonggui who was sneering and mocking others just now. Yang Yi was also stunned for a moment. Yes, he is now a master, and his paintings are naturally worth a lot of money. How can he just throw them away? Besides, the painting has just been completed and the ink is not dry yet, so I can't take it away even if I want to. Selling it to him is a good option. But how much is the appropriate selling price? When Yang Yi was hesitating here, Su Yuhan behind him spoke up. "Yang Yi, since Master Zhu is sincere about buying this painting, why not sell it to him? As for the price, Master Zhu, please offer 3 million. 3 million. Everyone present gasped. You know, this calligraphy and painting exhibition has been held for 5 sessions including the last one, and thousands of paintings have been sold. However, the highest price was only the one sold by Jiao Haiming, the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, last year, and the selling price was only 1 million. And this young man actually wants to sell it for 3 million. While everyone was still in shock, Zhu Yonggui did not hesitate at all and immediately took out his mobile phone. "Okay, thank you Mr. Su for taking care of me, Master, I will transfer the money to you right away." Chapter 81 I am the greatest treasure. Without saying anything, Zhu Yonggui transferred 3 million to Yang Yi and bought the painting.
Then he smiled carefully and said, "Master, can you write a few words on it for me?" This sentence reminded everyone, yes, this is just a painting of a dragon, there is not even a title or signature, it is incomplete. Yang Yi slapped his head and said, "Oh, it's my first time drawing, I forgot about this." The people present almost fell down. How could he achieve such a master level in his first painting? How could these painters who have practiced painting for their whole lives feel? As Yang Yi spoke, he picked up the brush, thought for a moment, and wrote 2 lines of Su Shi's poem on it. In a moment, a true dragon emerges from the 9 layers of heaven, washing away all the ordinary horses of the ages. Then, in the lower left corner, write, Hua Sanren's graffiti. I gave myself the pen name Hua Sanren, which means I just paint randomly. When he wrote this, everyone present was stunned again. The calligraphers who had just been gloating over the painters getting slapped in the face were now their turn to be stunned. Where did this master come from? Not only is his painting at the master level, but his cursive writing is even more shocking. Zhu Yonggui was shocked and extremely surprised. This master level calligraphy and painting was a real success. The 3 million yuan he spent was not a loss at all. It was definitely a big profit. The others were full of regretting that they were so slow to react and did not think of buying the painting just now. If this painting is resold, let alone 3 million, even 5 million or 10 million will definitely not be a problem for the buyer. So someone immediately stepped forward and said, "Master Hua, can you draw a picture for me too? I'll also give you 3 million. Master, I'll give you 5 million. I'll give you 6 million. Su Yuhan was stunned. Although she had seen calligraphy and painting work sold at high prices, she had never seen one that was so popular. Moreover, those who buy paintings are not those vain businessmen, but painters who can paint themselves. Su Yuhan suddenly regretted her decision, thinking that she had asked for too low a price and sold Yang Yi's painting too cheaply. At this time, Yang Yi quickly pulled her hand and said, "Sister Su, let's go." As he said that, he pulled Su Yuhan and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. After finally escaping from the cultural center, there were still a lot of people chasing after me, asking for my contact information. Su Yuhan quickly opened the car door, and the 2 of them jumped into the car. Like 2 thieves being chased by the crowd who were brave enough to do good, they finally fled the scene in a hurry. After escaping from the cultural center, Su Yuhan parked the car on the side of the road, turned her head and looked at Yang Yi with strange eyes. Yang Yi felt uncomfortable being stared at. "Sister Su, please don't look at me like that, okay? It's so awkward." Su Yuhan stretched out her hand, grabbed his collar, then leaned over. The 2 of them were head to head, so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Feeling the faint fragrance of orchid coming from the other side, Yang Yi felt a little distracted. "Stinky little brother, how much do you still have that I don't know?" Su Yuhan finally spoke softly. The tone is like the voice of the complaining woman on TikTok. "I have been married to you for 7 or 8 years, and I always thought you couldn't cook. I didn't expect you actually have a first-level chef certificate." Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, quickly took Su Yuhan's hand away, and leaned back. "Sister Su, are you talking about painting? You didn't ask me, so you can't blame me, right?" Su Yuhan lost her edge after being asked this question. "Yes, you didn't ask me if I can paint. I can't just say when we meet that I can paint, I can write, and I am a master of Chinese painting and calligraphy, right? But why does this matter feel so wrong? Okay, let's not talk about this. What about this painting by Wu Daozi?" Su Yuhan changed the subject and continued asking. "What happened? It was just a coincidence. I originally came here to see a calligraphy and painting exhibition, but I didn't expect that I would get a bargain. Sister Su, do you think my luck is a little too good?" Yang Yi said with a smile. "Stop playing dumb." Su Yuhan pulled him over again and asked fiercely, "Lucky? Why do you have all the good luck? There's a jade seal, palace jewels, jadeite, and now there's an authentic Wu Daozi painting. Tell me, how come all this good luck has fallen on you alone? I don't know about this either. Maybe it's just my character." Yang Yi continued to say this with a smile on his face. Suddenly he glanced down and said, "So white." Su Yuhan was startled, thinking that she had exposed herself, and she immediately loosened her hands and hurried to cover her chest. But when he looked down, he knew he had been fooled. "I was wearing a high-neck dress today and couldn't see what was underneath at all." "You bad guy, you are teasing me." Su Yuhan was shy and amused. she stretched out her hand and twisted Yang Yi's arm hard. Yang Yi grimaced in pain. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, just hide it. Anyway, one day I will find out what ability you have to discover so many treasures. Su Yuhan said with gritted teeth. Sister Su, you don't need to check. In fact, I don't have any special abilities. I am my greatest treasure. Yang Yi said jokingly. Hey, you still don't have any skills? Who just beat up those masters of Chinese painting and calligraphy so hard that their faces were bruised and swollen? Su Yuhan said this, and suddenly a guilty look appeared on her face. Good brother, I think I said the price too low just now, and you lost money on that painting. Yang Yi shook his head. What's the loss? I just drew it randomly, I didn't buy it from others. How can I lose money if I don't have any capital to spend on it? How can you not lose money? Didn't you see those people going crazy and vying for you to draw and write for them? And each one offered a higher price than the other. That 3 million is really too cheap for Zhu Yonggui. Su Yuhan said regretfully. It's all my fault. I'm not familiar with the calligraphy and painting market, so he got a bargain. If Grandpa was here today, he would definitely give you a suitable price. At this point, Yang Yi nodded. Yes, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Today I have to take this painting to let Grandpa Su see how much it is worth. Su Yuhan nodded. Well, let's go home and let Grandpa see this painting. I have a feeling that the value of this painting is definitely higher than the jade seal you had before. But now, let's go to the jade shop first. Chapter 82. It's not just luck. Su Yuhan's company has a jade workshop that specializes in making jade products. It employs more than a dozen masters who are responsible for carving jadeite. Among them, there is a master who is hired at a high salary of 100,000 yuan a month. He specializes in carving top-grade jadeite. The value of jadeite carved by him can appreciate several times. Su Yuhan drove Yang Yi to the jade workshop, where they saw more than a dozen craftsmen busy at work, with jade pieces in their hands that were about to be completed. Each one was crystal clear, making people love it. Mr. Su, you're here? Seeing Su Yuhan coming with a young man, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager hurried over and asked enthusiastically. Su Yuhan nodded. Is Master Wang here? Yes, Master Wang is studying the top-grade jadeite you brought back last time. He has been eating and living here almost all these days and is reluctant to leave the jadeite, said the manager. Su Yuhan smiled and said to Yang Yi, our Master Wang may have only done one thing, that is, making jadeite. He is simply obsessed with jade. The two followed the manager to the back, where there was a separate workshop separated from the front workshop by a door. An old craftsman in his 50s with grey hair was sitting there in deep thought, and in front of him was the large red and green jadeite that Yang Yi had opened. Master Wang, General Manager Su is here. The manager called out carefully. Master Wang turned around and said in surprise, Boss Su, you are here. If you don't come back, I really can't help but start working. This jade is so beautiful. The red and green blend so perfectly, plus the shape. I have never seen such a perfect jade. Su Yuhan smiled and said, Master Wang, I brought the real owner of this jade with me this time. Please tell him your thoughts. These need to be decided by him. Master Wang looked at Yang Yi beside him in astonishment and said in amazement, You mean this is the jadeite that this gentleman opened? Su Yuhan nodded, and Master Wang said with a sigh, Young people are really formidable. I have been a jade craftsman all my life, and I have never seen anyone who can carve out such beautiful jade. This gentleman is really amazing. Yang Yi smiled and said, Master, you are too kind. I am just lucky. Master Wang shook his head and said, Don't try to fool an old man like me with your good luck. Others may not know, but I know that it is not as simple as luck to open a good piece of jade. A piece of jade this big, with red and green colors, would definitely ruin it even if someone who is not good at opening it is lucky enough to come across it. But you, sir, opened this piece of jade so completely and perfectly, which cannot be explained by luck alone. After Master Wang said this, Su Yuhan stared at Yang Yi, thinking, Aren't you fooling me? You can't fool this old master. Yang Yi just laughed and said, Maybe I'm just very lucky. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Master Wang naturally stopped arguing and nodded. Okay, Master, since you don't want to say more, I won't ask any more questions. Let's talk about this jadeite. As he said this, he brought two people to Jade. Sir, I wonder what you plan to do with this piece of jade? Do you have any plan in mind?
Master Wang asked. Yang Yi said quickly, Master Wang, you can just call me Yang Yi, or Xiao Yang, no need to be so polite. Besides, I don't have much experience with jadeite. Master Wang, just tell me what you think. Master Wang nodded and said, okay, Xiao Yang, this piece of jade is very rich in water, so it can be said to be top-grade jade. In addition, it has a rare red and green color. If it is processed, it will definitely be sold. But the problem is that it is too big. If it is processed as a whole, its value will be very high. I am afraid that not many people can afford such a high price. Yang Yi didn't say anything, just listened. Master Wang went on to say, it would be a shame if such a large piece of jade rotted in our hands and we had to sell it at a lower price. Su Yuhan looked at Master Wang, what do you mean? Master Wang looked at her and said, I think it's best to divide it into small pieces, and then use its color, water head, and the characteristics of red and green to sell them separately. Although the price of each piece is lower, it is easier to sell, and the overall profit is higher. What do you think? Su Yuhan looked at Yang Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Yi nodded, okay, let's do as you say, Master Wang, this jadeite is handed over to you, just do it boldly. Master Wang nodded excitedly. It was his honor to be able to carve such a rare and precious large jadeite by himself. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, oh, by the way, Master Wang also gave me 3 or 4 small pendants. I'll keep them for later use. Okay. Don't worry. When I open it, I will try my best to ensure that every piece of jade has red and green colors to ensure its value. Master Wang said. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Master Wang. How many days will it take to complete? Yang Yi asked. Master Wang thought for a while and said, if it's a normal piece, it would probably take about 10 days, but this time I need to carve it carefully, otherwise it would be unfair to such a good jade. How about this, give me 20 days. Okay, please? Yang Yi nodded, turned to Su Yuhan and said, Sister Su, what about now? Su Yuhan said without even thinking, come on, I'll treat you to a meal. It's not easy for you to come to the provincial capital, so I'll treat you to a meal. That's certainly possible. Yang Yi didn't hesitate, because it was almost noon and he was indeed hungry. Su Yuhan took him to a famous Western restaurant and had a Western meal. While waiting for the Western food, Su Yuhan took out her cell phone and took a look. Suddenly, she said in surprise, how come Zhu Yonggui sold your paintings again? As he spoke, he held out his cell phone to Yang Yi. Yang Yi leaned over to take a look and saw a message on WeChat Moment saying that Zhu Yonggui, vice president of the Provincial Calligraphers and Painters Association, had just sold a painting for 5 million. And below the text, there was a photo of the painting. It was the picture of dragon that he had just painted at the cultural center. HMPH. This Zhu Yonggui. He was talking nicely when he was there just now, saying he would buy it back to copy and study it carefully. I didn't expect that he would sell it to someone else right away and make 2 million for nothing. Su Yuhan said angrily. Yang Yi also shook his head, this was a bit funny. The vice president of a calligraphy and painting association actually values money so much. He shamelessly bought the painting from me, but sold it for a difference of 2 million. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Chapter 83. A visitor from the Hu family. After the meal, Yang Yi followed Su Yuhan to the Su family. As soon as he entered the Su family, Yang Yi was stunned. He had long thought that the Su family's mansion must be very large, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that his imagination was still too lacking. In a word, poverty limits one's imagination. The Su mansion can no longer be described as a mansion, it should be called a manor. The gate is a typical European classical building, standing there like a triumphal arch. Through the black iron fence gate, you can see 2 light blue 3-story buildings standing inside, built next to each other. The yard has lawns, swimming pools, gardens, rockery, and everything else. Yang Yi's heart was filled with shock. This was the real life of rich people. He felt like Granny Liu in Dream of the Red Chamber. When she entered the Grand View Garden, 2 eyes were not enough. At this time, Su Yuhan beside him suddenly looked up and called out, Grandpa. When they looked up, they saw old Mr. Su Wenyuan, dressed in a light blue casual tang suit, walking out of the small building and looking at them with a smile. Yang Yi hurried over and bowed respectfully, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. Su Wenyuan smiled cheerfully, my dear friend Yang Yi, since we last met, Yuhan has been talking about your name to me, saying how capable you are. Ha ha, I really brought you back today. Su Wenyuan's words made Yang Yi stunned for a moment. That is not what Su Yuhan said just now. He instinctively turned his head to look at Su Yuhan, and saw that Su Yuhan's face was already flushed. She quickly ran to Su Wenyuan's side and said with a red face, "Grandpa, are you getting old and confused?" Su Wenyuan laughed. No more talking, no more talking, please invite Yang Yi in. My friend just brought some new tea from the south today, let Yang Yi taste my new tea. Su Yuhan ran in first with a red face, and Yang Yi followed Su Wenyuan into the small building. The building was brightly lit, and it was obvious that Su Wenyuan was waiting for them intentionally. The decoration in the living room is not too luxurious, it adopts the classical Chinese style, all with mahogany. Mahogany furniture, mahogany pillars, mahogany beams, mahogany isolation. Various collectibles can be seen everywhere inside and outside the living room and in the corridors. Yang Yi took a quick glance and was amazed. These seemingly inconspicuous bottles and jars are all antique and have extraordinary origins. It can be said that any one of them can be sold at a high price of tens of millions at an auction. In addition to antiques and cultural relics, various calligraphy and paintings can be seen everywhere on the walls of the house, and almost all of them are authentic works of masters from ancient times to the present. What is the kingdom of collection? This is the kingdom of collection. Yang Yi was shocked. He originally thought that his few bargains were rare good luck in the world, but he didn't expect that his bargains were simply not worth mentioning in front of Su Wenyuan. At this time, Su Wenyuan laughed. Friend Yang Yi, how is it? Do these collections of mine appeal to you? Yang Yi shook his head in shame. Mr. Su, you make me feel ashamed. I think even ordinary museums cannot match your collection. How dare I, a layman, be so arrogant? Su Wenyuan shook his head. You are too polite. Although you are not from our collection circle, your attainments in collections are unmatched by ordinary people. Apart from other things, the fact that you were able to discover the small seal of Qin Shi Huang is something that even an old man like me who has studied archaeology and collections for a lifetime would be ashamed of. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, Old Su, you are trying to shame me to death. You have also seen the small seal. I am just lucky. Unlike you, Old Su, you have real knowledge. Su Wenyuan still shook his head. My friend, you can't hide it from me. This is definitely not luck. Then he whispered, and those 2 boxes of palace jewelry, do you think that was also luck? Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he still said, that was really luck, Old Su. I never thought that 2 boxes would be dug out from underneath, let alone that there would be so many good things in the boxes. Su Wenyuan stared into his eyes, just smiled and said nothing. Yang Yi felt creepy when he saw it. Well, you said you can't think of it, so tell me, why did you buy the yard there? Su Wenyuan asked. This is a friend who likes that kind of old house and asked me to buy it. Yang Yi said according to the previous lines. You bought the house for your friend, why did you dig the ground? And at night? Su Wenyuan stared at him without even blinking. Yang Yi was sweating so much, he was an old hand after all, and with just 2 simple sentences he had grasped his vital point, leaving him with no way out. However, Su Wenyuan continued to pursue the matter as if he had won a battle, and continued to ask, I also saw the jadeite you asked Yuhan to bring back for carving. It is indeed a rare treasure in the world. Do you dare to say that this is also luck? I don't believe it at all. Yang Yi was sweating profusely. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Fortunately, at this time, Su Yuhan came up with a tea tray, first placed a cup of tea in front of Su Wenyuan, and then placed another cup in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi, drink tea, this is Grandpa's favorite tea. Others don't have the blessing to drink it. Okay. Yang Yi, who was at a loss for words when asked by Su Wenyuan, responded as if he had grabbed a life rope. While doing so, he quickly picked up the teacup, opened the lid and took a sip. Be careful, it's hot. Su Yuhan was startled and quickly reminded. Too late. Yang Yi spat out the tea he had just drunk, and his tongue was burned so much that it was about to blisters. Su Wenyuan laughed and picked up his teacup. Su Yuhan was so anxious that she quickly pulled a tissue from the side and blamed him. Why are you so impatient? How is the hot tea I just brewed? Did it get burned? Yang Yi took a breath of cool air, took the tissue and wiped the tea, and said, It's okay, while stealing a glance at Su Wenyuan.
Fortunately, Su Wenyuan held the teacup in one hand and gently opened the lid with the other hand, sipping tea slowly and leisurely, seemingly forgetting the previous topic. Just then, there was a sound of car outside, and it seemed that a car entered the yard. Su Wenyuan looked up and the servant standing at the door immediately said, "Old master, it's Mr. Yongqi who is here." Su Wenyuan raised his eyebrows. "Yongqi? Why is he here?" Su Wenyuan has 3 sons and 2 daughters. His second son, Su Yongqi, and third son, Su Yongxi, are engaged in business, one in charge of foreign trade and the other in charge of daily chemicals. The eldest son, Su Yongyi, has a leisurely life and works as a deputy section chief in a cultural unit. The 2 brothers Su Yongqi and Su Yongxi were businessmen and had great business, so they built their own villas outside and moved out of the Su mansion and set up their own business. Only the eldest son Su Yongyi and his family live in this house, and the 2 brothers Su Yongqi and Su Yongxi rarely come back. Why did Su Yongqi come back today? After a while, hurried footsteps were heard, and then a thin middle-aged man walked in. He is of medium build, with slightly sparse hair, but his eyes are bright and lively. As soon as he came in, he called out, "Dad, are you home?" Su Wenyuan looked at him. "Aren't you Han's friends here?" "I'll talk to them." "What about you? Why are you back today?" Only then did Su Yongqi notice that there was a strange young man sitting next to him. Su Yuhan also stood up quickly and called out, "Second uncle." Su Yongqi was obviously stunned for a moment. "Is this your friend?" Yang Yi stood up and bowed politely. "Hello, uncle." Su Yongqi looked at him with a strange look and didn't say anything for a long time, as if hesitating about something. Su Wenyuan was a little surprised. "Yongqi, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at the guests like that? Do you have any manners?" Su Yongqi came back to his senses and said quickly, "I'm sorry. Hello, please take a seat." Then he said to Su Wenyuan, "Dad, I didn't come here alone. The people from the Jingju Hu family are still outside." Su Wenyuan was stunned. "Hu family? Why are they here?" Su Yuhan stood up immediately and said, "Second uncle, why did you bring them here?" Chapter 84. It's actually him? Su Wenyuan was very surprised to hear that someone from the Marquis family of Kyoto was just outside. Su Yuhan suddenly became very angry and angrily asked Su Yongqi, "Second uncle, why did you bring them here?" As he said that, he grabbed Yang Yi's hand and said, "Yang Yi, let's go." Yang Yi was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Su Yongqi seemed very embarrassed and quickly looked at Su Wenyuan. "Dad, look, everyone is here." Su Wenyuan glared at him, then turned to Su Yuhan and said, "Yuhan girl, since he's here, you should meet him." "Grandpa." Su Yuhan pouted, looking very dissatisfied, but Su Wenyuan pressed his hand down, motioning her to sit down. Although Su Yuhan was very reluctant, she still sat down again. Yang Yi looked around and knew that he was suitable to stay here, but he could not leave for the time being, so he had to sit down again. Su Wenyuan then said to Su Yongqi, "Since the guests are here, please come in." "How can you entertain guests by making them stand outside?" Su Yongqi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried to the door, holding out his hand. "Xiao Hu, coming quickly, Yuhan is here too." Then, a young man walked in from outside, followed by 2 men who looked like followers, each holding a box in their hands. When Yang Yi saw this young man for the first time, he was stunned. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She looked at the person who came in surprise, and cried out, "Why is it you?" It turned out that they were shocked to find that the young man who came in was the man with gold-rimmed glasses who had just argued with Su Yuhan at the auction venue. Su Yongqi and Su Wenyuan were both stunned and looked at Su Yuhan in surprise. "Why? Do you know each other?" Su Yuhan snorted, "I don't know him. Who is the eldest young master of the Hu family? How could I possibly know him?" He said he didn't know them, but knowing who Su Wenyuan and Su Yongqi were, how could he not see that there must be a dispute between them? Su Yongqi looked at Su Yuhan awkwardly, and said to Su Wenyuan, "Dad, this is the best of the younger generation of the Hu family in Kyoto, the future helmsman of the Hu family that I told you about, Hu Junjie." Then he said to Su Yuhan, "Xiao Han, Xiao Hu likes you very much. He came all the way from Kyoto to see you today, and he said he would definitely give you a surprise." At this point, Hu Junjie behind him coughed, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Yuhan snorted, with a hint of disdain in her voice. "Surprise? Yes, he really gave me a big surprise today." Su Yongqi was confused. He looked back at Hu Junjie and then at Su Yuhan. "What? Xiao Han, Xiao Hu, have you 2 met today?" Hu Junjie looked embarrassed and whispered, "Uncle Su, before I came here today, I went to the auction site and wanted to buy the gem that Xiao Han wanted and then bring it here to give it to her." Having said this, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't continue. According to his plan, he was going to deliberately use an offer that overwhelmed Su Yuhan to win the Phantom Green, and then unexpectedly give it to her to give Su Yuhan a big surprise. As the saying goes, first disappoint her, then give her an unexpected surprise. But unexpectedly, just when they were about to succeed, Yang Yi suddenly appeared and snatched the Phantom Green away with an offer of 300 million. When success is almost accomplished, the surprise turns into a capital embarrassment. Su Yongqi had no idea what was going on. After hearing what he said, he thought he had won the gem. "Really? Xiao Hu, you young people are so romantic. What are you still hesitating about? Take out the gem quickly and hand it to Xiao Han personally. Xiao Han will definitely be happy that you have this intention," Su Yongqi said happily. Hu Junjie was embarrassed, thinking, "What's your IQ? Didn't you understand what I said? I meant that I thought so, but it didn't happen." At this time, Su Yuhan snorted sarcastically, "Second uncle, don't rush me, the gem is here with me." As he spoke, he pulled out the box containing the gem from the bag beside him and opened the box, revealing the stunning emerald green Phantom Green to everyone. Su Yongqi was stunned. "Oh? Xiao Hu has already given you the gem? Wow! This gem is so beautiful, Xiao Han. Xiao Hu really loves you deeply. He has given you such a gem. Aren't you satisfied?" Su Yuhan snorted, "He gave me the gem? Uncle, please, he wants to snatch the gem from me, okay?" Today at the venue, he was the one who was always against me, raising the price. I offered 40 million, and he offered 70 million. I offered 100 million, and he offered 120 million. I offered 150 million, and he offered 20 million. As a result, the gem that I could have bought for 40 million, I couldn't even get it for 100 or 200 million. Su Yongqi was a little confused. "Then didn't Xiao Hu buy this gem and give it to you? Otherwise, how could it be in your hands?" Su Yuhan looked at Hu Junjie. "Him? If you ask him, would he dare to say that he gave it to me?" Su Yongqi became more and more confused, and even Su Wenyuan could hear something was wrong. Seeing Hu Junjie's embarrassed face with a red face, he became more and more curious. Su Wenyuan glanced to the side and saw Yang Yi sitting there. Suddenly, his heart moved, as if he understood something. "Xiao Han, you said that the gem was not given to you by Xiao Hu, so what's going on?" Su Yongqi still didn't understand what was going on and kept asking questions. "What's going on?" Su Yuhan looked at Yang Yi and said loudly, "Yang Yi spent 300 million to buy this gem and gave it to me." Chapter 85. This is interesting. What? Su Wenyuan and Su Yongqi were completely confused by what they heard. What kind of story is this? Su Yuhan wanted to bid for the gem, but Hu Junjie came out and snatched the gem from her at a high price. Yang Yi made another move, spending 300 million to snatch the gem, and then gave it to Su Yuhan. This sounds like a bloody triangle relationship between a man and a woman. However, the role played by Hu Junjie in the film is not very likable. Why did he pay a high price to snatch the gem that Su Yuhan liked? Is he out of his mind? You know, Su Yuhan didn't know him before, but he knew Su Yuhan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come here from Kyoto and use Su Yongqi's relationship to propose to Su Yuhan. Su Yongqi looked at Hu Junjie speechlessly, thinking, "What are you trying to do, kid? You stole my love and now you have the nerve to ask me to help you get together?" Hu Junjie was even more depressed at this moment. His original plan was to buy the gem from Su Yuhan at a high price so that Su Yuhan would know his own strength. Then give her a big surprise and personally return the lost gem to her. The thing I loved was finally found, and I spent so much money on it. Miss Su will definitely be very happy and will accept my request. But I didn't expect that this idea would seem so stupid now. Especially after he failed to wield the sword and the gem was snatched away by Yang Yi, who showed up halfway. He became a villain no matter how he looked at it. Instead, it helped Yang Yi, and he had the opportunity to use the gem to please Su Yuhan. Alas, what Hu Junjie regrets most now is that after Yang Yi quoted a price of 300 million yuan just now, he should not have backed down, but should have continued to confront him. If that were the case, we wouldn't be in the current situation. Now, look what happens. I have stolen your love, while a country bumpkin is trying to borrow your love to marry me. He beat his own face until it was bruised. Hu Junjie's face turned red and blue, and he said angrily, "Uncle Su, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Su Yongqi thought, what a misunderstanding, Xiao Han doesn't know you, but you don't know her? And you snatched the gem from her, you are a typical person with a sick brain. But now, he could only help to clear the situation, laughing, "Ha ha, young people just like to have fun, it's okay, Xiao Hu also has good intentions." If this kid hadn't stabbed him halfway, Xiao Hu could have bought this gem with 200 million yuan. Anyway, it was going to be given to Xiao Han. Now, they got a bargain and got an extra 100 million yuan. What a pity. When these words were spoken, it seemed as if Yang Yi became the one who did bad things. Yang Yi smiled and said nothing. He was too lazy to say anything more to these two people. Su Yuhan was not happy and said coldly, "Second uncle, if you say so, if he hadn't stabbed me, I could have won it with 40 million. It should be him who caused Yang Yi to spend more than 200 million. This?" Su Yongqi was also at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "You are unlucky kid. My niece is so eloquent, how can you fool her so easily?" The situation was a bit awkward, so Su Wenyuan coughed and said, "Okay, since everyone is kind-hearted and Xiao Han has got the gem, let's not be fussy. People who come from far away are all guests, why are they being made to stand? Come on, Xiao Han, let the guests sit down and talk." This sentence solved the problem, and Su Yongqi said quickly, "Yes, yes, Dad is right, Xiao Hu came all the way from Kyoto, and brought gifts for Dad and Xiao Han." Then he winked at Hu Junjie. Hu Junjie said quickly, "Yes, Grandpa Su, I have heard that you are a famous collector and archaeologist in the country. I came from Kyoto this time and brought you a good thing." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and an attendant behind him hurried over, holding a box in his hand, very carefully. Hu Junjie opened the box and carefully took out an object from it. He then held it in his hand and held it in front of Su Wenyuan. "Grandpa Su, look." Su Wenyuan took a look and raised his eyebrows. Is this the dripping inkstone from Duanzhou Hongmokshuan?" Su Yongqi next to him said in surprise, "Dripping inkstone? I heard that this dripping inkstone is very valuable. I heard that this dripping inkstone is limited in production, and each inkstone costs at least 200,000 to buy." Hu Junjie smiled and said, "That's right, Uncle Su, this is a limited edition high-end inkstone called the dripping inkstone from Hongmo Xian. Only 2 inkstones of this specification are produced each year, and this is one of them this year. I heard that Grandpa Su likes calligraphy, so I specially asked someone to get this one from Hongmo Xian in Duanzhou, hoping that Grandpa Su will like it. 200,000 for an inkstone." Just buying it and giving it to Su Wenyuan shows how well-intentioned Hu Junjie was. It can also be seen that he is very considerate of Su Yuhan. Su Wenyuan obviously liked this inkstone very much and knew the preciousness of Hong Moshuan's dripping inkstone, but he did not say anything. Instead, he glanced at Su Yuhan beside him. He knew very well that Hu Junjie gave him such a precious gift naturally for his granddaughter. He didn't want to influence his granddaughter's wishes because of an inkstone. After all, Su Yuhan had never even met Hu Junjie before, and Hu Junjie didn't know where he had seen her before, so he started to use Su Yongqi to make connections, but Su Yuhan didn't seem to be happy about it. No matter how precious an inkstone is, it is just an inkstone. And the granddaughter is one's own relative. Seeing that Su Wenyuan didn't say anything, Hu Junjie waved his hand again. "Grandpa Su, I brought you a gift." Another follower also came forward, holding a long box in his hand. "Grandpa Su, although the inkstone is precious, it is nothing compared to this gift," Hu Junjie said, opening the box and carefully taking out a scroll from it. Hu Junjie carefully unfolded the scroll, and everyone could see clearly that it was a painting, a Chinese ink painting. Su Wenyuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He actually stood up from the sofa, walked to the scroll and began to observe it carefully. Su Yuhan and Yang Yi looked at each other and were suddenly stunned, then they quickly looked at each other. The same expression in their eyes. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, I couldn't help laughing, and I had mixed feelings. Because they were shocked to see that Hu Junjie exhibited this painting as if it were a treasure. It turned out to be the dragon painting that Yang Yi painted in public at the cultural center today, shocking everyone, and then was bought by Zhu Yonggui for 3 million. They also didn't expect that the person who had spent another 5 million to buy from Zhu Yonggui was actually Hu Junjie standing here. This matter is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 86 Tit for Tat. Su Wenyuan, wearing glasses, walked up to the scroll and stared at it carefully for 10 minutes.
At first he was just amazed, but later he became more and more excited, shouting, "Yongqi, Xiaohan, come and see, this painting is so lifelike. I never thought that I would be able to see such a masterpiece in my lifetime." Su Yongqi secretly gave Hu Junjie a thumbs up, then walked over and said excitedly, "Yes, Dad, I have never seen such a great painting. Just by splashing ink and a few strokes, the dragon's shape and charm are depicted so vividly. This is really a masterpiece." Su Wenyuan nodded excitedly. "This painter must be one of the top masters in the country. I'm just a little curious, why haven't I seen a similar style before?" As he said this, he looked towards the signature of the scroll, but was slightly stunned after taking a look. "Huahua Sanren? Whose nickname is this? Why have I never heard of such a master in the Chinese painting world?" Su Wenyuan said, and turned to ask Hu Junjie, "Xiao Hu, who painted this picture? Can you introduce him to me? I really want to see what kind of master can paint such a vivid work." Hu Junjie asked, and said quickly, "Grandpa Su, I really don't know for now, because I bought this painting from Master Zhu at a high price. I heard that the painter was an unknown young man. By the way, Master Zhu admires this master very much. I heard that he spent 3 million to buy it from the master, so he was reluctant to transfer it to anyone. It was only for my father's sake that he reluctantly gave it up for 5 million and transferred it to me." Hu Junjie's few words raised the value of this painting to a higher level. His words revealed several pieces of information. 1. I spent 5 million to buy this painting for you. 2. Master Zhu also highly praised this painting and was reluctant to transfer it. 3. The influence of the Hu family was so great that Zhu Yonggui had to agree to transfer it. "Master Zhu? Are you talking about Zhu Yonggui?" Su Wenyuan asked. Hu Junjie nodded, "Yes, Grandpa Su, it's Master Zhu Yonggui, the Vice President of the Provincial Calligraphers and Painters Association." Su Wenyuan nodded, "I know this Zhu Yonggui. His painting skills are very impressive. He can be said to be a big shot in the provincial capital circle. He is also very proud. The scroll that he spent 3 million to buy must be extraordinary. Your gift is really too expensive. I can say that this painting will definitely cost more than 5 million in any calligraphy and painting exhibition. It can be said that you and Zhu Yonggui have picked up a great bargain." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed, "Alas, it's a pity that I don't have the chance to meet this master. It's really a pity." Su Wenyuan loved 2 things in his life. One was archaeology, the second was calligraphy and painting. Archaeology was his lifelong career, while calligraphy and painting were his lifelong hobbies. He devoted almost half of his life's energy and financial resources to collecting the original works of those masters. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall were only a small part of them, and there were still a lot more in the treasure room. Now seeing this majestic and divine masterpiece, Su Wenyuan's interest was aroused at once, and he couldn't wait to see the master who painted this masterpiece. But now, when Su Wenyuan heard that Hu Junjie didn't know who painted the picture, he could hardly hide the regret and loss in his heart. Hu Junjie said quickly, "Grandpa Su, you don't have to be disappointed. I will find Master Zhu later and ask him for the contact information of that master. I will definitely bring him here to see you." Su Wenyuan shook his head repeatedly, "No, no." Hu Junjie was stunned. Su Wenyuan continued, "How can I let such a master come to see me? I have to visit him in person." Hu Junjie said, "Grandpa Su, don't worry, no matter what kind of master he is, as long as I mention my father's name, he will have to give me this face." When he said this, Su Wenyuan's face immediately showed displeasure. This young man was too arrogant and was used to using his family's power to oppress others. This was not good. At this time, Su Yuhan, who had been sitting on the side without saying anything for a long time, suddenly spoke up, "Really? I'm afraid that by then everyone else will be able to invite this master, but you, Hu, won't be able to. That would be embarrassing." She couldn't stand Hu Junjie's arrogance. She didn't want to meet this guy from the beginning, but he kept pestering her and even played tricks on her at the auction. Su Yuhan found it very annoying. Su Yuhan's words were obviously meant to mock Hu Junjie, but Hu Junjie didn't seem to understand and continued to say with a smile, "Sister Su, you don't know this. Although our Hu family is based in Beijing, we are also preparing to invest here. So as long as I speak, someone will help me. Grandpa Su's little wish is not difficult to fulfill." "Humph. Everyone can brag, but I'm afraid that I'll be slapped in the face if I can't get an invitation," Su Yuhan said.
Also, don't call me Sister Sue. We're not familiar with each other. You'd better call me by my name. At this point, Hu Junjie was embarrassed. He glanced at Yang Yi, who was sitting next to Su Yuhan. He knew in his heart that Su Yuhan must have looked down on him because of this guy, and was making sarcastic remarks to him to embarrass him. Humph, a pretty boy, isn't he just a little more handsome than me? Can being handsome be used to make a living? How dare you go against my Hu family? Thinking of this, he deliberately led the topic to Yang Yi, and turned to ask Su Yongqi, I wonder what kind of friend this young brother is to Yuhan? He knew that Su Yuhan was arrogant and would not fall for his tricks, so he would start with Su Yongqi. You know, Su Yongqi is begging me now. Su Yongqi was stunned, shook his head, and then asked Su Wenyuan, Dad, who is this? Su Wenyuan said, Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This little boy Yang Yi is from Xia City. He is not only Yuhan's friend, but also my friend regardless of age difference. He came to visit me at home when he came to the provincial capital to play. Su Yuhan was very happy. Grandpa's words sounded very plain, but she could tell who was close and who was distant at once. He regarded Yang Yi as his friend regardless of age difference. Hu Junjie was naturally upset. He looked at Yang Yi and deliberately asked, Oh, Xia City? What is Xia City? How come I have never heard of it? Su Yongqi said quickly, Xia City is a small city here, very remote. Hu Junjie was happy. It turned out that he was just a country bumpkin from a small place. How dare he compete with this young master for a woman? He looked at Yang Yi with a wry smile and said, Since you came from such a long way to see Grandpa Su, you must have brought a lot of local specialties to him, right? By the way, do you produce peanuts or walnuts where you are? Chapter 87. This is definitely not a coincidence. Hu Junjie looked at Yang Yi with a fake smile and said, Since you came from such a long way to see Grandpa Su, you must have brought a lot of local specialties for him, right? By the way, do you produce peanuts or walnuts where you are? The meaning of the words is very clear. I came to see Mr. Su and brought him 2 such valuable gifts. What about you? Did you bring a gift for Mr. Su? I guess you brought a bunch of local specialties like peanuts and walnuts? Su Yongqi also added fuel to the fire. Xiao Han, your friend came from so far away. Do you want me to buy something for you and let him take it with him when he leaves tomorrow? Su Yuhan gave him a dissatisfied look. If there hadn't been guests here, she would have confronted her second uncle long ago. Even Su Wenyuan frowned unhappily. Second brother, how can you talk like that? Su Yongqi said quickly, Dad, I mean well. It's not easy for Xiaoyang to come to the provincial capital. We can't let him go back empty-handed, right? At this time, Yang Yi stood up with a smile. If Mr. Hu hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. In fact, I really brought a gift for Grandpa Su this time, but I just put it in the car and forgot to take it down. Then he said to Su Yuhan, Sister Su, please take down the painting I just bought at the exhibition today. Su Yuhan was stunned and quickly winked at him, meaning that it was a treasure that you had obtained with great difficulty and you couldn't just give it to your grandfather so casually. Yang Yi seemed not to have seen it and said again, Go ahead, put it on the passenger seat. Su Yuhan had no choice but to get up and go out. After a while, someone came in with Wu Dao's 1,000 Mountains and Red Leaves. Because the painting had just been taken out of the mezzanine, it had not yet been repaired and framed, so it was just rolled up in a thin scroll in the hand. After Su Yuhan brought it in, she handed it to Yang Yi. Hu Junjie took a look and laughed. Brother Yang, is this the painting you bought at the calligraphy and painting exhibition? Why isn't it even framed? It must have cost you a lot of money, right? Holding this drawing paper in the hand, it is thin and looks very inconspicuous. Su Wenyuan was about to help him out, but Yang Yi smiled and said, Yes, it cost me 120,000 yuan. I have never bought such an expensive painting in our place. 120,000? That's amazing. Such a thin piece of paper costs 120,000. It's almost as much as the limited edition dripping inkstone I bought for Grandpa Su. Hu Junjie said exaggeratedly, I can't wait to see this painting and find out who created it. Yes, Xiaoyang, open it quickly and let us all open our eyes. Let us see what kind of treasure this painting worth 120,000 yuan is. Su Yongqi was also eager to watch the fun and joined in the fun. Su Wenyuan couldn't help but frown. Hu Junjie obviously wanted to make fun of Yang Yi and was deliberately trying to make trouble for him. And his own son actually joined in the fun, obviously trying to curry favor with the Hu family. he instinctively glanced at Su Yuhan beside him, worried that she would have an attack. But after taking a look, he was puzzled to find that not only was there no sign of anger on Su Yuhan's face, but there was also a hint of sneer. It was as if a good show was about to begin and she was waiting to see the joke. What's going on? Could it be? While Su Wenyuan was still doubting himself, Yang Yi had already nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, since everyone wants to see it, I will unfold it." As he spoke, he took the roll of paper, carefully unfolded it and placed it on the coffee table in front of Su Wenyuan. The paper was yellowed and the ink on it was obviously old. Su Wenyuan glanced up and was suddenly shocked. He quickly put on his glasses that he had just taken off, leaned down, almost putting his face against the drawing paper, and looked at it carefully. Over there, Hu Junjie and Su Yongqi were still talking. "Brother Yang, you must have been cheated by someone for this painting. The brushwork is so poor, and it's only such a small painting. It's not even framed. How dare they sell it to you for 200,000? You must have been cheated." "Yes, Xiao Yang, tell me who you bought it from, and I'll take you to find him and get the 200,000 yuan back." At this time, Su Wenyuan, who was lying there, suddenly shouted in a low voice, "How dare you? Don't be rude to the work of God." Both of them were stunned. They didn't know why Su Wenyuan shouted like that, and they didn't know what the masterpiece he was talking about was. Su Wenyuan was looking at the scroll while slowly shaking his head, exclaiming, "It's amazing. This is actually Wu Daozi's authentic work. This is incredible." Hu Junjie was stunned. Wu Daozi? Who is Wu Daozi? Su Yuhan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy has been showing off his elegance for such a long time, but it turns out he doesn't even know who Wu Daozi is. Su Yongqi also felt a little embarrassed and quickly explained, "Xiao Hu, Wu Daozi is a famous painter in the Tang dynasty, known as the Saint of Painting." Hu Junjie finally realized that he had made a fool of himself. His face turned red and blue, but he said unconvincedly, "How could this crappy painting be painted by Wu Daozi? It's impossible." Su Yongqi also said, "Yes, Dad, how can this be Wu Daozi's original work? It must be a fake copied by later generations, right?" Su Wenyuan raised his head and glared at him. "Are you saying that I am blind and can't tell the difference between the original and the fake?" Hu Junjie was choked and dared not speak anymore, while Su Yongqi smiled and said, "No, Dad, I just think this is incredible. Wu Daozi lived more than 1,000 years ago. There are only a few paintings handed down by him, and they are all collected. I have never heard of the Thousand Mountains and Red Leaves painting. This must be a forgery by later generations." Su Wenyuan was angry. "Fake? Look at this paper, it's from the Sui and Tang dynasties, the craftsmanship is totally different from today's. And the brushwork and composition, who else but Wu Daozi could draw this?" He finally straightened up and said excitedly, "I have studied Chinese painting for half my life and have studied the characteristics of every master's work in history. This painting is definitely an authentic work of Master Wu Daozi." Then he turned around and asked Yang Yi, "Yang Yi, tell me, where did you get this painting?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Grandpa Su, didn't I just say that? I spent 200,000 yuan to buy this painting from a calligraphy and painting exhibition. But when I bought it, it was hidden in the scroll of another painting, so I took it out before I had time to frame it." Su Wenyuan nodded. "That's right, the owner of this painting must have hidden it in the scroll to prevent others from stealing or robbing it, otherwise it wouldn't have been preserved so well until now." He shook his head and said, "Yang Yi, I bet this is not a coincidence, because you have once again bought a rare treasure at a low price. This painting is worth at least $500 million. Chapter 88. He is Huahua San Ren. A painting is worth $500 million. Everyone in the room was stunned. Hu Junjie was even more dumbfounded, shaking his head vigorously. "Impossible, this is impossible, this is just a painting, how can it be worth so much money?" Su Wenyuan sneered, "You don't understand, right? Young man, in your spare time, you should read more books, look at more calligraphy and paintings, and improve your cultivation. Don't think that only your stocks are valuable. This painting may be just a thin piece of paper, but it records thousands of years of culture of our Chinese nation. I said that the $500 million is actually a conservative estimate. If it is auctioned, it will definitely be much higher." Su Wenyuan reluctantly glanced at the scroll, then carefully rolled it up again, and finally held it up with both hands and handed it to Yang Yi. "My dear friend Yang Yi, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it.
But this gift is too valuable. I dare not accept it. You should take it back. Yang Yi said awkwardly, this is not good, I have already taken it out, if you still don't want it, don't you despise me? Su Wenyuan laughed loudly, you can dislike it if you want. I can't let others say that I, Su Wenyuan, am greedy for your treasure. Then he turned his head to look at the painting in Hu Junjie's hand and said with regret, actually, this painting by Xiao Hu is quite good. Although it is a new work, the artistic attainments in it are already among the best in China. There was endless regret in his words. Hu Junjie was delighted, thinking that he had regained the upper hand. At this moment, he heard Su Yuhan say, Grandpa, this is easy. If you like that painting, why don't you ask Yang Yi to draw another one for you? This sentence made several people in the room stunned. Su Yongqi snorted, Xiao Han, you are being childish, aren't you? Dad likes this painter's paintings. Not just anyone's paintings can please him. Hu Junjie also said, yes, Grandpa Su, I bought this painting as a gift for you. Since you like it, I will keep it. What do you mean by letting others paint it? Not just anyone can call it a painting. Su Wenyuan also looked puzzled, not knowing what Su Yuhan meant by this. But looking at Yang Yi, there was always a smile on his face. Grandpa, you don't know yet, right? The painting in Hu Junjie's hand was actually drawn by Yang Yi. Su Yuhan finally couldn't help it and told the truth. Su Wenyuan was stunned and looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Hu Junjie was stunned at first, and then he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of the year. Yuhan, are you telling us a joke? He painted this picture? He is a country bumpkin from the countryside, can he paint? If he could paint, even toads would sing. Su Yongqi also smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. Xiao Han, you can't praise him like this, right? Do you know how rare this painting is? Even the master of traditional Chinese painting Zhu Yonggui praised it highly and spent 3 million to buy it to copy and learn. You actually said it was painted by him? Isn't this going to make people laugh to death? Faced with the two people's ridicule, Yang Yi just smiled and said nothing. You may laugh as much as you like, but there will be times when you can't laugh. Su Yuhan was rarely angry, and instead smiled and said, really? Do you all think it's impossible, absurd, and ridiculous? Okay, then I'll tell you about it. Then he turned around and continued to say to Su Wenyuan, Grandpa, do you know? Yang Yi has another nickname, Huahua San Ren. The word Huahua is derived from the word Yi in his name. Su Wenyuan was stunned when he heard this, and immediately stretched out his hand to Hu Junjie. Quick, open the scroll again. Hu Junjie didn't know what was going on, so he quickly opened the scroll as he was told. Su Wenyuan stared directly at the signature on the scroll, because he remembered that the signature on the scroll was the Huahua San Ren that Su Yuhan had mentioned. Sure enough, if I remembered correctly, there were a few words written in a flamboyant style at the signature, scribbled by Huahua San Ren. Su Wenyuan was shocked. He turned to look at Yang Yi and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Could it be that this young man is really a rare master of Chinese painting? However, this painting requires a profound foundation and artistic attainments that could not have been created without decades of practice, and this is a young man in his 20s. At this time, Hu Junjie and Su Yongqi also quickly leaned over. When they saw the words Huahua San Ren at the signature, they were all stunned. But soon, Hu Junjie said loudly, no. He can't be Huahua San Ren, this must be a coincidence. Su Yongqi also said quickly, yes, it must be just a coincidence. The name Huahua San Ren must have other profound meanings and has nothing to do with him. Su Yuhan sighed, Uncle, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Then, she turned to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, since Grandpa doesn't want to accept your painting of Wu Daozi, then you might as well draw a picture for him. Also, let my uncle see if you are the Fireflower Wanderer. Yang Yi smiled and nodded, okay, as long as Grandpa Su likes it, I am willing to show my ugliness. At this time, Su Wenyuan finally came to his senses and hurriedly called out, come here, bring us some writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Su Wenyuan was fond of calligraphy and painting, and his study was equipped with everything, so the servants quickly arranged the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, while Su Yuhan personally ground the ink in front of him. Su Wenyuan stood in front, while Hu Junjie and Su Yongqi were looking at them from afar with mocking looks on their faces. Su Yuhan ground the ink into a full state. Yang Yi picked up the brush and dipped it in the ink. After thinking for a moment, he began to paint freely on the rice paper.
Su Wenyuan stood in front of him, staring at the tip of his pen. His breathing stopped. There was suspicion on his face at first, but it quickly turned into shock. In the end, his face was full of joy. Surprise! Yang Yi's writing was flying freely and he changed pens from time to time. His writing was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Sometimes he painted freely and sometimes he painted carefully. If he just painted casually at the exhibition, then this time, he really painted a picture with his heart. Because this painting is going to be given to Su Wenyuan. Not directed at anything else, just at Su Yuhan, the attitude is different. Half an hour later, he finally put down his brush, picked up his wolf hair brush, and wrote 2 lines of poetry on the top of the scroll, and wrote his own signature in the lower left corner. He then put down his brush, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Su Wenyuan, "Grandpa Su, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." At this time, Su Wenyuan finally came back to his senses from the shock, shook his head and said, "Young people are to be feared, young people are to be feared." Chapter 89, I Have No Choice. Hu Junjie was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of him in surprise. He would never believe that Yang Yi was Huahua San Ren, the owner of the painting in his hand. But now, Su Wenyuan's reaction has already explained everything, and you have to believe it even if you don't want to. Su Yongqi was unwilling to believe it either. He tried to ask, "Dad, was this really painted by the same person as that painting?" Su Wenyuan glared at him impatiently. "What? Do you suspect that I'm old and my eyes are blurry? Even this can make me blurry? This is not. I just can't believe it." Su Yongqi said awkwardly, "I just find it incredible. If it was painted by Yang Yi, why did it end up in Zhu Yonggui's hands? Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm dealing with the wrong person." Yang Yi shook his head and said that Zhu Yonggui said he wanted to buy my paintings to copy and study, but who would have thought that he would actually sell them to Mr. Hu at a high price? If I had known that Mr. Hu wanted to buy paintings, he would have come to me directly, and I wouldn't have let this guy named Zhu take the difference of 2 million from you. Hu Junjie almost vomited blood and died on the spot. At this time, Su Yuhan also interrupted and said, "Yes, it was my fault at the time. I didn't understand the prices in the calligraphy and painting market. When Zhu Yonggui wanted to buy it, I just mentioned 3 million and he got a bargain." Su Wenyuan shook his head. "This painting will have no problem finding a market even if it's sold for 10 million. Hu Junjie was speechless, thinking in his heart, "You guys should just act cool together. I am not hurt enough, you want to rub salt into my wounds." At this moment, Su Yuhan's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she finally answered it. "Hello? Who is this?" An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Su? I'm Zhu Yonggui. We just met at the cultural center this morning." Speak of the devil, the room was very quiet, everyone could hear Zhu Yonggui's voice clearly, and they all looked at Su Yuhan at the same time. Su Yuhan thought, "You came just in time, so I don't have to look for you again." So she turned on the speakerphone directly. "Master Zhu?" "It's just right, Master Zhu, I was just looking for you. I want to ask you, what's the matter with that painting? It was you, Master Zhu, who said you wanted to buy it to copy and study, so Master Yang gave you a preferential price for my sake, but I didn't expect that you actually used it to make a profit." Zhu Yonggui on the other end of the phone immediately complained, Boss Su, please listen to my explanation, this is really not my intention. I really want to collect Master Yang's calligraphy so that I can observe and study it every day, but that Zhu took advantage of his power and forced me to sell the painting to him as a gift. I have no choice. You know, I am just a painter and I can't afford to offend these rich young men." Zhu Yonggui's voice reached everyone's ears through the loudspeaker, and everyone looked at Hu Junjie. At this moment, Hu Junjie wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Yuhan said, "Is that so, Master Zhu? I thought you were greedy for the 2 million, so you sold the painting to those villains, letting them show off everywhere with the painting." Master Yang was very angry about this and said that he would never deal with people in the provincial capital's calligraphy and painting circles again. Zhu Yonggui cried out in pain, "It's unfair, Mr. Su, you must explain it to Master Yang. You know, in fact, the value of Master Yang's painting is far more than 3 million, even if it's 10 million, there will be no shortage of buyers. You gave me face and sold it to me for 300, so how could I covet the 5 million? If I really wanted money, the painting would be worth at least 10 million, right?" At this time, Hu Junjie couldn't listen any longer. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Yi fiercely, then said to Su Wenyuan, "Grandpa Su, since no one welcomes me, I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned around and left. Su Yongqi was so anxious that he quickly shouted, "Mr. Hu!" and hurriedly chased after him. The two followers were stunned for a moment, looking at the things in their hands, not knowing whether to take them away or put them down. Su Yuhan glanced at them and said, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you take your things and follow your master?" The two followers then hurriedly chased after him with the gifts. At this time, Su Yuhan said to Zhu Yonggui on the phone, "Master Zhu, why are you calling now?" Zhu Yonggui smiled awkwardly and said carefully, "Boss Su, I am really embarrassed to make this request, but I really admire Master Yang's calligraphy, so I have the courage to come to you, hoping that you can say a few good words for me in front of Master Yang and help me ask for another painting." Fearing that Su Yuhan would refuse, he quickly added, "Don't worry, President Su, I will never transfer it to anyone else. This time I asked for the painting and I will never tell anyone. I will hang it in my home for me to copy every day and never let anyone else know." Su Yuhan turned his head and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head, indicating that he should ignore him. Su Yuhan then said, "I'm sorry, Master Zhu, Master Yang is resting now, and I don't dare to disturb him." After saying that, he hung up the phone. When Zhu Yonggui on the other end of the phone was about to say something, a busy tone came from the line. He was so depressed that he almost dropped the phone. "Who? It's all your fault. You are a scoundrel who doesn't know anything about calligraphy and painting, but you insisted on buying some calligraphy and painting. Isn't this robbery? You made me lose such a rare calligraphy and painting in vain, and you also got a bad reputation for being greedy for money." He was here scolding Hu Junjie in regret, while Hu Junjie was sitting in a car with a livid face. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. In the front row, the two followers looked nervous and no one dared to say a word. They all knew that Master Hu was in a bad mood at the moment. Hu Junjie cursed and swore, "Bah! A country bumpkin dares to snatch a woman from me, Hu! Isn't it just a crappy painting? I don't care. Humph! The younger one is ungrateful, and the older one is confused. What's the big deal about being able to paint a crappy painting? Can it be compared with my Kyoto Hu family? Believe it or not, I can just move my fingers and make this painting boy disappear into ashes." Then he shouted at the two followers in front of him, "What are you two standing there for? Why don't you find out who that guy is?" "Yes, yes, Master Hu, we will check it right away." The two followers nodded in agreement. At this time, someone knocked on the car window. Hu Junjie turned his head and saw Su Yongqi standing outside the car, bending over with a flattering smile on his face, like a pug wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Hu Junjie got angry when he saw him and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Drive!" Chapter 90 Return Gift. Hu Junjie left. Su Wenyuan couldn't put down the painting Yang Yi had just painted, praising it endlessly. "What a great painting! Yang Yi, you are so young, how come you are so good at painting? And you have such superb painting skills, but you have kept them hidden all the time, so I have never even heard of your name. You are neither arrogant nor impatient, which is the most precious thing for young people." Yang Yi said embarrassedly, "Grandpa Su, you are praising me too much. In fact, I just paint randomly, which is not worthy of being presented in a formal hall." "You're just painting randomly?" Su Wenyuan said, "If you're just painting randomly, then those works by Zhu Yonggui and others can just be thrown into the trash. If your work can't be displayed in a formal hall, then what else can be hung in a formal hall? I don't think there's anything to hang." As he said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. While laughing, he said to Su Yuhan, "No wonder Xiaohan doesn't even like the young masters of the Marquis family in Kyoto. It turns out that she has caught a treasure, so naturally she doesn't like those idiots. Ha ha." This sentence immediately made Su Yuhan blush. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Yang Yi is not me. Oh, I won't pay attention to you." With that said, she ran upstairs with a red face. Yang Yi was embarrassed. He wanted to explain the relationship between himself and Su Yuhan, but he didn't know how to explain it. In this situation, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly. At this time, Su Wenyuan stopped smiling and said seriously, "Yang Yi, although you just dampened Hu Junjie's spirit, you still have to be careful. The Hu family in Kyoto has always had a bad reputation. The reason why they have grown to this size today is that they use any means to achieve their goals.
And you also saw Hu Junjie just now. He is a very similar person to his father. If you embarrass him today, he will probably not let it go. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Su. I know what I'm doing." "It's good to know." Su Wenyuan nodded, looked up at the upstairs, and then said with a smile, "Okay, you go upstairs and talk to Xiaohan. I, an old man, will not get involved with you. I have to appreciate your painting." After saying that, he began to observe Yang Yi's paintings carefully, leaving Yang Yi aside. Yang Yi had no choice. When he was hesitating whether to go upstairs, Su Yuhan suddenly poked her head out from upstairs and smiled. "Yang Yi, come up, I want to show you something." Yang Yi glanced at Su Wenyuan, and Su Wenyuan nodded at him. So he got up and went upstairs. As soon as he reached the second floor, Su Yuhan took his hand and pulled him into her room without saying a word. As soon as I entered the room, I could feel the girlish atmosphere. I didn't expect that Su Yuhan was usually noble and generous, with a royal sister temperament, but her bedroom was full of girlish heart. Moreover, this was the first time that Yang Yi entered a girl's boudoir. Even when he was dating Lin Duo, he had never entered her boudoir. This made Yang Yi feel a little uneasy. "Yang Yi, I want to show you something." After Su Yuhan pulled him into the room, she closed the door. "Close your eyes first, and I'll let you open them again." Still playing mysterious? Yang Yi closed his eyes as he was told. He closed his eyes and guessed anxiously in his heart, Su Yuhan was being so mysterious, was she planning to show him something? I couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. After a while of random thoughts, I heard Su Yuhan say, "Okay, open your eyes." Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, but was stunned. Because the room suddenly became pitch black, without even a trace of light. The window was probably blocked by thick curtains, and the lights were not on. There was almost no light, and the only sound was the slightest breathing from the other side. Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly saw a ray of light coming from the opposite side. Su Yuhan's two palms were closed together and were now slowly opening. A hint of light green light seemed to slowly emerge from Su Yuhan's palms. Her originally white fingers glowed with a light green and mysterious luster. The palm slowly opened, and the glowing object inside slowly appeared. It is a light green pendant in the shape of a guanyin, who is sitting on a lotus with a water bottle in one hand and a willow branch with water dripping from the other. Yang Yi was stunned. This pendant was obviously carved from high water head jadeite. The shape and craftsmanship were perfect. But unlike ordinary jade, this jade can actually glow by itself, just like a night pearl. "Wow, this is amazing!" Yang Yi exclaimed, carefully took the pendant from Su Yuhan's hand, and stroked it cautiously. The pendant was slightly cool, but it carried a hint of Su Yuhan's body temperature. The warm jade felt very comfortable in the hand. "Yang Yi, this pendant was my mother's dowry. It is said to be able to ward off evil and bring good fortune. She put it on me personally after I was born and it has never left me." Su Yuhan said, slowly taking the pendant from Yang Yi's hand, and then did a surprising move. She carefully put the pendant on Yang Yi's neck. "Now, I give this pendant to you, and I hope it can protect you from danger in the future." Yang Yi was stunned, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. "Sister Su, no, this is a gift from your mother, and it is so precious, how can I?" As he said this, he wanted to take off the pendant and return it to Su Yuhan. But Su Yuhan stopped him and said, "It is because it is precious that I want to give it to you. You gave me such a precious gem. Apart from this, I can't think of anything else I can give you." Yang Yi said quickly, "Sister Su, you misunderstood. I gave you the gem to express my gratitude to you. You have helped me many times before, and helped me go from being a poor boy who had nothing and was kicked out by his girlfriend to what I am now. Isn't it my duty to buy you a gem?" Su Yuhan shook her head. "It's different in my heart. Since you gave me this gem, I must give you something equally precious. Of course, if you really don't want it, then I will return the gem to you." As he said this, he was about to get the gem. Yang Yi had no choice but to say, "Okay, Sister Su, since you insist on giving it to me, then I can only accept it. Don't worry, I will cherish it and take good care of it, just like you, and wear it on myself every day." Su Yuhan then smiled and pinched Yang Yi's face with her hand. "That's good. Otherwise, I will ignore you if you call me sister again." Even though his face was pinched so hard that it hurt, Yang Yi always had a smile on his face. It seemed that the pain on my face was not real, but rather a crisp sweetness.
Chapter 91 Weird Relatives. An hour later, Yang Yi drove away from the Su family and started his journey home. The provincial capital is beautiful, but Xia City is my home. And there are more important things waiting for me over there. When he got home, it was already dark, but Fang Xinyu, who had received a call in advance, had prepared a meal for him. Yang Yi was sitting there eating, and Fang Xinyu was sitting in front of him, asking with great interest, "Hey, kid, eat slowly, and tell Mom, what did you do in the provincial capital this time?" While eating, Yang Yi mumbled, "I went to the provincial capital to see a calligraphy and painting exhibition." "What happened?" Fang Xinyu still looked at him with a smile. "Xiaoye, I urged you to get married before, but you always said that a man should establish a career before starting a family. Now you have established a career, when are you going to start a family?" Yang Yi was overwhelmed when he heard this. Do all the women in this world like to force people to get married? "Mom, I want to start a family too, but who should I marry now that I don't have a girlfriend?" "He Dan." Fang Xinyu said without thinking, "That girl is nice, has a good personality, and is pretty. And I saw that when she walked, her legs were so tight together that there was no gap at all. She definitely has never had a boyfriend before. If our young family wants to marry a daughter-in-law, she must be someone like her." Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, can you please stop making random matches? He Dan is still a grown-up girl. You say this about her. Aren't you afraid that she will get angry if she knows? Besides, she's going to get married. How can she get married if you put labels on her like this?" Fang Xinyu still said, "It's better if you can't get married. Then marry my son." Yang Yi simply didn't know how to deal with his mother, so he simply stopped talking and lowered his head to eat. Fang Xinyu was talking to herself, "Son, you know what? I went to the sales office again yesterday. I sat there and watched her. I asked her to talk to me and told her about your childhood. She was so happy. Son, I'm sure this girl likes you too. As long as you take the initiative, she will definitely agree to you." Yang Yi looked at her in surprise. "Mom, you didn't sit in the sales office all day yesterday, did you?" Fang Xinyu looked at him proudly. "What do you think?" Yang Yi said speechlessly, "Mom, what on earth are you doing? I hired them to work for me and make money for me. How can they work if you keep pestering them like this?" Fang Xinyu said, "I don't care. I don't care about the money she makes. Making money is your business. My daughter-in-law is just here to chat with me. This mother is simply hopeless." Even Yang Yuaming, who was standing by, smiled bitterly and said, "Don't reason with your mother. Your mother is always the most reasonable one. But son, He Dan is indeed a good girl. She definitely has you in her heart. You have to hurry up and don't wait for her to speak to you." Yang Yi had no choice but to change the subject. "By the way, Mom, when I left yesterday, didn't I hear that my aunt and her family came? How was it? What did they mean?" It would have been better if she didn't mention it. As soon as Yang Yuanying was mentioned, Fang Xinyu's face immediately darkened. Yang Yuanming's face also looked unhappy. He sighed, got up and walked away from the table. "What's wrong? Mom, are my aunt's family here to make trouble?" Yang Yi knew something was wrong and quickly asked Fang Xinyu in a low voice. Fang Xinyu glanced at Yang Yuanming's back and whispered, "Your aunt is obsessed with money all the time. When they came that day, their attitude was quite good at first. They were so enthusiastic when they entered the door. They didn't smile so much even when they got married. Especially your uncle who looked down on others. He even pulled your father to give him cigarettes and pour tea, and kept saying bad things about him. I hope you can say a word for him at the Education Bureau." "Then what?" "And then?" "Then your father softened his heart and naturally agreed, saying that he would let you go and ask you when you came back. When he said that, your uncle and aunt were very happy. After all, he is your biological brother, so he is closer to you than others. Isn't that great? Very good?" Fang Xinyu rolled her eyes. "Then they got too aggressive and started pestering your dad for things. One moment they said your uncle's car was too old and too broken, and they wanted to replace it with a new one, something more upscale. The next moment they said your cousin was going to high school and needed a computer, and they wanted you to sponsor him." "Why?" Yang Yi got angry when he heard this. "Why should I sponsor them? When I was in school, my dad asked them to borrow money. What did they say then?" Yang Yi remembered very clearly that when he was admitted to university, his father looked for his aunt several times to raise money for his tuition. However, it was this aunt who kept saying that their life was not easy and they had to pay off mortgage and car loans, etc., and she did not give a penny, leaving him empty-handed. I didn't expect that now. They actually have the nerve to ask for my sponsorship? This is really thick-skinned. What's that? Your aunt has something even more amazing. She said that their house is too small and she's afraid it will affect your cousin's studies, so she wants you to help them buy a bigger house. Yang Yuanying said. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. There were such terrible aunts and uncles in the world. He felt really sad for his father. I think about how my father dropped out of school early to take care of my young aunt, went to farm and work for others, and was not only a brother, but also a father and a mother. After marrying my mother, the two of them even supported my aunt's schooling together, but what happened in the end? Not only did my aunt not remember my father's kindness at all, but she also regarded them as a burden and despised them. And now, hearing that he has money, he has the nerve to come to his father and ask for this and that, and even has the nerve to ask for a car and a house. What about my dad? What did he say? While Yang Yi felt sad for his father having such a sister, he was also thinking about his feelings. Fang Xinyu looked at the bedroom door, pursed her lips and said, "Your father was really furious. He turned against them and said that although my son made money, that money didn't fall from the sky. If you want to buy a house, you should earn it yourself." Your aunt was anxious. He could donate 100 million to others, so why couldn't he buy a house for his own aunt? In the end, your father was so angry that he simply drove them out with a broom and told them, "My son can give the money he makes to whoever he wants. He won't give a penny to those who have no conscience, no matter how close they are." Yang Yi stopped talking and looked at the closed bedroom door, his heart beating fast. Of course he knew that his father's words showed that his heart was completely broken. His aunt's family did not know how to be grateful and only knew how to ask for things. Such relatives were very hurtful. If I have money, I can give it to them, but I will never ask for it with a clear conscience. I gave them the opportunity originally for my father's sake, but they didn't know how to cherish it. It's better not to have such relatives. I just feel sorry for my father. Chapter 92. You should take the initiative too. Thinking of this, Yang Yi put down the chopsticks in his hand, stood up and walked to the door of his parents' bedroom, gently pushed the door open and walked in. I saw my father sitting on the edge of the bed, looking lonely. Seeing Yang Yi coming in, Yang Yuanming raised his head and forced a smile. "Why aren't you eating? What are you doing here?" Yang Yi walked over, sat next to Yang Yuanming, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Dad, you don't have to be too sad. You have done your best for your aunt in your life. You raised her since she was a child, paid for her education, and even dropped out of school for her. You spent your whole life farming. It's she who doesn't know how to be grateful. You don't have to feel guilty for them." Yang Yuanming nodded. "Son, Dad has figured it out. People can be incompetent in this life, but they must know how to be grateful and self-reliant. We just need to do our best to have a clear conscience. There is no need to satisfy all of them. My son's money did not fall from the sky. You earned it penny by penny with your own ability. You can give it to whoever you want. No matter how unfair others are, you don't have to pay attention to them." Yang Yi felt warm in his heart, and hugged Yang Yuanming's shoulders tighter. "Dad, it's okay if you understand, but I also know my limits. As long as my aunt and her family know that they are wrong, I will not treat them as strangers. After all, they are my own aunt and your own sister. I will help them if I should." Yang Yuanming nodded, knowing that his son was thinking of him. That night, Yang Yuanming's phone rang several times, but each time he looked at it he threw it aside until it stopped ringing on its own. Yang Yi knew that it must be his aunt calling because she was unwilling to give up. The next morning, after finishing his meal, Yang Yi drove to Huahuajiayuan. As soon as he entered, he saw the girls from the sales office cleaning, wiping tables, wiping glasses, mopping the floor, making the sales office bright and tidy. Dan took the lead and stood on a high place to wipe the most difficult piece of glass to clean. Everyone was working so hard that no one noticed his arrival. The girls in the sales department were joking with Dan while they were working. "Manager you're going to be the boss's wife soon. Why are you still working as hard as us?" "That's right, Manager when are you going to let us eat your and CEO Yang's wedding candy? We can't wait." Dan, who was standing above, blushed as she defended herself. "What nonsense are you talking about? What boss lady? I'm just an employee. Don't talk nonsense. If others hear it, I'll lose my job." Hey, manager why are you still hiding something at this time? We all saw it. The way Boss Yang's mother looked at you yesterday was just like she was looking at her own daughter-in-law, wasn't it? Yes, the old man held your hand the whole time and never let go. He also didn't let you work, for fear that he would tire you out. As soon as Yang Yi came in, he heard the girls' jokes and knew that this was the result of his mother guarding here all day yesterday. He didn't know whether to go in or out. At this time, a girl turned her head and saw Yang Yi standing at the door. She shouted, "Boss Yang?" %. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the sales office became stagnant. The girls in the sales office were dumbfounded. They were joking about Yang Yi and He Dan, but they didn't expect that they were standing behind them. He Dan's joke is just for fun. But Yang Yi is my boss. If I anger him and he fires me, where can I find a job with such good pay? For a moment, no one dared to speak and just stood there looking at Yang Yi awkwardly. At this time, He Dan, who was on a high place, heard something wrong below, turned around and saw Yang Yi, and her face immediately blushed with shame. The first thing she thought of was the jokes that everyone had just played on her. She was standing there awkwardly when suddenly her feet felt empty and her body tilted and she fell off the ladder. Now everyone was terrified. He Dan, be careful! Manager There was a burst of exclamations. The one who reacted the fastest was Yang Yi. When he saw He Dan was about to fall off the ladder, he ran over without thinking and stretched out his arm to catch He Dan who was falling. Amid the screams, He Dan's little face turned pale with fear and she closed her eyes nervously, as if she had seen herself falling to the ground. But after falling down, I found that it was not as painful as I had imagined. Instead, I felt soft under my body. What's going on? He Dan slowly opened her eyes and realized that she did not fall to the ground, but fell into Yang Yi's arms. It was Yang Yi who used his arms to catch himself when he was about to fall. He Dan breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a blush appeared on her pretty face, which had just turned pale with fright. At this moment, applause suddenly broke out in the sales office. The girls saw this heroic scene of saving the beauty and they all applauded at the same time. Boss Yang! Good job! Boss Yang is amazing. He came here in a flash from such a long distance just to save manager That's right. Don't you see who is about to fall? She's the future boss lady. Oh, I instantly became a sourpuss. The style of painting changed suddenly. He Dan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she quickly jumped out of Yang Yi's arms, blushing and saying, "Boss Yang, you're here?" After saying that, he turned around and glared at him fiercely. The girls were not afraid at all. They made a noise and then dispersed, each going about their own business. He Dan turned away with a red face. Yang Yi, don't listen to their nonsense, it's all nonsense. Yang Yi nodded, let's go and sit over there. Then he walked to the sofa by the window and sat down. He Dan followed and sat opposite him. Both of them felt a little awkward because of what had just happened. He Dan's face turned red, and he lowered his head without saying a word. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Hey, He Dan, did my mother come here to bother you again yesterday?" He Dan's face turned even redder. Auntie was lonely at home, so she came here to chat with me. Yang Yi sighed, my mother is good in every way, except that she is old and a little confused. I can't do anything about her. If she says something nonsense, you must not get angry. He Dan blushed and whispered, it's okay, old people are like this, they are a little impatient. In fact, Mr. Yang, you are young, rich, handsome, and have a good temper. Which girl would not like you? But she is a girl after all. How can a girl take the initiative to speak for such a thing, and it's not good to always let the old man speak for you, right? Yang Yi. My dear mother, you finally poked a big hole in the sky for me. Chapter 93. Why does Zhong Liang hate you so much? He Dan said those words with a red face, and Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He knew that He Dan had really misunderstood this time. She thought that she had come to speak for him yesterday. Mom, you really poked a hole in the sky this time. Yang Yi almost cried at this moment. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't like He Dan. He Dan is beautiful, has a good personality, is considerate, sensible, and understanding. More importantly, his mother likes her. However, he always felt that the two of them had not reached that point yet. In other words, in his heart, He Dan was like a girl next door, very friendly, but not the kind of character that would make his heart beat. But now, I have muddied the clear water. Faced with He Dan's shy and happy look, Yang Yi was overwhelmed. I wanted to explain, but I was afraid of hurting He Dan and making it difficult for them to get along in the future. But if I don't explain, I'm afraid of delaying her. Just when he was in trouble, the glass door of the sales office opened and Huaping came in from outside. Yang Yi, you are finally here. Let me report to you about my work. When Huaping saw Yang Yi, he walked over hurriedly and sat down on the sofa next to him. He Dan quickly stood up. You guys talk, I'll pour you a cup of tea. Having said that, he walked away with his head lowered and his face red. Huaping was stunned. Don't leave, listen together. But He Dan had already escaped. Huaping then felt something was wrong. He looked at He Dan's back, then at Yang Yi, who looked uncomfortable, and tried to whisper, Yang Yi, am I here at the wrong time? Yang Yi raised his foot and kicked his sofa. What do you mean by bad time? You came at the right time. No way? Huaping said with a wicked smile, I heard that your mother watched her here all day yesterday, holding her hand and not letting her do anything. Now everyone knows that He Dan is your future daughter-in-law. Yang Yi was in a state of panic. I don't know what to do. My mother is always so self-righteous. After she made such a scene, how can I talk to He Dan in the future? Huaping looked at him. You mean you don't have that kind of feelings for He Dan? Yang Yi shook his head and said, at least not now. In fact, I just treat He Dan as a sister, and you also saw that I have never been overly affectionate with her. Huaping still looked at him without blinking. So what do you think? In fact, He Dan is a pretty girl. She is pretty, has a good personality, and is capable at work. More importantly, your mother likes her. This way, after you two get married, you don't have to worry about the relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, and you don't have to be caught in the middle and suffer. Consider it. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, don't make trouble here. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I don't have the heart to do it now. Who do you have this thought in mind? Huaping suddenly slapped his thigh. I know. You must still be thinking about Liu Rong. Liu Rong. Yang Yi was about to scold Huaping for talking nonsense, but there was a sudden sound beside him, like the sound of a cup falling to the ground and breaking. The two people were startled and turned their heads quickly. When he turned around, he saw He Dan squatting behind him, frantically picking up the teacup that had fallen on the ground. Obviously, she had just come over with a teacup and happened to hear what Huaping said, and she accidentally dropped the cup and broke it. Be careful, don't cut your hands. Yang Yi quickly stood up, stopped He Dan, and asked the sales clerk next to him to quickly pick up the fragments with a scoop and wipe the water stains with a mop. Sorry, I'll pour you another glass. He Dan walked away with a red face. At this time, Huaping dared to speak. Oh no, I'm in big trouble. Yang Yi looked at him angrily and said, you are just talking nonsense. You have to talk about Liu Rong. What does Liu Rong have to do with me? Huaping turned his head to see that He Dan hadn't come over, so he leaned over and whispered, don't pretend with me, kid. What's the relationship between us? We've been classmates for several years in college. How could I not know something that others don't know? Yang Yi felt even more speechless. Then tell me, what do you know? Huaping whispered, why did Zhong Liang fail in his pursuit of Liu Rong? Why did he hate you so much after his failure? Why did he oppose you everywhere and set so many traps for you? Yang Yi was stunned. Why? Because, when Zhong Liang confessed his love to Liu Rong told him that the one she loved in her heart was you. Yang Yi was shocked. Is it me that Liu Rong likes? This is impossible. Because Liu Rong and I have barely spoken to each other for several years. Otherwise, how come they didn't end up together since I had always had a crush on Liu Rong at that time? You are talking nonsense. Yang Yi said. Huaping rolled his eyes at him. I'm talking nonsense? Go back and ask Lin Zi. Not only did I hear it that day, but Lin Zi also heard it. He can testify. Otherwise, why would Zhong Liang hate you so much? You stole his woman, how could he be willing to accept it? Yang Yi was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that such a thing would happen. No wonder Zhong Liang always regarded himself as a thorn in his side, opposing him everywhere and ruining his own plans. It turned out that it was all because of a word from Liu Rong. But why didn't she tell herself? If I had known earlier that Liu Rong also liked me, wouldn't the story be different? Maybe Lin Duo will be out of trouble. The thought only flashed through his mind, and he soon smiled bitterly. I didn't even dare to confess my secret crush on her, so how could I expect a girl to confess her love to me? If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too poor at that time. In addition to attending classes every day, I had to work part-time to pay for my studies. Liu Rong is not only beautiful and has a good temperament, which makes her be pursued by so many people, but more importantly, her family conditions are beyond his reach. So it was simply impossible for two people to be together at that time. Yang Yi was thinking about this. Wu Ping couldn't help but say, also, a few days ago you helped Liu Rong's family pay off more than 10 billion yuan in debt. Do you think I don't know about this? If you didn't have her in your heart, would you have spent so much money? Yang Yi would not make excuses. He said he did it, and if it was someone else, he might not necessarily help. After all, this is more than 10 billion, not a small amount. But am I really still obsessed with Liu Rong now? It doesn't seem so. Just when Yang Yi was struggling here, the glass door over there opened and two people walked in. Before anyone came over, a sarcastic voice floated over. I came here just to see if the house that my Zhong family couldn't sell would be sold out in the hands of Mr. Yang. Hearing this voice, Wu Ping frowned. Why is he here? It turned out that the people who came were none other than Zhong Liang and Li Jian. Chapter 94. The new school you couldn't wait for. I did. When Wu Ping saw Zhong Liang and Li Jian coming in, his brows furrowed. It is obvious that these two people came here for no good reason and are here to see a joke. You know, since Yang Yi bought this property, not only did he not lower the house price, but he raised it to the price of a school district house. No one buys houses here in the first place, and now no one is interested in buying them. It's been more than 10 days, and not even a single house has been sold. When the sales ladies saw a customer coming in and were about to go forward to serve him, they stopped immediately when they saw that the person coming in was the former young boss. Hearing the sarcastic voice coming out of his mouth, the sales ladies all looked embarrassed and moved away. Just as Dan was about to step forward, Yang Yi stood up, waved his hand for her to stay still, and walked forward himself. Zhong Liang, why are you here? Yang Yi said with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Why am I here? Of course I'm here to see the house. Why, don't you welcome customers who want to buy houses? Zhong Liang said with a sneer. Yes, Yang Yi, Zhong Liang, and I heard that your house is not easy to sell, so we wanted to come and see if we can help you. Li Jian said, walked up to a sales lady, and said frivolously, beautiful lady, come, introduce your house to us. The sales ladies looked at each other, but no one went over. Everyone knew that these two people were definitely not doing good things here. Wu Ping suppressed his anger and walked over. Li Jian, Zhong Liang, what are you doing? Since our old classmates are here, why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea? Have some tea? Zhong Liang glanced at him and said, Wu Ping, I heard that you are working for Yang Yi. How is it going? Has he paid you? Li Jian also said sarcastically, Wu Ping, as an old classmate, I have to give you a word of advice. Although your previous job paid a little less, at least you could get it every month. Now, although some people promise you a high salary, you may not be able to get it. That's right, Wu Ping, we are old classmates, we don't want you to be cheated by some people. This property can't be sold at all, how can he pay you then? By the way, I heard that you are helping him buy land here recently, what's the matter? Yang Yi, do you really think that the land here will appreciate in value, so you are frantically scrambling to buy and hoard land here? Ha ha. Zhong Liang said with a proud smile, his tone full of sarcasm. Yang Yi smiled, without any sign of anger on his face. Why? Zhong Liang, don't you think so? Appreciation? If it was 3 years ago, I would have really believed it. At that time, they said that a school would be built here, but it has been 5 years and there is no sign of the school. Otherwise, do you think my family would sell the property here to you at such a low price? Zhong Liang sneered and said, just wait for this property and these plots of land to rot in your hands. Yang Yi remained calm and said with a smile, Zhong Liang, sometimes things work out wonderfully. You've been waiting for an opportunity for several years, but maybe as soon as you let go, it will appear in my hands. The school that you couldn't wait for may also be built as soon as I take over this building. Yang Yi, just go and dream your sweet dream. If a school can be built here, I, Zhong Liang, will take your surname in the future. But you should think about it. If you invest all your assets here, you will lose it all. Ha ha. Zhong Liang was fearless and laughed loudly, unable to hide his gloating. Huaping next to him was furious, but he couldn't refute it because he really didn't see any chance or hope here. Liang Yi bought a lot of real estate and land and invested all of his billion yuan in these things. However, these investments seemed doomed to fail. Now, seeing Zhong Liang and Li Jian making fun of him with sarcasm and ridicule in front of him, Huaping really wanted to step forward and teach them a lesson with his fists. At some point, a stranger came into the sales office. He was wearing black clothes and sunglasses, and was standing in a corner. Everyone in the sales office was paying attention to Zhong Liang and Li Jian, so no one noticed him at all. The stranger stood there watching this scene, remembering it silently. Li Jian was still there making sour sarcasm, and Zhong Liang suddenly felt something was wrong because he noticed the smile on Yang Yi's face. He couldn't help but secretly glance at Yang Yi, but found that no matter how the two of them mocked him, he didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face, a confident smile. He smiled so confidently, but in Zhong Liang's eyes it was just an illusion. Zhong Liang couldn't help but start to hesitate. Could it be that this guy really got some inside information? Is Majiatan really going to build a school? Impossible. This rumor has been circulating for 5 years, and there has been no movement. How could they suddenly build a school at this time? Impossible. Just when Zhong Liang was in a trance, a sales lady suddenly shouted in surprise, "Ah! That's great!" Everyone was stunned, and immediately all their eyes were fixed on the sales lady. I saw the sales lady holding a mobile phone in her hand with a look of surprise on her face. Obviously, he was scrolling through TikTok and came across a video that surprised him. Dan frowned and was about to go over to tell her that this was work and she shouldn't play with her phone. The sales lady excitedly raised her phone and shouted, "Manager He, President Yang. Good news, great news." Everyone looked at her in surprise, not knowing what good news she was talking about. Only Yang Yi smile deepened. He knew that the news he wanted had arrived. Dan was a little anxious. "Ping, what's going on? Mr. Yang is here, why are you yelling?" Ping was so excited that she completely ignored Dan's warning and kept shouting excitedly, "Dan, Mr. Yang, look, the city has issued a document saying that they want to build a school here." Build a school? Our building is saved, our house is going to become a school district house. What? Dan couldn't believe his ears and quickly snatched the phone from Ping's hand. The other sales ladies also gathered around. Even Huaping was so anxious that he squeezed forward, "Really? Let me see, quick, let me see." Zhong Liang was stunned for a moment, as if struck by lightning. His head was buzzing, and only one voice was shouting, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." At this time, Yang Yi had already walked up to him and said with a smile, "Zhong Liang, am I right? The school that you couldn't wait for, I waited for." Chapter 95. The Zhong family has become a complete joke. Zhong Liang was stunned, his mind was blank. I had finally built my house and waited for 5 years for a school district house, but I sold it to my rival at a bargain price. And within less than half a month after the buyer got the property, the unsold dead building became a hot-selling school district house. After a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This must be fake. It's fake, it must be fake news. It's impossible to build a school here. Zhong Liang shouted excitedly. Li Jian also came to his senses. "Yes, it must be fake. I work in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. How come I have never heard of this news? It must be fake." "Zhong Liang, don't worry, I will ask right away. This news must be fake." Having said that, he quickly started calling his colleagues. Zhong Liang kept saying, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." He paced back and forth in the hall anxiously. Yang Yi didn't say anything either, just looked at them and smiled at these two clowns. Li Jian quickly made a phone call. "Zhao Ku, is that video on TikTok real?" A lazy voice came from the other end. "What video?" "The news about building a school in Majiatan is fake, right?" "Zhao Ku, this video must be fake, right?" Li Jian asked anxiously. "Oh, you mean that?" Zhao Ku yawned. "Of course it's true. The Municipal People's Congress just passed a resolution to build a large-scale day school in Key Senior High School in Majiatan in order to comprehensively improve the current backward education situation in our city. At that time, we will select elite teachers from the whole city and recruit talented and outstanding teachers from outside. We hope to make it one of the top key high schools in the province within a few years.
Oh, by the way, I remember you said that your classmate named Zhong Liang, his family bought a piece of land in Majiatan and built a building. Now he is going to be rich. That building has become a school district building, and it is definitely the best school district building in the city. There will be no problem selling it. Zhao Ku on the other end of the phone was still chattering, but on this end, Li Jian's face already looked grim, and he turned his head to look at Zhong Liang. With a plop, Zhong Liang actually sat down on the ground. Zhao Ku's voice was like a needle piercing his already wounded heart. Zhong Liang. Li Jian didn't have time to say anything and quickly ran over to support Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang sat on the ground for a long time without coming to his senses. There was only one voice in his head: the school district building is gone, the opportunity to watch the joke is gone, and I have become the joke. At this time, the sales office had become a sea of joy. Everyone surrounded Yang Yi, laughing and jumping happily. Fortunately, they were a group of girls. If they were a group of men, they would probably throw Yang Yi high up, catch him, and then throw him up again. At this time, Wu Ping walked up to Zhong Liang, squatted down, and said in a sympathetic tone, "Zhong Liang, it's so unfortunate. What a pity. I originally wanted to work as a janitor on your construction site, but it's a pity. Yang Yi's building is alive again, and there should be money to pay me. Alas, as an old classmate, I feel sorry for you. How could you bear to sell such a good school district house? And it was at a bargain price of 50 million. Let me calculate, the current house price is 13,000, minus the 50 million cost of buying your building. Yang Yi made 8,000 yuan per square meter. 8,000 yuan per square meter, how many square meters are there in total? I think it's 37,000 square meters? 37 times 8,000, 785, 380 24, wow, 296 million. Yang Yi made 300 million for nothing. Zhong Liang, you are such a good person. You know that Yang Yi and the rest of us are poor kids, and you gave us 300 million yuan for free when you saw that we couldn't make ends meet. You are so kind, you are simply a model of a good classmate. Whooping a mum pig heart, with no regard for Zhong Liang's feelings at all, pierced Zhong Liang's broken heart with every word. Puff! Zhong Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto the chest of Li Jian, who was supporting him. Huaping, Yang Yi, you are so cruel. Zhong Liang pushed Li Jian away, then stood up with all his strength, staring at Yang Yi with resentful eyes. Yang Yi, remember, I will never reconcile with you. Then, he walked out of the sales office with heavy steps and staggering gait. When he walked out of the sales office, the first thing he thought of was to take out his phone and call his father. Dad! Zhong Liang just called out Dad when he was interrupted by Zhong Kangan. Son, stop talking. Dad knows everything. It's not your fault. It's Dad's fault. I was so short of money at that time and lacked a bit of patience, said Zhong Kangan. But I didn't expect Yang Yi to be so evil. He must have known some inside information in advance, so he did it on purpose. Zhong Liang said hatefully. Okay, don't think about those houses. Now we have to do something to remedy the situation. Didn't this news just come out? Then we should quickly buy up the land nearby and rebuild the building. We can still make money. Zhong Kangan said. Zhong Liang wanted to cry but had no tears. Dad, it's too late, it's too late. Yang Yi not only bought our building, but also bought all the land in Majiatan that can be used for building. What? Zhong Kangan's last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. It was over. This time his family was going to become a big joke in the real estate industry. A property that had been in operation for 5 years was sold to someone else at a very low price, and less than half a month after the sale, the property became a school district house in the hands of someone else. This is so funny that it would make people die of laughter. And if he acts quickly enough and grabs the nearby land and builds a building, he can still save some face. But unexpectedly, Yang Yi even took away all the land, which completely trampled the last bit of face of his father and son under his feet. Zhong Kangan sat down on the chair, paralyzed as if all his bones and muscles had been pulled out. On the phone, Zhong Liang was still shouting, Dad, Dad, what should we do now? What should I do? How should I know what to do? Zhong Kangan felt dizzy and fainted. At this moment, Wuhua Garden was still full of joy and everyone was celebrating. Everyone knows that their most difficult days are over, and the deserted scene is about to say goodbye to them. In the days to come, Wuhua Dryuan will become the hottest real estate in the city. and they will become the busiest sales staff. They will be busy and happy. Because, when he first took over, Yang Yi had already raised their base salary and sales commission, so they sincerely cheered for this good news. In the corner of the hall, no one noticed the stranger wearing sunglasses. He quietly watched the scene in front of him, remembered it carefully, and took pictures of this joyous scene with his mobile phone. Then he quietly walked out of the hall and made a phone call. Chapter 96. Ju Yundao. The sales office was still celebrating and the sales ladies were cheering, but at some point, Yang Yi had quietly walked out of the sales office hall and came outside. Compared to everyone else who was overjoyed, he, the protagonist who should have been the happiest, did not seem too excited. Because he already knew all this half a month ago. All this is just going according to my plan. Moreover, although this property project can earn me 300 million yuan, these 300 million yuan do not have much impact on me now. For me, earning 300 million is nothing compared to teaching Zhong Liang a lesson. But the most important thing is the 500 acres of land that he had snapped up, as well as the shops and houses on both sides of the street. All of these will increase in value with the construction of the school and will bring him billions of super profits in the future. However, Yang Yi is still hesitant about what to do with these lands. In order to turn these lands into sellable school district housing, I need a qualified construction company to carry out the construction. However, now I only have a catering group and a real estate sales team, so construction is not very realistic for me. While I was thinking about this, Hua Ping came out. Yang Yi, I admire you. You are so prophetic. With such a large piece of land, everyone thought you were crazy, but I didn't expect that there was such a big business opportunity hidden here. Tell me, how did you know that a school was going to be built here? Do you have any inside information? Of course, Yang Yi would not tell him the source of his inside information. He just smiled and said casually, in business, you have to take risks. That's how you can make big money. When we went to the third elementary school to donate money, we saw that so many migrant workers' children need to go to school. Only 1/3 elementary school can't meet the demand. So I determined that the city would definitely build another school. There was a proposal here before, so I took the gamble. I didn't expect the decision to come out so quickly. Hua Ping gave him a thumbs up and said, great. You even won this bet. Yang Yi, I'm just wondering why I didn't realize you had such a business mind when we were in school. Now, you've suddenly become a big shot in the business world, making everything happen at your fingertips. Yang Yi shook his head, it's just a coincidence, don't laugh at me. By the way, there is something I need to make a decision about, can you help me with some ideas? Is it a problem with the construction of these lands? Hua Ping took the initiative to ask without waiting for him to speak. Yang Yi nodded, although we have the land in our hands, we need to turn it into houses to maximize profits. However, neither you nor I have experience in building real estate, which is a problem. Hua Ping immediately said, that's easy. Do you remember a classmate in our class named Ju Yundao? Ju Yundao? This name seems familiar. Yang Yi thought hard, is it the one who dropped out of school? Hua Ping nodded. Yes, that's him. He owns a construction company, but the situation is not very good. He has the technology and qualifications, but because he has no funds and no connections, he has never been able to get any big projects. The company is barely hanging on. Maybe we can ask him to come and take a look. Yang Yi thought for a while and said, okay, then we will go find him, but we must make sure that he has the ability to do it. Otherwise, building a building is not a joke. It is related to the livelihood of thousands of households. Okay, I'll find his contact information. Hua Ping immediately took out his cell phone and flipped through the yearbook. After a short while, he found Ju Yuntao's name. I'll contact him now. Hua Ping said, dialing Ju Yuntao's number. The call was connected quickly, but no one answered after ringing for a long time. After the call was disconnected, I continued to dial, but still no one answered. Hua Ping frowned and asked in confusion, what's going on? Did this guy change his phone number? That's impossible. Yang Yi said, do you know where his company address is? Let's go directly to his company to find him. Okay, I know his address. So the two of them drove straight to Ju Yuntao's company. An hour later, the two arrived at the western section of Huameng Road in the western part of the city. Hua Ping pointed ahead and said, Ju Yuntao's company is over there. I've been here before and had a staff meal with him. As he spoke, he frowned, why are there so many people around? Yang Yi also saw that there were many people gathered at the gate of a large courtyard in front. Most of them were workers in work clothes. There were also several vans and tool trucks parked there, blocking the gate. The scene was in chaos and filled with quarrels and scolding. What's going on? Nothing happened to Zhu Yundao, right? Hua Ping was a little nervous. Yang Yi quickly drove over and parked the car aside. Let's go and take a look. The two jumped out of the car and hurried over. When they reached the outer circle, they heard the people inside shouting loudly, Mr. Zhu, no matter what you say today, you must pay us. Yes. Pay wages. We haven't received wages for 5 months. We have to support our families. How can we live if you don't pay wages? If he doesn't pay us today, we won't let him leave and we'll smash his car. It seems that Zhu Yundao owed the workers wages. The workers quit and surrounded Zhu Yundao to demand their wages. Hua Ping was about to squeeze in when Yang Yi stopped him. Don't rush in, listen first. Hua Ping was stunned for a moment, nodded and stopped. Yang Yi's meaning was very clear, he needed to first figure out what was going on. If Zhu Yundao maliciously withheld workers' wages, we should not do business with such a person, and we would be even more uneasy to hand over such a large project to him. So the two of them stood outside the crowd and watched coldly. The crowd was still shouting, and soon someone said, Everyone, be quiet, don't be anxious, and listen to what he says. At this time, a figure was seen climbing up an empty oil barrel in the yard with great effort, and he looked a little embarrassed at the moment. This is Zhu Yundao. Hua Ping said. Zhu Yundao was seen climbing up the oil barrel with great effort, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Zhu Yuntao's hair was disheveled and his face had some injuries, and it looked like he was beaten by workers who had lost their minds. Workers, I know you have no other choice but to come to me, Zhu Yundao, to ask for your wages. I, Zhu Yundao, have nothing to say. This is all my responsibility. But I still beg you to give me 1 day, because I have already mortgaged my house to someone else, and they will transfer 500,000 yuan to me tomorrow, and I will use it to pay everyone's wages. P.S. Let me digress a little. As we all know, reading on Tomato is free, but authors also need to make a living. Where do we get our remuneration? There will be some advertisements while you are reading, or you will be prompted to watch the advertisements when you click on the last update. After watching the advertisements, the author can get a little bit of royalties from the advertisers. Therefore, I hope you will not click on the advertisements while reading. An advertisement is only about 10 seconds long. Just think of it as a rest for your eyes when you are tired of reading. It also supports the author. Why not? Therefore, in order for the author to create for you with peace of mind, I hope you will spend 10 seconds to click on the advertisements. In addition, you can get gold coins by reading here, and these gold coins will be automatically converted into cash. If you are willing to support the author, you can send a small gift or something. The author will be very grateful. Chapter 97 asked the bank to send 1 million cash immediately. Originally, the workers were very excited and clamored for Zhu Yundao to pay their wages. But when they heard that Zhu Yundao was going to sell his house to pay them wages, they suddenly became quiet. Mr. Zhu, you can't sell the house. If you sell the house, where will you and your family live in the future? Said an old worker in his 50s. Yes, Mr. Zhu, can't you think of other ways? Another middle-aged worker in his 40s also said. Zhu Yundao smiled bitterly and was about to speak when a young worker below shouted, Lao Wang, Lao Zhu, what's wrong with you? We are here to ask for our wages. Zhu Yundao has to pay us back if he owes us wages. It's up to him to decide what method he uses. I don't care. I just want the money. The 50-something old worker, Master Wang, turned his head and glared at him and said, Zhong Kaiyuan. If you have any conscience, you wouldn't say such things. Have you forgotten? When you didn't go to work all day, you didn't do your job properly, and your wife had a difficult labor and needed a cesarean section, but you couldn't afford it. Who paid for it and helped you keep your wife and child alive? That's right. Everyone wants money, but if we force Mr. Zhu to sell his house and make his family homeless just for the sake of money, I, Zhu, can't do it. Master Zhu also said loudly, have you all forgotten? In the beginning, we were all working in a bankrupt state-owned factory with a salary of a few hundred yuan to make a living. Who brought us out and let us get high salaries first, so that our family can live comfortably? That's right. The company is in trouble now. We can't pay salaries and everyone is anxious.
There's nothing wrong with asking Mr. Ju for salary. But if you force Mr. Ju to buy a house, I won't do it. Yes, we can't do this. We can't forget Mr. Ju's kindness. Amid the voices of support, the young man who had just shouted was filled with shame and curled his lips. I am anxious too. I haven't received my salary for 5 months. My family can't even afford to eat. Even though we can't afford to eat, I didn't ask you to beg for food, right? Zhong Kaiyuan, didn't Mr. Ju give everyone a few $100s from the money from selling the car a few days ago? Are you really going to force his family to sleep on the street? If that's the case, where can you go to ask him for wages in the future? Yes, I would rather not have this money than do such an immoral thing. Just now everyone was excitedly surrounding Zhu Yundao to demand their wages, but in the blink of an eye the situation suddenly changed and everyone started to defend Zhu Yundao. Yang Yi, who was standing outside and watching, smiled approvingly. This was the Zhu Yundao he needed. Although the company encountered difficulties, he would rather be homeless than sell his house to pay the workers' wages. And his workers are also willing to consider him and protect him from his own perspective. Only such a leader can lead good soldiers and a good team. At this time, Zhu Yundao, who was standing on the empty oil drum, was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Dear brothers, uncles, I, Zhu Yundao, appreciate your kindness. But I owe you all what I owe you. It is because of my incompetence that you all starve with me. Boss Zhu, please don't say that. We believe that the company's difficulties are temporary. You will definitely be able to lead us out of this predicament. Yes, Mr. Zhu, we believe you. Zhu Yundao nodded excitedly and was about to express his opinion when he saw 2 people walking out of the crowd. One of them announced loudly, Dear workers, just now, General Manager Zhu has raised funds to settle all the wages owed to you. Now don't push or make noise. In 2 hours, all your wages will be paid in full. Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhu Yundao with disbelief. Zhu Yundao was also confused. When did he raise the funds? How come he had no idea about it at all? Looking at the 2 people again, one turned out to be his old classmate Huaping, and the other one, the one who was speaking, also looked very familiar. Huaping, why are you here? Zhu Yundao quickly jumped off the oil barrel, walked quickly to Huaping and Yang Yi, and whispered, What are you doing? This is not the time to joke. Huaping put his arm around his shoulders. Yundao, this is our old classmate, Yang Yi. We are not kidding you. We are really here to give you money and help you through this difficult time. Really? Zhu Yundao was really surprised, because he knew Huaping very well and he would not joke with him. Of course it's true. Yang Yi shook his hand and said, Zhu Yundao, today I'm not only giving you money, but I'm also bringing you a multi-billion-dollar project. It all depends on whether you're willing to do it. A multi-billion-dollar project? Zhu Yuntao's hands began to tremble with surprise when he heard this. Yes, it's a multi-billion-dollar project, but we'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to pay the workers' wages first. Yang Yi asked, How much wages are owed to the workers in total? Zhu Yundao said embarrassedly, It's more than 600,000 yuan in total, but I still have some project funds outside that I haven't received. If I get them back, it will be almost enough. Yang Yi nodded, took out his phone and called He Dan. He Dan, contact the bank right now and tell them that I need 1 million in cash. Ask them to send it to Pengdao Construction Company right away. I'm waiting here for urgent use. After saying that, he hung up the phone. You know, he has billions of dollars in deposits in the bank. Once he makes a phone call, the bank president will have to run to deliver the money. All the workers present were stunned, looking at the god of wealth who dropped from the sky in surprise, feeling surprised, happy, and a little suspicious. However, these doubts soon disappeared with the arrival of bank staff. In less than an hour, a car with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's license plate on the body drove up to the gate. The workers blocking the gate quickly made way for the car to enter the compound. A woman who looked like a manager jumped out of the car and walked quickly to Yang Yi. Mr. Yang, right? We didn't dare to neglect your call, so we quickly mobilized cash from other branches and raised 1 million in cash to send to you. I hope it didn't delay us. As he waved his hand, 2 little girls came running over carrying a box. Yang Yi smiled and nodded, Thank you, I am very satisfied with your work attitude and efficiency. I will feel relieved when I keep my money with you in the future. Then he turned to Zhu Yundao and said, Yundao, what are you still standing there for? Pay the workers' wages. Chapter 98 Confusing News. The surprise was like a storm, coming so violently that Zhu Yundao was confused. He stared blankly at the bank staff carrying the money into the finance office. Only then did he finally come to his senses and quickly grabbed Yang Yi. Yang Yi, what's going on? I know you want to help me, but I can't take your money for nothing. Yang Yi smiled. Did I say I'll give it to you for free? Don't worry, this money is not given to you for free. Zhu Yundao was even more confused by this. Hua Ping laughed and put his arm around his shoulders. Let's go to your office and talk. We have something great to talk to you about. Having said that, he hugged Zhu Yundao without saying anything and went to Zhu Yundao's office with Yang Yi. As soon as he entered the office, Zhu Yundao quickly broke free from Hua Ping's arms and said anxiously, Hua Ping, Yang Yi, please tell me what's going on. If you don't tell me, I'm not sure and I'm very nervous. Hua Ping looked at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, you should say this. Your words carry more weight. Yang Yi nodded, then stopped smiling and said seriously, Yundao, I recently bought a large piece of land to build a building, but I don't have my own construction company, and I don't want others to make the money, so I want to acquire your company, and then you will be the general manager to manage it. You will be responsible for this big project, so that you workers can also have food to eat. What do you think? Buy my company? Zhu Yundao doubted his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. He asked doubtfully, there are so many powerful construction companies in the city, why me? He smiled bitterly and said, you can see that my company can hardly pay the wages and is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you believe in such a company? I know you want to help me, but this makes me feel a little uncomfortable, as if I am being given charity. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Yundao, you are wrong. I want to help you, but I have principles when I help people. It depends on whether he is worthy of my help. In a word, I see the most basic principle of being a human being in you, that is, integrity. You can sell your house to pay the workers. Based on this point, I believe that your company is valuable and you are absolutely worthy of my trust. Besides, as I said just now, I need my own construction team now, and I also need a management talent who can make me feel at ease and let me let go. You are that person, and your company is the team I need. You are willing to sell houses for them, and they are willing to give up their salary for your sake. You are both the people I need. Of course, I will never treat you and everyone else unfairly when I acquire your company, and I certainly won't be a philanthropist and lose money. I will have an accounting firm audit your company and come up with a price that suits your company for the acquisition. I will then retain everyone in the company and increase their salaries by 20%. Your salary will double, and your bonus will double. More importantly, this project of mine will be a great opportunity for the company to take off. You shouldn't miss it. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he nodded to Hua Ping and said, Hua Ping, now you tell him about our project. Okay. Hua Ping's first words were, Yundao, do you know that the city is going to build a new school in Majiatan soon? Zhu Yundao was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, I know, of course I know, it's a resolution just issued by the city. What? Could it be that the project you are talking about is to build a school? Hua Ping smiled and shook his head, no, it's a project that is more profitable than building a school. Do you know that all the land around Majiatan has been bought up recently? Zhu Yundao nodded, of course I heard about it. At that time, everyone laughed at that company. Did they have a brain seizure to buy land in that remote place? But now. At this point, he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, could it be that you bought the land? Hua Ping smiled, you guessed it right, it was indeed me who led the acquisition, but these plots of land belong to Yang Yi alone, he is our big boss. Zhu Yundao slapped his thigh and said, Yang Yi, you're going to make a fortune. Once a school is built in Majiatan, the value of the land will definitely rise. If you build a building or a supermarket on the land, you will definitely make a fortune. Yang Yi smiled, that's why we came to you. For such a big project, we need someone we can trust and who can handle it to take charge, right? At this time, all Zhu Yuntao's worries disappeared. Such a good development opportunity and such a large project were something he had never encountered before. Although the company was acquired, he could still manage the team and do his favorite career, and his income would not decrease at all. How could he miss such an opportunity? So, without even thinking about it, he slammed the table and said, okay, Yang Yi, since you trust me so much, then if I, Zhu Yundao, continue to be lazy and refuse to do anything, I will be ungrateful. Okay, I'll do it. Yang Yi smiled, okay, that's right.
In this way, the rest of the things will be handed over to you. You need to go to the city to handle all the procedures for developing and building the building, and take care of all the other things that need to be taken care of. In this way, I will give you another $1 million in startup capital. You can spend it as much as you want. If it's not enough, come back to me. Zhu Yundao nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will treat this place as my own business and will never let you down. Yang Yi nodded, and at this moment the phone on his body suddenly rang. It seems there is new news. Yang Yi quickly took out his mobile phone and saw a small red dot on the advanced news icon. When I opened the software, a piece of news popped up. On November 25, 2020, the provincial police cracked a long-standing case. The criminal, Hu Jianghai, had raped and murdered his 3 female secretaries 4 years ago and had been at large ever since. Recently, the police accidentally obtained important clues to solve the case, thus locking in the criminal Hu Jianghai and finding out several other crimes committed by Hu Jianghai. Finally, Hu Jianghai was brought to justice and all his personal property was confiscated. After taking a quick look at the news, Yang Yi was a little confused. This news seems a bit out of place with the past. Previous news was all about helping people discover wealth, such as winning the lottery, finding a treasure, or buying a house in a school district. But today, this news is about a case that was solved 3 years later. What does the system mean by this? Is it asking me to be a detective? Yang Yi obviously had no interest in this. He just glanced at the first half of the news and closed his phone. Thank you all for your support and gifts. Fei Yan will work hard to make this book more exciting. Chapter 99 Harmony among all is most important. After reading the news, Yang Yi put away his phone and returned to Zhu Yuntao's office. Today's news had nothing to do with him, so he didn't take it too seriously. The 3 people continued to discuss the project. At this moment, a siren suddenly sounded outside, coming from far away and finally seemed to have come to the company's yard. What's going on? Why does it look like the police are here? Zhu Yundao quickly got up and went out to see what happened, and Yang Yi and Huaping also followed him out. I saw a police car parked in the yard and 2 policemen got out of the car. 1 man and 1 woman, 1 old and 1 young. The man was in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair on his temples, and looked like an old policeman who was about to retire. The woman was in her 20s, with a young face, and looked like a police academy graduate who had just started working. However, the policewoman looked pretty, with fair skin, an oval face, and her hair tied in a ponytail, which made her look very heroic. She also had a great figure, not to mention her tall stature. The police uniform on her chest was bulging, as if she was carrying 2 large weapons. The workers were queuing up there to get their wages. When they saw 2 policemen coming, they turned around and looked at them curiously. The young policewoman, in particular, attracted a lot of attention from everyone. Several young male workers even stared at her pretty and fair face unscrupulously. It seemed that this was the first time for the young policewoman to go out on a police call, and she was obviously a little uncomfortable facing so many passionate gazes. The old policeman was very experienced. He looked around majestically, and wherever his eyes went, those eyes turned away uncomfortably. The policewoman also breathed a sigh of relief. Who is the person in charge here? The old policeman asked majestically. The crowd was in an uproar, and Zhu Yundao quickly responded, yes, yes. He quickly walked over and extended his hand. Hello, officer. I am Zhu Yundao, the general manager here. Hello, both of you. The old policeman glanced at him and did not shake his hand. Instead, he looked at the crowd in front of him and asked, what's going on? Why are there so many people gathered? These 2 policemen are both in charge of a nearby police station. The older one is called Zhao Honghai, a veteran policeman here, and the female one is called Xie Mai, a graduate of the police academy who had just been assigned to the station. She had originally wanted to join the criminal police team, but was assigned to the police station instead, and she always felt unwilling to do so. Just now, the police station received a call from the public, saying that a crowd had gathered at Pengdao Construction Company and even a beating had occurred. Lao Zhao did not dare to delay and hurried over with Xie Mai. When I got here, I saw that there were indeed quite a lot of people gathered there. Oh, officer, these are all workers from our company. They are here to collect their wages today. When Zhu Yundao heard him ask this, he immediately understood what was going on and hurriedly explained. The old policeman stared at him. Are you really getting paid? As he said this, he turned his head and looked around.
Before Zhu Yundao could answer, CMI asked again, "What about the wound on your head? Was it caused by someone beating you?" The atmosphere in the yard suddenly became tense. Because CMI was right, Zhu Yuntao's head injury was indeed caused by a beating. When the workers were rioting just now, some young people pushed Zhu Yundao in an impulsive manner, and accidentally pushed him down, breaking his head in 2 places, and there was some dirt on his clothes. The workers suddenly became nervous, fearing that if Zhu Yundao nodded, they would be held legally responsible. At this time, Zhu Yundao smiled and shook his head. "Officer, you misunderstood. I just had an argument with my wife at home and she scratched me twice. It's okay. I'll go back and admit my mistake to her and kneel on the washboard." His words immediately eased the tense atmosphere and the crowd burst into laughter. CMI obviously didn't believe it, but couldn't say anything. Old Zhao stared at Zhu Yuntao's eyes for a long time, then said, "Are you really just here to collect your salary? Are you not here to cause trouble because of your salary arrears?" Zhu Yundao still had a smile on his face. "Of course not, I got the project payment, so I notified everyone to come and settle their wages. We haven't received our wages for several months, so everyone is anxious. More people came at once, and I'm sorry to have caused the 2 police officers to worry." As he said that, he quickly took out a cigarette and wanted to give it to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao stretched out his hand to block the cigarette that was handed to him. "No need, as long as there is no trouble, we all work in the same company. We should be rational when there is something going on. Don't let your impulse harm your whole family." Then he turned around and said, "Xiao Xie, that's enough, it's just a misunderstanding, let's go." "But, master, they clearly..." When CMI was about to say something, Lao Zhao had already opened the car door and got in, so she had no choice but to follow him in. The police car drove out of the compound. CMI said dissatisfiedly, "Master, why didn't you continue asking? That person just now was obviously lying. Someone must have beaten someone just now." Old Zhao smiled and said, "Girl, although I am old, my eyesight is still good. How could I not see it? Then why do you just let it go? Why don't you arrest those who beat people up?" CMI asked in confusion. Old Zhao glanced at her and said, "Girl, you don't understand this, do you? Let me tell you, as grassroots police officers, the most important thing for us is not to arrest people, but to protect the stability of the area under our jurisdiction. You saw it just now, they did beat someone up, but the reason is also very clear. It's because the company owed everyone salary for several months, and everyone couldn't make a living, so they beat people up. It is wrong to withhold wages, but beating people should be punished," CMI argued. Old Zhao smiled and said, "Girl, why don't you think about it? Why didn't the person who was beaten give evidence? On the contrary, he is still protecting the person who beat him. This shows that their basic relationship is still very harmonious, and they just did something stupid on impulse. Besides, the boss has received his salary now and has settled everyone's wages. Didn't you see that everyone was grinning from ear to ear and their relationships weren't affected at all? So why should we destroy this harmonious relationship?" CMI stopped talking. Even though she felt that what Lao Zhao said was not right, she couldn't think of how to refute it. "Girl, you will understand in the future. The most important thing for a police officer is not to solve cases and arrest people, but to maintain neighborhood relations and protect the stability of the jurisdiction. Only when the neighborhood relations are good and the jurisdiction is stable can our police work be better carried out." Old Zhao glanced at her and said, "In fact, our work as police officers is equally glorious, but the division of labor is different from that of criminal police." CMI pouted and muttered, "But I still want to be a criminal police officer. I'm a bit busy today, so the 3rd chapter is a little late. Thank you for your support." Chapter 100. He is always so magical. Provincial capital. Su Yuhan sat in the office of her jewelry company's head office, staring at the jewel ring in front of her in a daze. This is a priceless jewel ring, inlaid with the phantom green that Yang Yi spent 300 million to buy as a gift for her. Su Yuhan specially invited a European master to design and create this ring specifically for this phantom green. It was designed and made to fit her own ring finger. But she just stared at it in a daze and didn't put it on. Because she has a dream in her heart, she hopes that one day, the person in her heart will wear this ring on her ring finger. "Wow! Yuhan, this ring is so beautiful. Especially the gem, this charming green, it's so beautiful." A burst of exclamations came from behind. Su Yuhan didn't even look back, she knew it was her assistant Liang Ying. Although Liang Ying was her assistant, Su Yuhan always treated her as her best friend and told her everything she was thinking. Because in her opinion, a close friend who can help her share happiness and sorrow is far more precious than an obedient subordinate. Liang Ying came over and looked at the beautiful and precious ring in surprise. She asked curiously, "Yuhan, is this the phantom green? It's so beautiful. I bet there is no more beautiful gem in the world." Su Yuhan was very happy and said, "I don't know if there is anything more beautiful than it, but in my heart, it is the most precious." Liang Ying looked at her and said, "Tell me the truth. Is it because he gave you this gem that it is the most precious thing in your heart?" Su Yuhan blushed slightly, but did not deny it. Liang Ying became more certain of her guess and became more curious. "Yuhan, what kind of man is he to win your heart? I'm really curious, is he rich? Is he richer than the Hu family in Kyoto?" When Su Yuhan mentioned the Jingju Hu family, she showed a hint of displeasure on her face. "Liang Ying, don't talk to me about the Jingju Hu family. I hate hearing these four words." Then she shook her head and said, "He is not that rich. Half a month ago, he was a poor man with nothing." "Oh? Then I'm even more curious. How could a poor man like him attract the attention of a billionaire like you? He must be very handsome, right?" Su Yuhan thought about it, and the blush on her face deepened. "He is a little handsome and very manly, but this is not the most important thing." "Then what is the most important thing?" Liang Ying became more and more curious. "The most important thing is that he has a mysterious aura. You never know what will happen to him." Su Yuhan dragged her chin and said slowly, "He seems to have the ability to predict the future. All kinds of strange things can happen to him. Everything he does seems so absurd to others, but in the end, he will definitely be the winner." Liang Ying was a little fascinated by what she heard. "Yuhan, you make him sound so mysterious and magical. I am a little yearning for him. I can't wait to see what kind of god he is." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Where's Yuhan? Is Yuhan here?" Hearing this voice, Su Yuhan's good mood instantly disappeared and her face turned ugly. Then the salesgirl's voice came. Mr. Hu, you're here again? Mr. Su is inside. Please wait a moment. I'll go in and inform you." Su Yuhan's face became darker and darker, and she said to Liang Ying, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you? If this Hu guy comes again, just say I'm not here." Liang Ying also frowned. What's wrong with this Xiao Hong? She must have taken advantage of this Hu. I will fire her later. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about I go out now, stop him, and tell him you're not here?" Su Yuhan shook her head. "Forget it, he definitely won't believe it. I'll just leave, we have to break up anyway." Having said that, he locked the jewel ring into the safe, opened the door and walked out. As soon as I walked out, I saw the salesperson named Xiao Hong busy pouring tea for Hu Junjie, who was holding a large bouquet of bright red roses in his hand. The salespersons and customers in the store looked at him enviously. "Xiao Hong, do your thing." Su Yuhan walked out with a dark face. Xiao Hong knew something was wrong as soon as she saw it. She realized she had disturbed a hornet's nest. She stuck out her tongue and quickly walked away. Hu Junjie also stood up, holding a rose, and walked to Su Yuhan, with a smile on his face. "Yuhan, I give you a bouquet of roses. I wish you will always be as beautiful as this bouquet of roses." Su Yuhan looked at him coldly, not even reaching out to take the rose. "Hu Junjie, didn't I tell you? Don't come to me again in the future. No matter what my second uncle promised you, he is him and I am me. I can't possibly promise you anything." For a moment, the air in the store became stagnant. The customers were talking in low voices, while the shopping guides quickly turned their heads away. Hu Junjie was slightly embarrassed, but it soon disappeared, still smiling. "Yuhan, if you don't accept me today, I will come back tomorrow and give you roses every day until you agree to me." Hu Junjie was unyielding and Su Yuhan was so angry that she was helpless. After thinking about it, she simply reached out and took the bouquet of roses. The joy of victory immediately appeared on Hu Junjie's face. But the next second, his face turned dark. Su Yuhan took the rose and turned around to stuff it into the trash can in the store. "Hu Junjie, you can send it to me whenever you want in the future. But I will throw it into the trash can." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his office, slamming the door. The air in the store suddenly became stagnant, and it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Hu Junjie nervously. Hu Junjie's face turned from red to blue, and then from blue to red. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took out the phone and yelled at the other end, "Useless thing, how is the task I asked you to do going?" The person on the other end of the phone was startled, and hurriedly said carefully, "Who, Mr. Who, I have already checked everything you told me. That guy named Yang has a property in Shia City. It was worthless before, but recently a school was suddenly built nearby, so the value of the property has increased accordingly. Also, he has a restaurant group in Shia City with more than 30 branches, and business is booming. Also, he recently acquired a lot of land, which has greatly increased in value with the construction of this school. I guess he's going to make some big moves." Chapter 101: A fly found in the dish. T&I Restaurant. As usual, Lin Jun was patrolling each floor of the restaurant. He had a small notebook in his hand and was taking notes from time to time. Ever since Yang Yi asked him to come to T&I, he knew what he should do. He started as a waiter and a parking lot boy, first becoming familiar with every position in the restaurant, understanding every detail of the restaurant's operations, discovering the shortcomings, and then looking for solutions. Although he is an excellent graduate, he is not arrogant and is willing to learn from others. Although he has only been in the restaurant for more than 10 days, he knows the restaurant better than the old employees who have worked here for several years. He knows everything from parking outside the door, welcoming guests, to the restaurant kitchen, and even logistics procurement. Because he knew that Yang Yi asked him to come here not to give him a job or a way to support his family, but to trust him and let him help him shoulder an important responsibility. For this trust and this friendship, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to it. Manager Zhao of the restaurant also understood his identity, so he would discuss everything with him and listen to his opinions. The business of T&I Restaurant is becoming more and more prosperous, even more prosperous than before. Lin Jun was patrolling the floors today as usual, and the waiters would greet him when they saw him. "Hello, Manager Lin." Lin Jun always smiled and nodded. It is already past 7 o'clock in the evening, which is the time when the restaurant is most busy every day. The restaurant on the first floor is already crowded, with every table filled with guests, and many guests without reservations waiting in line in the waiting area. There were also many VIPs on the second and third floors, and the seats were almost full. It seemed that the restaurant's revenue would reach a new level today. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in a corner of the restaurant on the first floor. The noise became louder and louder, causing the customers in the restaurant to turn their heads to look. At this time, Lin Jun, who had just come down, also saw it. He frowned slightly and hurried over. "What's going on?" Lin Jun walked up and asked a waitress standing there. The waitress blushed and whispered, "Manager Lin, they said there were flies in our food." "There are flies in the food?" Lin Jun frowned. The restaurant has very strict control over the hygiene of the kitchen. Although the windows are kept ventilated, they have tight screens, so it is impossible for flies to fly in. Moreover, there are special people guarding the door of the back kitchen. One is to prevent non-kitchen personnel from entering the back kitchen, and the other is to strictly control the door curtain of the back kitchen to keep it down, so flies have been eliminated long ago. In the past half-month since he came to the restaurant, there has never been an incident of flies in the food, and such a thing will never happen. Lin Jun is very confident about this. So where did this fly come from? Lin Jun was very quick to think of a word: freeloaders. These people usually live by eating and drinking for free. After eating and drinking to their heart's content in a restaurant, they put flies prepared in advance into the leftovers, and then pretend to exclaim that there are flies in the food. Their purpose is to get the restaurant to waive the bill and take the opportunity to extort some money. The methods used by these people are usually very simple and can be seen by any discerning person. However, for the sake of their own reputation and business, restaurants often choose to keep quiet and give these people free bills or some small money to avoid affecting the restaurant's reputation. This kind of behavior will to a certain extent embolden these people, which is why cases of free food and drinks and extortion from restaurants are common in recent years. But for restaurants, this choice is also out of helplessness. Are these people also freeloaders? Lin Jun did not jump to conclusions, but stood aside and observed carefully. He found that there were 4 people at the table, all men. However, unlike the freeloaders he had seen, these men were well dressed and their facial features were very different from those hooligans who ate and drank for free. What's going on? Lin Jun did not rush forward, but stood aside and observed. Manager Zhao came over and saw that there was a mess. He stepped forward and said, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this happened. How about this? We'll make a new portion of this dish for you and you can get it for free." What do you think? Manager Zhao is smart. He knows that it is the peak dining period and the matter should not be made a big deal, otherwise it will affect the reputation and normal business of the restaurant, so he tried to resolve the crisis at the lowest cost. But these people were obviously not that easy to deal with. One of the young men slammed the table when he heard this and said, "What do you mean? Are you saying we can't afford this dish?" Manager Zhao saw that something was not right and quickly said with a smile, No, sir, you misunderstood. I was just trying to express our apologies." Apology? What's the use of apology? Do you know? I feel uncomfortable in my stomach now, nausea. Although we only found a fly in this dish, can you guarantee that none of us swallowed the fly? The young man blushed and looked unyielding. The guests at other tables were all watching coldly. When they heard his words, they suddenly felt their stomachs begin to churn, as if they had eaten a fly. Manager Zhao saw that they were going to make a big fuss, so he quickly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I can guarantee with our store's reputation of more than 10 years that the hygiene of our food and kitchen has been strictly inspected by the health department, so it is impossible for you to eat a fly." Then what's the matter with this fly? Another person also stood up and said, patting the table. Manager Zhao was sweating profusely. This must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Are you saying that we can't afford to eat, so we come here to eat and drink for free, and you falsely accuse us of coming? A middle-aged man also stood up, shouting loudly, and took out his wallet, slapped a handful of red bills and several bank cards on the table, and shouted, "Look, are we the kind of scoundrels who can't afford to eat and come here to blackmail you?" As a result, everyone around started to chatter. It seems that these people are not the kind who eat for free. There are really flies in this dish. Yeah, why do I feel so uncomfortable now, as if it's us who are eating the fly instead of them? Stop talking. I feel sick too. I have no appetite. Yes, let's go, and don't eat here anymore. It makes me sick just thinking about it. As they spoke, many people began to stand up to pay the bill and plan to leave without caring whether they had finished their meals or not. The entire T&I restaurant was in chaos. Chapter 102 Don't Let Me Fall in the Toilet. The restaurant started to get chaotic, and Lin Jun knew that he was in trouble. He couldn't stand by and watch any longer, so he stepped forward and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the person in charge here. If you have anything to say, please tell me. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience this meal has brought to you. We are willing to compensate you and hope to make up for the emotional and psychological damage to you." Compensation? Before Lin Jun could finish, the middle-aged man sneered, "How to compensate? Do you want to give us some money and shut us up so that we can't talk about this anymore? This. And then? Then you can tell the outside world that we are actually a bunch of freeloaders who brought flies here to cause trouble on purpose and then blackmailed you." The middle-aged man sneered, "We are not that stupid. We will not betray our conscience for your money, cover up these ugly things for you, and let you continue to endanger the health of the general public." Then he said to the young man, "Zhongling, what are you still standing there for? Take a picture of the meal and post it online so that everyone can know what kind of food T&I restaurant is letting us eat." Lin Jun's heart sank. If they really spread this information online, then white would be turned into black, and T&I restaurant would be in big trouble. Moreover, more and more people were watching around, saying all kinds of things. If the situation was not handled properly, the restaurant's reputation would be completely ruined. Suddenly, an idea struck him, so he shouted, "Everyone listen to me." The guy named Zhongling was still taking pictures and videos with his mobile phone, preparing to post them online. Manager Zhao was so anxious that he wanted to stop him, but was stopped by several other people. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Lin Jun grabbed him and said, "Manager Zhao, don't get excited. We are upright and have nothing to fear. Why should we be afraid of him? Just do as I say and have our people take out their phones to shoot videos and prepare to record what happens next." Then he said loudly to the diners who were watching, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. We are all very surprised that something like this happened today, because our T&I restaurant has been open for more than 10 years and has never had any unhygienic food, let alone a scandal of flies being found in the dishes. But since it has happened today, let's get to the bottom of it, firstly for everyone's health, and secondly to clear our restaurant's name. Don't panic, everyone. We have surveillance cameras installed in the restaurant, kitchen, and every corridor. So we can find the answer to what happened here from beginning to end from the surveillance cameras. In short, After watching the surveillance video, we will know what really happened. There was something wrong with our food. We will not tolerate it. We will punish the person responsible immediately and suspend business for rectification until everyone is satisfied. But if someone deliberately sabotages and slanders the reputation of our T&I restaurant, we will never let them go. We will hand them over to the police and hold them accountable for the legal consequences. Lin Jun's voice was very loud and immediately quieted down the messy restaurant. When these words were spoken, everyone echoed loudly, "Well said, yes, watch the surveillance, we need to watch the surveillance." Manager Zhao was stunned for a moment, then slapped his head and said, "Yeah, why didn't I think of checking the surveillance camera?" However, those people had not thought of this, and a trace of panic appeared on their faces at the same time. The middle-aged man tried to remain calm. "Humph, let's watch the surveillance, but where is your surveillance? Can the surveillance room accommodate so many of us?" Lin Jun smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. We can have someone put the surveillance footage on the big screen in the hall, and everyone can watch it here." He waved his hand and said, "Manager Zhao, go get all the surveillance cameras and connect the footage here." As he said this, he looked at those people intentionally, and saw that they were already looking at each other and making eye contact, as if they wanted to slip away in the chaos. So he immediately shouted, "Security brothers, pay attention, keep watch on the doors, don't let anyone in or out for now, lest the person responsible slip away." The security guards responded loudly and immediately guarded the entrances and exits of the restaurant. At this time, those people became more and more panicked, but they were still trying to remain calm. The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "Okay, let's watch the surveillance, but I have to pee urgently, so I have to go to the bathroom first." Several other people also said, yes, I need to go to the bathroom first too." Urgent to pee? Maybe you are feeling guilty? Still need to go to the toilet? Don't you want to run? At this moment, the diners also became suspicious. Everyone looked at them suspiciously, but Lin Jun was not afraid. "Okay, people have urgent needs, and we can't stop them from going to the toilet, right? But to avoid suspicion, it's better for everyone to go one by one. Who will go first?" The middle-aged man said impatiently, I'll go first. I'm old and can't hold my urine." Lin Jun smiled and said, "Okay, you go first. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Li, you two accompany this gentleman to the toilet. You must accompany him carefully, otherwise the toilet floor is slippery. If he falls, it will be our restaurant's responsibility again." The two security guards responded and walked up to the middle-aged man. "Let's go, sir." The middle-aged man had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the restroom at the back under the protection of two security guards. The other few people sat there fidgeting. Manager Zhao acted quickly and quickly asked the technician in charge of monitoring to connect the surveillance footage to the restaurant's large screen. Everyone stared at the picture on the big screen, wanting to see what the truth of the matter was. The security guards did not dare to be careless at all. They each guarded their own door, fearing that those people would slip away in the chaos. The first thing that came up on the big screen was the kitchen surveillance. From the screen, everyone could see that the kitchen of T&I restaurant was clean and tidy, and it was spotlessly clean. Every chef wore a neat white chef coat and a white hat on his head. The entire kitchen was clean and hygienic, and there was not a single fly to be seen. The entire operation process of the chefs was also hygienic and standardized, and there was absolutely nothing to complain about. Then, the surveillance camera showed the footage of the food delivery channel, and the waiters were all very well behaved, with no evidence of them stealing any of the customers' food. As the diners watched, their doubts and worries dissipated a lot. Finally, the surveillance footage cut to the restaurant, where a camera could see everything that happened at the table. Chapter 103. Something is wrong. When the surveillance footage of this table appeared on the big screen, the guests became visibly panicked. The guy named Zhongling stood up and started walking towards the door. The other two also stood up, but Lin Jun was prepared. Not only were there security guards guarding the door, but even the waiters and the chefs in the kitchen were standing next to these guys. As soon as they saw that they were trying to escape, they immediately blocked them with their bodies. "Look! What are they doing?" A diner pointed at the screen and shouted in surprise. As everyone has seen in the picture, the guy named Zhongling was halfway through his meal when he looked around, and when he realized that no one was paying attention to him, he took something out of his pocket, pushed one of the dishes aside, threw what he had in his hand into the dish, and then stirred the dish with chopsticks. Now, the truth is revealed. Even a fool can see that what that guy threw into the dishes must be the fly they discovered. It turns out that the disgusting flies found in the dishes were not caused accidentally by the restaurant chefs, but were put in there on purpose by these guys. There was a sudden commotion in the restaurant. Zhong Ling rushed to the door, but the security guards were on guard and grabbed him. The other two were held down on the shoulders by the waiter and the chefs and could not move at all while sitting in their seats. At this time, I heard a cry from the bathroom at the back, "Ouch! It hurts so much." After a while, two security guards twisted the middle-aged man's shoulders and pushed him in. The middle-aged man was wet all over, with disheveled hair and some black and yellow stuff on his face. It was obvious that he wanted to run away, but he was held down in the toilet by two security guards. The truth came out, and the diners in the restaurant shook their heads, condemning these guys with corrupt consciences for throwing dirty water on other people's restaurant for no reason, making everyone almost think that there was really a problem with the restaurant's hygiene. Everyone, what do you think? These people framed our restaurant for no reason. How should we deal with them? Lin Jun asked loudly. Is there even any need to ask? Call the police and let them arrest them and lock them up for a few days. The diners responded loudly. Yes, scoundrels like these must be punished by law. Lin Jun nodded and said to Manager Zhao next to him, okay, then let's do as everyone says, call the police and let them punish them. Manager Zhao nodded, called the police immediately, and also notified Yang Yi. Of course, we have to inform the boss of such a big thing happening in the restaurant. When Yang Yi heard this, he also took the matter very seriously and immediately said that he would come over right away. At this time, Lin Jun said loudly, dear friends, what happened today has affected your appetite. Our restaurant is deeply sorry. To express our apology, we will give each table of guests a complimentary portion of our signature dish, hoping to make up for your loss. There was thunderous applause, and Lin Jun continued, there is one more thing I need your help with. Today, everyone has understood the truth of the matter. I am afraid that the guests who left earlier will misunderstand our store, which will affect our reputation. So I hope that after you go back today, you can help clarify the facts for our store in various media. I would like to thank you all here. The diners shouted, Manager Lin, don't worry. We have just learned the whole story and have taken a video. We will now post the truth so that everyone can understand the truth. Yes, Manager Lin, don't worry, we will all speak for the restaurant. The restaurant soon returned to normal and the diners continued to eat. With the incident just now, everyone seemed to be in higher spirits. They talked about what had just happened with great interest and praised Lin Jun for his calmness in the face of danger. The few troublemakers were kept in a corner by the security guards and had no chance of escaping at all. Not long after, Yang Yi arrived first. After understanding what happened, he patted Lin Jun on the shoulder and said, Lin Jun, I was right about you. You handled this matter very well. You remained calm in the face of danger and successfully turned the situation around. Well done. Manager Zhao also praised him, Boss, Lin Jun is really great. I was confused just now and didn't know what to do, but Lin Jun didn't panic at all. He controlled the situation in his hands. Those guys couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Lin Jun frowned and said, Yang Yi, today's incident is a bit strange. These people don't look like ordinary freeloaders. Their purpose doesn't seem to be to eat for free and then extort some money from us. It seems that they are here intentionally to ruin our reputation. Manager Zhao also said, yes, boss, this matter is indeed a bit strange. The identities of these people are very questionable. Yang Yi also frowned. Since these people had other purposes, who sent them? Were they here for the restaurant or for him? At this time, a security guard ran over, Boss, Manager Zhao, Manager Lin, the police are here. Before he finished speaking, two policemen had already walked into the store. Yang Yi took a look and found that they were the two policemen he met at the construction company a few days ago. Hello, two officers. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here so late at night. Yang Yi took the initiative to greet them. The two policemen were also slightly startled when they saw him. Lao Jiao nodded and asked, who called the police just now? Lin Jun quickly said, I called the police. A few people were deliberately causing trouble in our store. Then he recounted what had happened. Old Zhao listened and nodded, while Suemai was taking notes on the side. After listening to Lin Jun's introduction, the two policemen conducted further investigation and questioning among the diners, and the results were exactly the same as what Lin Jun said. So Lao Jiao nodded and said, "Okay, we have a general understanding of what happened, but the nature of the case still needs to be investigated in detail. Now we have to take them back. Whoever is in charge here, go with us and take a statement." This had to be cooperated with, so Yang Yi, the boss, and Lin Jun, who was present at the time, went to the police station together. After the interrogation and recording, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when the two of them walked out of the police station. After sending Lin Jun home, Yang Yi was driving back home when he saw a figure squatting in front of him, fiddling with a bicycle. When the car drove up to him, Yang Yi stepped on the brakes because he recognized that the person squatting there fiddling with the bicycle was the female police officer Xue Mai, who had just taken his statement in the police station. "Officer, is your car broken down? Do you need help?" Yang Yi asked as he rolled down the window. Chapter 10 For Good Luck Can't Be Stopped. When Xue Mai looked up, she saw a Mercedes-Benz parked beside her. He looked at the person in the car window again and recognized Yang Yi after a closer look. "Oh, is it you?" Yang Yi opened the car door and walked down. "What's the matter, officer? Is the car broken down?" "Well, the chain broke," Xue Mai said depressedly. This was a geared bike she had just bought for daily commuting and exercise. But she realized she had lost money after buying the bike for a month because it broke down frequently. Look, it was already past 10 o'clock when she got off work. She was thinking of riding faster to get home earlier, but the more anxious she was, the more problems occurred. The chain broke, and she squatted there to fix it for a long time but couldn't fix it. "Let me take a look." Yang Yi squatted down and took the chain from Xue Mai. He immediately came to a conclusion. "Officer, the chain is broken. It can't be fixed without professional tools. Why don't I take you home first and let the mechanic fix it tomorrow?" Xue Mai also knew this would be the result. A broken chain is not like a dropped chain. It can be fixed by just fiddling with it a few times. So she said embarrassedly, "That's not good. It's too late to bother you. It's okay. It's just on the way. It won't take more than a few minutes." Yang Yi said as he opened the trunk of the car and stuffed the bicycle into it. Xue Mai hesitated for a moment and asked quickly, "By the way, I live on the west section of Shaoshan Road. How about it? Is it on the way? If not, I won't bother you. It's just on the way. I also live in that area," Yang Yi said casually and started the car. In fact, he is not in the right direction at all, and is even a bit contrary to the trend. Xue Mai didn't hesitate and opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Thank you, officer. Did those people just now get anything out of me?" Yang Yi asked casually while driving. "Not yet. It's getting late. Lao Jiao said they will be retried tomorrow. But don't worry, we have detained them separately. You don't have to worry about them colluding with each other," Xue Mai said, "but this case doesn't look complicated. It's obvious that you offended someone and were retaliated against maliciously. Think about it and see if you have offended anyone recently. If you have any clues, you can tell us. This will help solve the case as soon as possible. By the way, I'll add you on WeChat. You can contact me anytime if you think of anything." Xue Mai was very straightforward. She took out her cell phone and pulled out her WeChat QR code. Yang Yi steered the wheel with one hand and opened his mobile phone with the other hand. He scanned and added a friend. "By the way, Officer Xie, I heard that there is a very famous case in Kyoto. I wonder if Officer Xie has heard of it." Yang Yi suddenly thought of the news pushed to him in his advance news, so he asked casually, "Oh? What case is it? Tell me. If it's a big case, I should know about it because the ministry will send it to the public security system." Xue Mai said, "It happened last year. 3 female secretaries in a company were raped and murdered one after another," said Yang Yi. Xue Mai nodded. "Yes, this case is very famous. It happened in a very famous company in Kyoto, known as the Kyoto Hu family. The 3 former female secretaries of their chairman Hu Jiankai were raped and murdered within 6 months." At this point, he suddenly looked at Yang Yi warily. "Why did you suddenly bring up this case? Do you know anything about it?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "No, it's because I have a classmate who works in that company. He mentioned it when he came back for a class reunion some time ago. He said that everyone in his company was in a panic at the time, and that the case has not been solved yet." This lie was perfect. Xue Mai didn't notice anything and nodded. "Yes, this case has been going on for a year and nothing has been found. Some people have suspected Hu Jianghai, but there is no evidence, and Hu Jianghai has witnesses who were not present at the time of each crime, so the case can only be left there. When I was first assigned to the station this year, the Ministry of Public Security uploaded this case to the system as a case for everyone to analyze, but there has been no result. As he said that, he smiled at Yang Yi and said, "By the way, the Kyoto police offered a reward of 100,000 yuan for this case. If Boss Yang can help us solve this case, you can give it a try. Maybe the 100,000 yuan reward will be yours." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I'd better forget it. I don't have the ability to earn this 100,000 yuan, but Officer Xie does have a chance." Xie Mai also smiled, "Boss Yang, you don't think much of this 100,000 yuan, right? I can think highly of it, but the problem is that I don't have the opportunity. This is a case in Kyoto. Is it possible that the criminal will come all the way to our Xia city to tell me that he is the murderer of the rape and murder case?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe when good luck comes, it can't be stopped." Xie Mai was stunned and couldn't help but look at Yang Yi. She was wondering what his words meant when she suddenly exclaimed, "Parking!" Yang Yi quickly stepped on the brakes. "Sorry for chatting with you. I'm home now." Xie Mai smiled apologetically, then opened the car door and got out. Yang Yi also got out of the car, took the bicycle out of the trunk, and looked up at the old-style residential area in front of him. "Officer Xie lives here." Xie Mai nodded and took the bicycle with a broken chain. "Yes, thank you for taking me there. I should have invited you upstairs for a cup of tea, but it's late today, so I have to apologize to Boss Yang." Yang Yi said, "Thank you, officer. Police and citizens are one family. It is our duty as citizens to do something for the police, right? Okay, officer, thank you. Goodbye." As she opened the car door and got in, Xie Mai waved her hand, "Drive carefully. I'll let you know if there's any news about your case." After driving back home, Yang Yi took out his phone and watched Douyin while going upstairs. As expected, the video of Xia City tonight was all over the screen of T&I restaurant. The video of those guys deliberately making trouble for the restaurant and throwing flies into the food was all over the city. For a time, T&I restaurant became a hot spot for conversation among citizens all over the city. Those guys never expected that their sabotage this time not only did not cause any damage to the reputation of T&I restaurant, but instead made the reputation of T&I restaurant even better. Because everyone has seen from the video how standardized and hygienic the kitchen operations at T&I restaurant are, which makes people feel at ease, and every link such as serving food is impeccable. Many people left comments under the video, "Are these guys here to cause trouble, or to give T&I free advertising?" That's right. I suddenly have a crush on T&I. It's such a great restaurant with such a great chef. I have to take my whole family there for a meal tomorrow. You're right. I also think that if you don't go to T&I for a meal, you can't call yourself a Xia City person. Chapter 105 A Mom Pork Heart. T&I restaurant turned a disaster into a blessing. Not only did its reputation not suffer any damage because of this incident, but it instead created a wave among the citizens. For a time, people in Xia City rushed to dine at the nearby T&I restaurant, and it seemed that going to T&I restaurant had become a fashion. The staff of T&I restaurant's main branch were beaming with joy, because Yang Yi clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments, and everyone performed very well in this incident and made their own contributions to defending the restaurant's reputation, so he specially awarded each of them a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Lin Jun and manager Zhao received rewards of tens of thousands. Everyone was in high spirits and said that they felt comfortable following such a boss. For a while, the restaurant jobs that no one wanted to do originally actually had people coming for job interviews every day. T&I restaurant had become a part of Xia City's landscape. Some were happy while others were worried. While T&I restaurant was happy, Hu Junjie in the provincial capital was in a completely different situation. He was furious and threw all the teacups and other things in front of him to the ground. He yelled at the dog-headed military advisor in front of him, "Is this your good idea? This is what you promise me with your heart, that as long as your people take action, his restaurant will be closed down for rectification and he will not be able to cry. Now it is me who cannot cry, okay?" Secretary Zhong, the dog-headed military strategist in front of him, was trembling with fear and said with a sad face, "Master Hu, I didn't expect it to be like this. Those people are all veterans and have never failed before. Then how did you fail this time?" Hu Junjie kicked Secretary Zhong angrily, and he staggered and sat on the ground. "Now, I have lost more than I gained. I didn't get rid of the people, but I ended up sending my own people to the police station. If these guys keep talking nonsense in there, I will be in trouble too. Secretary Zhong quickly got up from the ground and said, No, Master Hu, these people are old hands and know the rules of doing things. Just give their family some resettlement money and they will definitely not say anything nonsense. Hu Junjie glared, Why should I pay? The work has not been done, why should I pay? Secretary Zhong didn't dare to speak and stood there awkwardly. Hu Junjie kicked a stool angrily and said, We can't just let this go. If we can't get rid of the restaurant, then we'll start with the building. Find someone else for me. We must ruin his business at the building. Secretary Zhong nodded his head like a praying mantis. Yes, Master Hu, don't worry, I will definitely not fail again this time. Then he looked at Hu Junjie's face and said carefully, Then, Master Hu, are you going to give me the resettlement allowance? Hu Junjie waved his hand unhappily. Here. Is that okay? Okay, Master Hu, don't worry, I will definitely get it done this time. Secretary Zhong quickly retreated. Hu Junjie stood there, gritting his teeth. How dare you, Yang, snatch my woman from me? Just wait, kid. Don't think you'll be all right after passing this level. I'll let you know my methods. Xia City, Wuhua Jiayuan sales office. The deserted scene of the past is gone, and now the sales office is crowded every day. The news of building a school in Majiatan quickly spread throughout the city, and the relevant units acted quickly. The school site was quickly decided, which happened to be just across the road from Wuhua Jiayuan. As a result, Wuhua Jiayuan naturally became a popular school district house. Of course, Yang Yi had asked Huaping to purchase the selected school site at a low price a few days ago. So the relevant units had to buy the land back from Yang Yi. When everyone thought that Yang Yi would ask for a high price from the relevant units, he made an unexpected decision. That is, he actually sold the land back to the government at a price lower than the price he originally purchased it for. Many people say he is stupid for this, but those who know the inside story and those real estate experts know very well that his move is not stupid but smart. Because it's very simple. This not only helps to establish good relationships with relevant units, but also makes it easier to carry out subsequent work. Moreover, after selling it to the other party at a low price, you can finalize the school matter more quickly. The earlier the school is built, or even the construction starts, the profits can flow into your pocket at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a result, the school construction started in full swing, and the sales office of Wuhua Jiayuan also entered a hot sales phase. The dead property that was purchased at a low price of 50 million yuan was then sold again at the price of 13,000 yuan for school district housing, and the profit was just enough to be invested in the progress of the new project. Zhu Yundao also acted quickly and obtained all the qualification certificates for developing new real estate projects. He then immediately started the second phase of Wuhua Jiayuan construction. The sales of the first phase of Wuhua Jiayuan are booming, and the second phase of houses were fully booked as soon as they were launched. The third phase of the project is also already in the planning stage and will be put into operation as soon as the second phase is topped out. It can be said that Wuhua Jiayuan has now become the hottest real estate project in the city. Many real estate developers are drooling over this piece of fat meat, but can only envy it. On the contrary, Zhong and his son became a joke among everyone. Every day, someone would call Zhong Kangan and ask, Old Zhong, are you so rich that you can't even keep your money? How dare you sell such a popular school district house to someone else at such a low price? Lao Zhong, if you have too much money to spend, you can sell the property to me. If you give it to someone else at a discount, will our 30 years of friendship be in vain? Lao Zhong, next time you want to sell other properties, remember to inform your old friend in advance. After all, we have been brothers for decades. Isn't it better to put the money in your own pocket than to let others pick it up? Zhong Kangan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was like stabbing another knife into his already bloody wound. Zhong Liang wanted to cut Yang Yi into pieces. He even made a small rag doll with Yang Yi's name written on it and pricked it with a needle every night. But there was no point in being angry, hating, or cursing. Now they could only watch as Wuhua Jiayuan, which they could not sell, was being sold like hot cakes in Yang Yi's hands. What made him even more angry was that when he went to find Liu Rong ignored him and instead called Yang Yi in front of him. And the tone was so intimate, just like that of her boyfriend. Amomum velosum pig heart, Yang Yi not only cheated him in business, but also hurt his heart in love. Chapter 106, Richer? Who is worse than our son?
Yang Yi has been very busy these days. Guohua Jiayuan is selling like hotcakes and the second phase of the project has already started. As for T&I Restaurant, Lin Jun also proposed a bold plan, which is to move the restaurant out of Xia City. Open chain stores in other regions and even in provincial capitals. Moreover, according to his plan, after gaining a foothold in the provincial capital, he would also expand to Kyoto. He wanted to make T&I Restaurant the country's leading restaurant chain group. His idea seemed a bit far-fetched in the eyes of others, but Yang Yi greatly appreciated it. When doing something, you should do it to the best of your ability. If others can do it, why can't you do it? There is nothing in the world that is impossible, only what you dare not do. So he asked Lin Jun to make a detailed plan and then discuss its feasibility. Once the plan was complete, he would implement it immediately. Although he was very busy with work these days, his mother at home refused to rest and kept asking him to invite He Dan to her home for dinner. Of course Yang Yi didn't dare. The last time his mother went to the sales office, everyone knew about it and they all thought He Dan was his girlfriend. If he comes to my house for dinner again, wouldn't that be the same as announcing it myself? And what He Dan said last time seemed to have shown that he had taken his mother's word seriously. It will be troublesome if this misunderstanding continues. But Yang Yi discovered that there was more than one trouble. That morning, the family was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Fang Xinyu was chattering about He Dan again. Yang Yi had a headache and was about to eat a few bites and then escape. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The three of them were stunned. Who came so early in the morning? Fang Xinyu was the first to react, and his eyes lit up immediately. It must be He Dan's daughter. Then he quickly stood up and hurriedly went to open the door. Yang Yi was startled. He put down his bowl and wanted to escape back to his room. My mother even chased her daughter-in-law to the sales office to see her, and this daughter-in-law sent herself home. Shouldn't she let He Dan call her mother-in-law in front of me? And Yang Yuanming just laughed. As soon as Yang Yi escaped to his room, Fang Xinyu opened the door. He Dan, you're here so early. Fang Xinyu smiled and said half a sentence, but suddenly stopped. She looked at the strange young girl in front of her with confusion and asked, Girl, who are you? Yang Yi, who was about to close the door, was stunned. Not He Dan? He quickly turned his head and looked through the crack in the door. But he found that the girl standing outside the door was Liu Rong. Why is she here? While Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a little confused. Then I heard Liu Rong say with a smile, Auntie, this is Yang Yi's house, right? I am Yang Yi's classmate. Yang Yi's classmate? Fang Xinyu was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses and quickly restored her previous enthusiastic smile. Then come in and sit down, don't just stand outside, come in quickly. Liu Rong smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. Is Yang Yi home? Then she stepped in and handed over the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements in her hand. Auntie, I heard from Yang Yi that you and Uncle came from your hometown. I haven't had the chance to visit you. These nutritional supplements are a little gift from my parents. After she said that, Fang Xinyu's doubts in her heart became even heavier, and she smiled. Look at this girl, she is so beautiful and sensible. Just come, why bring a gift? Come in and sit down, quickly. He took the nutrition product, led Liu Rong into the living room, took her hand and asked with a smile, Girl, what's your name? When did you become classmates with Yang Yi? Why didn't Yang Yi, that brat, tell me? Liu Rong had a well-behaved smile on her face. Auntie, my name is Liu Rong, and I'm Yang Yi's college classmate. Fang Xinyu slapped her thigh and said, Why does she look so familiar? Old Yang, isn't she the prettiest girl in Yang Yi's graduation photo? Then she stroked Liu Rong's hand and said, Hey, look at this girl. Not only is she pretty, but her hands are so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. You can tell at a glance that she's from a wealthy family. Liu Rong kept smiling, letting Fang Xinyu hold her hand without pulling it out. She looked around and asked, Auntie, Yang Yi is not at home? Fang Xinyu then remembered that they were looking for Yang Yi, and quickly said, Look at my brain, I'm really confused. At home, Yang Yi is at home. Then, she shouted towards the direction of Yang Yi's bedroom, Xiao Yi. What are you doing in the room? Come out quickly, your classmates are looking for you. The bedroom door opened and Yang Yi came out. Liu Rong, why are you here? Liu Rong smiled and said, I didn't let you eat at home last time, and my mother has been thinking about you. She asked me to come to you early this morning and asked you to have lunch at my house at noon.
She will cook for you herself. Fang Xinyu heard this and thought, these two have already visited each other's home? And she wants Yang Yi to come to her home for dinner, and her mother-in-law cooks for him personally. He quickly went over and pinched Yang Yuanming, then gave him a wink. What I mean is, you are such a good son, no wonder you have always refused to agree to that girl he down's thing. It turns out that you already have a girlfriend behind our backs. Yang Yuanming was also surprised. He came over and said with a smile, girl, has Yang Yi been to your house? Liu Rong smiled and replied, yes, uncle, some time ago Yang Yi helped my family solve a big problem, and my parents were very grateful to him. They wanted to invite him to dinner at home, but Yang Yi had something urgent to do, so my mother asked me to come over early today. Oh. Yang Yuanming glanced at Fang Xinyu, implying that it didn't seem to be the case. Fang Xinyu was not so easy to overturn her guess. She came over and held Liu Rong's hand again. Miss, what great help did Yang Yi give your family? Why haven't I heard him mention it? This? Liu Rong glanced at Yang Yi, not knowing whether she should tell Fang Xinyu. Yang Yi quickly said to Fang Xinyu, Mom, what's wrong with you? You asked Liu Rong all sorts of questions right after she arrived, and you didn't even let her have a cup of tea. Fang Xinyu had no choice but to stand up and said, look at me, I am so old and confused that I forgot all this. Please sit down, young lady. I will go and pour you some tea. Then he stood up and went to pour tea. When Yang Yi saw her just stand up, he immediately pulled Liu Rong and said loudly, okay, Dad, Mom, we are leaving first. Having said that, without waiting for Fang Xinyu to catch up, he hurriedly pulled Liu Rong out the door. Fang Xinyu turned around and saw that she and Yang Yuanming were the only ones left in the room. She immediately became anxious and complained to Yang Yuanming, this is your good son. He saw a beautiful girl and coaxed his mother around. Yang Yuanming laughed and said, young people have their own things to do. I can't always stay at home and chat with you, right? Fang Xinyu snorted, HMPH, old man, this girl must have a special relationship with our Xiaowei, and it's definitely not as simple as classmates. I told you, no wonder I was so eager to help him, and he didn't care about it no matter how I tried to match him up with He Dan. He already had feelings for her. Yang Yuanming chuckled and said, this girl is not bad either. She's prettier than He Dan. But I still think He Dan is more suitable. This girl is obviously from a wealthy family, just like a young lady from the old society. I'm afraid our son will suffer. Fang Xinyu muttered. Yang Yuanming said, what's wrong with being rich? Our son is also a rich man now, and he has as much money as them. Didn't you hear what she said? Fortunately, our son helped her family this time, otherwise her family might be in big trouble. Fang Xinyu thought about it and said, yes, who is my son worse than? What's wrong with the eldest lady? Doesn't she have to chase after my son? Chapter 107, Pitfalls. Yang Yi pulled Liu Rong and fled from home. He knew very well that if he didn't leave, his mother would take Liu Rong to check her household registration. This mother is so desperate for a wife that she would check every household registration book of a girl when she comes home. Yang Yi, we are leaving like this, Auntie won't be angry, right? Liu Rong asked worriedly after entering the elevator. Yang Yi waved his hand, ignore her. When you get older, you become more troublesome, especially when you see a girl. I originally wanted to say that I should treat her as my own daughter-in-law, but I swallowed the words back when they came to my lips. Just don't cause trouble for yourself. Yang Yi, where are we going now? Liu Rong asked as they walked out of the building. I have just finished breakfast, so I can't go to Liu's house so early. It is impossible to eat so early. Yang Yi didn't know either. When he was thinking about it, Liu Rong suddenly spoke up, Yang Yi, let's go back to school. I haven't been back to our campus for 3 years. I miss it so much. Go back to school? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to go at first, but seeing Liu Rong's expectant eyes, he finally nodded. But as soon as the two of them got in the car, Yang Yi's phone rang. He took it out and took a look. It was a WeChat message. It was a bit unexpected, it was sent by Suemai. Yang Yi, there has been progress in the case. Yang Yi frowned, and Liu Rong asked quickly, what's wrong? Yang Yi said, I have to go to the police station now, I'm afraid I can't go to school with you. Liu Rong smiled and said, it's okay. I was just talking. You should do your business. I'll go with you.
After we're done, we'll go home together. Mom and Dad are waiting for you. Yang Yi nodded, started the car, and the two of them went to the police station together. When he walked into the police station, he ran into Xiemai, who was walking out of the office with a pile of case files. When she saw him, she nodded and said, "You came pretty quickly." Then he looked at Liu Rong. "Your girlfriend? You are so lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Just as Yang Yi was about to explain, Liu Rong smiled and said, "You are also very beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful policewoman." Xiemai smiled, then stopped smiling and said seriously, "This morning, Lao Jiao and I interrogated those troublemakers. At first, they gritted their teeth and refused to confess, but Lao Jiao was very experienced. He found out that they had criminal records before, so he targeted them. As expected, one of the guys couldn't stand it anymore and confessed that they took other people's money and came to vent their anger on their behalf." "Who is behind this?" Yang Yi asked hurriedly. Xiemai said, "It's a man named Zhong Huatsai. Do you have any impression of him?" Yang Yi shook his head blankly. "I don't know him. I have no impression of this name at all." Xiemai nodded. "Maybe this person is just a middleman, running errands for others. We have seen many cases like this. The mastermind behind the scenes usually won't contact them themselves." After a pause, she said, "By the way, this Zhong Huatsai is not from Xia City, but from Jingju." "Kyoto?" Yang Yi was even more confused. How could there be people from Kyoto trying to trip him up? "Yes, he is from Kyoto." "Think carefully, has he had any friction with anyone in Kyoto recently?" Yang Yi thought about it, and suddenly a name popped up. "Hu Junjie, the guy I met at Su Yuhan's house, wasn't he said to be the young master of the Hu family in Kyoto? Could it be that Hu Junjie was humiliated in front of him, causing him to lose face in front of Su Yuhan, so he became angry and wanted to trip him up? Oh, and that Zhong Hua is a secretary of the Hu Men Company in Kyoto. Oh, that case you asked me about that night, that happened at the Hu Men Company." Xiemai said this and looked at Yang Yi suspiciously. "Yang Yi, do you have any grudge against this Hu Men Company? Also, why did you bring up that case? Do you know something about it?" "It's indeed him." Yang Yi's eyes turned cold and he nodded. "Yes, I have some conflicts with a man named Hu Junjie. I didn't expect him to use such tricks. He must have instructed Zhong Hua to find these scoundrels." Then he asked Xiemai, "Can we catch Hu Junjie?" Xiemai shook her head. "No, if we want to arrest someone, we can only arrest Zhong Huatsai, and he is far away in Kyoto. It will be very troublesome to arrest him. Besides, this is just one confession, and there is no solid evidence. If he denies it, even Zhong Huatsai will be difficult to arrest." Yang Yi stopped talking and secretly thought about how to deal with Hu Junjie. He is not a person who likes to stir up trouble, but if the other party provokes him, then I'm sorry, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and make you pay 10 times, or even 100 times the price. Xiemai looked at his solemn expression, and a murderous look suddenly flashed in his eyes. She was stunned. "Yang Yi, what's wrong with you?" Yang Yi came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly smiled and said, "It's okay, Officer Xie. I was thinking about something else." "Really?" Xiemai looked at him suspiciously. "Yang Yi, don't do anything foolish. Although the other party deliberately framed you, you didn't suffer any losses after all. There is no need to do something illegal just for a moment of anger. That would only hurt yourself." Yang Yi said, "Thank you for the reminder, officer. But don't worry, I am a law-abiding citizen and will not do anything that violates the law." Xiemai nodded. "That's good, let's do this. If anything happens again in the future, remember to call the police. If I find any new clues, I will notify you as soon as possible." Yang Yi nodded and walked out of the police station with Liu Rong. After returning to the car, he did not drive away immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and clicked on the news that was pushed by the advanced news system last time. This time, he looked carefully from beginning. Even Hua Ping personally took part in the work and did the job of a sales lady. Suddenly, everyone in the sales department was a soldier and was busy as hell. However, just after 10 o'clock in the morning, when there were many customers, a hint of discord appeared in the sales office. "Scammers! You are all a bunch of liars." A voice suddenly sounded in the lobby of the sales office. The sound was so loud that it startled everyone, even in the noisy hall. Everyone stopped and turned to look towards the source of the sound. I saw a short, fat, middle-aged woman standing there, holding a stack of papers that looked like contracts in her hand. She was waving the papers in her hand and yelling at the salesperson in front of her. The sales lady in front of her looked like a frightened bird, smiling timidly. "Sister, don't say that." "Why can't I say that? I used all my family's life savings to buy your house, but what about you? You sold my house to someone else. Tell me, is this what you call human behavior? You are a bunch of liars. I want everyone to know that you are all liars. Don't buy your house." The middle-aged woman blushed and roared at the sales lady with the fury of a lion. Her voice was incredibly loud, and in the enclosed space of the hall, it made everyone's eardrums buzz. But for everyone, what shocked them the most was not the woman's voice, but the words that roared out of her mouth. "This house in Huahuajayuan is actually sold multiple times? This is unacceptable. Doesn't it mean that the house that we spent more than 1 million yuan to buy may be snatched away by someone else? You know, for ordinary people, more than 1 million is equivalent to a family's lifetime income. And most people still borrow money from everywhere to pay the down payment, and they still have to pay the mortgage. If you spend more than 1 million yuan to buy a house but you may not be able to live in it, wouldn't that be a threat to the whole family?" Everyone stopped and looked at the woman. Many people gathered around her and asked, "What happened? Did you sell the house you bought to someone else?" Some people asked the sales lady, "What's going on with you? How can you sell the house you sold to someone else? That's right, where is your basic quality? Aren't you trying to kill a whole family?" The sales lady was so anxious that her face turned red. She tried to explain weakly, "It's not like that. Don't get me wrong. It's not like that." But the woman didn't give her a chance to explain. She waved the paper contract in her hand and said loudly, "How can it not be like this? I first bought 705, 7th floor, 2nd unit, building 3. This is the contract. It has the seal of their sales department on it." Then he pointed at a man standing next to him and said, "I'm going to renovate a house, but I ran into him. He said he was the owner of the house and he had a sales contract in his hand. What do you think? Isn't this selling the same house to 2 people?" She spoke loudly, her saliva flying everywhere, almost splashing on the sales lady's fair face. But the sales lady didn't dare to dodge, let alone wipe the tears. Her face was red and tears were about to come out. She was anxious and weak to explain, "No, this is impossible. We will not sell more than one house. This is definitely not right. What's wrong? Both families have the contract. What else can I say? You must have sold one house to 2 families. That's right. I never thought that the seller could be so ruthless. He made money from 2 families using just one house. I suddenly feel a little scared. Will the house I just bought also be sold to someone else? I'm fine, luckily I haven't signed the contract yet." For a moment, the sales office hall was in chaos. At this time, He Dan quickly pushed through the crowd and squeezed in, asking the salesperson, "Liang Yu, what's going on?" Liang Yu's tears were about to fall. With tears in her eyes and a red face, she shook her head vigorously to explain, "Manager, I didn't sell the same house to 2 families. I really didn't. I sold the house to her family, but I didn't sell it to the second family." When she said that, the man got angry and started yelling at Liang Yu, "What do you mean? Are you saying I didn't buy the house? Then tell me, what's going on with this contract in my hand? Is it stamped with the seal of your sales department?" He Dan frowned, but she was not flustered. She soon smiled again. Everyone, there must be a misunderstanding. Our company will never sell the same house to multiple customers or sell the house we sold to customers to others. You said no, so how do you explain this now? I don't care, you have to give me the house." The woman roared loudly and shouted at the crowd, "You still dare to buy their house? Aren't you afraid that you will be like me and let them sell the house to a few families?" The hall suddenly became chaotic again, and many customers who were about to sign contracts and reserve rooms hesitated and prepared to leave. He Dan understood that this matter must be resolved immediately, otherwise the company's reputation would be severely impacted. Not only would future property sales be affected, but those houses that have already been sold would also cause strong reactions. So she forced herself to remain calm, smiled and said to the woman and the man, "Since you two said you both bought that house, can you let me see the contract in your hands?" Chapter 109. Want to escape?
He Dan understood that if he wanted to know whether the house was really sold to multiple buyers, the most direct way was to look at the contract between the two people. Many times, disputes over housing arise because the contract is not clear. There have even been jokes where the homeowner misread the house number and ended up renovating the wrong house. So she had to look at the contracts of the two companies first. At the same time, she whispered to Liang Yu, check on the computer right now to see whose information is registered to this house. Liang Yu nodded with red eyes and hurried away. Meanwhile, the woman angrily slammed the contract in front of He Dan and said, just take a look. This is the contract you signed with me, and I paid the money. This house must be mine. The man glared at him and said, you paid the money, so I didn't? This is the contract that the sales department signed with me, and I also paid the down payment. Who wants to steal my house? No way. He slapped the contract in his hand and said, look, is this contract of mine fake? He Dan picked up the two contracts and first checked the house information marked on the two contracts. They were both correct, 705, Unit 2, Floor 7, Building 3. Then I checked the official seal on the back, and sure enough, it was the seal of the cremation real estate company. The only difference is that the home buyer is named Peng Suying, this middle-aged woman. The other one is called Jiao Changsan, who is this man. This is troublesome. Could it be that the same house was sold to two customers? Beads of sweat appeared on He Dan's forehead. Liang Yu came over and whispered in her ear, Manager He, the information registered on the computer is that of Peng Suying. He Dan nodded. This meant that Peng Suying should be the owner of this house. Then what about Jiao Changsan? His contract was correct. How about this, you two, come to my office for a cup of tea first. We'll check some information, confirm some info, and then give everyone an explanation. What do you think? He Dan wanted to lead the two people to his office first, and then slowly solve the problem. After all, there are too many people here, and the longer they argue here, the greater the impact on the company's reputation will be. But the two people obviously didn't buy her trick. Peng Suying glared at them and shouted, why are we going to the office? I'm not going. If you have something to say, just talk here. Who knows why you tricked us into going in? Jiao Changsan also refused to go in. He slammed the table and said, I won't go in either. Let me say this right here, in front of everyone. I spent money on this house, so it's mine. No one can take it away. The onlookers were also shouting, yes, let's talk here, we all want to know the truth. He Dan was overwhelmed. This matter was troublesome, so he quickly called Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, there is a problem in the sales department. After explaining the matter, Yang Yi, who was about to go to Liu Rong's house with her, frowned more and more as he listened. How could there be a situation where one house is sold to multiple people? How do you manage it on a daily basis? He Dan quickly explained, Yang Yi, there must be something strange about this. We couldn't have made a mistake. Our sales staff would input the information into the computer immediately after each house was sold. It's impossible for it to be sold twice. Even if it was sold twice, it would be discovered in time when it was input into the computer. It's impossible for us to wait until they come here to make trouble before discovering it. Yang Yi's eyebrows jumped. Do you mean someone is deliberately making trouble? He immediately thought of the fly incident in the restaurant. Could it be that Hu Junjie was unwilling to accept defeat and came to cause trouble again? He Dan nodded. I have this suspicion, but I have no evidence. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, keep them calm first, I'll be there soon. Then he added, check the contract stubs on our side to see if they have both contracts. This sentence reminded He Dan. Yes, why not check the stubs on his side? By checking, he would know whether the two contracts are real or fake. So she put down the phone and let Hua Ping handle it, and she immediately went over to check the contract stub. It doesn't matter if you check it out, the flaw will be found immediately. There was indeed something wrong with Jiao Changsan's contract. Although the contract was a real contract and the official seal was also a real one, the house marked on it was not 705, 7th floor, Unit 2, Building 3, but 705, 7th floor, Unit 2, Building 2. It's just a difference of one horizontal line, but it means a whole building is missing. Is this a misunderstanding? She hurried back to the hall and looked at Jiao Changsan's contract again. Building number 3 was clearly printed on it. However, the number of this room does not match the original number. It seems that this contract was forged. However, the forgery was a bit amateurish, and too many flaws were exposed. He Dan raised her head and glanced at Jiao Changsan. Jiao Changsan was indeed thinking of something and immediately avoided her gaze. Moreover, his body began to shrink back quietly, trying to retreat back into the crowd. He Dan did not say anything, but secretly winked at Hua Ping. Hua Ping understood and immediately withdrew quietly from the crowd. With a wave of his hand, the 2 security guards in the hall stood at the door. Sure enough, when Jiao Changsan saw He Dan looking at him after re-examining the contract, he immediately realized that he had been exposed, so he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But as soon as he reached the door of the hall, he was blocked by security guards. What? Why are you stopping me? Jiao Changsan was anxious and shouted angrily. Mr. Jiao, don't you want your own house anymore? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Hua Ping asked with a smile. Who said I don't want the house anymore? I just want to go to the toilet, I'm in a hurry. Jiao Changsan said with a red face. Hua Ping smiled and said, Oh, Mr. Jiao needs to go to the toilet? That's easy. We have a toilet here, so you don't have to go outside. Then he said to the security guard, Lead Mr. Jiao to the toilet. It would be troublesome if he gets choked up. Jiao Changsan's face changed. I don't want to go to the toilet anymore. There is an emergency at home. I have to leave and go home. As he said this, he pushed the security guard in front of him away and tried to escape. But there was no way Hua Ping would let him go like this. He winked and said, What are you still standing there for? Catch him! The 2 security guards did not hesitate and immediately grabbed Jiao Changsan's arm and twisted it backwards, then lifted Jiao Changsan up. Jiao Changsan was so anxious that he shouted, What are you doing? Let me go! When the people in the hall heard the strange noise, they all turned around and looked at him in confusion. At this time, He Dan said loudly, Everyone, don't panic. This person deliberately tampered with the contract and fabricated something out of thin air to smear the reputation of our Hua Jia Yuan. The evidence is irrefutable. We have called the police and will let everyone know the truth later. Chapter 110 It's time for him to come. More than 10 minutes later, everyone in the hall had calmed down. The 2 almost identical contracts were placed together. After careful comparison, everyone could easily find that Jiao Changsan's contract had subtle signs of tampering. The truth came out. It was this Jiao Changsan who bought room 705 in Building 2, but went to Building 3 to renovate the house. And he didn't just mix it up himself, he intentionally tampered with the contract. The fact is very clear, this guy came here deliberately to discredit Hua Jia Yuan. After finding out the truth, the other protagonist of the incident, the real owner of the house, Peng Suying, breathed a sigh of relief and said to He Dan embarrassedly, Manager I misunderstood you. It's not that you sold the same house to multiple buyers, but this guy deliberately made trouble. I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you. He Dan smiled and said, It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Jiao Changsan who deliberately caused trouble. It's also because we didn't do our job well that he had the opportunity to take advantage of us and made everyone worried. At this time, the crowd of onlookers also breathed a sigh of relief. What happened just now really scared everyone. Not only the people in the sales department, but also the people who bought the house were worried. After something like this happened, who wouldn't worry about their own house being like this? Now, the truth has come out. The incident was completely false and this guy had maliciously framed her. All the procedures of Hua Jia Yuan were legal and compliant, without any non-compliant operations. So everyone couldn't help but transfer all their anger to Jiao Changsan. He Dan burst out laughing and suddenly remembered a saying, Women don't love bad men. Her face turned red, and she quickly walked to the side, called a few security guards over and gave them some instructions. A few security guards understood and stood aside, letting the crowd vent their anger. They beat Jiao Changsan until he cried out in anger, and when they saw that the anger had been mostly vented, they stepped forward and pulled the crowd apart. At this time, Jiao Changsan had been beaten to the ground like a mangy dog with all its bones and muscles pulled out. He couldn't even get up, and his face was covered in bruises and swellings. He looked so miserable. Yang Yi then walked over, squatted in front of him, stared into his eyes and asked, Jiao Changsan, if you are smart, tell me who is behind you, otherwise you will suffer. Jiao Changsan was in a state of embarrassment and regretted his actions deeply, but he still insisted, I don't know what you are talking about. No one ordered me to do this. Yang Yi nodded, okay,
you are so stubborn, so just wait until we get to the police station to talk. He stood up and saw a police car had arrived outside. The two people who got out of the police car were Lao Jiao and Xiemai. Seeing the police coming, everyone couldn't hide their anger and pointed at Jiao Changsan on the ground, accusing him of crimes. Old Jiao frowned as he looked at Jiao Changsan, who was beaten black and blue, and then looked at Yang Yi. Why did he get beaten like this? Yang Yi spread his hands innocently. There's nothing I can do. This guy is too abominable. He made up such a lie to scare everyone. Everyone is too angry, so they are a little out of control. I can't stop him. Old Jiao shook his head, knowing that this guy did it on purpose, but he couldn't say anything. He walked over to Jiao Changsan and said, "Come on, don't stay here any longer. Come back to the station with me and explain what happened." Jiao Changsan was lying on the ground pretending to be a dead dog. "Officer, I'm injured and can't walk. I want to go to the hospital. My ribs were broken by them." Old Jiao frowned. It would not be a good thing if this guy kept cheating. Just as he was thinking about what to do, Yang Yi walked over and kicked Jiao Changsan without saying a word. "Why? You don't want to go back with the police, you want to stay here and let us entertain you. Okay, Officer Jiao, then you guys go first, I won't bother you here." Jiao Changsan was startled at once. He looked at the angry crowd in the hall and the burly security guards holding rubber sticks, and immediately got up. I will go back with the police." Everyone present was immediately amused by him and burst into laughter. Xiemai couldn't help but chuckle. She walked over and handcuffed Jiao Changsan without saying a word, then lowered her voice and said to Yang Yi, "You really have some dirty tricks." Yang Yi smiled and said to her, "Officer Xue, you have to interrogate him carefully. I suspect he was also sent by the people from last time to cause trouble." Xiemai's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. "Are you talking about the people sent by the Hu family?" Yang Yi nodded, "Yes." Xiemai thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then it seems that this Hu has a deep hatred for you. Don't worry, I will definitely interrogate him thoroughly. However, even if it is confirmed to be him, it will be difficult to arrest him. After all, he is far away in Kyoto, and we can't send someone to Kyoto for such a small case." Yang Yi nodded and said thoughtfully, "You reminded me that it seems necessary for him to come to Xia City in person." Chapter 111 Challenge. Provincial Capital. Hu Junjie sat on the sofa in the hotel room, with Secretary Zhong beside him, smiling flatteringly. "Master Hu, don't worry, I will definitely make him unable to cry this time, and make it impossible for him to sell his properties. Let all his houses and land rot in his hands, and see how he can oppose you in the future." Hu Junjie frowned and said, "Is the person you found this time reliable? Don't do the same as last time, where you end up losing more than you gain, and then you end up getting someone involved before you get the job done." Secretary Zhong shook his head repeatedly. "No, definitely not this time. I planned this myself. The plan is perfect. They will definitely not find any flaws." Hu Junjie nodded. "Okay, if things go well, I won't treat you unfairly." Secretary Zhong laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. "Master Hu, I am your dog. I will do anything for you." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He took out the phone and took a look at it, then said excitedly, "Mr. Hu, it's Jiao Changsan calling. It must be done." As he spoke, he answered the phone. "Lao Jiao, how is the matter going? How is the situation over there now? Is it a mess? Is that young guy unable to cry anymore?" However, the voice that came from the other end of the line was not Jiao Changsan's, but a woman's voice. "Mr. Zhong, you made my man do this. Now that the police have arrested my man, how are you going to let us, an orphan and a widow, live?" Secretary Zhong was stunned for a moment, and only after a while did he remember to ask, "What's going on? What happened to Jiao Changsan? What's wrong?" "Mr. Zhong, don't pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth. It was you who made my husband do such an immoral thing. Now my husband has been arrested by the police. How are we, an orphan and a widow, going to survive? I don't care. You have to let my husband go and compensate us." The woman cried and cursed. Secretary Zhong was stunned for a moment, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He didn't know how the phone in his hand was hung up. Bang! It was Hu Junjie who reacted first. He stretched out his hand and threw the teacup in front of him to the ground. "Zhong Huatsai, didn't you pat your chest and guarantee that this time it would be foolproof? Is this your foolproof?" Zhong Huatsai said with a sad face. "Master Hu,
I didn't expect it to be like this. Hu Junjie kicked him to the ground and said, I never expected that. I never expected that. What's the point of having that pig brain of yours? You can't do anything right. You've brought disgrace upon me. Get out of here. Seeing Hu Junjie was angry, Zhong Huatsai didn't dare to say anything and had to crawl out. Hu Junjie was slamming and smashing things around the room, cursing angrily, Yang, don't think I can't do anything to you just because you escaped these 2 times. I won't let you go. Just then, his phone rang. He took out the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. Who? Hu Junjie asked impatiently. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hu Junjie, you are a grown man, and the young master of the damn Kyoto Hu family. How can you be a hero if you hide behind others and do little things all day? Do you have no balls? Or are you just a woman who only dares to do little things behind others' backs? Bang! Hu Junjie punched the wall beside him. Mr. Yang, how dare you say I'm not a man? Then do you think you are a man? Yang Yi sneered and said, have you ever seen a man hiding behind someone else to do something small? You still want to pursue my sister Sue? Dream on. Mr. Yang. Listen to me. Su Yuhan is the woman I like, no one else can have her. Hu Junjie became even angrier when he heard Yang Yi mention Su Yuhan. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, okay, don't you want me to fight you in person? Okay, then I'll fight you. Just wait, I'll be in Shia City soon. I want you to know that you, a country bumpkin from Shia City, are not even as good as an ant in front of my Hu family in Kyoto. I can crush you to pieces as long as I raise my foot. Okay, come on if you have the guts. Don't tell me you're just a sissy who can only talk big but can't do anything practical. Also, I forgot to tell you that your so-called Jingju Hu family is actually worthless in my eyes. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Hu Junjie a chance to speak. Hu Junjie was furious when he heard this. Just when he was about to retort, a busy tone came from the other end of the line. He was so angry that he threw the phone on the sofa. Zhong Huatsai! Hu Junjie yelled. Zhong Hua, who was standing outside the door anxiously waiting for his fate, quickly opened the door and said, Master Hu, what can I do for you? Prepare a car for me, I want to go to Shia City. Hu Junjie said with his eyes wide open. Go to Shia City? Zhong Hua was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said carefully, Mr. Hu, it's not appropriate for us to go to Shia City now, right? After the 2 incidents that happened just now, the police in Shia City must be keeping an eye on us. If we go there like this, what if? Hu Junjie glared and said, the Shia City police are targeting you, not me. If you don't go, I'll take someone else to go. Zhong Huatsai didn't dare to say anything. He was the one who contacted the people in both incidents, and Hu Junjie did not step in at all. So what Hu Junjie said was right. If the police wanted to find someone, they could only look for him and not him. Mr. Hu, what are you going to do in Shia City now? Secretary Zhong asked carefully again. Do I need to report to you what I'm going to do? I'm going to invest in Shia City, build real estate and schools there. I want to let that guy named Jiang know that he, a country bumpkin, is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of my Hu family. Hu Junjie roared angrily. Well, Mr. Hu, we have never invested in Shia City before. It's not appropriate to go there so rashly, right? Besides, what will Mr. Hu say if we make such a large investment just to compete with a guy named Jiang? Secretary Zhong said carefully. Don't worry about this. I will tell my dad about this. He won't stop me from doing this. Hu Junjie glared at him and said, Zhong Huatsai, what are you still wasting time on? Isn't what I say useful anymore? Seeing that Hu Junjie was serious, Secretary Zhong didn't dare to say anything more. No, Mr. Hu, I will prepare a car for you and arrange for someone to go. Having said that, he quickly retreated. Hu Junjie vented his anger there again, then picked up the mobile phone he had thrown on the sofa and called his father. Hey, Dad, I'm going to invest in Shia City. Hu Jianghai on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Shia City? What to invest in Shia City? Chapter 112 Father and Son. Hu Jianghai, Hu Junjie's father, is the current head of the Hu family in Kyoto. The Hu family of Kyoto was originally one of the major families in Kyoto and was very famous, but by the time it was passed down to Hu Jianghai's generation, it had already declined. First of all, there are few servants in the family. Hu Jianghai's father has only one son, Hu Jianghai, and Hu Jianghai has only one successor, Hu Junjie. More importantly, Hu Jianghai, like Hu Junjie, is a playboy who spends his days eating, drinking, and enjoying himself. In recent years, as he grew older, Hu Jianghai no longer ate and drank as much as he did when he was young, and he no longer dared to go to the dance hall to pick up girls openly, but he did not let go of the women around him in the office. In the past few years, Hu Jianghai has had several secretaries, each of whom was a young and beautiful girl who had just graduated from school. Of course, what Mr. Hu was interested in was not the ability of the female college student, but her young and beautiful face and soft and graceful figure. Having to deal with that shrewd woman at home all day long, and being unable to go to the karaoke bar to relax, the only way for him to vent his anger is in the office. These young girls had just graduated from school and were not very worldly wise, so Mr. Hu could often easily use money and sticks to make them lie on his desk obediently and lift up their skirts. Enjoying these young and beautiful female college students, Director Hu felt that he had become a lot younger. He even learned the hobby of the young master surnamed Li from Taiwan and installed surveillance cameras in his office to record the process of conquering these female secretaries. He then saved the videos on his computer so that he could enjoy them slowly in his spare time. This made him feel proud of a winner. Of course, Hu Dong also had his failures. These young female college students were not all money worshippers. Some of them were idealists who were unwilling to sell their chastity for a few dollars. But since Hu Dong had taken action, he naturally could not let them reveal their affairs. If soft tactics didn't work, he would use hard tactics. After that, he would kill them directly and then dismember their bodies and rush away. Finally, he created the illusion that his female secretary was missing on a business trip to divert attention away. At first, Mr. Hu was a little scared, fearing that the matter would be exposed, but after worrying for a while, he found that his worries were completely unnecessary and no one suspected him at all. So he became more and more confident and bold, and became more and more adept at soft and hard manipulation, enjoying those young and beautiful bodies to his heart's content. Although Mr. Hu is lustful, compared to his son Hu Junjie, he can still focus his main energy on the operation of the company. Therefore, although the reputation of the Hu family is not as good as before, it is still considered number one in Kyoto overall. But he was a little worried about his son. This boy didn't care about the company's operation at all, but inherited his playboy style and devoted himself to chasing women. And he chased women from big female stars and young models in Beijing to small female students and ladies in bars. Just recently, he had taken a fancy to a woman named Su Yuhan from the provincial capital of H province. He kept saying that he must pursue this woman and even went there head first, with the determination not to return until he had conquered Lulan. Hu Jianghai was helpless about this. He had no choice but to let himself be controlled. He had a big family and a big business, so he could let him do whatever he wanted. He was still young, and when he had done enough, he would naturally know what he should be busy with. And now, his son actually said that he wanted to invest in Xia City, which surprised Hu Jianghai. Is this kid going to take the right path and start doing serious work? But why go to Xia City? What can be invested in that small place? Hu Jianghai quickly asked, "Son, why do you want to invest in Xia City? What do you plan to invest in?" Hu Junjie said angrily, "I'm going to invest in real estate." Real estate? Hu Jianghai frowned. Have you learned about the market there? Although we are also involved in the real estate industry, it is very risky to invest in an unfamiliar small city so rashly. Have you considered it? Hu Junjie simply couldn't listen. "I don't care, Dad, I just want to invest there. I want to develop our family's industry there, and let those bumpkins know that our Jingju Hu family is not to be messed with." Hu Jianghai was stunned, and immediately caught the key point of the words. "Wait, son, who are you angry with? What's going on?" Hu Junjie did not hide it and said, "Dad, there is a guy who wants to snatch a woman from me. I have my eyes on Su Yuhan, but he actually wants to snatch her from me and even makes a fool of me in front of Su Yuhan. I can't stand this, I must deal with him." Hu Jianghai said unhappily, "Son, you treat investment as a joke. Are you investing just to get angry with someone?" Hu Junjie said, "Dad, I am not investing recklessly. I have already done my research. A new school is going to be built there. If I can suppress it, I can definitely make a lot of money from all those school district houses." Hu Jianghai was helpless. "Okay, then how much money do you need?" Hu Junjie didn't even think twice. "Give me 3 billion. It should be more than enough to deal with a bumpkin."
In addition, Dad, you have to help me get some connections over there. Hu Jiankai nodded. Okay, that's no problem. Our Hu family still has some influence. Okay, Dad, just wait and see. I will definitely make a lot of money for you this time and let you see that your son is not just a spendthrift. Hu Junjie hung up the phone after saying that. Hu Jiankai shook his head with a wry smile. He had no choice but to have such a son. If he did not do what he wanted, he would go to his wife Shichiru to complain about him. Shichiru, the tigress, dotes on her son to the utmost and is not someone you can easily mess with. Besides, my son finally wants to do something, so I should support him. Even if he loses money, it's no big deal. It's just a few $100 million. I can afford to pay the money. Hu Jiankai thought about it, flipped through the phone book, and made a call. Director Gui, I'm Hu Jiankai from Kyoto. I have something to tell you. My son wants to do something these days. I heard that a new school is about to start construction in your area, so he wants to go over and do some real estate or something. Director Gui, please take care of him when the time comes. After finishing the call, Hu Jiankai stretched himself and suddenly felt a little bored. He casually opened the computer in front of him, wanting to admire his own majestic figure again. But after clicking it, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The folder that I set to be encrypted was actually cracked by someone. Moreover, there are signs that it has been copied. Chapter 113 The battlefield has begun. After making this call to Hu Junjie, Yang Yi showed a sneer on his face. Mr. Hu, I'm just afraid that you won't come. If you come, you won't have anywhere to cry. Then he thought about it and made a phone call. Secretary Ju, this is Yang Yi from TNI Group. Yes, I have something I want to talk to Deputy Mayor Zhuo about. Can you see if Deputy Mayor Zhuo is available? Secretary Ju on the other end of the phone was Deputy Mayor Zhuo's secretary. When he heard that the person calling was Yang Yi, he immediately became alert. Because Yang Yi donated 100 million yuan to the 3rd primary school last time, Deputy Mayor Zhuo, who is in charge of education, was very excited. He praised Yang Yi as a caring entrepreneur and a role model for private entrepreneurs in Xia City. He also stated publicly that the government should provide policy support to such enterprises, allowing them to grow as a reward to the entire society. Now that Yang Yi took the initiative to call, Secretary Ju immediately said, Okay, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. Let me see if Deputy Mayor Zhuo has time to answer your call now. Then he put down the phone, knocked on Deputy Mayor Zhuo's door and walked in. Deputy Mayor Zhuo, Mr. Yang from TNI wants to see you. Do you think you will answer the call? Deputy Mayor Zhuo didn't even think about it and said, Answer it. Of course you should answer it. Please answer the call. Secretary Ju quickly transferred the call to Deputy Mayor Zhuo, who picked up the phone and said cheerfully, Boss Yang, how come you have time to call me today? Yang Yi said, Deputy Mayor Zhuo, you are so busy at work, how can I bother you? Deputy Mayor Zhuo laughed, No matter how busy I am, my door is always open to you. A caring private entrepreneur like you is the pride of our Xia City. I, Zhui, will answer your call even if I don't answer anyone else's. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about today? Is there anything I can help you with? Yang Yi said, I don't dare to trouble Vice Mayor Zhuo. I just suddenly had an idea. Isn't the city planning to build a new school in Majiaton? I don't know if there are any difficulties with the funds. I want to share some of the burden for the city. When Deputy Mayor Zhuo heard this, he was immediately happy. You know, although the city has made up its mind to build a school, there is still a big gap in raising funds. Moreover, as the Deputy Mayor in charge of education, Deputy Mayor Zhuo naturally has a heavy responsibility. He wants to raise some funds from the society, but he is afraid of being branded as forcing the society to share the funds, so he has been unable to sleep or eat these days. But he didn't expect that Yang Yi would actually offer to help him solve the problem. How could Deputy Mayor Zhuo not be surprised? What? Yang Yi, are you serious? Do you want to help me solve my funding problem? Deputy Mayor Zhuo said in surprise. Yang Yi smiled and said, Of course it's true. You are the Deputy Mayor. How dare I joke with you like that? Deputy Mayor Zhuo, I wonder how big the funding gap is for the construction of the new school. Well, how should I put it? If we follow the plan of other municipal party committee leaders, we should build the school first, and then build the less necessary facilities slowly. In this way, there will only be a shortfall of 100 million yuan. Deputy Mayor Zhuo said hesitantly.
He was thinking about how much to ask Yang Yi for. Although Yang Yi was willing to donate, he also had to consider his ability to bear the cost. Then if we complete the school facilities in one go and equip it with modern teaching facilities, how much money will it cost? Yang Yi heard his hesitation and asked directly. When Deputy Mayor Zhou heard this, he thought Yang Yi was going to help him put all the facilities in place and build the school into a new modern school. So he didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, Yang Yi, since you said so, I won't hide it. If I build the school into the most advanced primary and junior high school in the province according to my plan, there will be a funding gap of at least 400 to 500 million yuan." After saying that, he became a little worried. After all, the number was too large, and it would be troublesome if Yang Yi was scared away. You know, in Xia City, although there are many enterprises, even state-owned enterprises cannot come up with hundreds of millions of funds, let alone a private enterprise. But he didn't expect that after he said it, Yang Yi agreed without even thinking about it, for all 500 million. Sure, then I'll donate 500 million. Donate 500 million. Deputy mayors were never expected that Yang Yi would agree so readily. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. "Yang Yi, will you consider it again? I want 500 million, not 50 million. How can you run your business with so much money?" Yang Yi smiled. "Deputy Mayor Zhou, you don't have to worry about this. Since I dare to take out 500 million, I have so much money. To be honest, I just bought several hundred acres of land in Majiatan. I originally wanted to build a factory, but since a school is going to be built here, it is definitely not appropriate to build a factory, so I can only build a building and sell it. In this way, the profit will be greater. Isn't it right to take out these 500 million to give back to society? Is that so?" Deputy Mayor Zhou was immediately relieved when he heard what he said, and even joked with him, "Yang Yi, you have a really good business mind. Did you know in advance that we were going to build a school in Majiatan, so you bought those hundreds of acres of land?" The speaker may not have meant it, but the listener took it seriously. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat, as if he had been seen through. But Deputy Mayor Zhou had no idea that he had discovered Yang Yi's secret. He could never have imagined that Yang Yi had actually known about this matter in advance. "Okay, Yang Yi, I won't be polite to you in this case, but I won't take your money for nothing. You have made contributions to society, and the city will not treat you unfairly. I will propose at the enlarged meeting of the Municipal Party Committee to let all units give the green light to your project." Deputy Mayor Zhou also said straightforwardly, "I believe that other people in the Municipal Party Committee will not forget your contribution to the people of Xia City. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Zhou." Yang Yi was not polite either. The reason why he donated so much money was to have someone supporting him when he encountered troubles. Now that Deputy Mayor Zhou has taken the initiative to propose it, he certainly won't pretend to oppose it. After hanging up the phone, he smiled and said, "Hu Junjie, the battlefield has been set, and we are waiting for you to die." At this moment, the phone that had just been hung up rang again. I picked it up and took a look. It was a WeChat message. It was sent by Su Yuhan. "Yang Yi, someone is offering 4 billion for Wu Dao's 1,000 mountains and red leaves. Are you selling it?" "For billion." Yang Yi said it without hesitation. Just one word, sell. A moment later, Su Yuhan sent another message. First there was an expression, then an okay gesture. There is another sentence at the end, also, "I will go to Xia City tomorrow." Chapter 114, Cunning Old Man. Hu Junjie did what he said and acted quickly. He arrived in Xia City from the provincial capital the next morning. The first thing he did was not to rush to check into the hotel. Instead, he asked his men to drive him to Majiatan and observed Huahua Jiayuan from a distance across the road. "Mr. Hu, this Huahua Jiayuan seems to be very popular. Recently, people coming in and out to look at the house are coming in, and everyone is smiling. It seems that they all want to buy a house here." This time, it was not Secretary Zhong who accompanied Hu Junjie, but another secretary from the headquarters. This secretary's surname was Hu, and he was a relative of his. He was deeply trusted by Hu Jiankai and was specially sent from Kyoto by him. Hu Jiankai attached great importance to his son's first investment, so he sent his trusted secretary from Kyoto to help Hu Junjie establish various relationships and report to him immediately if any problems arose. Hu Junjie looked at the fiery scene opposite him, and became more and more angry. "Humph, I want all of this to be mine." Secretary Hu looked at his face and said, "Mr. Hu, when we got here, Mr. Hu had already established a relationship with Director Gui of the Housing Authority.
We will go to Director Guo later to see if we can get the land back and make it ours. Hu Junjie glanced at him and said, then why are you still standing there? Go now. Yes, yes. Secretary Hu quickly took out his phone and dialed the number Hu Jianghai had given him before he came. Hello? Director Guo? I'm Mr. Hu's secretary. Mr. Hu called you, right? Mr. Hu and I have already arrived in Xia City. Do you think we can find a place to sit down? After a few words, Secretary Hu hung up the phone and said to Hu Junjie, Mr. Hu, I have an appointment with Director Guo to meet at Hongxian Hotel. Hu Junjie nodded, let's go. 20 minutes later, the two men met Director Guo, who was carrying a big belly, in a private room on the second floor of Hongxian Hotel. As soon as they explained their purpose, Director Guo frowned, shook his head and said in an awkward manner, Secretary Hu, Mr. Hu, this is not an easy task. Secretary Hu's heart suddenly sank. Director Guo, didn't our President Hu tell you about this when we came here? Director Guo shook his hairless head and said, Secretary Hu, you don't know that Mr. Hu called me before you came, and I did agree to help him. But the problem is that Mr. Hu didn't make it clear at the time, and I didn't know that you wanted this piece of land. You know, this piece of land has already been bought by someone else. Will they agree to buy it now if we want to buy it again? The reasons Director Guo gave sounded reasonable and plausible, but Hu Junjie and Secretary Hu knew it clearly. What's the problem? Isn't it just that you want benefits? If someone else hadn't already bought this land, why would I ask you for help? Secretary Hu smiled and said, Director Guo, we also know that this matter is a bit troublesome. Otherwise, how can we come to you, Director Guo? Everyone knows that you are the head of the housing authority. Isn't this a piece of cake for you? Director Guo laughed, still shaking his head and said, Secretary Hu, look at what you said. Things are not easy to handle these days. I know the piece of land you mentioned. A school is going to be built there recently, so the price of the land is rising. Everyone knows that you can make a lot of money by building a building. Who can transfer it to you so easily, right? He said this, just short of asking for money in person. Secretary Hu cursed the old fox in his heart, but did not dare to offend him, so he had to look at Hu Junjie. Hu Junjie naturally understood where this old fox was in trouble, and when he came, Secretary Hu also told him that some things were indispensable. However, he never expected that this guy would ask for them so confidently. Fortunately, this happened in this small place. If it happened in Kyoto, young Master Hu would have turned against me long ago. To dare to ask for things from me means he doesn't want to get involved in this business anymore. But there is no way now. This is Xia City, not Kyoto. No matter how powerful the Hu family is, they cannot cover this place. Besides, as long as we can get those lands, why would we be reluctant to give up some flesh and blood? So, Hu Junjie nodded calmly. Seeing Hu Junjie nod, Secretary Hu smiled slightly, took out a card from his pocket and placed it in front of Director Guo. Director Guo, our young master Hu also knows that this matter is difficult, so we will not let Director Guo work in vain. This is a small token of our appreciation, please accept it. When Director Guo saw the bank card, his eyes immediately narrowed into slits with a smile. He shook his head and said, What are you doing? We can't try this. Take the things back quickly. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and placed the teacup on the bank card, then with a flick of his finger, the bank card fell silently into his pocket. Hu Junjie was dumbfounded, thinking that these old foxes were really cunning. They took the things without leaving any evidence. Fortunately, he had prepared a camera to secretly film. If he had recorded it, he would have thought that the other party had rejected the things. These are all masters who have been tempered through hard work. Secretary Hu cursed the old fox in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He said, Then I'll have to trouble Director Guo to take care of this matter. Then he raised his hand and said, Waiter, please order the food. Unexpectedly, Director Guo waved his hand and said, Okay, Secretary Hu, Mr. Hu, I have other things to do today, so I can't have dinner with you too. Then he stood up. Hu Junjie was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Secretary Hu quickly pulled him aside quietly and stood up as well. Then Director Guo, what did we just talk about? Director Guo smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of it. With these words, Hu Junjie and Secretary Hu finally felt relieved. Secretary Hu shook his head as he watched Director Guo hurriedly leave with his bag under his arm. The people here are all very cunning. Fortunately, we have something to keep. Hu Junjie asked worriedly, So can this be accomplished?
Secretary Hu said, since he promised, he will do it, otherwise he would not dare to eat it carelessly. That's fine. Hu Junjie breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can get the job done, I'll give him 10 million, not to mention 1 million. Secretary Hu looked at him in surprise and said, Mr. Hu, I still can't understand why you insist on doing this project. There are so many real estate projects. We don't need to come here. We can do it more easily in Kyoto and earn as much as here. Hu Junjie sneered and said, making money this time is secondary. What's important is to vent my anger. Moreover, Su Yuhan is more important to me. If I can take Su Yuhan down, she can bring me more wealth. Chapter 115, Let's play long to catch the big fish. Guohua Jiayuan is selling like hot cakes, and the second phase of the project is also progressing in full swing under the command of Zhu Yundao. Su Yuhan called early in the morning to say that she was coming over. Yang Yi was originally planning to wait for her at home, but around noon, Dan called and said, Yang Yi, something happened. Yang Yi's heart sank, and he quickly asked, what's wrong? What happened? People from the housing authority came and said there was a problem with our building sales license. They asked us to stop selling the property immediately and also sealed our sales office. Dan said anxiously. What? Yang Yi was furious when he heard it. What's the problem? We have all 5 certificates. What's the problem? Dan said, they didn't say what the problem was, they just said there was a problem, and that it was the will of the higher-ups, and no matter what we said, it was useless. At this time, Hua Ping took the phone from Dan and whispered, Yang Yi, I suspect someone is trying to make things difficult for us. Try to come over, or try to ask someone to help you out. This sentence reminded Yang Yi immediately, and he nodded, okay, you guys deal with them first, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he didn't dare to delay and drove quickly to Guohua Jiayuan. On the way, he called Secretary Zhu, hoping to ask Deputy Mayors to mediate. But unfortunately, Secretary Zhu told him that Deputy Mayors was in a meeting of the Municipal Party Committee and could not answer the phone for the time being. Yang Yi had no choice but to tell Secretary Zhu about his situation and ask him to tell him after Deputy Mayors were left. Then he hurried to Guohua Jiayuan. Before I got there, I saw from afar a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the sales office. The sales staff were all standing at the door, blocking a few people in uniform. Dan was negotiating with them, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. Her face turned a little red. There were a lot of people watching the fun gathered around, and many of them were people who had come to the sales office to look at houses with the intention of buying them. When they encountered this kind of thing, they had all kinds of things to say. Yang Yi did not go over immediately, but parked the car far away and watched from a distance. He knew that since he had all 5 certificates, no one should come here to take advantage of him. Now that someone came, it meant that someone was targeting him specifically. And this person is most likely Hu Junjie. It seems that Hu Junjie has really arrived, and should be nearby watching the joke on me. He sat in the car, looking left and right, looking for suspicious people and cars. Soon, he found his target. There was a black Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road opposite the sales office. The car windows were all closed and it was so dark that no one could be seen inside. But the Kyoto license plate had already exposed his identity. Yes, the people sitting in the car were Hu Junjie and Secretary Hu. The 2 of them were sitting in the car and looking at the opposite side from a distance. They felt so happy. When Yang Yi saw the car, he was not angry but laughed instead. Hu Junjie, you are really obedient. I summoned you and you came to my door obediently. Yang Yi smiled and said to himself, well, I will let you be happy for 2 days, and then you won't even be able to cry. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and said, Dan, don't argue with them. If they want to close the door, let them do it. This is a good opportunity for everyone to take a break for 2 days. What? Yang Yi, just let him close the door like that? Dan was very confused by his phone call. What they're doing is very illegal. They must be trying to make some money. Why don't we give them some benefits? We must not close the door. The situation is so good now. If we close the door, we will suffer a great loss, and it will also have a bad impact on us. Yang Yi smiled and said, don't worry. Tell everyone that the company won't have any trouble. Everyone should take this opportunity to have a good rest. There will be busier days waiting for them soon. Also, tell everyone one thing. Only by casting a long line can you catch a big fish. Just wait and eat the big fish. Okay then. I'll listen to you. He Dan accepted the order helplessly. It was obvious that she still didn't understand Yang Yi's decision. Yang Yi did not explain in detail. Fishing requires enough patience and a certain amount of bait. Only when the line is long enough, the bait is tempting enough, and there is enough patience, can you catch a big enough fish. Now, Hu Junjie has not jumped from the backstage to the front stage yet, so I have to release the bait little by little to catch this big fish. He Dan, who answered the phone, although he didn't understand and was reluctant, still called all his men over and asked these uniformed men to seal the large glass door of the sales office. Manager He, what's going on? We have all the necessary certificates and procedures, so why are they accusing us of violating regulations? Yes, Manager He, are we just going to watch them do whatever they want? Didn't you report this to CEO Yang? Is he just going to watch and do nothing? Yes, Manager He, we can't let them seal our door. Who would dare to buy a house from us if they do that? Yes, even those customers who bought houses must be feeling uncomfortable and will come to us. Facing the sales staff's inquiries, He Danchin said that you don't understand, and neither do I, but she still said with a smile, don't worry, as long as we have nothing to hide, we are not afraid of these little devils knocking on the door. Mr. Yang asked me to tell everyone that you can rest assured these 2 days, just treat it as a 2-day holiday for everyone, so that you can prepare for the upcoming greater sales frenzy. But this sales office has been closed. How are we going to sell houses in the future? Yes, Manager He, it's easy for you to say that. How can we feel at ease when something like this happens in the company? We don't feel at ease even at home. The sales staff were still talking at the same time. He Dan held out his hand to quiet everyone down. I understand how you feel right now, but I only have one thing to say to you all, which is that I hope you all will trust me, trust the company, and trust President Yang. You have to believe that there is no fire mountain that we cannot cross, and there is nothing that Mr. Yang cannot solve. Think about it, our houses that originally had not been sold for 3 years have now become school district houses. Is there anything that cannot be solved? This sentence immediately reminded everyone. Yes, the house that the Zhong family had been trying to sell for 3 years and had not been sold at a super low price has now become the most popular school district house under Mr. Yang's management. Is there any problem that Mr. Yang cannot solve? Compared with the initial difficulties, this may be just a drizzle. At this time everyone was relieved, but He Dan was thinking in his heart, cast a long line to catch a big fish, what big fish is he going to catch? Chapter 116 I report. Seeing those uniformed men seal the gate of Huahua Garden and then drive away, Hu Junjie happily patted Secretary Hu who was driving and said, Secretary Hu, let's go. I'm happy today. I'll treat you to a health check. Secretary Hu was also very happy. Director Guo is really capable of getting things done. Not only did he help us get the land, but he also got rid of this guy. It was great. Although it cost some money, it was not a waste at all. Quick, search and see where are the fun places in Xia City and where are the pretty girls. 2 girls must come tonight to have fun. Hu Junjie couldn't hide his excitement when he saw his love rival being tricked. Secretary Hu has been getting anxious for a long time. When he was in Kyoto, his wife was very strict and he never had the chance to find a lady. Now that he has finally gone on a business trip, he must let his brother take a vacation and relax. Besides, when he goes out with young Master Hu, how can the quality of the lady he finds be bad? So without any hesitation, he jumped out of the car, stopped a taxi, and without saying a word, threw a $100 bill to the driver. The driver's eyes lit up when he saw the man getting out of the Rolls-Royce. He knew he was definitely not going to take a taxi. He knew he had something to ask him. He quickly held the banknote in his hand and asked, Brother, what's the matter? Secretary Hu leaned on the car window and said, Brother, where are the most beautiful girls in this place? The driver laughed immediately. Brother, you have asked the right person. No one knows more about this than me. So he counted on his fingers and began to talk to Secretary Hu with relish. Brother, if you want to talk about the place with the most beautiful girls in Xia City, it is naturally Shanghai Hotel. Not only are there many girls there, but each one is prettier than the other. More importantly, they have temperament. If you are not familiar with them, you might think they are college students or queens. But there is one thing. The girls are good, but they are very expensive. Other places charge at most 500 yuan for a night, but if you go to Shanghai, they cost tens of thousands. Then he looked at Secretary Hu and said, But brother, you drive a Rolls-Royce, so you definitely don't care about money. Secretary Hu smiled and said, "Thanks, brother." He turned back to the Rolls-Royce and told Hu Junjie about it. Without saying anything, Hu Junjie waved his hand and said, "Let's go." To Shanghai. The Rolls-Royce immediately headed towards the Shanghai hotel. What a joke, is 10,000 yuan money in Hu Xiao's eyes. The taxi driver watched the Rolls-Royce drive away and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. TSK, he is indeed a rich man. He took a girl worth 10,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. If it were me, how many passengers would I have to pick up? After saying that, he was about to start the car to continue soliciting business, when suddenly a black Mercedes-Benz overtook from the side, and the front of the car was blocked in front of the taxi. The taxi, which had just started, was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes. Then the front of the car was less than 10 centimeters away from the Mercedes-Benz. "How do you drive?" The frightened driver wiped the sweat off his forehead, stuck his head out and yelled. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise if I hit the Mercedes-Benz, how would I compensate?" The door of the Mercedes opened, and a handsome young man jumped out of the car and stood in front of his window. The driver was stunned and looked at the other person in horror, suddenly recalling the scenes in those Hong Kong and Taiwan gang movies. What are you going to do?" I'm warning you, this is broad daylight, there are so many people." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi took out his wallet, took out 2 red bills, and with a flick of his wrist, threw the red bills into the taxi, landing on the driver. The driver was stunned, confused. What happened today? Why were they throwing money at him? Could it be that this man is also looking for a lady? Before he could speak, Yang Yi bent down and asked, "What did that person ask you just now?" The driver was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized, "You are here to catch someone cheating, right? Are you from a detective agency? I've seen in movies that many women who suspect their men of cheating will pay a private detective to follow them. You must be." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yi shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly." The driver didn't finish his words, so he just curled his lips in dismay. Well, the man was asking where there were pretty girls, looking for girls. "Then what did you say?" Yang Yi asked. "Of course it's the Shanghai hotel. This guy drives a Rolls-Royce, so he's not short of money. He definitely wouldn't look down on girls from other places." While the driver was still chattering away, Yang Yi had already turned around and got into the car, reversed, turned the front of the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz drove away. The driver scratched his head, stuck his head out of the window to look around, and sighed in disappointment. "No more? Why is there no third luxury car? These rich people are really interesting, each one is more generous than the other." 10 minutes later, Yang Yi drove to the Shanghai hotel. In the parking lot, he easily found Hu Junjie's particularly conspicuous Rolls-Royce. It seems that this guy really came here to find girls to celebrate. Yang Yi sneered, took out his cell phone, and called CMI, "Officer Xie, I want to report someone for soliciting prostitution, will your police station handle it?" CMI on the other side was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Yang Yi, what are you doing?" "I'm busy here, do you have anything to do? If not, I'll hang up." Yang Yi said, "Officer Xie, I didn't cause any trouble. I really want to report prostitution." "What? Your police station doesn't care?" CMI said helplessly, "Yang Yi, you are a big boss after all, why are you so bored? Don't you need to worry about your restaurant, your construction site, and your real estate? Why do you still have the energy to fool around here?" Yang Yi said, "Officer Xie, do you think I would put aside so many things and play such a joke on you?" CMI felt that he didn't seem to be joking, so she asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. Do you think I'm just teasing you? Please, teasing a police officer is a crime. I know the law." Yang Yi said. CMI spat, "Bah. What nonsense are you talking about? Who said you teased me? As long as you are not joking, it's fine. Okay, then tell me, who is soliciting prostitution and where?" As she said that, she picked up the notebook next to her and began to record. "I don't know anything else, I just know that someone was soliciting prostitution in the Shanghai hotel." Yang Yi said. "Shanghai hotel?" CMI frowned and hesitated. "What's the matter? Officer Xie, are you not in charge of the Shanghai hotel? Or are you unable to do anything about it?" Yang Yi said deliberately. As expected, CMI was immediately irritated by his tone. "Did I say I don't care? As long as he is in my jurisdiction, I can take care of him." Chapter 117. This is really a good thing. Hu Junjie felt particularly happy today because it was the first time that Yang Yi was humiliated in front of him. Seeing Yang Yi's Huahua Jiayuan being sealed, he almost couldn't help but scream out loud at that moment. The excitement in his heart urgently needed to be vented, and the best way to vent was to find a beautiful girl to have fun with. He brought Secretary Hu to Shanghai Hotel and booked 2 rooms without saying a word. Secretary Hu's was an ordinary room, and young Master Hu's was naturally the presidential suite. Then he picked up the small card on the bedside table and dialed the number on it. In less than 2 minutes, 5 or 6 beautiful girls were brought in. There was no need to negotiate the price. Young Master Hu didn't care about the money and went straight into a group fight. However, at this moment, there was a noise coming from outside, but Hu Xiao did not take it seriously at all. Bang! At this time, the door was kicked open. A cool and pretty policewoman stood at the door. She glanced around the room, her face slightly reddened, and then she shouted outside, "There's something going on here." More than an hour later, Hu Xiao was already squatting in the interrogation room of the police station, with one end of the cold handcuffs buckled on his wrist and the other end handcuffed to the radiator. I couldn't stand or sit, so I could only squat there half bent over. My old waist ached so much that it almost broke. When he first came in, he was roaring angrily, saying that he had done all kinds of tricks in Kyoto and had never stayed in a place like this. I didn't expect that I would be arrested in this small place. And she's just a little policewoman whose hair hasn't even grown up yet. He yelled at CMI, saying that she must meet his lawyer and that he would not answer any of her questions before meeting the lawyer. But CMI didn't buy his nonsense at all. After asking him a few questions and seeing that he got no results, he handcuffed him to the radiator and left. 30 minutes later, Hu Xiao calmed down. He knew that he was just soliciting prostitution and could be released with a fine at most. When I get out, I will naturally find plenty of ways to take revenge. Let this little policewoman run rampant for a while, and then I'll handcuff you too. Then I'll show you how I'll whip you. After Suemai handcuffed Hu Junjie in the interrogation room, she went to the side and called Yang Yi. "Okay, Yang Yi, it seems that you are using a knife to kill someone. Let me help you get revenge." Yang Yi asked knowingly, "Officer Xue, what are you talking about? How did I kill someone with a borrowed knife? Am I not brave enough to fight against bad people and bad things, and actively provide clues to the police to solve the case?" Xue snorted, "You're still saying no? I just interrogated him. This guy is called Hu Junjie, and he's from Kyoto. Tell me, is he the one who has a grudge against you?" Yang Yi then chuckled, "Officer Xue, you can't say that. I recommend people regardless of their relationship or hatred. I can't say that just because I have a grudge against him, I can just watch him do illegal things without reporting it, right? Come on, are you that noble? Yang Yi, let me tell you, you've really screwed me over." CMI said angrily, "It's also my fault that I'm too young. I got fooled by you when you provoked me. Now the director has criticized me and scolded me. He said that Shanghai Hotel was where you arrested prostitutes. He also said that Hu Junjie was a distinguished guest who invested here and a distinguished guest of the city. He asked me to release him immediately and apologize to him." "Are you really going to apologize to him?" Yang Yi asked deliberately. "HMPH. You wish. You want me to apologize to a stinky hooligan? No way. Even if you stop me from being a police officer, I won't bow my head," Suemai said angrily. She had just been very angry with the director and was very annoyed at the moment. "That's right. Although I'm just a small policeman, I can't bow down to that kind of scum," Yang Yi said, "but I'll show you a way. Check this kid's phone carefully, especially the videos in it. Maybe a bad thing can turn into a good thing." CMI was stunned. "What do you mean? How can a bad thing turn into a good thing?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "You will know after just taking a look. Don't forget to treat me when you have made a contribution." He then hung up the phone. CMI was stunned and had no idea what Yang Yi meant. When she was about to ask again, she heard a busy tone indicating that the call was hung up. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Let's give it a try. Anyway, the trouble has already been caused. What's the harm in checking it out?" So he turned and walked into the office. On the table were personal belongings that had been searched from Hu Junjie, including a high-end business mobile phone inlaid with gold. CMI took the phone and walked over to Xiao Wang, the police officer who was most proficient in electronic technology in the station. Brother Wang, can you help me crack the password of the phone? Xiao Wang took the phone and looked at it. Whose phone is this? This phone is not affordable for ordinary people. It must cost tens of thousands of yuan, right? Then he looked at CMI and said, is this your boyfriend's phone? CMI didn't have time to joke with him. Brother Wang, stop kidding, this belongs to the guy inside, just tell me if you can open it or not. Xiao Wang patted his chest and said, don't worry, there is no password that we can't crack. Give me 10 minutes. He kept his word, and in less than 10 minutes, he actually raised his phone. Okay. Girl, how do you reward me? CMI said, thank you, Brother Wang. I'll treat you to dinner later. She quickly opened her phone and flipped through the photo gallery. As he flipped through the pages, he muttered, damn Yang Yi, what can I check on this broken phone? What the hell is this? While mumbling to himself, he casually clicked on a video. Soon, a heart-pounding sound was heard in the video. Xiao Wang on the side turned his head and looked at CMI in surprise. CMI blushed even more and was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Damn it, Yang Yi, why did you ask me to check my phone? What the hell is this? Just as she was about to turn off the video and settle the score with Yang Yi, a picture suddenly came into her eyes. She was stunned and her eyes were fixed on the screen. Then he said with surprise, this is really a good thing. Chapter 118, the dad is picking up girls while the son is studying. Seeing CMI holding the phone with an ecstatic look on her face, the police officer Xiao Wang was stunned. You know, the sound that just came from the phone was unbearable to hear. CMI, are you stupid? Why are you playing this kind of movie here? Xiao Wang poked CMI awkwardly. CMI didn't bother to explain and just said, I'll take it to show the director. Then she ran excitedly to the director's office with her phone. Xiao Wang behind him was dumbfounded, with a look of bewilderment on his face. This girl, is she too awesome? Not only did she read this in the office, but she even took it to share with the director. In the director's office, the director was blushing and scolding Lao Jiao, how can you be a master? How can you let her do whatever she wants? She is young and ignorant, how can you not know your limits? Go, release her quickly, and apologize to her sincerely, and don't cause any trouble. Old Jiao said angrily, Xiao Xue was a bit reckless in this matter, but it is an indisputable fact that he solicited prostitution. Asking us police officers to apologize to him, isn't that too much? You call this excessive? Lao Jiao, you really disappoint me. The director's face turned red with anger. Go, call Suemai to me and ask her to write a self-criticism for me. Director, there is a new discovery. Before Lao Jiao could call her, CMI rushed in excitedly with her cell phone in hand. The director frowned and said, what are you doing? What's on your phone? CMI excitedly held out her phone to the director. Director, I have made an unexpected discovery in this case. I found clues to the murder in Hu Junjie's phone. What? Murder? The director was stunned. He quickly took the phone and stared at the screen on it. Old Jiao standing by was also startled and hurried over. The two looked at it for a few seconds and were suddenly stunned, with shock written all over their faces. Is this a TV series or a video? The director said in shock. It turned out that the mobile phone was playing a video of a man raping and killing a woman. CMI said excitedly, of course it's a video, director, look at the angle of the video. It was obviously taken by a surveillance camera installed in the office. The angle of view is very secretive. The director and Lao Jiao looked at each other and nodded. CMI was right. This was obviously a secretly filmed video, and the content of the video was definitely a live broadcast. It could never be a TV drama. It can't be an island action movie either. This is a secretly filmed video of a murder case. CMI was still talking excitedly. Director, Master, do you still remember the missing female secretary case in Kyoto? The director and Lao Jiao both nodded. Of course they all knew about this case. Some time ago, the ministry made it a major case and made the whole country aware of the case. It was said that the 3 secretaries of Hu Jianghai of the Hu family in Kyoto disappeared mysteriously, and no clues have been found so far. Could it be that this video is? This phone belongs to Hu Junjie, and the murderer in the video is Hu Jianghai, the boss of Hu Men Company. CMI's face turned red with excitement, and she said excitedly, "There has been no clue in this case, but now we have found a clue. This shows that Hu Jianghai's 3 secretaries are not missing, but were murdered, raped and killed, and then the bodies were destroyed." The director and Lao Jiao were both shocked and excited at this moment. "You know, this case is a national case. The Kyoto police investigated for more than a year without any clues, but unexpectedly they found a clue, which is a great achievement." "Great! I'll report it to the bureau right away." The director picked up the phone excitedly and prepared to report this amazing and unexpected discovery to the bureau leaders. At the same time, he thought of another question. "By the way, what is the relationship between Hu Junjie and Hu Jianghai? Why is there this video on his phone? This Hu Junjie is Hu Jianghai's son. As for why this video appeared in his mobile phone, I don't know either," CMI replied. At this moment, there was another question in her mind, that is, why did Yang Yi know this video, and why did he know that Hu Junjie had this video on his mobile phone? But this question is not important for the time being. What is important is that she is really going to make a contribution. Yang Yi was right, this guy really made a great contribution for himself. CMI's answer surprised both the director and Lao Jiao. What is going on? The son has videos of his father playing with women and killing his secretary hidden in his phone. Dad plays, and the son studies? Rich people's hobbies are indeed different from those of other people. So he quickly reported the situation to the bureau. The bureau leaders took it very seriously and immediately retrieved the evidence and reviewed it repeatedly. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the video was not fake or edited, and should be the truth of the murder. The bureau did not dare to delay and quickly reported the case to the ministry. Soon, the Kyoto police who received the news immediately controlled Hu Jianghai in Kyoto and started interrogation immediately. Faced with the ironclad evidence, Hu Jianghai did not deny it at all and quickly confessed to raping and murdering 3 female secretaries and destroying the bodies. An unsolved case that had no clues for more than a year was unexpectedly solved during a prostitution arrest operation in Shia City, which became a matter of pride for the Shia City police. The female police officer Suemai, who carried out this arrest operation and found this unexpected clue in the criminal's mobile phone, naturally made a great contribution and became the focus of attention of the bureau leaders. Hu Junjie, who was still squatting in the police station, knew nothing about all this and was still hoping that his father, who was far away in Kyoto, would reach out and pull him out. At the same time, 2 mysterious guests came to the office of Director Gui of the Housing Authority. They walked into the office expressionlessly and said to the surprised Director Gui in front of several subordinates, "Gui Haiqing, you are suspected of accepting bribes and engaging in corruption for personal gain. Please come back with us for investigation." Gui Haiqing's body softened, and he sat down on the chair and slowly slid to the ground. 2 people came over with expressionless faces, one of them held one of his arms and carried him out. Director Gui was under investigation, and the sales stop notice he issued to Huihua Jiayuan was ordered to be invalidated. The law enforcement team had to go to the property and personally remove the seal they had put there in public. And he had to apologize to Huihua Jiayuan in front of everyone. The employees of Huihua Jiayuan were all very excited because not only could they continue to sell their properties, but they also welcomed an important guest. Deputy Mayor Zhuad of the city came to Huihua Jiayuan on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government and delivered an enthusiastic speech, fully affirming the contribution made by Huihua Jiayuan to the construction of the new school. He also stated on behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government that the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government will give strong support to such conscientious and caring enterprises in the future. Huihua Jiayuan has a bright future. Chapter 119. I'll treat you forever. Su Yuhan arrived in Shia City that afternoon. She and Yang Yi were sitting in the car and saw Hu Junjie and 2 seductive ladies walking out of the hotel in disheveled clothes, and then being put into the police car. "You brought me here just to see him?" Su Yuhan looked at Hu Junjie in front of her in surprise and asked Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. "Yeah, isn't it a bit of a surprise?" "Surprise? Disgusting, right?" Su Yuhan muttered, "I feel disgusted when I see this man. He actually looks for prostitutes, and he even looks for 2. Su Yuhan felt sick when she thought of the scene of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Especially since this guy keeps chasing me every day. It's disgusting, right? Don't worry, this guy won't appear in front of you again," Yang Yi said as he started the car. "Hu Junjie is gone, and it's time for me to go too." Su Yuhan was stunned. Why? She knew Hu Junjie's character. He was just a scabby boy who kept clinging to her. How could he give up on her just because he went to the police station? Because the Hu family is about to be finished. Yang Yi said concisely. The Hu family is going to be finished? Why? Su Yuhan was a little confused and didn't understand where Yang Yi was getting the idea from. A family is ruined by a single act of prostitution? That's not very realistic. Because he should never, ever, ever come to Xia City to cause trouble for me. Yang Yi said. Su Yuhan just remembered this question: why did Hu Junjie appear here? It seems that a lot of things happened between him and Yang Yi in the past few days. Su Yuhan didn't ask any more questions. She was a smart woman and she could certainly guess what had happened in the past few days. She also guessed that Hu Junjie's hostility towards Yang Yi was naturally because of her. Su Yuhan felt a surge of regret in her heart. She turned to look at Yang Yi, looking at this handsome and focused face. Suddenly he couldn't help but reach out and grab Yang Yi's right hand. Yang Yi, who was concentrating on driving, was stunned. He looked down at his right hand and the white and slender hand, and his heart skipped a beat. He had the urge to stop the car and hold that hand in his own. But he didn't do that, and continued to drive calmly. Su Yuhan's hand stayed there for only 2 seconds before she took it back. Did you receive the money? Yang Yi nodded. He knew that Su Yuhan was talking about the money for the painting. Yesterday, Su Yuhan transferred 4 billion into his account. He was very grateful to Su Yuhan for this, as she handled everything perfectly. He only needed to take the money and did not have to worry about trivial matters such as taxes and procedures. This is also the reason why Su Yuhan was the first person he thought of after getting the good things. I also brought you something good, Su Yuhan said, reaching into her bag, then clenched her fist and stretched it in front of Yang Yi. Guess what it is? Yang Yi took a curious look and then parked the car on the side of the road. Su Yuhan stretched out her fist with a smile on her face. She looked like a naive little girl, without any of her usual cold and arrogant demeanor. Yang Yi looked at this white and smooth little hand. The fist was not clenched very big, which meant that the thing inside would not be too big either. What is it? Yang Yi looked at the hand, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he seemed to have guessed something. But he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he tilted his head, frowned, and looked like he couldn't guess. Sister Su, please stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Yang Yi looked pitiful and pleading. Su Yuhan suppressed her laughter and deliberately kept a straight face. That won't do. You have to call me something nice. You always call me sister. I'm getting old. Yang Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. Su Yuhan's half-joking word seemed to remind him that it was inappropriate for him to always call her Sister Su, as women all care a lot about their age. However, he has become accustomed to this name. Now if he is asked to change it, what should he call himself? This question stumped Yang Yi. He scratched his head and couldn't think of a suitable name. Finally, Su Yuhan couldn't help herself and sighed, "Oh, forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. It seems that I can only be a sister in your heart." There was a hint of resentment in his tone. As he said this, he stretched out his fist in front of Yang Yi. "Since you don't know how to call me, then open it yourself and see." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and gently grasped the hand. The moment the two hands touched, he felt the slightly cool and smooth skin, and his heart was moved. At this moment, Su Yuhan was a little dazed and her fingers trembled. Yang Yi gently pinched the little hand, and touched it lightly with the fingers of his other hand, and Su Yuhan's hand opened. When Yang Yi saw the object in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! So beautiful!" It turned out that there was a small jade pendant in Su Yuhan's palm. The shape was very unique. It was a big-bellied Maitreya Buddha leaning against a rockery with a grin on his face. What's even more amazing is that the body of Maitreya Buddha is green, while the rockery behind him is red. Both are carved from a whole piece of jade. The red and green colors alternate so naturally that people can't help but praise them. It's so beautiful. It's simply a work of art. Yang Yi looked at the exquisitely carved jade pendant carefully, his amazement beyond words. Although he had guessed it just now, what Su Yuhan was holding in her hand should be a jade piece carved out of her own jadeite. But when he saw the thing, he was still deeply shocked. Master Wang is truly a master of jade. He has carved a lifeless piece of jade into a magical masterpiece full of spirit.
What is even more valuable is that he can carve such a masterpiece according to the different colors of jade and the material. It's so beautiful, Sister Su. Master Wang is such a rare master, Yang Yi said in surprise. Seeing him so excited, Su Yuhan was very proud in her heart. Of course, Master Wang is a master I hired with a lot of money, and he doesn't make a move easily. He only makes a move when he encounters a rare jadeite. Yang Yi couldn't let go of it while playing with it in his hands. He said, Sister Su, you carved this jadeite so vividly. I don't know how to thank you. Su Yuhan looked at him. It's easy to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Yang Yi nodded repeatedly. Of course, let alone a meal, I will treat you for life. After he finished speaking, he felt that what he said was inappropriate. When he looked up, he saw Su Yuhan staring at him with a smile on her face. Sister Su, Okay, that's what you said, but I have to tell you in advance that I won't eat this meal in a restaurant. Su Yuhan said, you have to treat me to this meal at your home. Chapter 120 At Meet Old Friends Again. You have to treat me to this meal at your house. After Su Yuhan said this, Yang Yi was a little confused. Why do women always like to eat at home, or treat guests at home? Isn't the food in the restaurant delicious? Well, Sister Su, my mother is an old lady from the countryside. She can't cook any delicious dishes. I'm afraid you can't eat the simple meals. Yang Yi said in embarrassment. That's perfect. My stomach hasn't been feeling well these past 2 days, so I saw a doctor. The doctor said that I've been eating too many refined grains and delicacies all day long. I should eat more coarse grains to get a balanced nutrition. Su Yuhan said. No, it's mainly because my old lady cooks in the rural style and you really can't get used to it. Yang Yi was still looking for an excuse. Su Yuhan defeated him with one sentence, it's just right. I want to try the original farm flavor. Those so-called farmhouse restaurants are all city dishes dressed up as farm dishes. I'm tired of them. But? Yang Yi was a little at a loss for words. Su Yuhan looked at him with her eyes. Yang Yi, do you not welcome me to your home? If you really mean this, just say it. I won't force you. This one sentence left Yang Yi speechless, and he quickly put on a smile. Sister Su, what do you mean by that? Of course not. How can I not welcome you? Well, since you want to eat, I'll take you there, or tomorrow at noon. Su Yuhan interrupted him directly. No need for tomorrow noon. Tonight is fine. I have to go back tomorrow. Okay, Sister Su, whatever you say is what we'll do. Let's go now. Yang Yi had no choice but to obey. No, I have to buy some gifts first. It's my first time visiting your house, and I can't go empty-handed. Otherwise, what if the uncle and aunt think I'm a freeloader? Su Yuhan said. Okay, I'll listen to you, Sister Su. Yang Yi didn't act pretentiously. He did as he was told and took Su Yuhan for a walk on the street. As a result, after walking around the street, Yang Yi was dumbfounded. Su Yuhan is such a big spender that she bought even more things than the last time she went to He Dan's house. And more importantly, she is not like me who only buys cigarettes, alcohol, pork and vegetables. She only buys luxury stores. I bought Fang Xinyu a mink coat worth tens of thousands of dollars, as well as high-end cosmetics and perfumes for the elderly. I bought Yang Yuanming a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and a suit worth tens of thousands of yuan. There are also nutritional supplements, all of which cost tens of thousands of yuan. Su Yuhan didn't care about things worth a few thousand or a few $100s. She only took a look at things worth tens of thousands of dollars. Then she pointed casually and said, this, that, and that, I want them all. Then she took out a black gold card and said, swipe the card. No password. After selling the watch to Yang Yuanming, she glanced at Yang Yi beside her and said, Yang Yi, do you have a watch? Yang Yi shook his head instinctively. Although he was already very rich, his lifestyle was still basically at the Jiaoxi stage. He had not realized the need to equip himself with a luxury watch, which was standard equipment for rich people. That's perfect. Su Yuhan glanced around the counter again, then pointed at the watch in the middle and said, Miss, let me see that watch. The salesgirl was almost going crazy with joy, because that was the most expensive watch in the store, a Vacheron Constantin Master of Arts, which cost exactly $350,000. If this is sold, my commission will be quite considerable. So I quickly said, okay, please wait a moment.
As he said that, he opened the glass cabinet and carefully took out the watch. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. Sister Sue, I'll forget it. The time is on my phone. There's no need to wear a watch. It's a burden. Peasant mentality. Su Yuhan said, poking his forehead with her finger. Do you know? A watch is a symbol of a successful man in the upper class. You are different now, and your social circle will be different. If you don't wear a watch, it will be difficult to integrate into the circle. And don't wear a watch that is too cheap. People will look down on you if you wear it. Well, being a rich man is really troublesome. Yang Yi had no choice but to stretch out his left hand, and the salesgirl carefully put the watch on his wrist. Wow! Sir, this watch really matches your temperament, did you know? Many people have seen this watch before, but they couldn't bring out the temperament of the watch after wearing it. Only you perfectly interpret the temperament of an art master, so handsome. Especially after you put on this watch, you are even more matched with this beautiful lady standing together. The shopping guide said exaggeratedly. But the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Su Yuhan heard her say that she and Yang Yi were a good match, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. However, Yang Yi did not pay attention to the problem in the words. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at the watch, looking left and right, and finally shook his head. I still think it's too expensive, let's change it to a cheaper one. As he said that, he wanted to take off the watch. Don't pick it! Su Yuhan shouted immediately, and then said to the salesgirl, ignore him, I want it, swipe the card. The salesgirl was overjoyed. She quickly took the black card and said, okay, miss, sir, please wait a moment. Then she trotted to the cashier, issued a receipt and swiped the card, fearing that the customer would change his mind if she delayed for a moment. Yang Yi looked at Su Yuhan helplessly. Sister Su, why do I feel like I'm being kept? Phut! Su Yuhan burst into laughter at his sudden words. She laughed so hard that she couldn't even stand up straight, holding her stomach. She finally stopped laughing. I do want to support you, but I'm afraid you won't let me. As he spoke, he sighed. Alas, if anyone could support you in this life, he would make a fortune. A man who can make money like this would surely be very popular. Yang Yi blushed a little. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, I was wondering how you suddenly turned from a black chicken into a phoenix overnight. I thought you really became a rich man, but it turns out you are being kept by someone. The voice was so familiar that Yang Yi knew who was speaking without even turning around. He just didn't expect to meet her in a situation like today. That's right, the owner of this voice is his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duoduo. Lin Duoduo, who missed the chance to laugh in her Lamborghini in order to cry in her BMW. He frowned and turned around. Sure enough, he saw Lin Duoduo, who was wearing heavy makeup, standing behind him. At this moment, Lin Duoduo was holding the arm of an old man in his 50s or 60s, and she was looking at him and Su Yuhan with obvious contempt on her face. Chapter 121 I know. Before Yang Yi could speak, Su Yuhan beside him was already unhappy and looked at Lin Duoduo with dissatisfaction. Who are you? Lin Duoduo looked at Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan's beautiful face and noble temperament made her pale in comparison. When the two of them stood together, Su Yuhan was like a noble white swan, while she was compared to a grey ugly duckling. Looking at the handsome Yang Yi standing next to Su Yuhan, and the bald old man with a big belly next to him, he felt even more indignant. After being kicked out by Guopeng last time, he relied on this contractor again. Although he had money to spend, every night when he went to bed, he felt suffocated when he saw the hairless head and the big belly like a ball. Who am I? Miss, you don't need to worry about who I am, but I have to remind you of this person next to you. Although she was the one who abandoned Yang Yi, Lin Duoduo felt uncomfortable seeing Yang Yi with another woman, especially since this woman was prettier than herself. From what I know, the person next to you is not a good person, and he is fickle. You have to be careful that he uses your money to support other women. In order to break up Yang Yi and Su Yuhan, Lin Duoduo used every trick in the book, even throwing feces on Yang Yi out of thin air. But unfortunately, the person she met today was Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan was delighted when she heard this. She was a person who had seen many people. She knew what the relationship between this woman and Yang Yi was. So she was not angry. Instead, she smiled and took the initiative to hug Yang Yi's arm. She also pressed her body tightly against Yang Yi and said, "Oh, then I really have to thank you for reminding me."
This guy is so outstanding and can make so much money. I'm really afraid that some people will get jealous and stick to him. Then he looked at Lin Duo and said, by the way, I have to thank some women for being so blind that they gave me such a handsome money tree for an old man over 50 years old. Tell me, should I burn some incense to thank her? Just one sentence almost made Lin Duo vomit blood in anger. Isn't this just a slap in her face? But she still said unwillingly, just him? A cash cow? A money loser, right? What kind of money can he have? Su Yuhan smiled and said nothing. Instead, she glanced at the salesgirl who had been standing next to her for a long time. The salesgirl was very smart and knew at a glance that it was her turn to come on stage. He immediately came over and respectfully handed the receipt and black card in his hand to Yang Yi. Sir, the procedures for purchasing this Vacheron Constantin Art Master watch worth 350,000 have been completed. Here are your receipts and your black card. Please keep them. Yang Yi nodded, but did not take it. Instead, he said to Su Yuhan, you keep it. From now on, you can use this card and buy whatever you want. Lin Duo was so angry that her face turned black. Su Yuhan held back her laughter, took the card and receipt, put them in her bag, and deliberately said in front of Lin Duo, hubby, you are so good to me, I love you so much. As he said this, he actually turned his head, stood on tiptoes and quickly pecked Yang Yi's right cheek in front of Lin Duo. At this moment, Yang Yi felt a little dizzy. Isn't this Sister Su a little too devoted to her performance? Lin Duo was about to faint. After the kiss, Su Yuhan felt a little shy and quickly pulled Yang Yi. Hubby, let's go. It's getting late. Let's go home and eat. Yes, let's go home for dinner. Yang Yi nodded, waved to Lin Duo, then walked out of the watch store with Su Yuhan on his arm. Behind her, Lin Duo stamped her feet in anger, hugged the contractor's arm and shook it, saying in a coquettish voice, honey, I want to buy a watch too. I want to buy a watch worth 350,000 yuan. The contractor was shocked and pushed her away with a wave of his hand. What? A watch worth 350,000? I can't even afford 35,000. As he said that, he muttered, look at that girl's face and temperament. Can you compare with her? After saying this, he left without caring about Lin Duo. Lin Duo pouted angrily, but finally shouted, husband, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Wait for me. And hurriedly chased after him. Yang Yi and Su Yuhan walked out of the watch shop and got in the car. Su Yuhan was still immersed in the joy of victory. Her face flushed with excitement as she said, Yang Yi, that woman just now was your ex-girlfriend, right? What about her? Did I make her very angry? Humph. You little brat, you snobbish woman, actually wanted to humiliate you? I'll kill her in a minute. Yang Yi didn't say anything, but turned his head and looked at Su Yuhan blankly. His right cheek was still a little numb at this moment, as if he was still immersed in the sudden kiss from Su Yuhan just now. Su Yuhan was talking excitedly. When she looked up, she met Yang Yi's blank eyes. Her face immediately turned red and she said angrily, are you stupid? As he spoke, he stretched out his finger to hit Yang Yi's forehead again, saying, don't be silly, drive quickly, auntie and uncle must be waiting anxiously. Before she finished speaking, Yang Yi reached out and grabbed her hand, then suddenly said, I suddenly remembered what to call you. Su Yuhan was stunned. What? Yang Yi grabbed her hand and slowly leaned over to her. As he got closer, he said, I should call you my wife, right? As he spoke, his other hand had already wrapped around Su Yuhan's neck from behind, and he kissed her without saying anything. Su Yuhan's body froze and her mind went blank. By the time she reacted, the position had already been lost. But after she came to her senses, she did not resist at all. Instead, she gently punched Yang Yi's shoulders twice with her fists, then stretched out her arms and hugged Yang Yi's neck tightly. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have frozen, without a single sound, and it seemed as if there were only the two of them left in the world. It was unknown how long it had been before the two finally separated. Yang Yi looked down at the shy Su Yuhan and said, I suddenly feel that I am the happiest person in the world. Su Yuhan blushed, got into his arms, and said, I think so too. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something, raised her head and looked at Yang Yi and asked, why are you so proactive today? Don't you like calling me sister? Why do you know how to change your words now? Yang Yi looked at her and said, because you already called me husband, can I still continue to play dumb?
Su Yuhan's face turned even redder, and she threw herself into Yang Yi's arms. She stretched out her hand and pinched his chest fiercely. I told you to speak. Chapter 122, A Generous Move. The two of them were having their first taste of the pleasure and were unable to stop until the phone suddenly rang and they separated. I picked up the phone and saw it was my mother calling. Son, didn't you say you were bringing a friend back for dinner? Why haven't you come back yet? By the way, son, which friend did you bring? Was it that girl he Dan, or your female classmate? Fang Xinyu called to urge him to come back and to inquire who was coming for dinner. Yang Yi hesitated and said, neither, I am a friend from the provincial capital. Okay, Mom, don't ask any more questions. We will be back soon. Bye. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. When he looked up, he saw Su Yuhan looking at him with a half smile. Tell me the truth, who is this he Dan? And who is that female classmate? Yang Yi was embarrassed. It seemed that women were very sensitive, especially when they heard another woman's name. But Su Yuhan just said one sentence, and then immediately said, I'm just joking with you. Don't worry, I believe you. Let's go back quickly. Aunt and uncle must be waiting anxiously. If I go late again, they will scold me. They like you so much that they don't have the heart to scold you. Yang Yi said as he started the car. 10 minutes later, the two returned home. When Su Yuhan appeared in front of Fang Xinyu and Yang Yuanming, Fang Xinyu was completely stunned. He looked at Su Yuhan in surprise, pulled Yang Yuanming's clothes and said, Old man, is this a star from TV who has come to our house? Yang Yuanming also looked at Su Yuhan in surprise. This girl was so beautiful, just like his wife said, she was like a star on TV. But Yang Yuanming was still sober and quickly poked his wife, don't talk nonsense, this is Xiaoye's friend. Then he quickly greeted, girl, Xiaoye said you are from the provincial capital? Su Yuhan had a sweet smile on her face. Yes, uncle, aunt, my name is Su Yuhan, and I am from the provincial capital. Yang Yi quickly said, Dad, Mom, Yuhan bought gifts especially for you. Then he took out all the things in his hands. Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu were both shocked when they saw it. Why do you bring so many things? Kid, just come to my house, why do you buy so many things? It was the first time that Fang Xinyu saw someone bring her so many gifts, and she was a little at a loss. Su Yuhan smiled and said, Auntie, this is my first time at home, so it's our courtesy as the younger generation to bring you 2 gifts. Besides, we didn't buy anything. Then, she took out the mink coat she bought for Fang Xinyu and said, Auntie, this is a coat for you. I don't know your size, so Yang Yi and I bought it in the store together. Try it on later. If the size is wrong, I'll take you to exchange it. Fang Xinyu took a look and was at a loss. This coat must be several hundred yuan, right? It's too expensive. Girl, I can't take it. Yang Yi interrupted. Mom, this is a valuable mink coat, 56,000. What? 56,000. Fang Xinyu almost fell to the ground when she heard the number. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared and quickly supported her. Child, why did you buy such an expensive thing? Earning money is not easy, take it back and return it quickly. After coming to his senses, Fang Xinyu's first reaction was to ask Su Yuhan to take it back and return it. How could an old lady who was used to living a hard life afford such an expensive gift? Su Yuhan smiled and said, Auntie, you can't return it once you buy it. Besides, no matter how much money you make, isn't it for people to spend? Yang Yi also said, Yes, Mom, Yuhan has already bought it, how can she return it? Besides, you have suffered a lifetime, so what's wrong with wearing an expensive thing? Fang Xinyu was unable to refute what Yang Yi said. Yes, can you ask a customer to return the gift he bought for you? Fang Xinyu looked at Yang Yuanming, and Yang Yuanming whispered, Old woman, since you've bought the child, you should accept it. It's a token of your love for the child. Fang Xinyu's mouth twitched twice, and she muttered, but when I think about how many tens of thousands of dollars I spent on it, I feel bad. Su Yuhan held back her laughter, took the cosmetics and perfumes from Yang Yi again and said, Auntie, I also bought you cosmetics and perfumes for the elderly. Fang Xinyu thought, I have never used any cosmetics or perfume in my life, but since they bought it, I can only accept it. But I still asked worriedly, this child, you said you would come, why did you buy so many things? By the way, how much did these cosmetics cost? After learning from the previous lesson, Yang Yi did not dare to talk about the price. He just stammered, It's not much, Mom. Just take it. Fang Xinyu then answered the call. Then Su Yuhan took out the watch she bought for Yang Yuanming. Uncle, this is the watch I bought for you. Try it on and see if you like it. Is there one for me? What do you think, kid? Why should an old farmer like me wear a watch? Those are worn by high-ranking officials and rich people in the city. I can't wear them. How about you give it to Yang Yi? Yang Yuanming said awkwardly, waving his hands. Su Yuhan smiled and said, Uncle, I bought one for Yang Yi as well. He's already wearing it. This one is for you, so you can wear it. Bought it for him too? Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu looked at each other and both felt something was wrong. Yes, Dad, this watch is bought for you. Just wear it and experience the feeling of being a big official. Yang Yi simply took the watch and put it on Yang Yuanming's wrist without saying anything. Yang Yuanming had no choice but to put it on. He felt different after putting it on. He looked left and right happily, and he really had the style of a senior official. Auntie, Uncle, these are the nutritional supplements I bought for you. Then there was another large meal of nutritional supplements. Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu had no choice but to answer the call and then let Su Yuhan into the living room. Child, you should work a little less for now, the food will be ready soon. Auntie, let me help you cook. Su Yuhan said. No, you're a guest, how can you let a guest do that? Quickly sit down. Fang Xinyu pushed Su Yuhan down on the sofa without saying anything. Then he winked at Yang Yi. Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. Yang Yi knew that he was going to be interrogated, so he looked up at Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan smiled secretly. She naturally guessed the old lady's intention. So Yang Yi got up and followed Fang Xinyu into the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Fang Xinyu closed the door tightly, then stared at Yang Yi with his eyes and asked in a low and vicious voice, Boy, tell me the truth, what does this girl do? Chapter 123 Don't punch those who smile. Facing Fang Xinyu's questioning and Yang Yuanming's eager eyes, Yang Yi smiled and said, Mom, why are you asking this? He's a big boss in the provincial capital, so what? The big boss in the provincial capital? How do you know him? Yang Yuanming asked. Fang Xinyu interrupted immediately, Stop interrupting me. Yang Yi, stop kidding me here, I'm asking you what is your relationship with her? Yang Yi smiled and said, Friend, Mom, why are you asking this? That's right, old lady. Didn't Xiaoye say that we are friends doing business together? Yang Yuanming said. Fang Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and said, Why are you interrupting me, old man? Are you stupid? Which business friend of ours would give us so many gifts? And buy a mink coat worth tens of thousands of dollars? Yang Yuanming finally reacted, Yes, son, what's going on? Why did they give us such an expensive gift? The old couple stared at Yang Yi with eager eyes. Yang Yi knew that he could not hide it from them anymore, and he did not plan to hide it any longer. When he was about to admit it, he heard a knock on the door. Yang Yi, someone is knocking on the door. Su Yuhan, who was sitting in the living room, shouted. Mom, I'll go open the door first, and I'll tell you later. Yang Yi said, and quickly opened the kitchen door and went out. Behind him, Fang Xinyu said to Yang Yuanming, Look, this girl must not be just his ordinary friend. Yang Yuanming frowned and said, You mean, she is Xiaoye's girlfriend? Fang Xinyu nodded and said, Yes, it must be, otherwise who would come to have a meal and buy you such an expensive gift? As he said this, he tilted his head and muttered, This girl's family is not ordinary. She spends tens of thousands of dollars on a coat. And her temperament shows that she is a lady from a wealthy family. She looks more impressive than Yang Yi's classmate last time. Yang Yuanming asked carefully, So who do you think is better, this girl or Miss He Dan? Fang Xinyu curled her lips and thought to herself, I still think that He Dan has suffered a lot since she was a child, and she is a good match for our family. But when the words came to her lips, she remembered that her son was no longer the same as before, so she swallowed them back. At this moment, Yang Yi opened the door and said, Why are you here? There was a hint of surprise and a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Both of them were stunned. They were wondering who had come to make their son speak in such a tone when they heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Look at what you said, Xiaoye, you really don't recognize your aunt now that you have money. Can't your aunt come to see your father? It's Yang Yuanming. Both of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Why was she here? Moreover, it was the first time that her daughter-in-law came to visit. How could she have run into her? Yang Yi opened the door, but was surprised to see Yang Yuanying's family standing outside the door, and immediately frowned. But Yang Yuanying ignored his unwelcome expression and shouted into the house, "Brother, sister-in-law." Xiao Dao said he hasn't seen his uncle and aunt for a long time. Let's bring him here to introduce them to the family. As he said that, he pulled his son's hand, pushed Yang Yi aside, and squeezed in beside him. Behind him, Yu Genuan saw Yang Yi and his face looked a little embarrassed. "Xiao Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your uncle really misses you." As he said that, he actually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and offered it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't even look at him and turned back to the living room. Yu Genuan smiled awkwardly, put the cigarette back into his pocket, closed the door and followed in. Yang Yuanying called out brother and sister-in-law, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Yuhan sitting in the living room. He was stunned for a moment. "Brother, are there guests at home?" While looking at Su Yuhan. At this time, Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu also came out of the kitchen. Yang Yuanming hummed, "Well, this is Xiaoya's friend." Yang Yuanying immediately looked at Su Yuhan with surprise. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Xiaoya, you are so lucky. Where did you find such a beautiful girlfriend?" As he said that, he sat down in front of Su Yuhan and held Su Yuhan's hand. "Girl, you are not from our Xia city, right? I can tell from your temperament and appearance that you are not from our small place." As she said that, she introduced herself without any hesitation. "By the way, girl, you don't know who I am yet, right? I am Yang Yi's aunt, my biological aunt. When Yang Yi was little, I held him in my arms and brought him up. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this kid has grown up to this size and is about to get married." When Su Yuhan heard that she was Yang Yi's aunt, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "So it's my aunt, I'm sorry, Yang Yi didn't tell me before, and I didn't prepare a gift for you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled Yang Yuanying's son Yu Xiaodao to his side. "This is Yang Yi's cousin, right? This is the first time we meet and I didn't bring you any gifts, so I'll just give the kid a red envelope." As he said that, he took out a stack of money from his bag and stuffed it into Yu Xiaotao's hand. Su Yuhan did not discuss this action with Yang Yi in advance. By the time Yang Yi and Yang Yuanming reacted, the money had already been in Yu Xiaotao's hands. Moreover, the stack of money was very thick and looked to be at least 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. Yang Yi was so anxious that he quickly stopped him. "Yuhan, you can't give him money." Fang Xinyu quickly said, "Yes, kid, this money can't be given to you." Then she went over and tried to take the money back from Yu Xiaodao. But Su Yuhan had no idea that Yang Yi, her aunt, was not very popular with everyone. She thought that Yang Yi was reluctant to let her spend money, so she quickly stopped Fang Xinyu and said, "Aunt, this is my first time to come home. It's already rude not to bring a gift for aunt. It's only right to give this little money to the child." Yang Yuanying was very smart. When she saw such a thick stack of money, her eyes lit up. She quickly poked Yu Xiaodao. "Xiaodao, why don't you thank your sister-in-law? Look how generous your sister-in-law is and how good she is to you." Yu Xiaodao said without even thinking, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Hearing the word sister-in-law, Su Yuhan felt even happier and looked at Yang Yi with a blushing face. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. He winked at Xinyu, indicating that forget it. They couldn't make things too embarrassing because of such a small amount of money. It would also be embarrassing for Su Yuhan to be in the middle. Fang Xinyu had no choice but to give up, and Yang Yuanying was also very smart. She immediately took the money from Yu Xiaodao and said, "Don't take so much money when you are just a kid." Then she said to Yu Genuan, "Genuan, you stay with our brother and Yang Yi and the others. I'll go help my sister-in-law cook. Don't hit a smiling person, especially when she is your daughter-in-law who is visiting you for the first time." Although Fang Xinyu felt very uncomfortable, she could only endure it temporarily and turned to go into the kitchen. Yu Genuan sat down next to Yang Yuanming with a smile and said to Yang Yi, "Xiao Yi, you haven't been to Sanxiao recently, right? You don't know that without any of our family members watching over them, those people are just wasting money." Chapter 124. You have to live your own life. Yang Yi didn't want to pay attention to Yu Genuan, but this sentence made him frown. What's going on? Although he didn't seek anything from donating money to build the school and he didn't need the 100 million, he would never agree if the money was wasted by others. When Yu Genuan saw that his trial move had worked, he heaved a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Xiao Yi, you don't know that after you donated the money, you became a hands-off boss and didn't care about anything.
But the people in the school don't treat your money as money at all. Not only did they buy materials at a much higher price than the market price, but they also took kickbacks and put the money into their own pockets. I think only half of your 100 million can be used for the project.
Really?
Yang Yi couldn't help but feel furious when he heard this. If this was really the case, wouldn't that be like treating him as a rich sucker? Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Yu Zhenyuan was even happier, but his face was filled with anger. Ah, Xiaoya, you don't know how much pain I feel when I see this. After all, this is all the money you worked so hard to earn, and you let these guys take it all.
Do you know how anxious I am?
At this time, Yang Yuanying, who just walked out of the kitchen, interrupted without losing time. That's right, Xiaoya, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but this kind of critical task must be supervised by our family. As the saying goes, even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Your uncle is your real uncle after all. How can he cheat you like an outsider? Yang Yuanming, who was standing by, became anxious when he heard this. Xiao Yi, your aunt is right. Otherwise, tell them to let your uncle take care of the money. Although it is to do good things, it is not the same as having money but nowhere to spend it and letting them pocket it. Yang Yi had been almost confused by Yu Jianyuan's words, but after hearing what Yang Yuanying said, he suddenly came to his senses. My aunt and uncle are still harboring evil intentions and are still thinking about that job. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood, so he smiled faintly. My uncle is so busy at work, I am embarrassed to trouble him. I will ask about this matter later. If it is true, then I will withdraw my investment and let them go and have fun by themselves. With just one sentence, Yang Yuanying and Yu Zhenyuan were shut up. Yang Yuanying was so angry that he turned around and went back to the kitchen, while Yu Zhenyuan smiled awkwardly. Okay, it's good that you know about this. I just reminded you. Su Yuhan, who was standing by, watched this scene and felt a little strange, but didn't say anything. This meal should have been a happy occasion for everyone as it was the first time their son's girlfriend came to visit, but it became dull because of the sudden visit of Yang Yuanying's family. As soon as they finished their meal, Yang Yi said, Dad, Mom, I'm going to take Yuhan out to play, so I won't be accompanying you. Then he took Su Yuhan away. Yang Yuanming and Fang Xinyu naturally knew that their son hated Yang Yuanying's family, so they didn't say anything. Yang Yuanying opened his mouth and wanted to say, I came here to see you, but in the end he didn't say it. After Yang Yi and Su Yuhan left, Yang Yuanying began to inquire about Su Yuhan's background. Brother, sister-in-law, where is Xiaoya's girlfriend from? She doesn't look like she's from Xia City, right? Fang Xinyu ignored her, and Yang Yuanming responded, Yes, I'm from the provincial capital. From the provincial capital? That must not be an ordinary family, right? Yang Yuanying said, This girl is so generous, she spends thousands of dollars at a time, her family must be rich, Xiaoya is marrying into a rich family this time. This sentence made Fang Xinyu and Yang Yuanming very dissatisfied. Fang Xinyu even retorted on the spot, What do you mean by climbing up the social ladder or not? Does my son need to climb up the social ladder now? That is, nowadays one can donate 100 million yuan at any time. Does Yang Yi still need to climb up the social ladder? That's right. Our Xiaoya has made great progress now. Yang Yuanying smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stared at Yang Yuanming's wrist. Huh? Brother, why are you wearing a watch too? Didn't you never like wearing a watch? You said that wearing a watch affects your work. Talking about his watch, Yang Yuanming raised his wrist with some pride, shook the watch and said, I don't like wearing watches, but this is what Yuhan bought for me, so of course I have to wear it. Hearing that it was bought by Yang Yi's girlfriend, Yu Zhenyuan quickly raised his head and stared at Yang Yuanming's wrist. His eyes lit up immediately after seeing it. This is a Rolex Submariner. I bought it on the official website for hundreds of thousands. What? Hundreds of thousands? Yang Yuanming was shocked. Fang Xinyu was so frightened that she dropped the chopsticks in her hand. Zhenyuan, are you seeing things? A watch can be worth hundreds of thousands? How could I be wrong? This is a Rolex Submariner, absolutely genuine. Yu Zhenyuan said with certainty. After he said that, Fang Xinyu and Yang Yuanming had no choice but to believe it this time. Old lady, it seems that Zhenyuan is right. This girl can buy you a mink coat worth tens of thousands of yuan, and buy you a lot of cosmetics. It's not surprising that she bought me a watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Yang Yuanming said. Fang Xinyu's mouth twitched. how can these two kids spend so much money? It's such a waste to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on such a watch. When Yang Yuanying heard that Su Yuhan had bought Fang Xinyu a coat worth tens of thousands of dollars, her already unbalanced heart became even more sour. Brother, your family has become completely rich this time. Not only is Xu Ye so promising, but he has also found such a rich and generous girlfriend. Our Yang family is now glorious. Yang Yuanying said, but you can't just care about your own glory and ignore your sister's life or death, right? Here we go again. When Fang Xinyu heard this, she knew that he was going to ask for something again, so she just picked up her bowl and left. Yang Yuanming's face also darkened. But Yang Yuanying pretended not to see it and just pulled Yang Yuanming and said, brother, look at our family. We still live in a small house of less than 100 square meters. Your brother-in-law still drives a broken car that he bought 5 or 6 years ago. Your nephew can't even afford the tuition to go to a private school. As a brother, are you going to watch your sister suffer in poverty? Yang Yuanming ate silently without even looking at her. Yu Genyuan also spoke up, brother, we were young and ignorant before. As a brother, can you really bear a grudge against your sister for the rest of your life? We are a family after all. Can you really just watch us live in this mess? At this point, Yang Yuanming raised his head and said, Genyuan, Yuanying, what you said is wrong. Can you be considered poor and shabby in your situation? When we were at home, we borrowed money everywhere to support Xu Ye's schooling. Did we consider ourselves shabby then? Who helped us at that time? Didn't we have to rely on ourselves to get by? So, I figured it out. I have to live my own life and how much money I have. No matter how close siblings are, the brother can't rely on the sister, and the sister doesn't have to rely on her brother. Also, it was you who told Xu Ye not to say that you were his uncle, not that Xu Ye didn't recognize you as his uncle. Chapter 125 Our pig is pushed by cabbage. Yang Yi held Su Yuhan's hand and walked out of the house. As soon as they got in the car, Su Yuhan asked, Yang Yi, why do your aunt's family look a little weird? And your relationship seems to be a little off. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, alas, I am too ashamed to mention this aunt and uncle to you. Then he recounted his family story from beginning to end, leaving Su Yuhan stunned. Oh my God, how can there be such an aunt in the world? Su Yuhan was a little stunned. She didn't expect that there would be a sister who was so snobbish and so ungrateful to her own brother. Then Yang Yi, did I do something wrong today? After Su Yuhan figured out the situation, she thought that she gave Yu Xiaodao so much money right at the beginning, and wondered if it would make Yang Yi's parents angry. Yang Yi shook his head, it's okay, just give it to them, you don't know the situation. Besides, if they don't make excessive demands, we are all relatives after all. He started the car and said, okay, let's not talk about them. Today I will take you to have some fun and see the scenery in our Xia city. Su Yuhan nodded excitedly. Being able to travel and enjoy the scenery with the one she loved was naturally the happiest thing. The two drove to Shaoshan Gorge, which is 100 kilometers away from the city center of Xia city. They went hiking together, rafting together, bungee jumping together, and crossing the glass bridge. Su Yuhan completely abandoned her usual reserve and indulged herself in front of Yang Yi, especially when the two of them jumped off the cliff together. She hugged Yang Yi tightly and screamed loudly with her eyes closed. In front of her beloved, she can jump and scream boldly because there is a strong chest beside her for her to lean on and protect. The two of them played for a whole afternoon, and in the end Su Yuhan was so exhausted that she couldn't even walk. Yang Yi took the lead and carried her out of the canyon. Back in the car, the two of them cuddled together again, reluctant to separate for a long time. Yang Yi, I have to go back tomorrow. I really don't want to leave you, Su Yuhan said with a pout while lying in Yang Yi's arms. Then don't leave, stay here with me, Yang Yi said. Su Yuhan shook her head, no, the company over there can't leave me, and Grandpa is old and needs someone to take care of him. I can't leave the provincial capital. As he was talking, he suddenly thought of something and said to Yang Yi, why don't you come with me to the provincial capital? Although Xia City is good, it is too small after all, which restricts your development. You will have more room to show your talents in the provincial capital. Go to the provincial capital? Yang Yi was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt that this was a good idea. Maybe you can try it. At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding! The host successfully participated in the advance news and is awarded a chance to draw a lottery.
Oh, this should mean that Hu Jianghai was successfully brought to justice, and the System S reward has also arrived. Yang Yi was shocked and started to draw the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the ownership of Xingmei Entertainment Company located in the provincial capital. Star Entertainment Company? Yang Yi was stunned. What's wrong with Xingmei? Su Yuhan suddenly heard him muttering the name of Xingmei Entertainment Company and asked curiously. Nothing. By the way, Yuhan, do you know what this Ghost Star Entertainment Company does? Yang Yi asked. Oh, of course I know. This Star Media Entertainment Company is a company that specializes in entertainment and packaging singers and movie stars. Although it is located in our provincial capital, its influence in the industry is nationwide. Because the most influential male and female singers and movie stars in China are basically under Star Media. Su Yuhan said. So awesome? Yang Yi was a little surprised. This system was extraordinary. It actually made him the boss of an entertainment company. Doesn't that mean that those high-ranking movie stars and singers who could only be admired from afar and not touched would have to listen to him? When he was secretly happy here, he forgot that Su Yuhan was still waiting for his response. When she saw that he looked strange, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave here? If you are reluctant, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll come to see you." Yang Yi came back to his senses and quickly shook his head and said, "No, I'm thinking about what to do after I go there, and what to do with my parents, and whether I should take them over as well. Of course we took them over. You're not here anymore, so what's the point of leaving them here? We'll take them over and take them out to play together in our free time. They can also chat with my grandfather at other times. It's so nice for the whole family to be together." Su Yuhan said. Yang Yi nodded. Su Yuhan was right. His parents were already old, so of course he had to stay with them. And another thing, if they followed me to the provincial capital, I wouldn't have to worry about my aunt and her family harassing them again. Thinking of this, Yang Yi nodded. Okay, then take them with you, but I still have to go back and discuss it with them and get their consent. This is necessary. Although it is for the good of the two elders, they must agree. Su Yuhan nodded. Yes, we must get their consent. We can't force them. The two started the car, returned to the city, and booked a room for Su Yuhan in the hotel. You should have a good rest tonight, and I'll come over tomorrow morning, Yang Yi said as he was about to leave, but he stood there without moving. Su Yuhan didn't say anything either. She just sat on the sofa and looked at him, with soft light flowing in her two beautiful eyes. Okay, then I'll sit for a while before leaving. Yang Yi finally sat down again. The two smiled at each other and kissed each other again. Ever since this layer of window paper was punctured, the two of them were like greedy cats that had tasted nectar and could not stop. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Yi finally poked his head out of Su Yuhan's arms and picked up the phone that was thrown aside. No, I have to call my parents, otherwise they will wait for me all night. Su Yuhan chuckled. Who asked them to wait for you all night? Didn't you say you were going back? Yang Yi stretched out his fingers and gently pinched her smooth face, then called Fang Xinyu. Mom, don't wait for me, I won't go back to sleep tonight. Fang Xinyu on the other end of the phone seemed to have known it for a long time. She didn't even ask, and just said, okay, got it. Then, he whispered, you kid, you should have hurry up and give your mom a fat grandson for me to hold. The voice on the phone was clearly audible. Su Yuhan's face immediately turned red and she stood up and ran to the bedroom. Yang Yi was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could his mother be even more impatient than him? He mumbled something and hung up the phone, then followed me into the bedroom. On the other end of the phone, Fang Xinyu hung up and Yang Yu arming beside her asked, What? Your son is not coming back? Yes, this pig that we have raised for more than 20 years is finally going to be eaten by cabbage. Chapter 126. Don't think of playing a singer. The next day, when it was bright, Yang Yi was still lying in bed, soundly asleep. He was exhausted after working all night last night, and Su Yuhan was also tortured to death by him. But it really is true that there is no such thing as a plowed field, only a tired ox. When Yang Yi was still sleeping soundly, Su Yuhan had already woken up and lay beside him, quietly looking at the first man in her life. While watching, she couldn't help but gently scratch Yang Yi's nostrils with her hair twice. Achoo! Yang Yi couldn't help but sneeze in his sleep, then he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yuhan with a wicked smile in front of him.
he said, "You little rascal." He turned over and pressed Su Yuhan under him again. No, Su Yuhan struggled, "It's getting late, I have to go back quickly." After a long struggle, Yang Yi finally gave up the idea of doing morning exercises and was pulled up from the bed by Su Yuhan. "Okay, hurry up and wash up, it's getting late, and I have to catch a plane." This time when Su Yuhan came to Xia City, she did not drive herself, but came by plane. "Don't worry, I'll take you back to the provincial capital today," Yang Yi said lazily as he got up. "Really?" Su Yuhan was surprised. "Of course it's true. Last night, Yang Yi had already decided to move the battlefield to the provincial capital. Such a big entertainment company is waiting for me, only a fool would not go. As for my parents, they would definitely listen to me. Now, my son is everything to them. Wherever I am, that is my home. What's more, my daughter-in-law is also in the provincial capital. It is better for the whole family to be together. But I won't tell them about this for now. It won't be too late to come back and pick them up after I've settled down there. As for the restaurants and real estate here, Lin Jun, Ping, He Dan and others are there, so all you have to do is collect the money." So, after washing up, Yang Yi called his parents, told them he was going to the provincial capital, and then drove off. The old couple knew that he was sending their daughter-in-law off, so they naturally didn't ask any more questions. A few hours later, the two arrived in the provincial capital. After arriving in the provincial capital, they naturally went to the Su family first. When Su Wenyuan heard that Yang Yi was here, he immediately became excited and pulled him to look at the words and paintings he had just written. Of course, Yang Yi also splashed ink and painted a landscape painting for Su Wenyuan. After finishing the painting, Su Wenyuan did not disturb the two young people's world of two. He went to appreciate the calligraphy and painting by himself, leaving time and space to Yang Yi and Su Yuhan. Although the old man is old, his eyesight is not blurry at all. He can tell at a glance that the relationship between the two young people is unusual, so he doesn't want to be a light bulb. But some people were not tactful enough. No one knew how the news leaked out, but as soon as the two of them got home, someone came to visit them. Just as the two were about to go to Su Yuhan's bedroom, they heard the servant come to report, "Miss, Mr. Zhu is here to visit." "The surname is Zhu?" Su Yuhan was stunned. "Who is it?" The servant said, "He is an old man in his 50s. He said he is a painter. He heard that Master Yang came to the provincial capital, so he came to ask for a painting." "Are you here to ask for a painting?" The two people understood, it was Zhu Yonggui. Yang Yi didn't have any good feelings towards this person, especially since after he bought his calligraphy and paintings, he actually sold them to someone else. This made him particularly dissatisfied. Although facing Hu Junjie might be out of necessity, this man's character has already been discounted in his eyes. Su Yuhan saw his expression and knew that he didn't want to see him, so she didn't even ask him. She said to the servant, "Tell him that Master Yang is tired and is resting. It's inconvenient for him to meet with guests. Let him go back." The servant went out and came back after a while. "Miss, I said what you said, but Mr. Zhu said he is waiting outside the door. It won't be too late to see him after Master Yang has rested. Aren't you leaving yet?" Su Yuhan waved her hand and said, "Forget it, ignore him and let him wait." The servant did not go down immediately, but said, "By the way, miss, Mr. Zhu did not come alone. He came with a young lady." Mr. Zhu wanted to wait for Master Yang outside, but the lady was unwilling to wait and even said some rude words at the door. Su Yuhan frowned. What did she say? The servant looked a little embarrassed and said carefully, she said that's all. Isn't she just a painter? What's so crazy about that? And she still said, "What else did you say?" Su Yuhan's face darkened. The person who came to ask for a painting was actually so rude? They also said that Yi Saiwen has always had others wait for her, and she has never waited for others. Said the servant. Yi Saiwen? When Su Yuhan heard this name, a trace of contempt appeared on her face. Who is Yi Saiwen? Yang Yi couldn't help but ask. Yi Saiwen is a singer. She has gained some fame in the past 2 years. She sang 2 relatively popular songs, so she doesn't know who she is. She always looks down on others. Su Yuhan said disdainfully, by the way, the Xingmei company you mentioned, Yi Saiwen was promoted by Xingmei. Now she is considered a pillar of Xingmei. Is it Xingmei S? Yang Yi was happy.
He had just arrived in the provincial capital and was thinking about visiting his company someday. Unexpectedly, someone would come to his door for him to inspect. So, he said to Su Yuhan, "Well, let them in. I haven't seen the singer in person yet, so just let them open my eyes." Su Yuhan was stunned, and put her mouth close to his ear, whispering viciously, "You are not going to have bad intentions when you hear the word singer, are you? I warn you, if you dare to be like those young men who want to play with singers and sleep with young models as soon as they enter the provincial capital, be careful that I will not forgive you." As he said this, he reached his hand to his waist and twisted it hard. Yang Yi grimaced in pain but didn't dare to scream out. When the servants saw this scene, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and could only hold back their laughter. "Go ahead, since Master Yang wants to see the singer, let the Yi Saiwan or someone else come in," Su Yuhan said to the servants after twisting the knot. "Yes, miss." The servant responded and turned to leave. After a while, he came in with two people. The person walking in front was Master Zhu Yonggui, the vice president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, who bought Yang Yi's painting and then sold it to Hu Junjie. The person who came in with Zhu Yonggui was a young woman. She was fashionably dressed and heavily made up. She was pretty, but her face was full of arrogance, and her nose was pointed to the sky. Chapter 127. Do you want me to sign for you? As soon as Zhu Yonggui came in and saw Yang Yi, he immediately bowed and saluted, saying, "Master Yang, I am so ashamed. I am too embarrassed to see you." Yang Yi said calmly, "If you are too embarrassed to see me, why are you here again?" Zhu Yonggui's face turned red after hearing this sentence. He choked for a long time before he said awkwardly, "Master Yang, I was really forced to do that last time. That guy surnamed who used his power to bully others, and I had no choice but to do it." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Yi asked directly, "Then what are you doing here today? Did you find a new customer, so you came to buy goods from me?" Zhu Yonggui. After coming in, he only said 2 sentences before being choked by Yang Yi and almost vomited blood. Su Yuhan next to him almost burst out laughing. This Yang Yi was usually not so mean. Why was he so blunt in his words today? At this time, the woman named Yi Saiwan couldn't help it, snorted and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, my time is precious, I'll just get straight to the point. I heard that you're a good painter, I want to buy one of your paintings, 100,000, is that okay?" With just one sentence, the already awkward atmosphere became even stranger. Su Yuhan, who had been holding back her laughter, suddenly burst out laughing and giggled while leaning on Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi was even more speechless. It was said that women with big breasts were brainless, but this woman's breasts didn't seem to be big. They were as thin as a stick. Compared with the curvy Su Yuhan, she looked even more horrible. Where did such a woman get the confidence to ask for 100,000 to buy her own painting? And from the way she spoke, it seemed as if she had given me more. Zhu Yonggui felt even more ashamed. He shrank his neck and shook his head gently, regretting in his heart that he should not have gotten involved in this mess. But the woman seemed to have not realized that she had become a joke in everyone's eyes, and she was still arrogantly saying, "How is it? Is it okay? Why don't you say something? If it weren't for President Zhu constantly praising your paintings, I wouldn't spend so much money to come here to buy your paintings. The painting by the master that I asked someone to buy some time ago only cost 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan? Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Where did this woman get the capital to have such good self-confidence? Originally, he had a kind of sacred worship for the word singer in his heart. After all, he had several idol singers when he was in school, and he used to go crazy for listening to their new songs. But after meeting Yi Saiwan just now, that feeling disappeared. And now, Yi Saiwan has personally refreshed his cognition completely. Is the threshold to become a singer so low these days? Anyone can be a singer? Yang Yi was completely speechless, while Su Yuhan laughed so hard that she couldn't even stand up straight. "Master Yang, someone wants to buy your painting for 100,000 yuan for Master Zhu's sake. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and paint for them. If you miss this good business, you will never have it again." It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything. Once he did, Zhu Yonggui couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly explained, "Boss Su, Master Yang, this price was not mine. I wouldn't dare to offer you this price even if I were beaten to death. Besides, I was also asked by someone to help introduce her. What she said has nothing to do with me." What a joke, she offered Master Yang's painting a price of 100,000 yuan,
and she even said that it was for her own sake. Ju Yonggui didn't want to be dragged down by her, because if that happened, how could he survive in the calligraphy and painting circle in the future? Therefore, he couldn't wait to jump out and clear himself. At the same time, he also hated Yi Saiwen. How could such a beautiful person have such a bad head? What was he thinking, to spend 100,000 yuan to buy Master Yang's calligraphy and painting? You know, the painting he sold to Hu Junjie was sold for 5 million yuan, which made him feel heartbroken. I bought a painting by Master He for 3,000 yuan. Is Master He a charlatan? 3,000 yuan can only buy a crappy painting by a charlatan. It is not even enough to reward the masters for their paintings. As he spoke, Ju Yonggui simply bowed and said, Master Yang, I was reckless today and rashly brought an unfamiliar person to ask for a painting. It was my fault. I will take my leave now. I hope Master Yang will not mind. As he spoke, he bowed and was about to take his leave. At this moment, Ju Yonggui was feeling very regretful. He regretted that he should not have gotten involved in this mess. Why did he help others when he had nothing to do? Master Yang already had a bad impression of me, so how could he ask me to paint for him again? So I quickly cut off ties. He wanted to distance himself from the matter, but Yi Saiwen refused. Seeing Ju Yonggui was about to leave, Yi Saiwen became anxious. President Ju, I haven't bought the painting yet, why are you leaving? Ju Yonggui was sweating and bowed, Ms. Yi, I have an urgent matter at home, so I can't accompany you. You take care of yourself. After saying that, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around and left. Seeing Ju Yonggui gone, Yi Saiwen turned to look at Yang Yi, frowning and saying, Hey! Mr. Yang, are you going to sell the painting to me or not? Just say something. Yang Yi shook his head seriously, I'm sorry, Ms. Yi, I won't sell my paintings to you at this price. Su Yuhan on the side also held back her laughter and remained silent, wanting to see Yi Saiwen's performance. You think 100,000 is not enough? Yi Saiwen frowned and muttered, Why do you intellectuals love money so much now? It's just a little ink on a piece of white paper. 100,000 is not enough? A little ink on a blank piece of paper? Su Yuhan burst out laughing again. How could Yi Saiwen make me laugh? Yang Yi tried his best to hold back his laughter, frowned deliberately and sighed, There is no way, Miss Yi, paper and ink are expensive in Luoyang recently. Paper is in great demand in Luoyang is an illusion, and anyone with a little culture should know it. But Yi Saiwen didn't seem to understand. She looked at Yang Yi in dissatisfaction and said, Why does Luoyang paper have to do with this? This is not Luoyang. I don't believe that I can't buy a piece of paper with 100,000 yuan. Yang Yi gave up completely. This was the artist signed by his company? He could be a singer without even knowing the story of paper being in great demand in Luoyang? Yi Saiwen thought about it, and finally said with determination, How about this, I'll sign for you again, is that okay this time? Yang Yi turned his head to look at Su Yuhan, who was looking at him. That look is like a knife. While looking at him with a fake smile, she said, Master Yang, why are you still hesitating? The signature of the great singer Yi is what many men dream of. How about you ask the great singer Yi to take a photo with you? As he spoke, he twisted his waist hard with one hand again. Chapter 128 I am Xingmei's boss. As Su Yuhan spoke, she quietly twisted Yang Yi's waist hard with her hands. The meaning is very clear. It is a warning to Yang Yi that if he dares to have any thoughts about this woman, he will be punished. Yang Yi grimaced in pain. Su Yuhan's words were obviously meant to warn Yang Yi, but Yi Saiwen actually took it seriously. She frowned and hesitated as if reluctantly saying, Okay, then I'll take another photo with you, but remember to edit the photo when you post it on WeChat Moments. Yang Yi was completely speechless. A woman like this really thinks she is someone important. Isn't he just a rising star? Is it necessary to act so arrogantly? With a natural beauty like Su Yuhan by my side, would I rush to take a photo with you? Look at the powder on your face, it's about an inch thick, right? And that nose, has it been padded? That mouth, at first glance, is a sausage-shaped mouth modeled after babies. Yang Yi complained in his heart and waved his hands quickly, Forget about taking photos, and you don't need autographs. How about this, Yi, the great singer, if you are willing to sing a song for me on the spot and let me hear the sound of nature, I will give you a painting for free, how about that? Yang Yi's intention was very simple. He just wanted to hear how Yi Saiwen sang.
After all, she was an artist of his company, but he had never heard her sing. However, Su Yuhan and Yi Saiwen were both stunned. No one expected that he would give up the opportunity to get an autograph and take a photo, but make such a request. Su Yuhan naturally thought that he had feelings for Yi Saiwen, so she didn't hesitate to twist her waist and attack him. Yi Saiwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately became complacent. Humph, I thought this guy was ignoring the beauty standing next to him, but I didn't expect him to be such a hypocrite. So he deliberately frowned, looking dissatisfied. Singing? Do you think I, Yi Saiwen, am a street singer who sings whenever someone asks me to? Yang Yi didn't say anything, just watched her perform. Yi Saiwen pretended to be so, and finally said, but since you admire me so much, I will reluctantly sing a few lines for you. Yang Yi's face was filled with black lines. I just wanted to hear how you sing. How did that become admiration for you? But at this moment, he was too lazy to care about it and waved his hand. Then sing, just sing a few words. Yi Saiwen looked around and said, just let me sing like this. Don't you have a microphone, speakers, or a sound card? Yang Yi was speechless. Do you really think you are being asked to hold a concert? I even gave you a microphone and speakers. Besides, can't you sing without a sound card? At this time, Su Yuhan no longer spoke, nor did she make any little movements. Instead, she walked aside, sat on the sofa, and watched their performance quietly. Okay, then I'll sing a few lines for you. How can I sing without a microphone and speakers? Yi Saiwen muttered in dissatisfaction, cleared her throat, and began to sing. She sang her famous song My Heart Waits for You, a love song tailor-made for her by the company. In view of her weak singing skills, the company intentionally strengthened the rhythm, combined with rhythmic dance, and added post-production sound card sound effects to enhance the stage effect and cover up her singing weaknesses. It can be said that the company's initial promotion of her was very successful. This song was packaged in various ways and had a good effect once it was released. It created a wave among young people and made Yi Saiwen a little famous. But today was different. There was no sound system, no lighting or energetic dancing to coordinate, and most importantly, no sound card and no post-processing. Her weakness in singing skills was immediately revealed to Yang Yi. After listening to only 2 sentences, Yang Yi frowned. With this level of ability, can he be a singer? Can it still be popular? It seems that Liu Rong sings much better than her. Yang Yi remembered that when he was in college, there was a New Year's Eve party at the school. Liu Rong went on stage and sang I Do by Queen Wang. Her voice was like the sound of nature, and the audience was mesmerized. Coupled with her beautiful face, she instantly became the dream lover of all the boys in the school. Listening to Yi Saiwen's voice again, Yang Yi suddenly felt that if Liu Rong was packaged, she would definitely become popular, and definitely much more popular than Yi Saiwen. Maybe even a new queen can be packaged out. While singing, Yi Saiwen glanced at Yang Yi. When she saw that Yang Yi was absorbed in his singing, she couldn't help but feel smug in her heart. HMPH, seeing how serious you are, you must be attracted by the voice of this beautiful lady, right? But when it first came out this year, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, okay, no need to sing. Is that it? No need to sing anymore? Yi Saiwen was stunned, Su Yuhan was also stunned, and they all looked at Yang Yi. Yi Saiwen was thinking, aren't you attracted by my voice? Why did you stop after just 2 or 3 sentences? I haven't sung enough yet. Su Yuhan was also thinking, don't you want to watch this woman sing? Why did she stop now? Yang Yi felt bored after listening to 2 sentences and didn't want to listen anymore. Okay, no need to sing, I'll draw for you now. He asked the servants to prepare paper and ink, and in a few strokes he casually drew a picture of birds and flowers, then signed his name and wrote an inscription, waving his hand. It's done. Is that it? Yi Saiwen watched Yang Yi draw a picture in less than 3 minutes and thought to herself, 100,000 yuan in just 3 minutes. Isn't this money easy to earn? It's even faster than earning money on your own. But since she had the painting and didn't spend the 100,000 yuan, Yi Saiwen was still very happy. When the surface was a little dry, she rolled up the painting and said, see you later. She left, twisting her waist like a water snake. As soon as she left, Yang Yi knew that his life would be difficult. When he turned around, he saw Su Yuhan sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a strange look in her eyes. Master Yang, are female singers attractive? Yang Yi knew he was in trouble, so he quickly walked over, sat next to Su Yuhan and said, Yuhan, it's not what you think. It's not what I thought. Then what do you think it is? Su Yuhan's words were clearly filled with doubt. Yang Yi knew that he had to make his words clear at this moment, otherwise Su Yuhan would definitely feel uncomfortable. So I confessed, okay, I'll tell you everything. There's something I haven't had time to tell you yet. What? I acquired Star Entertainment. Yang Yi said calmly. Su Yuhan was stunned and a little confused. He was asking him about Star Entertainment yesterday, so how come it had been acquired in the blink of an eye? I'm already the boss of Xingmei Entertainment, so I want to see how well Yi Saiwen sings and whether it's worth my money to support her. Chapter 129 What's the difference between you and me? After listening to this, Su Yuhan felt completely stunned. When did Yang Yi become the boss of Xingmei Entertainment? This guy is just like a magic egg, and he will give me a big surprise every now and then. Moreover, this surprise was unbelievable. He knew nothing about Star Media Entertainment 1 second ago, and the next second he became the boss of Star Media. To put it in a certain way, is there any room for reason here? Yang Yi, are you sure you are not kidding me? This was the first sentence Su Yuhan said after being stunned for a long time. Yang Yi looked at her with a smirk. What do you think? Do you think I'm kidding you? Su Yuhan shook her head. I don't know either. This matter is too unbelievable. If it happened to someone else, I would definitely not believe it. But when it happens to you, I suddenly feel that nothing is worth being surprised about. That's right. Yang Yi reached out and gently pinched her smooth face. Just get ready to be the boss lady of Xingmei. The boss lady of Xingmei? Su Yuhan always felt that the word boss lady was a bit derogatory. She always believed that women should not depend on men, but should be independent women. That's why she single-handedly supported her own jewelry company and became a famous beautiful CEO in the provincial capital. But now, she suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with being called the boss lady. For a woman, it is enough to prove yourself. The happiest thing is to have a man who makes you happy to rely on. Especially since this man is so outstanding and can give me a big surprise from time to time, it makes me even happier. However, she immediately frowned and became a little worried. Where is the entertainment company? There are young and beautiful female singers and movie stars everywhere, and the women there are scheming against each other to get to the top, using any means and willing to sacrifice at any price. If Yang Yi goes there, he be eaten alive by those women until there is nothing left. Thinking of this, Su Yuhan's previous joy was instantly dissipated, and she was instead filled with more worry. Moreover, when I thought about some previous rumors, my worries became even greater. Honey, when you acquired Xingmei, did you have a deep understanding of it? Su Yuhan asked. Yang Yi shook his head and said, No, I haven't even heard of it before. I just heard of it for the first time yesterday. He thought that since it was a gift from the system, there was still time to understand it. Su Yuhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Boss, you dare to acquire the company without even hearing about it. Do you know that your Xingmei is now surrounded by enemies and many of its main pillars are about to be poached by others? Oh? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows. What happened? Did the system send him a company that he had to pay money to? He quickly asked, What's going on? Tell me quickly. So, Su Yuhan told everyone what she knew about Xingmei. It turned out that just a month ago, Peng Chenghai, the former boss of Star Media, was obsessed with the stock market. He got the inside information from somewhere that the shares of a technology company called Aoxin would soar, so he invested all his assets in it and bought 47% of Aoxin's shares, hoping to make a fortune in the stock market. As a result, Aoxin's shares not only did not rise, but instead fell to the bottom, and all of Peng Chenghai's money was trapped in it. He had originally invested more than 10 billion yuan to buy the stock, but now the market value is less than 500 or 600 million yuan. Moreover, I am stuck with the problem and can't find anyone to take over even if I want to sell it. Peng Chenghai's money was trapped, so the people in Star Media were naturally in a panic. Many movie stars and singers were worried about their own income, so they planned to change jobs, terminate their contracts, and seek development in other companies. It can be said that Xingmei is now a bit on the decline. As big names left one after another, people like Yi Saiwen became the big names in the company. After listening to this, Yang Yi frowned. This situation seemed to be a bit bad. But this shouldn't be the case. Aren't the things obtained through system draws always high quality? How could I lose money? He frowned and thought for a while. How about this? Let's go to the company and find out the actual situation first. Maybe things are not as the rumors say. Su Yuhan nodded. Okay, do you want me to go with you? Yang Yi shook his head. I'd better go alone. I don't want to make a big fuss for my first time. It's better to keep a low profile so that I can get first-hand information. Su Yuhan asked in confusion, why is it such a big deal if I accompany you? Isn't it just one more person? Yang Yi looked at her and smiled. That's different. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, but you're too eye-catching. As soon as you walked in, you stole all the limelight from those singers and celebrities. I wonder if you can keep a low profile? This photo of the horse is so fresh and refined that Su Yuhan couldn't help laughing. You bad guy, you've only been in the provincial capital for a few days and you've already learned how to please women with your smooth talk. Well, I know you don't want me to accompany you because you're afraid it will affect your chances of picking up girls, so I won't bother you, but you have to be sensible, otherwise. What else? Yang Yi came closer with a smile and whispered, are you going to kick me off the bed? Su Yuhan blushed and spat, you rascal, get out of here. Yang Yi laughed and said, I'm leaving first. You still have to do something for me. What's the matter? Su Yuhan asked curiously. Help me buy a house. I will be living in the provincial capital in the future. I can't always stay in a hotel. It's not appropriate for me to live in your house, so I must have my own house. Yang Yi said. Su Yuhan thought about it and nodded. What kind of house do you plan to buy? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, it should be as big as possible. The house in Xia City is a bit small. I will bring my parents over and marry you. You will also have to give birth to a few children for me. A small house won't do. Su Yuhan blushed and said angrily, who wants to give birth to a child for you? If you want to give birth, go give birth to it yourself. But after all that, she nodded and said, okay, you go to the company. I'll take care of the house. I'll go look first. If I find a suitable one, I'll call you and we'll decide together. In the future, when two people live in a house, it is natural for both of them to decide together. This is a must. Yang Yi nodded, don't pay for this for me. Su Yuhan smiled. She actually had this idea. Isn't it different whose money we spend? What's the difference between you and me? Yang Yi shook his head and leaned closer. No, this represents a man's dignity. As a man, it is his most basic responsibility to provide a home for his lover and family. Chapter 130, besieged on all sides. An hour later, Yang Yi arrived at the headquarters of Star Entertainment. Star Media was once the most powerful entertainment company in China. It had many big-name stars under its umbrella. Both movie stars and singers were among the best in the country. It had both talented actors and idols. In H province, it could be said to be the undisputed overlord in the entertainment industry. But all this changed drastically when their former boss Peng Chenghai acquired shares of Alxin Technology. The stock of Alxin Technology hit a low point, and all of Peng Chenghai's funds turned into bubbles as the stock depreciated. For a time, Star Media Entertainment was also in a state of mourning. 2 movies that had already been launched could not continue filming, and several singers' ready-made records could not be released. The company's operations fell into a state of disarray. Under such circumstances, the company's big-name stars were all in a panic. At this time, another entertainment company in the province, Tietze Entertainment, was rising strongly. With the support of foreign capital, it began to take advantage of the situation and took the opportunity to secretly contact the stars in the company, encouraging them to jump ship and leave Xingmei to join Tietze. Although everyone is still bound by the contract with the company, those stars dare not tear their faces and leave for the time being, but everyone knows that the company can't hold on for many more days. Because according to their contracts with the company, if these films cannot continue to be filmed, their contracts with the company will automatically be invalidated. At that time, they can jump from Xingmei to Tietze openly. The situation of those singers is similar. Recently, due to Tietze's secret manipulation, the artists of Xingmei have not had any performances for almost 2 months. If this situation continues, their contracts may be invalidated. By then, Xingmei will become a refugee camp deserted by everyone. Under such circumstances, people in Xingmei Company were already in a state of panic, and everyone began to look for a way out or their next job, openly or secretly. An Iron Banner is undoubtedly the third party with which they have the most contact. When Yang Yi walked into Xingmei, the company was in a mess. The hall was full of people, both men and women. The women were on the phone, and it was obvious that they were contacting their next client. The men were smoking and chatting with others. Judging from what they were talking about, they were all here to collect debts. Even the company's receptionists were painting their nails red out of boredom and didn't even glance at Yang Yi, who walked in. Yang Yi looked at the golden characters on the wall at the front desk. If it weren't for the 4 characters Star Media Entertainment inlaid there, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. "Excuse me, is your general manager here?" Yang Yi walked to the front desk and asked the receptionist, who was sitting there painting her nails. "What do you want from our general manager Zhong? Do you want money?" "I'm sorry, there are too many people looking to our general manager Zhong for money right now. Not to mention that he's not here. Even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to take out the money to pay you," the receptionist said casually without even looking at him. Yang Yi frowned. "Are you saying that Zhong Yunc is not here?" The receptionist then looked up at him and saw a handsome young man standing in front of her. She perked up a little, stood up from her chair, put her arms on the table, leaned over and whispered, "Handsome guy, which company are you from? What kind of money do you want from our CEO Zhong? Is it for props or lunch money? Do you want money for props or lunch? Do I just have a face that looks like I want money?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "I just want to discuss something with your CEO Zhong." "You really aren't here to ask for money?" The receptionist was a little surprised, but she still said, "It would be fine if you weren't here to ask for money. If you were, you would have come in vain. Look, those people in the hall are all here to ask Mr. Zhong for money. It's not your turn at all. So many people are asking for money? Why don't you give it to them?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "Give? What can we give?" The receptionist said as if she had heard the funniest joke. "Everyone knows that we can't even continue filming, release our albums, or even arrange performances for the stars. How can we pay them?" Yang Yi frowned again. The situation of this company was far more troublesome than he knew. "Look, handsome guy, that's Mr. Zhong's office. If you really aren't here to collect debts, you can try going over there. But I don't think you'll even be able to see Mr. Zhong," the receptionist said, pointing to an office over there. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the door of the office was crowded with people. Needless to say, the company's general manager Zhong Yunc must be stuck inside. Just when I was thinking about whether to go over, I heard a familiar voice coming from not far behind me. "Sister Hong, why are you here at the company today?" The voice was coquettish and frivolous. It seemed familiar, and Yang Yi instinctively turned around to take a look. When he turned around, he saw Yi Saiwen, the singer who had just come to the Su mansion to buy a painting from him, walking past him from behind. In his hand he was still holding the flower and bird painting he had just drawn. But Yi Saiwen didn't pay any attention to him. She walked straight past him and came to a slightly older woman. The older woman was on the phone. When she heard Yi Saiwen's voice, she hung up and sighed. "Alas, I don't want to come either, but there's nothing I can do. I'm old, and I can't find a husband like you who are young and beautiful. I still have to rely on Xingmei to make a living." "Live on Xingmei?" "Sister Hong, don't be silly. With Xingmei's current situation, it can't even pay these people's salaries. The debt collectors have blocked the company. What can he use to support you?" Yi Saiwen said with a pout. "That's not necessarily true. I heard that our company has a new boss. Maybe the company can be revived with the new boss," Sister Hong said unwillingly. "New boss? Humph, who is such a sucker to take over this business? Now the company's 2 dramas are rotten there, and there are several albums that cannot be released. We also owe people money for props, lunch boxes, clothing, and so on. It's a mess. Without tens of billions, the business cannot be run. Who is stupid enough to take over this business?" Yi Saiwen said disdainfully. Sister Hong sighed. "Alas, who would have thought that Xingmei, which was so prosperous at the beginning, would turn into such a mess in the blink of an eye? Back then, everyone was eager to get in because of Xingmei, but now they are all fleeing from here like they are fleeing for their lives." Then he looked at Yi Saiwen and said, "What about you? Why are you here today? What are you holding in your hand?" Yi Saiwen said proudly, "I came here because I had an appointment with Tietche's people. They said they would come to the company today to help me terminate the contract, and then I would go to their place. This painting is a gift from me to them. I heard that Tietche's boss Liu Tietche likes to paint, so I spent 200,000 yuan to hire a master to paint it." Hearing this, Yang Yi smiled and walked over. "Miss Yi, what a coincidence, we meet again.